Chapter 277. According to intelligence reports, your first boyfriend is now very impressive. He is one of the biggest contributors to the new MX Mecha. According to an even more secretive source, he was the one who defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng of the Lees of Philadelphia during the mecha testing. He should be a captain of the General Assembly Base now. After this incident, he will probably be promoted again. This was a hotel in the western district of the capital. The terrain was quiet and surrounded by autumn trees, keeping the reporters outside at bay. This was the first time the Federation government had cooperated with the anti-government forces in the mountains. In terms of details, they had done very well. This hotel was not far from the training base of the Ministry of Defense. A large number of armed forces could be mobilized at any time to prevent accidents from happening. Zhang Xiaoming stood by the window and looked at the unfamiliar streets of the capital. Thinking about how he had lived in this city for a year, working hard for a year, she felt an indescribable sense of loss. She knew about Su Li's ability in the field of mecha repair, but she had not expected him to be able to participate in the Federation's development of the new MX Mecha and play the most important role. Only mecha battle? In those beautiful memories of hers, Su only spent his days in Section H of the library. He was born a soldier. How could he know how to operate a mecha? You met today? The middle-aged man in the room frowned. Looking at the girl's back, he vaguely sensed something. Zhang Xiaoming turned around and looked at him calmly. Yes, but we didn't talk. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, At least you should talk and hug. There's no point. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly. She knew better than anyone the stubbornness hidden in that boy's honest nature. The two brushed past each other. This parting was real. It was no longer a live parting by death, but a real parting of life. The middle-aged man looked at her quietly. Like a father, he patted her head gently and said, Call home later. After your parents see the news, they will definitely need you to comfort them. Zhang Xiaoming nodded softly and said seriously to the middle-aged man, There are government spies and surveillance facilities everywhere here. You shouldn't have taken the risk to come here personally. As the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces, this powerful person with the code name of he had come to S1 countless times, but it was indeed a bit risky to appear in this hotel today. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming gently and said, After all, it's a big deal. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it. But it's much better than I expected. You didn't disappoint me. Zhang Xiaoming shook her head and said, Those big shots need me to help them defeat Macklin. My safety is not a problem, but you should leave quickly. The Federation government has put me on the wanted list for many years, but I am still alive and well, the middle-aged man said gently. Don't worry about anything. His extremely ordinary face, which no one could see through his disguise, suddenly flashed with a trace of deep worry, but he didn't say anything to the girl by the window. As an important figure in the anti-government forces, he had dealt with the Federation government for decades and knew how shameless those big shots and politicians in a manner hidden in the woods in the southern suburbs of the capital. The vice president of Sanlena Bank, Li Xiaozhu, stood silently and stiffly in front of a chair like a piece of bamboo. This was an old black wooden chair. The armrests on both sides of the chair had been rubbed for many years and had become extremely smooth. After experiencing the baptism of time, this chair didn't show any signs of decay, just like the old man in the chair. The old man sitting in the chair had a face full of wrinkles. His body wasn't very tall, and he wore a large shirt with a funny little black hat on his head. His pair of turbid eyes occasionally flashed with light, revealing a trace of wisdom that saw through the world. No one in the Federation had ever dared to make fun of the little hat the old man wore, although this hobby was indeed a bit strange. The current head of the Li family, Li Yuan-gong, looked gently at his son in front of him. He suddenly extended an old finger and pointed at the little hat on his head and said, Actually, many years ago, someone once made fun of me. Li Xiaozhu frowned. There was still someone in the Federation who dared to be so bold. That person must be dead. That person didn't die. The old man from Li Yuan-gong smiled and said, Because he isn't someone I can kill. See, this is the problem of strength. Don't think that our 7 great families are too powerful. You have to know that even Lady Tai has obstacles that she can't overcome in her life, let alone us. The reason I'm saying all this is to tell me that I, as your father, have admitted defeat in my life, and more than once. The head of the Iron Calculator family was an absolute big shot who could devalue the value of countless financial products in the Federation and create a financial storm on a certain planet with a stretch of his hand. The first lesson for his successor today was to admit defeat. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is that we actually chose a businessman like Senator Macklin. The old man from Li Yuangong chuckled and stroked the few strands of white hair outside the little hat. He said, "This old guy can even convince me. He's really powerful." Li Xiuzhu, who had been silently listening to the lecture, summoned up his courage and explained, "Even if Lady Tai's final method is a hearing, that doesn't mean we've lost. Those youths under Senator Macklin clearly have greater agitation ability than we thought." The 4 states around the mountains went on strike, and the university town suspended classes. I don't believe the government has the courage to truly continue the trial. The old man from Li Yuangong quietly listened to his son's explanation. He slowly sighed and said, "Idiot." These 2 words were very ordinary, but Li Xiuzhu felt a cold wind blow over, freezing the perfect heating facilities and the fireplace fire built for aesthetic purposes. He suddenly felt that if he were a bamboo, then the bamboo's outer appearance would definitely be covered in a layer of frost. How many years has the Federation been around? How many years has the 7 great families been around? You should properly study history. The old man from Li Yuangong said gently. So what if we lose the election? The Federation has changed many presidents, but the 7 great families will always be the 7 great families. Families like ours have long been deeply rooted in the soil of the Federation. Take our Li family as an example. If our Li family collapses, then the Federation's finances will also collapse. But don't forget another very important point. The old man's tone suddenly became cold. If the Federation collapses, then our Li family will also collapse. So no matter what you do, you must remember not to endanger the fundamental interests of the Federation. Everything that Macklin is doing right now is too dangerous because this threatens the foundation of the Federation. Although we can control the chaos if it really happens, this kind of method is not something that we can allow. Li Xiuzhu was silent for a long time, trying to digest his father's teachings. In the end, he said softly, "I understand." "No, you still don't understand." The old man from Li Yuangong narrowed his eyes and said, "Humans travel through the universe, but they have to live on planets. When you stop standing on the top floor of that ugly bank building to look at the scenery and are willing to walk on the streets more, you will probably understand this point." Li Xiuzhu's face was full of shame. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a long time, he asked softly, "Then what do we do now?" "I don't think the madam will stop. I just said that if our family collapses, then the Federation's financial system will also collapse." A strange smile appeared on the old man's face. But if even the head of the Tai family can still speak when their family collapses, then the entire Federation will also collapse. I reminded you in the past, don't look down on them just because they have kept a low profile for thousands of years. But you didn't listen. When the Crown Prince was assassinated, us old guys had to personally go to the back of Macho's mountain to explain. When you really take over, you will probably know how powerful the Tai family is. However, the Madam side won't have bad feelings towards us because of this. You should know that the Federation has chosen so many presidents, and every family will choose a different candidate as their partner. This is a tradition, this is history. It's just that this time, the movement seems to be a bit too big, the old man said softly. But, although Li Xiuzhu didn't know anything about the history behind the scenes, he finally had an endless fear towards the Tai family behind the shadow. He said slightly nervously, "If Macklin really participated in the Linhai incident, then it's really over." At the beginning of the year, the Crown Prince of the Tai family was assassinated in the Linhai Stadium. Li Xiuzhu stayed out of the matter and watched coldly, because he knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Li family. However, He didn't know that his father had personally gone to the back of Macho's mountain to explain this matter to the madam. But now, the Li family was Macklin's backer behind the scenes. At this moment, Li Xiuju's phone rang. He took the phone and listened carefully for a while. He nodded hard and reported to the old man sitting on the black wooden chair. Macklin released a message from the Ministry of Justice building. He is willing to give in. In the morning, a few expensive cars followed the mountain road and passed through the roadblocks. They traveled along the mountains, through the water, and through the heavy iron gate, and arrived at the picturesque manor in the back of Macho's mountain. The current head of the Li family walked out of the car with the help of his servants. Li Xiuju followed behind, and the security guards of the Li family were immediately sent to other places. Butler Jean had a humble smile on his face as he welcomed the father and son into the manor. The useless young master of the Lin family naturally didn't want to see him, but this father and son, who were very influential in the Federation, were very different. On the side of the balcony, Lady Tai, who was wearing a solemn long dress, looked at the old man with a smile and said, "I haven't seen you for almost a year. It seems like your cough is much better." Chapter 278. The head of the Li family, Li Yuangong, didn't have a problem with coughing. Li Xiuju knew this very well because he was his father. Thus, when he saw his father bend over while coughing, he immediately understood what it meant. A wave of sour, numb, and angry feeling rushed from his heart to the top of his head and was about to burst out in an instant. One couldn't blame the heir of the Li family for having such a strong reaction. They were all part of the 7 great families of the Federation, enormous powers that had drifted along the long river of history for countless years. What kind of status did the head of the Li family have? Even in front of the president and speaker of the Federation, he didn't have to lower his head. Moreover, right now, Li Yuangong was only facing a woman, even if she was the madam of the Tai family. However, Li Xiuju wasn't an idiot like Lin Do-hai. Seeing his father lower his head with his own eyes, he could only gently clench his fists and breathe quickly a few times. During this process, he actually maintained a calm expression. However, the anger and bitterness in his heart had long overflowed. He thought to himself that if he hadn't recklessly interfered with the presidential election and blamed the wrong person, how could his father have suffered such humiliation? On the side, Butler Jean acted as if he didn't notice the small movements of the Li family's young master's hands. He looked down and politely invited him to the side hall to rest for a while. The conversation on the terrace only belonged to the heads of the 2 families. Li Xiuju's status wasn't high enough to participate in this conversation. The early morning sun was clear and bright. The cold wind of late autumn was blocked by the 4 continuous peaks of Macho Mountain. The warmth contained in Macho Lake rose along with the mist, raising the temperature on the terrace quite a bit. Back then, the royal family had designated this back mountain as a royal garden. There was naturally a reason for this. Lady Tai personally poured a cup of milk tea for Li Yuangong and said with a smile, "Why did you have to provoke him earlier? Children these days are all incredibly arrogant. If you provoke him too much, I'm afraid it won't be good." At this time, the old man of Li Yuangong seemed to have completely forgotten his previous coughing. He bowed and sat steadily in the chair. He replied gently, "It's just that he's a bit too arrogant. He has to be polished a bit. Also, every time I see the madam, I have to bow. This is a rule that cannot be forgotten. It's been so many years. Who still cares about those rules?" Lady Tai said with a smile. "Besides, there's no need to do this in front of your son." After a few words of idle chatter, they got to the main topic. The 2 heads of the 7 great families had already handed over the specific matters to the next generation or their subordinates. Their daily lives were really similar to that of immortals. However, today's matter involved the entire Federation, so they had to be more cautious and direct. Medellin is awake. The head of the Li family looked at Lady Tai with a smile and said, "It seems that the old guy is not willing to play the role of a martyr whose name is recorded in history. I don't know what role this councilman wants to play." Lady Tai raised her cup of milk tea and took a sip. The 2 of them remained silent. Only the morning breeze gently blew on the terrace. A few layers of autumn clouds faintly moved in from the east, but it didn't look like it was going to rain. For important figures at the level of these two, there were many things that didn't need to be said clearly. For example, why Lady Tai was willing to let Medellin go. Councilman Medellin was involved in many matters of the Federation. If he really was brought to trial, not to mention that the Lee family's interests would be severely damaged, just the prestige of that old man among the Federation's people was something that the Federation government and the 7 great families had to consider. The current Federation society had already become uneasy because of the recent series of events. Antagonistic sentiments had already gradually emerged among the people. If this fire wasn't extinguished, the Federation situation would be very dangerous. The poisonous fruit that George Carlin planted still needs a relatively gentle person to carry it. Lady Tai suddenly said softly, Medellin is still a bit better than that Nanshui leader who only knows how to kill. Li Yuan Gong smiled slightly, not saying anything. The discontent in the Federation society was like nutrients. Right now, most of these discontent nutrients have been absorbed by Councilman Medellin. If Medellin really died, these nutrients would inevitably find a target again. Perhaps they would once again be directed towards those hard-working people in the mountains. At that time, if they wanted to suppress the anti-government army that was growing like weeds, the Federation government and these important figures related to the Federation would have to spend who knew how much money and effort. The Federation's old system had always needed and even welcomed people like Councilman Medellin. If it wasn't for this, how could those crafty councilmen and the 7 great families who watched everything from the shadows allow an outsider like Medellin, who had an anti-government army background, to participate in this political feast? In the past 10 years, the so-called nonviolent advocacy, the so-called legendary politician, Councilman Medellin, was only a symbol that the Federation needed. Or perhaps it could be said that many powers were intentionally or unintentionally raising a little white rabbit. It was just that this little white rabbit had recently discovered that carrots were too delicious and was actually a bit reluctant to leave. This violated a taboo. Even though the head of the Lee family had previously praised this old fox's political wisdom in the depths of his heart countless times, he still believed that he could only be a little white rabbit. They didn't want to beat this little white rabbit to death. They only wanted him to be a little white rabbit again. What does he want? Lady Tai asked softly. Li Yuan Gong smiled and stated a few conditions. Lady Tai put down the Guna porcelain cup filled with milk tea and calmly looked at the milk tea in the cup. Her hands were calmly placed on the hems of her long skirt, palms facing the sky, not moving at all. The morning wind on the terrace stopped. The clouds in the sky also stopped moving. The back of the mountain was clear and bright. After a long time, she raised her head and calmly said, "Okay, thank you, Madam," Li Yuan Gong said with a smile. Mr. President handled the matter of Dean Lin quite harshly. "This isn't good," Lady Tai said with a smile. "In the afternoon, I'll go persuade him." "Thank you for your hard work, madam." Li Yuan Gong lowered his head in respect. Lady Tai was also very satisfied with today's conversation. She eliminated the instability within the Federation society, continued the path she had set in the past, perfectly won the presidential election, and obtained even more benefits. What else did she need? As for what she or he did, what kind of harm it would bring to certain people, what kind of ugly page it would write in the history of the Federation, they didn't care. This type of person would never appear in history. They had always been trying to control history, create history, and change history. Lady Tai's hands that often cooked weren't all that white and tender. She casually wiped them on her skirt, picked up the milk tea, and took a sip. The back of her hand was facing the sky as she gently placed it on the table. She began to chat with Li Yuan Gong's elder. "Wherever you go, you always bring that black chair with you. I've always been very curious. What's so good about that chair? I'm old, I'm just nostalgic. Madam, the chair here is very comfortable. Why would old bones bring it around? That chair has to be passed down. I really think that the Lee family's old 7 is a good kid." Old 7's performance this time was very good. His eyes are very sharp. Speaking of which, that little guy called Su Lu is really not bad. The little guy doesn't know any better. He's a bit hot-tempered. When the fire dies down, I'll bring him out to meet an old friend. According to some news, the Empire's finances seem to be in trouble. Is that so? The Federation's preparations have to be faster. It seems that Macklin's luck is really good. At this moment, the rain began to fall even though the wind had yet to blow. It turned out that the layers of thick autumn clouds in the sky had already drifted over, sprinkling down patches of rain. It added a bit of melancholy to the autumn lake and the autumn mountain. A transparent glass panel had automatically extended from the top of the balcony, covering the entire balcony. The rain pattered against the glass panel, but it didn't affect the two big shots' casual conversation in the slightest point 3 days later. Zhang Xiaoming looked worriedly at the autumn scenery of the capital outside the window. This continuous rain had lasted for 4 days, and she didn't know when it would end. The hearing on Parliament Hill was already on the 4th day. The cold and dreary autumn rain naturally couldn't stop the proceedings from progressing. However, from the beginning of the 3rd day of the hearing, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. The members of Parliament Hill had remained silent at the beginning, but on the 3rd day of the hearing, many members, including Member of Parliament Zion, began to throw out tricky questions, clearly showing that they didn't trust her testimony. She was no longer the naive girl who didn't know anything and only had passion and ideals. In the face of those tricky and even somewhat rude questions, she behaved very appropriately. She responded logically and methodically. In the face of the verbal attacks from the Federation members, she didn't retreat or panic at all. The federal television station was still broadcasting live. This lady from the anti-government army had won the admiration of a considerable portion of the federal citizens with her performance in the parliament. However, the sudden collective suspicion of the federal councilors made the citizens, who were already in a state of uncertainty and fear, begin to doubt whether this was a conspiracy again. They began to sympathize with Councillor Macklin again. Zhang Xiaoming wrinkled her nose and looked out the window. Only when there was no one around would she occasionally show her cute side of the past. Outside the window, the autumn clouds hung low, and the autumn rain fell like beads. She vaguely felt that some of the influential figures in the Federation had begun to move. However, didn't these people know that after the clouds and rain, there would be a bright blue sky in the end? At this moment, a waitress pushed the food cart in. Zhang Xiaoming was slightly startled. She turned around and put her right hand into her pocket. Other than having dinner with the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the various departments of the Federation government avoided contact with the representatives from Green Dragon Mountain. Therefore, these days their meals were basically delivered to their doorstep. However, Zhang Xiaoming keenly sensed that something was wrong. The waitress' footsteps seemed to be a little too hurried. 19771118. The waitress suddenly said a string of numbers. Then, she quickly took off her clothes and said in a low voice, "You're in danger. Leave quickly." Hearing the secret number and these words, Zhang Xiaoming's body trembled slightly. However, she didn't have time to say anything. She immediately took off her clothes and began to exchange clothes with the waitress. Chapter 279. The door to the dining room at the bottom floor of the hotel was gently pushed open. A waitress walked in with a dining cart. Her movements were very nimble, as if she had been doing this job for many years. Probably because of the hygiene requirements, the waitress wore a mask on her face and a hat on her head, covering most of her face. She didn't chat with her colleagues in the dining room. The waitress seemed to be a little sore. She waved to her colleagues and went straight into the lounge. Without stopping, she walked out of the lounge's side door and into the autumn rain. The autumn rain was cold. Zhang Xiaoming walked at a normal pace in the hotel's backyard. In a temporary shelter from the rain, she took off her work clothes and took out a change of clothes from a box. She also took out a piece of paper from under the clothes. The topographic map of the hotel and the exit route were drawn on the light yellow instant paper. She was very familiar with the hotel's layout. After re-examining the route and confirming that there were no problems, she stuffed the paper in her mouth and quickly swallowed it. It was a woman's trench coat with a hood. She flipped the hood over to block the cold raindrops and covered her face again. Walking along the stone path in the hotel's backyard, she soon felt that something was wrong. At this time, the backyard was deserted. Not many people would walk in the rain. Her figure was particularly eye-catching. A few people were walking toward her. Zhang Xiaoming didn't lower her head. Using the shadow of the hat as cover, she walked over with her head held high. Further away was the entrance guard. A few police officers were wearing raincoats, chatting about something in boredom. The Ministry of Justice had made a lot of preparations for this key witness of the hearing. The Federation Bureau of Investigation and the Police Bureau were also cooperating. Around the entire hotel, there were countless layers of checks and surveillance lines. On the contrary, to respect the dignity of the anti-government forces, the security on the upper floors was much more lax. The main task of these police officers was to ensure her safety and prevent the fanatical followers of Senator Macklin or the possible assassins from getting close to her. However, if she wanted to leave now, these people would become a problem. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly and looked at the police. She touched the fake ID and the little item in her pocket, took a deep breath, and walked over. Compared to the police here, the soldiers and the Federation's electronic network at the other exits were more troublesome. When they were about to reach the exit of the backyard, the few police officers in raincoats didn't show any special behavior. However, at this moment, several military vehicles painted in dark colors quickly drove over, stirring up the rain along the way. They braked violently and stopped at the entrance of the backyard. A group of armed soldiers rushed down from the military vehicle and quickly showed their authority to take over the defense at the back door. The rest of the soldiers entered the back garden. The moment the military vehicle entered her line of sight, Zhang Xiaoming understood what was happening. Her footsteps did not slow down at all. She followed a small path by the back door and disappeared into the rain. A minute and a half later, she arrived at another exit before the Federation's deployment. However, there was no one from the organization outside this exit. Most importantly, this exit had the scanning program of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The face of the girl in the hat was slightly pale, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. She made up her mind to break through this exit. Although it would definitely trigger the alarm, there was no one around, so she could buy some time. Just as she stepped into the scanning channel, a person suddenly came to her side. A faint blue light enveloped the two of them. The two of them walked quickly. The Federation's electronic surveillance network, which would never make mistakes, did not react at all. In the autumn rain, Zhang Xiaoming and that person walked into an alley and got into a car that had already been prepared. The car stopped 3 times on the way and set up enough disguises before they arrived at their real destination. It was a simple hotel near the Capital University that did not require identification. Zhang Xiaoming wiped her wet hair with a dry towel. She looked at the person she regarded as her father and quickly asked, "Why did the Federal Army suddenly make a move?" "I don't know." The intelligence leader of the anti-government forces, the extremely mysterious middle-aged uncle, shook his head. It was already very late when the information came. It was probably a sudden decision by the Federation government. The people in the government did not have time to react. The middle-aged uncle was an important figure in the anti-government forces, but he seemed to not know his own importance. He was always active in the most dangerous capital special district. His outfit today was not as wretched as Su Lu had seen him before, nor was it as normal as usual. He wore a pair of glasses and looked like a middle-aged lecturer commonly seen in the Capital University. Zhang Xiaoming took out a small tool from her short windbreaker and placed it on the table. It was a cleverly designed stun baton. Within a range of 3 meters, it was more effective than a handgun. She did not ask the middle-aged uncle what the small device that emitted a faint blue light was, but she could guess. The Federation government had not been able to arrest him for so many years. He had always been very confident in running around the universe for the organization. The small device that could hide from Charter's eyes was definitely extremely important. The middle-aged uncle walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked at the Capital University in the autumn rain in silence. The Federation government had turned against him. This was both within his expectations and beyond his expectations. Senator Macklin had not been convicted, and the big fish in the sea had not been caught. Why was his net abandoned? In the simple hotel room, the wallpaper was peeling. The color difference of the TV screen was a little off, and the news image on it looked a little distorted. Zhang Xiaoming and the middle-aged uncle watched the news in silence. Their feelings were as unreal as the image on the TV screen. In the news image, the breaking news reporter from the Federation TV station was anxiously saying, "An important witness in the Macklin case, an important witness from the anti-government forces, Zhang Xiaoming, suddenly disappeared this afternoon. There is currently no reliable information on what happened." Zhang Xiaoming quietly watched the news and suddenly asked, "Is the source of your information reliable?" The middle-aged uncle said, "It's news from the president's office. The Ministry of Justice suspects you of perjury and is preparing to arrest you." Zhang Xiaoming thought of the murderous soldiers from before. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she said, "This is wrong. I have to go back immediately. It doesn't matter if they deliberately release the information or not. As long as I leave the hotel, those people will have achieved their goal of stopping the hearing." Zhang Xiaoming looked at the middle-aged uncle. For the first time, she doubted the judgment of her superior. There are no surveillance cameras in the room, but there are in the corridor and in the backyard of the hotel. They have the video in their hands, so they can shirk responsibility and say that I left on my own accord. They can push all the blame to the organization. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said, "Even so, you can't go back. I admit that your judgment is very reasonable, but the organization won't let any of our comrades take unnecessary risks in order to succeed. If I don't go back, Macklin will still be alive," Zhang Xiaoming said stubbornly in a low voice. "You can't go back. As long as you leave the vicinity of the hotel, no matter where you are, the Federation government can kill you on the spot and say that we are silencing you." The middle-aged uncle said coldly, "I just don't understand why they're doing this." The room fell into a dead silence. Zhang Xiaoming said slowly, "It should be that the two sides reach some kind of agreement. Macklin accepted the other side's conditions and withdrew from the election. We have done our part and are no longer of any use. And the other side must have promised Macklin to settle the charges. Naturally, we can't enter the Parliament building again." An hour later, the Federation's television news confirmed Zhang Xiaoming's speculation. The Minister of Justice held a press conference and showed the video to prove that Zhang Xiaoming had left the hotel on her own accord. And at the press conference, the minister said with a heavy expression that they now had enough reason to suspect that the anti-government forces had deliberately created a facade to deceive the Federation's judicial system. The Ministry of Justice was investigating this matter. The female witness had probably sensed something and fled to avoid punishment. On a private television station's political news program, an expert expressed a different opinion about the breaking news that had happened that day. He looked at the camera and wondered if this was another incident that Senator Macklin's side had created to get him off the hook. This expert's opinion was immediately refuted by another guest. He believed that Macklin was still cooperating with the investigation in the Ministry of Justice building. Moreover, the video had proven that the female witness had left on her own accord. If there was a conspiracy, it could only be said that the Green Dragon Mountain had created a conspiracy full of loopholes. Then, the Federation's television station released the video of the hotel. Then, the Parliament announced that the hearing would be postponed temporarily to wait for the results of the investigation. The middle-aged uncle was silent for a long time. A trace of coldness gradually seeped out of his eyes as he slowly said, "If you insist on staying, they have too many ways to shut you up, such as your parents and Su Le. They can even make you die regardless of everything. But if I take you away, they can make all the problems involve you. The honor of our organization has been taken away by that traitor. Our image has been bad all these years." This most outstanding spy of the 37 constitutional governments stood up. After a long silence, he said with a hint of frustration, "There's an old saying that when the wolves and the bay on the grassland are together, they will be bad to the core. Macklin has become one of them. He is indeed shameless. This feeling of being betrayed, though it's not the first time, still makes me feel bad." Zhang Xiaoming looked at her superior, whom she respected so much quietly. Thinking of the rumors on Green Mountain, she couldn't help but feel dejected. His situation in the organization wasn't very good either. The leader of the Nanshui didn't seem to trust him as much as before. A person who only knew how to do things for the sake of his ideals, no matter how outstanding his ability was, would always lose to those vile people who were full of bad intentions. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. Withdraw from S1 according to the third plan. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged uncle said, "Inform Su Lu when you're sure it's safe, so that he won't worry too much." In the end, he looked at the Minister of Justice on the news and said with narrowed eyes, he would rather step down than bite us to death. Who can exert so much pressure? I'm curious, and I want to give him some gifts. Chapter 280. Su Lu retracted his gaze from the phone screen. The email was signed off with a familiar asterisk. A few days ago, he had received a similar email. The sender of the email had said, "I'm not dead," and asked him not to avenge me. The meaning of the email today was similar. It basically said that nothing bad had happened to him and asked him not to worry. Thinking about the most important news in the Federation in the past 2 days, he easily deduced that the sender of the email was the girl. The email from a few days ago was also sent by her, and not the uncle. Su Lu sat silently on the sofa in his apartment. He didn't understand. Since he didn't care before, why did he care whether he knew or not now? The special hearing on the Macklin project on Parliament Hill was temporarily suspended because of Zhang Xiaoming's disappearance. Su Lu could guess what was behind this incident, but he no longer had the hot-blooded emotions he had in the past year. All he had was fatigue and numbness. Zhang Xiaoming was alive. She was still alive. This was good. He couldn't sort out his own emotions. Naturally, he couldn't figure out what was the relationship between the interests of the upper echelons of the Federation and himself, a fugitive. Good things and bad things didn't seem to have anything to do with him anymore. He sat quietly in the building and looked at the first snow outside the window. He didn't move at all. Snow fell in the capital special district. It gently fluttered like the sea of pear blossoms in the university in Linhai. When the snow fell on the streets and buildings, most of it melted instantly, leaving only the eerie color. Only a few spots of white remained, which was very eye-catching. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window in the West Arch Hall of the president's residence, President Sieg, who only had 2 months left in office, silently looked at the white snow on the lawn outside the window. He didn't speak for a long time. As the leader of the Federation, he left a violent and cowardly image in the society. However, only he knew and was satisfied. He had won 10 years of stable development for the Federation. The war wounds caused by the previous war with the Empire were gradually healed during his presidency. But was stability really the most important thing that overshadowed everything? President Sigurd narrowed his eyes and looked at the snowflakes on the grass. He thought of the lady who had left earlier and asked himself the question in his heart. He had always respected and relied on that lady's political wisdom. However, at a critical moment when the Parliament was investigating Medellin, the Federation government made a sharp turn and gave in to that shameless politician in exchange for extinguishing the flames of protest that had burned throughout the Federation. At the same time, the strike in the 4 states around the mountains was quickly quelled. Did such a price really need to be paid? From a rational point of view, the government not investigating Medellin is indeed the best way to quell the Federation's internal strife in the shortest amount of time possible. If that old bastard doesn't personally make an appeal, the young people in the Federation won't be able to calm down. The National Security Advisor walked behind the president and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Khufu, the madam and the people she can influence can bring fundamental changes to Parliament Hill. The one who needs to make the decision now is you." Although President Sigurd had felt dissatisfied with his teacher and friends for the first time during the political turmoil some time ago, he now realized that standing at the pinnacle of power in the Federation, the only person he could trust was still this old man. Do I still need to make a decision? Hasn't Minister and I already made his decision? President Sigurd slammed his palm on the table and said with some anger. The National Security Advisor fell silent. The Minister and I that President Sigurd had mentioned was the Minister of Justice who had single-handedly facilitated the Medellin case. Because of the disappearance of the key female witness of the anti-government army, the Minister of Justice had taken all the pressure and officially resigned 3 days ago. All the important people who had access to the president's official residence naturally knew that the Minister of Justice's resignation was just the opening act of a big move. Someone in the government needed to be responsible for this matter, and the Minister of Justice was the most suitable candidate. The reason why Minister and I was willing to be the scapegoat was, of course, because he must have received some kind of guarantee that when the new president came to power, a brighter and brighter future awaited him. The National Security Advisor looked at the president's back with slight ridicule. He thought to himself, in this presidential election, since you chose to stand on the side of that woman, you should be very clear about the risks involved. There was an old saying in the Federation, borrow the fur of a tiger to make a coat. In the eyes of this political veteran, the calm and peaceful madam of the Tai family was the real ferocious tigress. In the beginning, the reason why he didn't want to stand on the side of Senator Pabre, other than the lawsuit many years ago, was that he could never trust a woman like Lady Tai. He was even slightly afraid of her. But now, Lady Tai and the old man of the Lee family had reached an agreement to clean up the mess. She had made a suggestion to the president's residence, and the National Security Advisor had expressed his agreement. The Federation needed a stable and harmonious society, and the president and himself needed a lot of respect and glory. There were still 2 months left in the government's term, but they still had a long life ahead of them. The National Security Advisor believed that President Sieg would definitely understand this point and support this plan. Connect me to the Bureau of Proclamation, President Sieg suddenly said to the Deputy Director of the office, Bryn, who was standing by the door. The National Security Advisor frowned and said softly, "What's the problem? If I want a part of Macklin, I have to confirm with the Bureau of Proclamation whether or not that old bastard was involved in the 2 terrorist attacks. Also, in the past, there were many suspected masterpieces of the Green Dragon Mountain bandits and the security company. Could it be that he was the one who did it?" The National Security Advisor glanced at President Sigurd with a half-smile, as if he had just heard something very funny. In the secret connection, the old director of the Bureau of Proclamation once again confirmed with the president of the Federation that they had not found any direct evidence of Macklin's involvement in terrorist activities. When President Sieg heard this report, his entire body visibly relaxed, and his movements when he put down the phone were much calmer. The arch hall of the president's residence was silent for a long time. The leader of the Federation stood by the table expressionlessly. After thinking for a long time, he nodded slightly. In the room, the National Security Advisor and Deputy Director Bryn both noticed this small movement of the president at the same time. They both let out a sigh of relief and left the room. In the current situation, in order to ensure the stability and unity of the Federation, some concessions had to be made. President Huff Sieg, who was about to step down, thought in his heart. He did not want to think about how much the Federation government's decision was related to the future benefits. Dozens of kilometers away from the president's residence, at the end of the one-way street, the building of the Bureau of Proclamation was covered in fluttering snow. The old director looked out of the window with eyes full of worry. Yes, until today, the Bureau of Proclamation still had not found any direct evidence that could be used against Macklin. Those people and the information had not come back, and today the Federation and the president did not seem to want to hear the word, but they were eager to end the chaotic situation in front of them and let the Federation return to the happy world of singing and dancing. There had been many similar drama scenes in history. Betrayal, compromise, and division. In a second, comrades became enemies, and enemies became partners. In front of the dark curtain, the people were comforted, and the society was no longer turbulent. After the dark curtain, the families equally divided the benefits, and everything was as before. However, would the Federation be able to repeat such a boring cycle of fate this time? It had been snowing for several days. No matter how easy it was to melt, it had accumulated into a vast expanse of white. The departure of autumn in the Capital Special District was actually this hurried, and the arrival of winter caught many people a little unprepared. On the streets, pedestrians could often be seen rubbing their hands as they walked quickly. Bai Yulan in the driver's seat easily turned the steering wheel and avoided a middle-aged man in front of her. It was rare for him to drive a black car twice, and he had long fallen in love with this kind of steady and smooth driving feeling. Sometimes he even wondered how deep the background of this little boss, Sulu, was. According to his knowledge, there were not many of these special cars in the top level of the Federation government. The company's security department has brought forward the assessment by one day. They said that the employer over there suddenly has to leave. Bai Yulan did not look at Sulu in the passenger's seat. Instead, she introduced, since they specifically asked us, the 7th group, to participate in the assessment. As the technical supervisor, you should go. Okay. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the winter snow trees on the side of the street. He nodded and did not say anything else. He was currently in a very listless state. His work at the Whitewater Company was done casually, as if it was just to pass the time. As one of the 3 largest security companies in the Federation, Whitewater's daily work naturally included security planning, which was what most people would call a bodyguard. Bai Yulan had mentioned to him a few days ago that the company's management had received a very important order, and the 7th group had been asked to participate in the consultation. However, he had been too absent-minded recently, so he did not remember this at all. Bai Yulan looked at him with slight worry. In this delicate man's eyes, Sulu was his boss, his financial backer, and the person he had to risk his life for. He was never worried about the danger of risking his life for money. He was only concerned about his financial backer's mental state. Obviously, after returning from the old moon base, Sulu, who should have been in high spirits, suddenly became much more depressed. The underground thermal protection system had been activated, and the snow on the street had already melted into a trickle and flowed into the sewer. The black car drove along the wet road in the direction of Charter Square. It happened to pass by the Ministry of Justice building. Sulu suddenly turned his head and stared at the crowd outside the Justice Department building. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the protesters who resisted the cold and refused to retreat. He realized that something seemed to be happening there. "Stop the car," he said softly. "I want to take a look." Chapter 281. Leaning against a car, Sulu rubbed the snow on his shoes on the tires. He coughed twice and straightened the collar of his military uniform to block the cold wind that was blowing through the streets. He took out 2 cigarettes from the cardboard box, lit one, and held it in his mouth. He passed the other to Magnolia. Magnolia lowered her head and looked at the front of the Ministry of Justice building through her black hair. She hesitated for a moment and took the cigarette but did not light it. The snow that fell from the sky had stopped, but the cold wind was still blowing. It blew powdered snow from the corners of the undisturbed buildings and scattered in the air. The flashes in front of the Ministry of Justice building flashed quickly, making the snowflakes look even more holy. It looked like a well-designed stage in a concert. Sulu took a deep puff of the cigarette, and the line of fire instantly burned to the bottom of the first number 7. He squinted his eyes and looked over there. Although he could not see clearly what was happening inside, the television in the car was already turned on, and the scene was being broadcasted live. The Federation government officially suspended the investigation of the Macklin case. The spokesperson of Parliament Hill also regretfully said that the hearing had to be postponed indefinitely due to the lack of key witnesses and evidence. The Minister of Justice resigned. Congress was furious, but President Sieg did not say anything. Macklin finally walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. Outside the building, Macklin hugged Governor Ross, who came to greet him. He waved enthusiastically to the thousands of supporters around him. He looked like a victor. Then, this victor, surrounded by countless people, walked along the snow-covered street toward Parliament Hill in the west. Sulu did not move. He still stood silently beside the car, smoking one cigarette after another. Originally, this was no longer his problem, but he had put in so much effort that he wanted to see this absurd drama continue to play out. Governor Ross very politely allowed Senator Macklin to walk at the front. This old man, who had just walked out of the Ministry of Justice building, had a calm and determined expression as he led countless supporters to the bottom of the Parliament building. Along the way, only the people looked at him affectionately and applauded him enthusiastically. This old man was like a saint. The front of the Parliament building had already been set up properly. The wind was stronger here, and the snow on the roof of the building was blown more densely. There were more flashes, and it was more like a stage. Sulu looked over there from afar, but he only thought of the stage in Linhai State Stadium, the stage that surrounded the four states. In front of the Parliament building, Senator Medellin, accompanied by Governor Ross and several respected bigwigs, announced a shocking decision to the entire Federation and his own supporters. He decided to withdraw from the Federation's presidential election. After the news was released, all the media reporters seemed to have gone crazy and began to contact their respective departments. Those excited and even some excited supporters, however, could not react for a moment. With a confused expression, they stood there in a daze. The slogans loudly shouted disappeared, and the excited fists that were clenched were still suspended in the air. Governor Ross stepped forward and patted Senator Macklin's slightly thin shoulder. He lowered his head and said a few words into the loudspeaker, indicating that he fully understood Senator Macklin's thoughts. He firmly stood on the side of the friend and announced the decision to withdraw together. "Are you going to give up?" cried someone sadly. "We can't give in to the government," said someone angrily in a loud voice. Senator Medellin stretched out his hands and began his speech amidst the snowflakes with kindness and firmness. He could not see clearly what was happening in front of the Parliament building, but the holographic screen on the car beside him faithfully transmitted everything that was happening there to Su Li's ears. He fiercely pulled out a puff of his cigarette. It burned to the line of the filter, emitting an unbearable burnt smell. Bai Yulan glanced at him and did not say anything. Just as he was about to be judged by the Federation's laws, he suddenly walked out of the Justice Department. When he was about to be defeated by the Federation, Macklin was still able to mobilize countless supporters to stand behind him. But now, he suddenly announced his withdrawal from the election. Sulu did not need to think to figure out how many benefits and shady deals were hidden behind the shocking change. As the final victor, Senator Pabre, no, to be precise, the big shots of the Federation represented by Lady Tai, must have given corresponding promises to Macklin's safety and Governor Ross's future position in the Federation's political life. Senator Macklin's old voice came from the black car beside him. "The threat of the Empire is right in front of us. The Federation needs to be united. As a veteran, I must sincerely ask everyone to unite around the Federation." The senator's speech was always so sincere and moving. The wind and sand of history can't hide the truth. The nights in the Justice Department building made me ponder for a long time. In the current situation, is my personal political honor more important, or is the unity and stability of the Federation more important? Today, I'm announcing my withdrawal in front of the Federation's Parliament Hill. It's not because I'm disappointed in the spirit of the Federation and chose to give up, but because I love this Federation, and my love is incomparably deep. Sincere applause rang out. "Look at the black hole over there. It's a bunch of disgusting people." Sulu lit another cigarette and tried to maintain a calm appearance, but his slightly hoarse voice revealed some of his true emotions. "When I was reading in the library of Hushi State, I discovered that there was no such thing as patriotism a few decades ago. With the invasion of the Empire, people remembered to love their country. Everyone loved the Federation, but now the name of patriotism has become the last refuge of villains." Sulu wanted to hear the voice of the old man in front of the Parliament Hill again. Although he knew that there was too much darkness in the Federation since he was young, he really did not expect that in a place like the Capitol Ring, the dark things could be covered with such a bright and beautiful coat and then flaunt and swindle in the pure white snow. Turning off the car TV, the black car drove silently on the road to the left of the Parliament building. It only took a few minutes for it to arrive at Charter Square. In the center of Charter Square, the statues of the five-person team stood tall. There was a thin layer of snow on the heads and shoulders of these predecessors. The imitation bronze material in the snow gave a sense of vicissitudes. In front of this group of giant statues, there was a clumsy, ancient clock. According to the early teaching materials of the Federation, this ancient clock represented the constant call of mankind to the universe. Countless years ago, when human society first appeared in Upper Forest, this ancient clock was placed here. Until today, no one knew how many years it had been maintained, but the sound of the clock had never stopped. It rang from time to time according to the dates set by the Federation, peaceful and eternal. Su Lu was an orphan of Donglan, and he came from Zhongluo Street. Looking at the quiet ancient clock through the drizzling window, he naturally thought of the joke about the 4th military region. That sentence was very familiar to the people of Donglin, lonelier than fireworks, that warship that crashed on the surface of Donglin, and that unusually sturdy clock. It was said that when the 4th military region opened up Donglin, they carried a replica of this ancient clock in Charter Square. This year's election was really unexpected, Bai Yulan said while driving. She did not look at Su Li's expression from the corner of her eyes, but this sentence was obviously testing something. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a nobody. Su Lu was still looking at the square outside the window, and casually replied. Bai Yulan did not think that Su Lu was a nobody. She believed that there were not many people in the Federation who still thought so, especially when the news in front of Capitol Hill made Su Lu reveal some of his emotions. She vaguely caught something. The wild birds in the square that were usually proud and free, and even dared to defecate on the heads of the statues of the Group of Five, had long flown to South Kazhou or even further south due to the cold weather. As the car drove past, only the fattened pigeons on the lawn were still eating. The people of the capital were not stingy with this little bit of food to show their love, but Su Lu looked at the pigeons that refused to fly away and did not have a good impression of them. This was probably the portrayal of the Federation society. Only those who could not or did not want to fly could stay, and those who dared to defecate on the heads of big figures could only leave. I'm actually a wild animal that wants to defecate on the heads of big figures. Su Lu thought in his heart and sighed softly. Due to the delay on the road, it was already late when they arrived at the outskirts of the Whitewater Company. However, under the personal guidance of the CEO's assistant, Su Lu and Bai Yulan walked directly into the audit room. This was the business of the security decision-making department. Although the 7th Combat Team was nominally under this department, everyone in the Whitewater Company knew that the 7th Combat Team was involved in top-secret dangerous business. Su Lu understood why the 7th Combat Team was chosen as bodyguards. It was not until he saw the middle-aged woman called Sister Tong that he understood something. When he thought of the purple-haired little girl behind Sister Tong, he did not know why, but his feelings of helplessness and worry over the past few days suddenly became a lot better. During the private conversation that followed, Su Lu said to Sister Tong very seriously, "If your intention of choosing the security team is mainly because of me, then I have to tell you very sincerely that I don't know how long I will be staying in the capital ring. Perhaps I will leave in 2 days. I won't hide it at all. You should know very well what happened to Miss in the past year. Although I believe that we have the ability to guarantee Miss's safety, Miss herself is very resistant to certain arrangements." Sister Tong did not explain what those arrangements were. She directly said to Su Lu, "Miss trusts your ability, which is why she agreed to the plan of the Whitewater Company's security planning department. But I might leave immediately." Su Lu lowered his head and thought of the scene in front of Parliament Hill. After a moment of silence, he said, "Maybe I have to do something, but no matter what decision I make, I won't be able to stay for long. This is a long-term cooperation, unless you don't come back." Sister Tong looked at him calmly. From the assassination last year to the inside story, she had absolute confidence in the strength of this young man in front of her. It was indeed a good decision to entrust Mrs. Safety to him. "I really might not come back." Su Lu looked up and said with a smile, "Miss wants me to remind you that you once said that you owe her a life," Sister Tong said. Chapter 282. The person who arranged the assassination in Linhai State was Senator Macklin and another mysterious person. The person who arranged the assassination was then the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong. The specific execution was carried out by a dozen young officers from the 2nd Military Region and a special operations team from a certain S1 garrison. The target was the Tai family, who supported Senator Pabre. However, in this incident, the person who played the biggest role was Su Lu. In the end, the person who rescued Su Lu from the pool of blood and sent him to the Military General Hospital was the national idol of the Federation, Jian Shui'er. Su Lu had always remembered this incident in his heart. He stubbornly believed that he owed Jian Shui'er his life, so when Sister Tong said this, he was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he helplessly shook his head and said, "It depends on the situation. At most, it will take 10 days. I will let you know when I make a decision." Sister Tong was a female soldier herself. She was straightforward and didn't say anything else. After leaving each other's contact information, she left with the company of the Whitewater Company's president. Su Lu stood in the corridor and watched the expression of the president and Sister Tong as they talked. He confirmed that these two people were old acquaintances and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt about Jian Shui'er's identity. An idol of the Federation without parents. No matter how fanatically loved by the people, it was impossible for her to have a soldier like Sister Tong as her personal assistant. Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He thought about some of the information that Tai Ziyuan had once revealed. He also remembered that he had vaguely guessed something, but he had long forgotten in this chaotic year. What exactly was the background of Jian Shui'er? Today, although Su Li's contributions in the past year have been suppressed by certain parties, and even the Shell Motor Company's headquarters have been forced to postpone the commendation for him. However, this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone. He was different from the pitiful technical director who was sent from the Research Institute to the Whitewater Company. Although he still didn't have a job, his status in the eyes of many people was much more important. He had nothing to do, and the officials of the Whitewater Company would not force him to come to work by the clock every day. He was not in a hurry to go home, as he had nothing urgent to do. After sitting in the passenger seat for a while, he asked Bai Yulan to drive him to the western suburbs of the capital. The black car stopped outside the courtyard without a door plate. The mid-autumn tree in the courtyard was so tall that it pierced through the snowy sky, bringing with it a trace of eerie aura. Bai Yulan knew that this was the western suburb compound of the federal military, so she didn't follow him in. She stood beside the car and silently smoked the cigarette that had been there for a long time. She lowered her head and glanced at the fully armed guards at the entrance of the compound. She thought to herself that the little boss backer was indeed that Deputy Minister Zhou. Sula made a phone call at the security office. Not long after, an orderly came to lead him in. He walked along the field and the wide and straight road. After walking for a short distance in the direction of the hills in the western suburbs of the capital, he arrived in front of several independent courtyards. Walking into the 7th courtyard, the simple but not shabby design, coupled with a large area, there was a unique atmosphere of the federal military. Su Lu saw Zhou Yu holding the child at the entrance downstairs. He quickened his steps and walked forward to take the child. "Mother is still at work. Don't worry too much." Zhou Yu looked at him and explained naturally. Su Lu carefully held Zhou Liuhua in his arms and sat on a hard sofa. After a moment of silence, he said, "I came to find you today because there are some things that I don't understand. I want to hear your opinion. I thought there was nothing in this world that you don't understand," Zhou Yu said with a smile. A trace of self-mockery flashed across her beautiful face. The young man in front of her, who she spent all her time with, had done so many things in secret without a word. Although she had expected it, she still felt a trace of shock and discomfort. Sula did not hide the many things that happened in the Wangdu apartment from her. Instead, he saw her as a trustworthy analyst. Therefore, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not mock him harshly. Instead, because she saw the heaviness between his brows, her expression became solemn. She said, "Don't ask me where Zhang Xiaoming is. I really don't know. It's good that you don't know. If even you knew, she definitely wouldn't be able to live." Su Lu lowered his head to look at the sleeping baby in his arms. He tried to find traces of Mr. Shi in the eyes of this little boy who had just been born a few months ago. However, in the end, he found that this effort was futile. In his eyes, all babies seemed to look exactly the same. His pair of eyes, which could distinguish precise lines, was also useless. "Do you understand what happened this morning?" Su Lu raised his head and looked at Zhou Yu. He asked seriously, "Is there any connection between Macklin's announcement of his withdrawal and the Federation government's suspension of the investigation on him?" When it came to serious matters, Zhou Yu asked the nanny to take the child away. Then, she led Su Lu to the tea room next door. After looking at him seriously for a long time, she said, "When the hearing started that day, I was worried about your mood and called you. At that time, you said that this was no longer your problem. So why do you still care?" Sulu was silent for a long time. Then he said, "You should know very well why I targeted Macklin in the past. Yes, this is not my problem now. However, after all, I have put in a year's worth of effort for this. Suddenly, I realized that this has become a joke. I feel a little strange. You've already said it clearly. Why ask me? There is naturally a deal between the two. Macklin helped the Federation to calm the current storm, and the Federation will give him some kind of guarantee of safety," Zoyu said softly as she poured him a cup of tea. Su Li's eyebrows raised. They were like two flying knives that were about to be unsheathed. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "But this doesn't make sense." Zhang Xiaoming came out to testify against Macklin. Lady Tai must have an agreement with the anti-government forces. Those big shots must have put in a lot of effort, including the things I gave the Tai family. It's enough to beat Macklin down. Why you still need to negotiate with him? He was a little depressed. He frowned and said, "Macklin clearly participated in the assassination in Linhai State. Doesn't Lady Tai want to take revenge? Whether it's the president or the first lady, what they need is long-term benefits. The benefits of the Federation. Tai Ziyuan is still alive, isn't he?" Zoyu said with her eyes lowered. "Long-term benefits? Then what about the people who died in Linhai State Stadium, the security personnel, and the innocent spectators who died in the 4 states? Don't tell me that the Federation's laws are not to protect their benefits? Last time, after you came out of the district attorney's office, you said some things to me. I thought you saw through these things. Seeing through is one thing, but I didn't think that those people in the government would do things so openly and without hiding anything." Su Li's eyes, which were always squinting, widened. It was unknown whether he was looking at Zoyu or something else. "I know that you can do whatever you want, but I really can't believe that Lady Tai would make such an unwise decision. There's no such thing as wise or unwise. The main thing is that Macklin has enough public opinion to shake the Federation's foundation. And if the Federation government continues to investigate like this, who will protect the interests of the Li family and the Lin family?" Zoyu organized her words in her mind and continued. "At such a critical moment, the interests of the 7 families will naturally be tied together. Even the government won't be willing to mess with them. Macklin has withdrawn from the election and Pabre has been elected. Madame has already gotten what she wanted. She doesn't care whether Macklin will go to jail or not. This matter seems to be a simple matter, but in reality, countless people have been walking around the president's official residence, the back of the mountain, and the parliament building in the capital these past few nights. They have been running around shouting for this compromise, because there are too many people in the Federation who don't want to see chaos happen, and they don't want to see Macklin be found guilty of any crimes." Zoyu glanced at him and said, "Madame stands in a different position from us, and the things she considers are also different. It's not just the current presidential election, but also the long-term stability of the Federation for the next few decades. That's what she's most concerned about. From the moment she started the Macklin project and ended it so quickly, the case itself was never important. Instead, she used it as a bargaining chip to see how many benefits she could get in exchange for the situation she wants to see." Sulu lowered his head for a moment and said, "So, it's just a bargaining chip." Zoyu continued, "The Minister of Justice has to resign, but he will definitely have a very good future. Mr. Zion in the Parliament is probably someone Madame can influence. Macklin is a smart man, so even though he knew that Madame could beat him down to the ground, he continued to stand strong. Only in this way was Madame forced to stop in the end. What did Madame lose? She didn't do anything, but she helped Senator Parble win the presidency without shedding any blood. Macklin lost the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle, but he successfully survived. President Sieg stopped the investigation. Perhaps the historians of later generations will say a few words of doubt, but he was able to obtain a long and unbreakable personal friendship with Madame. This kind of friendship is very important for a leader of the Federation who is about to retire. Everything that people do depends on what their goal is. Today's situation is what the Federation wants to see the most. It's like people wearing a mask of kindness on their faces. It's always good that it's not torn. Once it's torn, who knows how many people will be frightened by those ugly facial features. This matter is over. The most important thing is that the emotions of the people have been appeased, and the Federation has returned to peace. Compared to this, whether Macklin is guilty or not is not important. She glanced at Sulu, who was silent with his head lowered, and said in a low voice, "The day before yesterday, a temporary Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting was held. Of course, I didn't see the minutes, but I know from Brother Jiao that several big shots in the military support the president's decision, except for Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region, who cursed a few words." Hearing this, Sulu suddenly had a very good impression of Commander Zhong in the distant West Woods, who was also Little Watermelon's father. He asked, "What about Minister Zhou? My father has never spoken on such occasions, and everyone knows that he will be the Minister of Defense after Senator Pabre takes office. His position is a bit awkward. And on the Parliament Hill, although Senator Zion's change of heart was influenced by Madam, more than 100 senators collectively agreed to stop the hearing. I even dare to say that the lobbying groups of the 7 major families and the big companies in Hong Kong must have put in a lot of effort. The only one who is really relaxed is Macklin, but he is also the one who has lost the most. At least for the next 10 years, he won't have the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle. In my opinion, he will probably return to the 4 states around S2. Zhou calmly analyzed the situation, especially pointing out some details, including how the witnesses of the anti-government army came to the capital, the story of what happened in the hotel, what compromises the 2 sides might have made behind the scenes, and why President Sieg accepted Lady Tai's suggestion. Sulu listened in silence, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Although he had already guessed these behind-the-scenes transactions in the past 2 days, it was still not as direct as listening to Zhou Yu's clear analysis. These simple conversations made him feel shocked and even frightened. He had thought that he had come into contact with some important people and could understand the rules of the so-called circle, but he still did not expect that the exchange of interests would be carried out so skillfully that it was unbearable. Human society has been like this for countless years. Zhou looked at his expression and comforted him. "I know better than anyone that Madam was able to so smoothly push down Senator Macklin and the forces behind him this time because of you. I also know that the key evidence was handed to Shunli by you. Now, that Macklin is not in prison, of course you are not convinced in your heart. But in the face of the political style of the Federation Society for thousands of years, even if you are not convinced, you can only curse in secret." She comforted. "After all, the Crown Prince is alive and well, and your revolutionary lover is also alive. There is really no need for you to make yourself unable to understand." In the eyes of politicians, making such a decision for the stability of the Federation might be acceptable, but Sulu still could not understand. He was just a stinking rock, looking at things according to his own moral values, doing things as a person, and doing things as a person. What was right, and what was wrong. If you want to hit someone with a rock, you have to hit them with a rock. He could not let the culprit kiss 2 rocks and then leave. But just as Zhou reminded him, he reminded himself that these major matters of the Federation had nothing to do with him. He laughed bitterly at himself, took a sip of the hot tea in front of him, and said, "Zhang Xiaoming lied to me, and Madam also lied to me. It seems that I am really a naive guy." Zhou was only known for pretending to be cold and arrogant at home and outside. She was able to make such an accurate analysis today. Naturally, it was not the effect of Minister Zhou Yingxing's teachings since young, but the effect of Lady Tai taking her to afternoon tea over the years. Probably only Madam and Su Lu had the opportunity to see this beautiful girl's innate sensitivity to politics. Just as she had said earlier, one would naturally be able to see different things depending on the position one was in. Su Lu thanked her and was about to turn and leave when the phone in his arms suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said a few words softly, then looked up, squinted at Zhou, and said, "Shunli called. She said that there is a dinner party at Lufeng Slope tonight, and Madam specifically asked me to attend." Zhou knew that he was asking for advice, so she quietly thought for a moment. Because of the baby, she had not followed Madame to those places for a long time. But after thinking for a moment, she guessed Madame's intention. "The cake will be distributed tonight," she smiled at Su Lu and said, "I think you will get a very big and sweet piece." Lufeng Slope was a private club covering an area of 1 hectare, right next to the Charter Square. There was no eye-catching sign. Only the 3 ancient letters LFP were inconspicuously branded on the waste wall. Walking into the club, feeling the smell of history around, and looking at the snow on the heads of the 5-person group through the antique cornices of the patio, even Su Lu, who had a lot on his mind, couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Next to the Charter Square in the capital's special zone, there was actually such a big private club. Looking up, there was history, and what breathed in the air was power. The surrounding layout was simple, but there was a sense of luxury hidden in it. Although it was not as open and beautiful as Lin Yuan, it had already climbed to the extreme in terms of the sense of luxury. Perhaps only the Tai family, which had been passed down for thousands of years and could deeply influence the political life of the Federation, could preserve this meeting place and use it as a meeting place. Following the incomparably beautiful receptionist, Su Lu stepped into the quiet, old-fashioned corridors. Narrowing his eyes, Su Lu looked at the people not far away who were holding wine glasses and talking happily. He had never seen some of them before, but he was still familiar with them. This was because the figures of these representatives and ministers often appeared on the news of the Federation. There were not many guests today, but they were all real big shots. This was a feast to divide the interests of the Federation, and there were probably not many people in the entire Federation who were qualified to join. The design of the Lufeng Slope Club was very exquisite. People could always find their own place under the eaves and next to the pool. The warm wind that came from under their feet could make people feel warm and intoxicated. The corridor that Su Lu walked led directly to the deepest part of the club. He could see those big shots, but they didn't notice his existence. Su Lu walked step by step towards the deepest part of the club. He guessed that he was probably the person with the least background, the least strength, the youngest, and the least qualified of all the people present today. If it weren't for the fact that he was inextricably linked to Senator Macklin's downfall, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to attend this event in his life. According to George Carlin's theory, this was a society that distributed rewards based on information. The information that Su Lu had passed to the Tai family through his hands, as well as the victory of the new MX Mecha, confirmed that he would be able to claim his share of the fruits of victory in this presidential election. What would it be? Money? Status? The honor that had always been suppressed by Lady Tai? Or was it the personal friendship that even President Xi cared about? No, he had a personal friendship with Tai Ziyuan, so he could forget about that lady. Chapter 283. The path was paved with blue stones, and an ancient aura seeped out from the slightly damp stone crevices, moistening the old-fashioned craftsmanship of the walls. Coupled with the warm wind under his feet, the flowing Wind Slope Club was forcibly transformed into a spring and autumn garden in this cold winter of the capital. Following the deliberately carved bluestone path that was absolutely natural, Su Lu walked for a long time under the corridor. He pushed open the door in front of him alone and saw Lady Tai sitting on the gilded half-couch, using a wooden ruler to push tea. They had only met once, but Su Lu had never forgotten the impression of this woman with the greatest power in the Federation. This middle-aged woman's calm and ordinary appearance was like a screen that completely covered the great rivers and mountains in his heart. As long as she was willing, the splendor of the rivers and mountains would spurt out and crush everything in front of her. "You're here." Lady Tai looked at Su Lu with a smile. She noticed that this young man still didn't have epaulets on his military uniform, and his hands that were exposed outside of his sleeves were neither nervously clenched nor presumptuously open. Instead, they were carefully and cautiously held as if he was holding 2 raw eggs. Su Lu nodded and walked to stand in front of the lady. Lady Tai was in a very good state of mind today. Her calm and gentle face exuded a layer of luster. The trouble in the Federation was about to be solved, and the grand plan she had designed was about to be unfolded page by page. In this state of mind, this small-eyed boy in front of her became much more pleasing to the eye. I heard from ministers, though, that you are now an official captain of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly Base. This wasn't a question. Lady Tai lightly tapped the wooden ruler. Two beautiful ladies in long dresses with long, trailing skirts came out from behind the screen behind her. They took away the tea chips and utensils beside her. She turned to Sulu and gestured for him to sit down. She continued to say gently, "In that case, you don't have to go back to Whitewater Company anymore." Hearing this, Su Li's eyebrows trembled slightly. Lady Tai quietly paid attention to his every expression, but she thought he was worried about something else. She smiled and explained, "I know you like Jian Shuer, but with your contributions and status this time, how can you still be someone else's bodyguard?" The lady's well-maintained hands slowly overlapped each other on her lap. She calmly looked at the silent Sulu, and the silk at the cuffs of her sleeves slightly glowed. Lady Tai was the only person in this universe who knew about Su Li's true background. Thus, when she said the three words Jianshe, her tone actually carried a trace of mockery and teasing, but Su Lu himself didn't notice it. Because she knew about Su Lu, Lady Tai was confident that she could completely control Su Lu. Because she could control him, she had the leisure to evaluate him. In these past few months of evaluation, Su Lu had put in a lot of effort during the presidential election, demonstrating his ability and strength. Whether it was the development of the new mecha or the information on how to oust Macklin in the end, it all made the lady feel admiration for this young man. Regarding the matter of the Federal Academy of Science, you've gone a little overboard, so I've suppressed you for a few days. Lady Tai looked at him quietly. She pushed over a folder beside her and continued, "Go to the engineering department or the research institute. It's up to you what you think. The promotion order from the Ministry of National Defense is about to arrive." Sulu hesitated for a moment, then took the folder and opened it to look at it carefully. Inside the folder were several letters of commendation with the electronic signatures of the relevant departments of the Federation, as well as a summary of a meeting. He said softly, somewhat absent-mindedly, "Lieutenant Colonel?" He had originally only been a second lieutenant civilian officer. Because he had assisted the Nutshell Engineering Department in developing the MX Mecha, the Ministry of National Defense had granted him the authority of the General Assembly Base and the rank of captain. However, he had never imagined that he would be promoted to lieutenant colonel so easily through this banquet today. How many lieutenant colonels had there been in the history of the Federation? Even during the years of the Three Star Wars, relying on his impressive military exploits to jump ranks, it was still difficult for him to be promoted so quickly. In that instant, Su Lu fell silent. This was probably due to the division of rewards. In the distribution of benefits by the Federation, Lady Tai had given him a very ample reward, which also meant that this lady was truly prepared to nurture him. "You have the ability. Even the Li family's little madman is a lieutenant colonel. Since you defeated him, of course you can't be lower than him," said Lady Tai calmly. Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng was promoted because of his military exploits on the Westwood's front lines, said Su Lu, shaking his head. "President Sieg and the military remember your contributions to the Federation very clearly. You don't have to be humble." Lady Tai said, "The Nutshell should promote you to Level 1 Technical Supervisor. Do well in the future." Lady Tai's tone was very normal and natural. Whether it was the rare 20-year-old lieutenant colonel rank of the federal military or the illustrious position of Level 1 Technical Supervisor of the Nutshell Company, in her words, it was as simple as asking whether onions should be purple or red. For the head of the most mysterious and most powerful 10,000-year-old Thai family of the Federation, even the change of president of the Federation was something that could be influenced, let alone the two positions that a young man had to go through in his glorious life. Sulu was silent for a very long time. After a very, very long time, he raised his head and looked very seriously at Lady Tai's face. He asked, "Are you planning to arrange my life?" "It's just a suggestion, just like my suggestions to many people." Lady Tai looked very seriously at him and said, "Our generation will eventually gradually grow old. You are different, and Ji Yuan is also different. He will need a partner like you in the Federation in the future." For Lady Tai to be able to say such words to a small figure like Sulu, it showed enough sincerity. It was probably also because of some of the characteristics that Sulu had displayed in the story over the past year that made this lady believe that her son should be very lucky to have such a partner or subordinate. However, a long time ago, Sulu had directly rejected Tai Ziwan's invitation to enter the Tai family. Due to some very simple and direct reasons, he expressed his rejection again. He shook his head and said, "I am very sorry. I am not used to having my life arranged by others." Lady Tai narrowed her eyes and said, "As far as I know, although you are stubborn, you have never been a pedantic person. I rejected in the past because I wanted to ensure that my friendship with Tai Ziyuan would not change. Now, I naturally understand that it is very difficult for my friendship with him to last a lifetime." Sulu organized his words and quietly explained, "I rejected now because it is very difficult for me to accept the way you and the level of people you represent do things." Lady Tai didn't say anything. She only looked quietly at Sulu, wanting to know what this seemingly fearless young man wanted to say. Sulu didn't immediately speak because he knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, he might anger this lady in front of him. He was silent for a long time. Then, he took a deep breath and bravely said, "I have always believed that people like Macklin should be tried by the Federation's laws. But now, since Madam's attitude is different from mine, then our previous relationship can only come to an end." During the morning tea in the back of Macho's Mountain, Sulu had once said to Shunli that his relationship with the Tai family could only be one of mutual cooperation. Lady Tai heard him repeat this and couldn't help but smile. With a trace of coldness, she slowly said, "Child, in the Federation, there are many people who are qualified to cooperate with me, but that definitely does not include you." "I understand." Sulu lowered his eyes slightly and stared at his shiny military boots. He said word by word, "So, Madam, please take back this envelope." Lady Tai looked at him quietly. Suddenly, she felt like she was looking at that man from many years ago. However, that man was very different from this small-eyed boy in front of her. Although they were both good at hiding their abilities under the opposite appearance, the appearance they chose was too different. That man was so amazing and insufferably arrogant, but this small-eyed boy in front of her was only calm and even dull. It was hard to tell what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. Thinking of that man made Lady Tai's mood slightly gloomy. Sulu was still like a smelly rock. He didn't notice the subtle changes in this important person's mood. He said straightforwardly, "Tai Ziwan promised me that he would not let Macklin become the vice president." Lady Tai said coldly, "Do you think Macklin still has a chance in this life? But this is not enough." Lady Tai suddenly felt a little angry. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man in front of her. She couldn't understand how that cold-blooded and heartless guy could teach such a stubborn and righteous student. Did he really think that he was a messenger of justice? The Federation's biggest threat now is the Empire, Lady Tai said coldly. In this situation, the Federation needs to be united. There can't be any more chaos, so Macklin can't stay in the Ministry of Justice any longer. In the face of the great interests of the Federation, what does personal hatred count for? What does your laughable sense of justice count for? Sulu thought to himself, when did justice become a laughable thing? You want to trample on justice, so you don't hesitate to cause unrest in the Federation. Lady Tai stood up slowly. There was a faint light flashing in her black dress. She looked at Sulu coldly and said, "You don't hesitate to cause the deaths of tens of thousands of people? I can even ignore the fact that my son was assassinated. What kind of role do you want to play, you pitiful little fellow who was deceived?" Lady Tai looked at his eyes and said coldly, "In Schiller's play, there was once a madman who fought with stone giants. In order to avenge his daughter, that madman didn't hesitate to bury an entire village. When the bards questioned him, he even boasted that even if tens of thousands of people died because of it, as long as justice existed, he would persist. But how selfish is this? The threat of the Empire was like a black cloud hanging above the sky of the Federation. This society needed peace and unity. That was why a shameless person like Macklin would find a twisted way forward. If Macklin was held accountable for his crimes, it would cause unrest in the Federation. Thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people would die. Was this selfish? This was such a great, glorious, and correct compromise. However, when Sulu heard it, why did he still feel that this compromise was extremely rotten? At the end of the Bluestone Road, in the quietest room of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, Sulu was silent for a long time. Then he slowly stood up, looked up, narrowed his eyes, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He said to Lady Tai, "Madam, people will always die. The trillions of people in the Federation will always die. It's only a matter of who dies first and who dies later. However, in the end, only reason can survive in this universe. If that's the case, reason is of course the most important thing." Hearing this, Lady Tai smiled and then said, "You are only one person. Even if you persist, you will only make yourself more worried and angry. Think about it before the banquet. No matter what, give me an answer later." Sulu lowered his head and thanked her. He watched as the madam slowly left, dragging her long black dress behind her. When he straightened up, he found that his back was already drenched in sweat. In the cold winter, although the interior of the club was incomparably warm, this sweat was actually cold sweat. In this 1 year, the changes in the Federation made him extremely aware of just how terrifying the 7 great families of the Federation were. That madam from before was even more so a figure that no one dared to look straight at her. Lady Tai herself did not have any shocking aura, and her tone was also extremely calm. However, when he connected the dots to this madam's identity, the pressure that Su Li's earlier questioning and rebuke had created in his heart was no less than that time when he had faced that heavy M52 mecha in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium. "This way, please." At some point, Butler Jean had appeared by his side and politely led him out of the room. They followed a completely different style passageway towards the bustling part of the club. Sulu found that Butler Jean was not the same as when they had first met last year. At the very least, there was a certain hostility and coldness hidden within that courtesy. This puzzled him. Even if Lady Tai did not like him, with his status and strength, how could he possibly attract Butler Jin's hostility? However, there was no time for him to think too much about it. In a side hall of the club, a flashlight lit up. The momentary flash of light made Su Li's eyes squint even more, and the warm applause also made his sharp hearing much worse. He could only roughly make out something about a commendation, something about important mecha developer, something about a fighter pilot, and so on. A general walked up to him and patted him heavily on the shoulder, personally sewing a medal on the left breast of his military uniform. He then leaned over to his ear and said, "Young man, well done. The medal will be in your hands in a few days." Another councilman gestured for everyone to raise their glasses, and so everyone raised their glasses. Even the silent Su Lu had an extra glass of expensive champagne in his hand. For a moment, wine glasses clinked softly, music played softly, and everyone laughed softly. Only Su Lu was like a puppet, allowed to be manipulated by others in this Federation banquet. Su Lu and Butler Jean walked out of the hall. The guests of the Flowing Wind Slow Club were the most respected and most important people in the Federation. There were not many people, so it was not very noisy. Only when the music behind him was gradually forgotten did he regain his senses. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "I don't understand what this means. I didn't agree to Madam's request." Along the way, many people raised their glasses to Su Lu as a sign of respect and affection. Su Lu had seen a few of them in Lin Yuan, but most of them were people he had only seen on TV. These big shots might not know Su Lu, but they all knew about Su Lu and the role this young man played in the presidential election. More importantly, they knew that Madam admired this young man and decided to cultivate him. This was enough for them to pay enough attention to him. "I want to leave," Su Lu said to Butler Jean. Butler Jean took him to an office on the second floor and then handed him another folder. The old butler looked at him strangely and said coldly, "Where there are people, there is a path. Others can leave at any time." But your path is already set. Sula narrowed his eyes. It was not surprising that Madame wanted to control him, but why did they still go ahead with the plan after he had clearly expressed his objection? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that the folder was a little heavy. Inside the folder were a few photos and a file. One of the photos was a rare photo of Su Lu in Donglin. The photo was taken with Li Wei and Chang Zi. The other photo was taken recently. Li Wei, with a scar on his face, was walking on a street. Looking at the style of the street, it did not seem to be in the Federation's territory. Su Li's hand holding the folder trembled. It was not because of the power in his body, but because of extreme fear and shock. He did not look at the file attached to the folder seriously because the first paragraph of the file clearly stated a few words. Citizen number, DLAS 420500481X. Information node missing. Name, Sulu, note. Federation 4427. Target 2, death confirmed. When he saw these things, Sulu knew that a fundamental change had occurred. His identity as a fugitive from the Federation, the person responsible for the Bureau of Proclamation's first-order incident, his relationship with Uncle Fengyu, those secrets hidden in the depths of his heart that no one other than himself knew about, had finally been discovered. Coldness, fear, anger, killing intent, and drifting away. In the end, all these chaotic emotions turned into silence and heavy breathing after the shock. Butler Jean said calmly, "Madame has given you time to consider. What do you think?" Yes, in that room, Madame Tai had asked him to consider before the banquet. At that time, Su Lu did not expect that this Madame had already grasped his most fatal weakness. Since that was the case, the time he had to consider was reduced to a humiliating interval. Su Lu had considered accepting the style and methods of these big shots in the Federation, but he did not know what he should do about this matter. However, when he held the folder in front of him, which weighed hundreds of thousands of tons, in his hands, he felt helpless and uneasy for the first time in his life. After a long time, Su Lu asked in a hoarse voice, "Li Wei, where is he now?" "Bermuda. Of course, you can also say that he is in our hands." Butler Jean said as if he was a kidnapper, but he still appeared as steady and elegant as ever. Su Lu licked his dry lips and smiled with some difficulty. With trembling hands, he fumbled with his military uniform and touched the cardboard box below the purple star medal that represented supreme honor. Chapter 284. Coming out of the corner gate of Flowing Wind Slope, through a small path hidden behind the winter forest, they arrived at Charter Square, which was only a minute and a half walk away. No one followed Su Lu in the club, and there were no eye-catching people around the lawn covered in thin snow. Things had already developed to this point, and Su Lu knew very well that Lady Tai no longer had to worry about him leaving. There were benches beside the lawn, and the iron armrests were carved into complicated patterns using anti-rust craftsmanship. In the past, these benches were the favorite places of the people of the capital to relax. But today was cold, so there were countless empty chairs waiting for Su Lu. He randomly picked a chair, brushed away the remaining snow on it, and sat down heavily. His lips were tightly pursed, and he kept smoking the cigarette. After a while, the cigarette burned out, and he lit another one. The architectural style and layout of the Capital Special District were always on the path of the vicissitudes of history, solemn and quiet. Whether it was the Presidential Palace, the Parliament Hill Building, the Ministry of Finance Building, or this empty Charter Square, the postmodernist style was extremely rare. Naturally, it was not like any of the crossroads in Hong Kong where the lights were so tall that they reached into the sky and the three-dimensional light screen flashed the night into day. It was so bustling that it made people dizzy. His line of sight passed over the corner of the majestic five-person team statue in the center of Charter Square and fell on the street corner in the distance, where there was the only two-dimensional light screen in Charter Square. This light screen gathered in the air was about 70 meters wide, and the area was very large. Many years ago, the Federation television station spent a lot of effort to obtain permission from the Federation Management Committee. At this time, the winter sun was sinking into Macho Mountain, and the sky was gradually darkening. The news on the light screen in the sky in the distance was a lot clearer. Today's news was still focused on the news of Ross and Macklin announcing their withdrawal. Reporters were reporting the reactions of the people on the various planets of the Federation. After the initial disappointment and even anger, Macklin supporters gradually accepted this fact. This was because Macklin did not use the words withdraw in anger when he was in front of the Ministry of Justice building or in front of the Parliament building. Instead, he sincerely put on a big hat of righteousness and glory on his head. In the news, Senator Medellin was sincerely praising Senator Pobre. The people who were on strike in the 4 mountain estates were praising Senator Medellin with tears streaming down their faces. The Parliament's press spokesperson was solemnly praising the people of the Federation for their maturity and rationality. The Jingzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce was praising the wisdom of the Federation Parliament for terminating the hearing. Some experts and scholars were praising the stance of the business community in this dispute. A certain ministry of the Federation government was praising the academics for their objective performance in this storm. Everyone was praising and blessing each other. This was a united federation, a perfect federation. Some people won, but no one lost. Some withdrew, but no one retreated. However, no one was thinking about the editorial department of the Capital Daily that had started this storm, the investigators from the Macklin Special Task Force of the Ministry of Justice, and the anti-government witnesses who had come from S2 Green Dragon Mountain but had become clowns. Su Lu lit another cigarette and subconsciously looked back. Hidden by the winter forest, deep in the grassland, there were cornices, black tiles, and white snow. That was the flowing wind slope, the place where the upper echelons of the Federation gathered. And the place he was at was Charter Square, the place most familiar to the people of the Federation. The two places were very close to each other, but the class they represented, or rather the world, were completely different. In the future, he would be the second youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the youngest first-class technical supervisor in nutshell, and the close companion and subordinate of Tai Ziyuan, who was destined to become the president in the future. He would have a bright future that no orphan in Donglin could imagine. In the future, he would be a fugitive from the Federation, a wanted target of the Bureau of Proclamation. He would either hide in the dark for a lifetime, or he would immediately die under a gun. He would be alone, and no one could see the dangerous road ahead. Sulu was a rock. For him, this choice was not a difficult thing. In fact, before he came to the flowing wind slope today, he had already made his decision. Even though the folder that Butler Jean handed over was so heavy, so shocking, and had dug out his biggest secret, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. At most, he would just replace the chip on the back of his neck, escape, kill, and continue to be a small fry. However, Victor was in the distant Bermuda, under the control of the other party. Because of this, he was destined to only be able to silently smoke on the bench behind the snow, and he could not make a more direct response. The cigarette butt was inserted into the snow and extinguished. 6 or 7 cigarette butts were neatly inserted at his feet, but he still did not think clearly. After smoking too much, there was no taste, only an anxious, burnt smell. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people in the square. Occasionally, he would think, forget it. In the face of the huge shadow of the Federation Society, there is not much meaning in making any more resistance. In fact, after knowing that Zhang Xiaoming was still alive and had lied to him for a whole year, he was already tired and did not want to care about anything. In a collective unconscious that yearned for peace and stability, no one cared about the truth of the Medellin project anymore. No one was willing to remember the innocent victims of the assassination in Linhai and the terrorist concert in Huanshan Sizhou. Since the society was so forgetful, why should he remember? However, a group of people came from the Charter Square. This group of people were of different ages, men and women, wearing thick clothes, holding candles in their hands, and holding a few photos about half a meter in size. There were very few people, and they looked scattered and did not have any momentum. Compared to the George Carlin Youth Army that had surrounded the Ministry of Justice building a few days ago, this demonstration crowd seemed very isolated. The small demonstration team was very silent. They probably knew that in the current social environment, what they insisted on believing was not what most people wanted to see. The photos they held were very small and looked a little blurry from afar, but Sulu could see clearly that the names of the victims of the terrorist concert attack were written on the photos. The rest of the photos were children's faces. These were the children who went to watch their idol's concert and died under the collapsed grandstand. After their cold bodies were dug out, their eyes were closed and their tender faces were covered with black and gray dust. Their long eyelashes were quietly closed, but a few were broken. Some were blue, some were pale, but there was no rosy color that a child should have, because they were all dead. The silent demonstration team walked over. Sulu looked at them silently, then stood up, took out the cash on him, and put it into the donation box. At the same time, he said a few words to the leader of the team. After Senator Medellin announced his withdrawal from the election, the people who originally supported Senator Pabre and stood against the George Carlin Youth Army dispersed. This was probably because the people simply sympathized with the weak and did not want to beat a dog when it was down. So now there were very few people who still accuse Medellin of being the baby killer. I believe the report of the Capital Daily News, but the people of the 4 states do not believe it, even though they're the biggest victims of this terrorist attack. The organizer of the demonstration was a middle-aged man. He took 2 puffs from Sue Lee's cigarette and said sadly, "The relatives of these children who died did not have the money to take the spaceship from S2. They just chose a representative, but what makes me even more scared is that some of the families of the victims still think that the incident was done by the anti-government forces and has nothing to do with that old bastard Medellin." Sulu did not say anything. The middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Then, he led his few companions along the snow-covered charter square and began another detour. Sulu sat back on the bench and inserted the cigarette, but into the pile of snow by his feet. This was already the 9th cigarette, but he still had not thought it through. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up and said to By Magnolia, "I'm out of cigarettes. Do you still have any?" He didn't know when By Magnolia, who had been waiting for him at the entrance of the flowing wind slope, had come to his side. By Magnolia used a finger to lift the black hair on her face and shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "I've already found some of the things you asked me to find out. The specific situation at the Ministry of Justice is not clear. The task force has been withdrawn, but no one knows how the evidence was dealt with." Sulu scratched his head and took out a cigarette, but from the pile of snow by his feet. He found that it was impossible to light it again, so he could only tear the material in the filter and stare blankly. Secretary Bai was good at killing people, but after all, she was in a different class, so it was difficult for her to find out these things. I have no way to know what happened at the Capital Daily News. By Magnolia stood aside and looked at Sue Lee's lowered head. Although she did not know what happened before, she roughly understood that what confused Sue Lu at this time was definitely related to the Medellin case. At this time, the phone in Sue Lee's arms rang. He didn't look at the caller ID and directly asked, "What's the news?" The chief editor of the Capital Daily News, Bob, was dismissed. The board of directors cited a super clause and compensated him 10 times his salary. Believe me, it will be difficult for this chief editor to find a suitable job in 5 years. On the other end of the phone, the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, sighed and said, "As for the chief reporter you care about, Mr. Wood, unfortunately, he was in a car accident today. He didn't die, but he has been hospitalized." Sula held the phone and didn't move. In the current environment, any attempt to destroy the stability and reconciliation of the Federation will be met with a strong joint attack from countless parties. In fact, you know that in this kind of attack, my family should contribute the most. Li Xiaotong continued calmly. "According to the news I received, you have passed the madam's assessment. As long as you are willing, you can enter our circle with a corresponding identity. In this case, I advise you to calm down." "Thank you," Sulu said seriously. He and the 7th young master of the Li family were not friends, but interested parties. He was the target of Li Xiaotong's investment. However, at this time, the other party was still willing to help him in this aspect. It should be said that he was very sincere. Li Xiaotong didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone and sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. At the beginning, he mainly wanted to invest in the relationship between Su Lu and the Tai family. Later, he mainly wanted to invest in Su Lu because he thought that this person was like Lin Banshan in the past, with the ability to break the rules. However, at this time, he had a bad feeling. Even Lin Banshan himself, in the face of the current Federation's collective consciousness from the top to the bottom, from the dignitaries to the people, would not dare to go against him. Su Lu, however, seemed to have other ideas. One person, no matter how strong, was only one person in the face of the entire Federation. The editorial department of the Capital Daily News was gloomy. Chief Editor Bob took one last look at his office and laughed bitterly. Under the sorrowful gazes of many of his subordinates, he left the building on Carbine Street. Walking out of the front door of the news agency, Chief Editor Bob looked back at the lunar eclipse symbol on the side of the building. He thought about the past few days, and there was not much regret in his heart. There was only peace in his heart. As a media worker, he did what he was supposed to do. Only then could he feel at ease and have a clear conscience. Unfortunately, he still overestimated the power of the news and underestimated the power of the omnipresent network in the Federation society. A few days ago, he and the media were able to launch an unrelenting attack on Senator Macklin because the other big force in the Federation needed them to do so. When the two sides had formed an agreement and distributed the benefits, they would abandon him. The power of the news was to expose the truth and inform the people. Unfortunately, in this regard, the old man Macklin had enough ability to incite. It was natural for the news agency to fire him. It was probably the government's means to appease the fanatical supporters of Macklin. It was a pity for Wood. This guy originally wanted to continue his report on the internet, but he was hit by a speeding car and broke his legs, unfortunately. Chief Editor Bob's forehead hurt slightly, and his heart was cold. He smiled bitterly, got into the car, and said to the driver, "Go to the hospital." The Ministry of Justice building not far from Charter Square was in a similar mood at this time. The orders issued by the Presidential Palace and the Federation Parliament at the same time forced the Macklin Task Force to suspend the investigation. After the resignation of the Minister of Justice, the independent prosecutor had to move out of his office. Xiao Wenjing and Su Songzi walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. The cold wind blew in their faces, and they almost shivered a few times. He looked at Su Songzi's red face, smiled bitterly, and fastened the collar of her trench coat. After working day and night, this pair of senior and junior from the 1st Military Academy had become more familiar with each other and trusted each other more than before. "I should be transferred back to the Ministry of Defense. What about you?" Su Songzi looked at him with a trace of worry. She thought of the things that Xiao Wenjing secretly hid after the presidential palace ordered the day before yesterday, and her heart was a little heavy. Should be returned to the district prosecutor's office. Xiao Wenjing lowered his head slightly and looked at the snow under his feet. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "The departure of the important witness, Zhang Xiaoming, is obviously because someone tampered with it. If we can find her again, things may turn around." All the case files have been handed over to the presidential palace and then handed over to the central database. This case is over. Su Songzi hugged her arms and said softly, "No one can find Zhang Xiaoming now. If they find her, it will probably be a corpse. But in fact, there's already a lot of evidence." Xiao Wenjing frowned and said, "I still want to continue to investigate." Su Songzi followed him forward. After a long silence, he said, "If there is anything you need me for, feel free to find me." The sharp sound of brakes rang out beside the pair of young prosecutors. 2 black official cars sped over and skidded to a stop in the snow, blocking their path. A few Federation investigators wearing dark formal suits walked out of the car. One of them looked at Xiao Wenjing and said coldly, "Prosecutor Xiao, you are involved in a vicious case at the end of November of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar. Please cooperate with our investigation." Xiao Wenjing's face was slightly pale. She looked at Su Songzi and knew that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. "I don't understand." Xiao Wenjing looked at the Federation Investigation Bureau official and reprimanded him with a frown. "What case? Even if there's a case, It should be a police matter. What does it have to do with the Federation Investigation Bureau? You're a judicial officer of the Federation, and the case is extremely bad. So this case is taken over by the Federation Investigation Bureau. The official said coldly, "You are suspected of raping a young girl. I don't think we need to discuss it on the street, right?" Su Songzi looked at Xiao Wenjing in shock. Of course, she didn't believe this matter. She vaguely guessed that this matter must be related to the Macklin project. But what right did the other party have to make such a ridiculous accusation? Raping a young girl? Xiao Wenjing's face was pale, but there was a trace of anger and agitation. He quickly thought of the pitiful little girl who had asked for a ride when he returned home last night. However, would there be anyone in the Federation who would set up such a disgusting and shameless trap? He said angrily, "Shameless? What evidence do you have? You can put forward your own opinion. I just ask you to go back and accept the investigation." The Federation Investigation Bureau official said mockingly, "Although we didn't collect your semen, it could be an attempt. I can remind you that we found your skin tissue under the fingernails of the victim." Xiao Wenjing took a deep breath and didn't want to say anything more. In this snowy evening, he thought of the sunny autumn when he was investigating the murder on Tiger Mountain Road. He was an investigator who respected the law of the Federation very much. Although the cancellation of the Macklin project made him start to have a trace of doubt about the legal system of this society, he still had confidence in it. However, today, in the face of such a ridiculous and horrible accusation, he naturally thought of that sunny autumn day. The young officer named Su Lu once told him that the law was like a toy in the hands of many big people. The latest news is that we had a car accident, and Xiao Wenjing and the task force has been charged with the crime. The situation is very clear. The two of them are the most persistent people, so they must be suppressed. If you still insist, you will inevitably be suppressed. On the other end of the phone, Zoyu's voice was not as calm or even cold as usual. Instead, there was a trace of anxiety because she knew Su Li's character better than anyone else. She knew that this stinky rock was really not ordinary. Su Li's eyes looked at the 9 cigarette, but that looked like plum blossoms in the snow at his feet. His ears were listening to the latest news brought by Zoyu. His heart was heavy and lonely. Mr. Shi was not by his side, and neither was Tai Ziyuan. In a sea of more than 10 billion people in the Federation, he could only trust Zoyu. Even so, he still did not tell her that he was a fugitive from the Federation, and that Lady Tai had firmly grasped his information. Lin Banshan can't be contacted. Zoyu quickly said on the other end of the phone, "I asked someone to find Zhang Xiaohua in Nanka's Hao, but even he doesn't know where Lin Banshan went after missing for a month. I don't know what urgent matter you have in Bermuda, but since you can't contact this person, I really don't have any other way." Su Lu asked very seriously, "Other than Lin Banshan, who else on the Federation's side can go deep into Bermuda? I want to find someone. To be precise, I want to save someone." Lin Banshan is very powerful in the Bermuda Triangle, but the Federation's influence there is very weak. He is an anomaly. Other than him, I really can't think of anyone else. Zoyu is suddenly silent on the other end of the phone for a long time before she said slowly, "Of course, if you can find someone from the Westwoods military region, this is a different story." The Westwoods military region, the 4th military region of the Federation, the front line between the Federation and the Empire, controlled the space channel that the Federation used to enter Bermuda and was controlled by the Zhong family, one of the 7 major families of the Federation, for countless years. In the vast universe, 3 major forces each occupied a part of the galaxy. The Bermuda Triangle was undoubtedly the weakest part of the 3, but it was also the freest and craziest world. With the resources and population of the Triangle, it was able to survive extremely well in the confrontation between the Federation and the Empire. Other than proving that the people there had extremely strong survival abilities, there must be a deeper reason. When facing the Bermuda Triangle, whether it was the Federation or the Empire, they could be extremely strong, but no one could really have a deep influence, let alone control. The only exception was Lin Banshan, the prodigal son of one of the 7 major families of the Federation. Relying on life and death situations, he used 6 years to obtain his own special status and powerful strength in the underground society of Bermuda. Knowing that Li Wei was in the distant Bermuda, Su Li's first thought was to rescue his childhood friend. That was why he thought of asking for Lin Banshan's help through Zhou Yu. Although he had thought about it before, Lin Banshan was after all a member of the Lin family. However, the hurried encounter on the high-speed railway made him not know why, but he always felt that the man with the mountain-like shoulders was worth looking forward to. However, Lin Banshan had been missing for a month. Now, what other methods did Sula have? There was also the West Woods military region. Since even Lin Banshan could be found, why not the people of the West Woods military region? Sula knew that he was desperate, but he couldn't care less. He looked up, grabbed a handful of snow from beside him, and smeared it on his face to cool his burning face a little. He took a deep breath and drove away the figure of a little girl in a white nightgown in his mind. He reached into the pocket of his military uniform and fumbled for a long time before he found a somewhat worn card. After receiving this card at the capital airport, he had carefully kept it close to him. Even when he was seriously injured and unconscious, this card did not leave his side. Until today, he could only pray that this card would be like the legendary magic card and summon a god with infinite magical power. He dialed the string of numbers on the card. After waiting for a long time, Su Lu whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, "Hello, I am looking for Mrs. Zhong." Chapter 285. Su Lu rested his elbows on his knees. He lowered his head and squinted his eyes as he made the call. Bai Yulan looked at his serious expression from the side, then at the plum blossom-shaped cigarette but on the ground. She thought about the details she had noticed in the past, and her delicate eyes narrowed. She knew that he was currently in a very rare emotional state. Was that Madame Zhong, the young, beautiful, and generous lady from the Westwoods? Bai Yulan sighed. Little Boss was indeed full of surprises. How did this unassuming young man know so many important people in the Federation? The phone call was a little long. After Su Lu softly explained his intentions, he spent most of the time listening and replying to the other party. In the past, no matter what kind of hardships he faced during this period of time, he would occasionally miss that cute little girl with black hair like a watermelon skin. He had never thought of calling this number because some people in the Silan military, such as that Colonel Lake, had once participated in his real history, seen his face, and interacted too much with the people in the Silan military. There was no telling when the other party would discover his identity as a federal fugitive. However, today Butler Jean had already taken out the document envelope. He had nothing to lose and naturally had nothing to fear. When he dialed this number, he couldn't even be sure if the person on the other end of the line still remembered him from 2 years ago. Did she still remember those small things? He knew that he had only taken care of little Watermelon on the spaceship for a few days. He didn't owe her anything. Now, he wanted her to do him such a big favor. This was beyond the concept of a desperate case. It seemed particularly wishful thinking, but he could only fantasize about it now. The call continued. A smile gradually reappeared on Su Li's face. He didn't tell the person on the other end the whole truth, but this smile proved that the result of the call was quite satisfactory. Dreams could be reflected in reality. It turned out that a gamble of asking for help could actually get a wonderful response. After hanging up the phone, Su Lu was still sitting on the bench with a calm smile on his face. However, there was a slight change in the meaning of the smile. It changed from a pleasant surprise to a gradually calming heart. The group of people who looked extremely pitiful at Charter Square had circled back. They stepped on the snow that was no longer loose. There was no rustling sound, only the patter of snow. Against the gradually approaching night, it was lonely and silent. The middle-aged man smiled at Su Lu, who was sitting on the bench, and didn't say anything. Su Lu also smiled and looked at the photos in their hands. In the photos, there were children with their eyes closed. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the young faces of the children with their faces ashen. There was no need to give too much in life. There was no need to think too much. Just do it. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although what he planned to do next seemed a little exaggerated and absurd, and it didn't seem like a decision that a normal person would make, he always thought that there were many exaggerated and absurd things in history. It was just that those things always went down the dirty path. He wanted to go down the opposite path. A person who lived for 70 years had to do something they wanted to do. Coincidentally, Su Lu thought that he had more contact with things than the average person and knew more inside stories, so he had the opportunity to do it. He thought about it a few times on the bench behind the snow. Perhaps he didn't even think about it at all. He made a decision, but this decision had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoming. It wasn't a personal vendetta, but it wasn't righteous either. It was probably just to seek his own inner pleasure and selfish moral satisfaction. I finally understand now. With my personality, no matter how I escape in this universe, I will always be discovered, because I have no way of hiding like that uncle of mine. Su Lu stared blankly at the square behind the snow in the night and said, "Because when I see unfair things, I get angry and want to do something. But this universe is full of unfairness. No matter where I go, it's the same. So I will probably continue to be angry." These words revealed a truth. Even if Lady Tai didn't find out his true identity, with his personality, he would probably be angry at some point and not care that he was wanted by the Federation. This was what it meant when he said that one's personality determined one's fate. Bai Yulan didn't know who the uncle he was talking about was, and she didn't understand what he said. She said softly, "I never knew that you were a literary youth born to be angry." Su Lu stood up and brushed away the remaining snow on the hem of his military uniform. He showed his white teeth, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "There's a kind of power that is born to defeat evil. That is me. That's very nauseating." Bai Yulan had a military coat hanging on her elbow, but Su Lu refused to wear it. Su Lu nodded and said with a smile, "I think so too." After saying this, he turned around and walked back to the depths of a lawn behind the square, toward the flowing wind-slope club that exuded a luxurious atmosphere in the night sky. Bai Yulan followed behind him, silently gazing at his straight back. She suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling in her heart. Su Lu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, "I want to know how powerful the things in the armory of our 7th team are." 3,000 kilometers away from the capital, in the capital of Xixia State, there was an independent villa purchased under the name of the Ancient Clock Company. It was located between the city and the Federation-level scenic spot, Xixia Mountain. The location was excellent, and the scenery was beautiful and quiet. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Fatty Tian was sitting on the sofa and carefully trimming his nails. 2 years had passed. This awesome man of the 4th Military Region of the Federation, the most trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong, was no longer the captain of the Ancient Clock Company. He had also become fatter. His 10 fingers were like 2 steam buns that were pinched in half. He was chubby and looked very cute. However, only the old men of the federal military and those strong men of the empire who had died in his hands knew how terrifying and dangerous this fatty was. Fatty Tian, who had just passed his 39th birthday, found that the phone call had finally ended. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little sister-in-law, who made the call?" Not many people know your private number. The little sister-in-law he was talking about was naturally Mrs. Zhong, whom Su Lu had contacted. The wife of Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the Federation was naturally very respected in the Federation. However, the Zhong family was the only one of the 7 major families in the Federation that held actual military power. This made her very different from the other wives of the 7 major families. The woman in her 30s was currently exuding the most mature and beautiful luster in her life. Her eyes were soft and gentle. Occasionally, a glance at her would give people a pleasant feeling of closeness. After hearing Fatty Tian's words, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she fell in a deep thought. She was indeed a little surprised to suddenly receive a call from the little boy today. Although she had agreed to help him, there were still many things that needed to be analyzed after hanging up the phone. The results of the presidential election were coming out soon. However, for Mrs. Zhong, the parliamentary financial audit at the beginning of next year was what she was most concerned about. She had to fight for sufficient resources from the hands of those senators. This was related to the stability of the front line in the West Woods. Therefore, she didn't plan to return to the West Woods to spend the new year. After all, Commander Zhong would be back during the presidential inauguration ceremony. You know the person who called, Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. 2 years ago, that little boy accompanied the fireworks on your ship for a long time. I gave him a card, but he didn't call for 2 years. I didn't expect that he would call now. The nail clipper in Fatty Tion's hand paused slightly. The eyes on his round face narrowed slightly. He was still as harmless as before. The coldness in his eyes was well hidden. After a moment, he slowly said, Sulu. This name came out of his mouth. It was extraordinarily simple and didn't require much thought. Unlike what Sulu had imagined, whether it was Mrs. Zhong or Captain Tion, neither of them had forgotten this boy they had met by chance. Fatty Tion still remembered Su Li's persistence and stubbornness, as well as a certain rare quality that he displayed. It should be known that the evaluation of 3 youths was given to Su Li by this fat captain. Madame Zhong would occasionally remember the boy in thin clothes standing in the wind and snow from her daughter's mutterings. However, she had heard less about him in the past year. However, the real reason why Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tion had never forgotten him was because of himself. As an important force in the federal military and one of the 7 major families, these people were very clear about all the major events that happened in the Federation and the inside story behind them. The assassination in Linhai State, the core data incident at the Husk Institute, the development of the MX Mecha, the battle on Kaki Peak. The Zhong family of West Woods had been quietly watching from the sidelines. However, that name that had always appeared was hard for them to forget. Sulu. Who would have thought that a retired soldier from East Woods, who seemed like a very amiable little boy at the time, would actually do so many things in these 2 years? Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. Fatty Tion shook his head and chuckled. I'm not surprised. Back on the ancient bell, he used those simple tools to reassemble an old-fashioned mecha. At that time, I was sure that this kid was a genius in the field of mecha repair. Then he shrugged, put down the nail clipper, and said, and this kid is very good at fighting. Mrs. Zhong smiled and said, he asked me to help him find someone in Bermuda. I've already promised him. Fatty Tion was silent for a long time. Then he said, hasn't this little guy always been close to the Thai family? Why did he come to us? Of course, who knows if he wants to find someone in Bermuda? It's more convenient for us Westwoods people, but I still think it's a little strange. I don't care about that. I think it's good that he's willing to owe us a favor. Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. Lake has been carrying out a secret mission in Bermuda recently. I just happened to hand it over to him. That was a top secret mission from the Bureau of Proclamation. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tion didn't know the truth of the mission, but that didn't stop them from knowing about the mission. For the soldiers of the 4th Military Region stationed in the West Woods, whether it was the glory of the Charter or the Zhong family, they were the most worthy of respect and obedience. At this time, the road outside the villa suddenly became lively. Following the sound of a heavy car door closing, an anxious female voice sounded. Mrs. Back. Fatty Tion stood up. He just stood up when a 7 or 8-year-old little girl screamed and rushed past him. The little girl immediately rushed past Madame Zhong without stopping in the slightest. Her speed was incomparably fast as she ran upstairs. Hello, Mom. Hello, Uncle Tion. It's too late. The replay is about to end. In the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the little girl used a clear and tender voice to greet as she ran, but she didn't have the interest to stop and talk. She was wearing a cute white puffy dress that swayed with her hurried footsteps like a rolling cloud. As for the little girl's beautiful black hair, it was still the same as it was 2 years ago. She maintained that extremely neat fringe. As she moved, it flew up and down without a single strand out of place. It was like a beautiful black shell, but it was more like what Sulu had once described a watermelon rind. The door slammed shut, and the sound of the TV sounded. It was the ending song of the end-of-the-century craze that the Federation TV Channel 23 had been replaying from the beginning in the last 6 months. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tion looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Mrs. Zhong frowned and sighed. She said, I'm really worried that this child will enter the rebellious phase ahead of time. Fatty Tion shrugged and shook his shoulders like a big piece of dough. refusing to express any opinion. I don't know if she still remembers that boy called Su Le. Mrs. Zhong thought of the previous phone call and couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, there was no lack of clamor to find her big brother Su. After saying this, the smile on Mrs. Zhong's face gradually disappeared. She said calmly, Su Lu has shown excellent qualities before. I'm willing to help him this time. But what about Lady Tai? Fatty Tian frowned and asked. Mrs. Zhong said calmly, I've always respected Madam, and even faintly feared her. But we all know that Lady Tai has the brightest pair of eyes in the Federation. The Xiaoshu Foundation has unearthed who knows how many outstanding talents, like Big Secretary Shun. This year, the Tai family is obviously cultivating Su Lu. I don't know what happened between Su Lu and Lady Tai, but I welcome this kind of thing. Lady Tai wants to cultivate a young man, and if he can be recruited into the Guzhong Company or the 4th Military Region, that would be the best thing. He was really surprised when he saw the photo and the information. Butler Jean stood respectfully behind Lady Tai. The banquet in the clubhouse had already started, but the vice president hadn't arrived yet. Lady Tai didn't need to go out, and the lively atmosphere in the clubhouse couldn't affect the silence in this room. Lady Tai nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. No matter how calm a person was, once they knew that their biggest secret was in someone else's hands, and that they could become the enemy of the entire Federation at any time, they would have some intense reactions. That was why Madame Tai gave Su Lu some time alone to let him calm down and make the right judgment. Butler Jean paused slightly and said, but at that moment, his pupils didn't shrink. This reaction was much stiffer than expected. After that, he stayed in the Charter Square in a daze. Secretary Bai came, and he also made a few phone calls. As per your instructions, I didn't track the contents of the calls. Lady Tai frowned slightly. She shouldn't have spent so much time and energy on a person like Su Lu. No matter how outstanding Su Lu was, he was just a talent, and the Federation had tens of billions of people. What they didn't lack the least was talents. However, Su Lu was that person's student, and, at the same time, he showed unexpected abilities. Lady Tai really felt that it was a very good choice for Tai Ziyuan to have such a supporter in the future. That was why she directly exposed everything today, trying to control, not destroy. There was a knock on the door. Butler Jean walked over and listened for a while, then walked back to Lady Tai and said in a low voice, Su Lu is back. He met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the side hall. There's a conflict. Very good. Lady Tai smiled slightly. Chapter 286. The feast at the Windy Slope Clubhouse was not a wild carnival. After the Federation was stabilized, the cannibals picked up their plates again. However, they still had to pay attention to their manners and table manners. Naturally, they would not praise the taste of the flesh and blood of the common people with blood on their lips. They would only pretend to be deeply concerned about the country and the people and pinch the thickness of their pockets. Therefore, the feast at the clubhouse tonight was not very naked. The only one who was the focus of attention was Su Lu. Walking into the clubhouse, he met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the corridor. These two successors of the 7 major families of the Federation used a calm and mocking tone to celebrate. When they raised their glasses to celebrate, he lowered his head and did not say anything. The other party's meaning was very clear. If he stepped over the threshold, it was equivalent to tying a rein around his neck. He could not run freely in the wilderness, but he could only be driven by others. In the HDD Bureau, even if ordinary people wanted to raise pets, they had to pay a large fee and go through a very complicated approval process. However, the guests of the Windy Slope Clubhouse all had their own horse ranch in the remote mountains. You were just a dog that Madam uses to bite people. Lin Dohai did not hide the hatred and contempt in his eyes. He lowered his voice in front of Su Lu and said fiercely, when we need you, we will let you out to bark. When we don't need you, you can only obediently stay in the kennel. Lin Dohai glanced at the medal on his military uniform and said mockingly, of course, we will give him a big bone to taste. Su Lu did not pay attention to this young man. Among the descendants of the 7 major families, there is no doubt that Lin Dohai was the worst. He just stared at Li Xiuzhu, who was next to Lin Dohai. This was the first time he met the successor of the Li family. Looking at Li Xiuju's handsome face, which could be compared to Shi Qinghai's, Su Lun narrowed his eyes, but his mind drifted to other places. In order to maintain the stability of the Federation, both the government and Lady Tai chose to compromise after Macklin admitted defeat. This was a decision that did not seem to be a big problem. However, behind this compromise were the Li family and the Lin family, who had always supported Macklin. Worried about something? As a giant in the financial world of the Federation, would the Li family really be afraid of a strike by the oily workers in the 4 provinces? Could it be that they really didn't have any way to resolve the possible turmoil? This was really a very funny joke. It was just another compromise between the Federation government and the 7 families. This was probably the truth of the matter. Because he found it funny, Su Lun narrowed his eyes and laughed. The wine cup in his hand was already empty. With a shake of his wrist, the wine cup directly smashed into Lin Dohai's face. The glass shattered and blood flowed out, interrupting Lin Dohai's endless resentment and ridicule. "I fail," Su Lu said, and then walked inside. The small conflict in the clubhouse immediately subsided. Under the arrangement of Butler Jean, not many people noticed this scene. In Lady Tai's eyes, a young man with a temperament like Su Li's would probably be so unrestrained only when he was angry and depressed to a certain extent. As for why he was angry and depressed, naturally, it was because he made a decision that was contrary to his true thoughts. Therefore, Lady Tai's mood was very calm. Looking at the young man in front of her, she said softly, "Take a break for 2 months first. After Mr. Pabre takes office, there will be many things for you to do." Sula nodded and took the document bag. In the bag, there was the award order and many documents that he was unwilling to accept previously. As for the other document bag that contained his biggest secret and Li Wei's safety, naturally, no one would give it to him, and he did not want to take it. Once again stepping on the slightly damp and slightly warm bluestone road under the night sky, Su Lu walked between the flowing windslope clubhouse. He thanked a manager for sending him off and looked over at the clubhouse through a few expensive evergreen shrubs. There were more than 10 important guests sitting there. He could see that the embarrassed Lin Dohai was still lowering his head and wiping something. On a small special stage, actors from the Federation's Academy of Arts were carefully putting on a play. Sula glanced at it. Relying on his memory from the library of Hashi State University, he recognized that this was a play that had been passed down for thousands of years by the great playwright Schiller. In an instant, he thought of the script that Lady Tai told him in the afternoon. He could not help but narrow his eyes. In order to avenge his family, the male lead fought with the stone giant, and in the end, all the villagers in the village were buried with him. Was this cold-blooded or hot-blooded? Was this the natural justice of revenge, or was it a mental patient who placed his thoughts above his surroundings? Sula was only a young man in his 20s. He did not know how to evaluate the male lead. Moreover, he did not have any revenge, so he did not think too much about it. On the stage, the male lead of the play was a prince who had lost his family and country. The prince pulled out his long sword and shouted to the night sky, "Even if I am locked in a fruit shell, I still think that I am the king of infinite space." Sula looked at the actor on the stage and repeated this line. Then he left the clubhouse. At this time, snowflakes fell again. Under the illumination of the clubhouse's clear lights, it was especially holy. The capital of the north and the port were all in the winter snow. Further north, Linhai was already experiencing a combination of wind and snow, cold and gloomy. In the southern hemisphere, Heat Wave Island was entering the hottest time of the year. It was also the most popular time. There were more and more beautiful women wearing very little clothes on the beach, and the ice-suppressing monument wine in the bar was getting less and less. In a wooden house on the sea in a remote area behind Heat Wave Island, Shi Qinghai was drinking beer while watching the news on his mobile phone with narrowed eyes. The beautiful girl behind him pressed her body against his back. Her face was full of reluctance and shyness. She asked softly, "Are you really leaving?" In order to explore this lonely sea, Mr. Shi and this girl had stayed on the island for a long time. However, there were still some days before the original deadline, but he had to leave. Shi Qinghai smiled. There was a charming smile in his peach blossom eyes. He said gently, "Good girl." The news on his mobile phone was broadcasting that this morning, relevant scholars jointly nominated Senator Medellin, who had just withdrawn from the presidential election, to compete for the Nebula Peace Prize to be awarded next year. In the eyes of many people, Senator Medellin resolutely decided to withdraw from the election in order to heal the rift in the Federation and quell the demonstrations and school strikes in various regions. In the following days, he spared no effort to express his support for Senator Pabre. This kind of respectable political ethics was completely qualified to win the Nebula Peace Prize. No one could compete with him at all. The girl behind him asked curiously, "Can Senator Medellin really win the Nebula Prize?" Sure Qinghai paused for a second, then smiled and stroked the girl's back. He said softly, "Silly girl, the Nebula Prize has always only been awarded to the people who are still alive." The girl didn't understand. She thought that Senator Medellin was still alive and well. Sure Qinghai didn't explain. He said a few words to her and gave one of the 2 fishing rods he always carried with him to the girl. Then, he began to pack his luggage and was ready to leave. The girl didn't want to leave, and even her eyes started to tear up. Sure Qinghai, on the other hand, was very calm and even cold. When a white cloud covered the hot sun in the blue sky, he walked up the wooden stacks in the dark and walked towards the land. He was carrying a long bag made of dense materials in his hand. In the bag, there was a fishing rod that he had used for many days. Only he knew that in the long bag that was nominally carrying a fishing rod, there was actually a big gun that was used to kill people. He left the beautiful heat wave island early, and the girl who made him calm and happy with both passion and shyness was because he was going to use this big gun to kill people. Like Su Lu, Sure Qinghai had never considered whether the fanatical supporters would cause social unrest in the Federation after he killed Senator Medellin. Would it cause any riots? Would it cause more deaths in a chaotic Federation under the threat of the Empire? He would not consider whether it was morally untenable to involve more innocent people for the sake of revenge. Mr. Sher's idea was very simple. He wanted revenge. He wanted to clean up the traitors. Since the rotten government of the Federation had disappointed him again, he had to do it himself. As for the chaos and riots, as long as Senator Medellin was dead, what could the young propaganda team do? So what if it was really chaotic? As an excellent spy trained by the anti-government army, wasn't his mission to cause chaos in the Federation? Walking on the soft beach, he remembered the ideals of the anti-government army more deeply than ever before. Revolution was never about treating people to a meal. In order to seek a new federation, death was always inevitable. Su Lu had a dream. It was not a dark dream. The person who talked to him was not the omnipresent and omnipotent great being, but a blurry figure whose face he couldn't see clearly. He could only be sure that it was definitely not Uncle Fengyu. The government compromise is to protect the long-term interests of the Federation. Don't you think that your decision is very disregarding the overall situation? The long-term interests and the overall situation are just a fig leaf that some people use to seek their own interests. They want the Federation to be stable because they need to suck blood from this stable body. However, this is not stability, it's numbness. The so-called long-term interests are, after all, just their interests, such as the interests of the Li family. Have you ever thought that if you do this, many innocent people may die because of the riots? You also said that it's possible. We can't think in advance about things that haven't happened yet. Besides, I've always thought that if Senator Medellin is dead, there will be no one who can incite the people the most. Maybe the turbulence of last month won't repeat itself. You underestimated the fanatical support of the lower-class people for him. The people can't be deceived forever. In fact, when the evidence appeared, many people began to suspect him. Unfortunately, the process was forcibly stopped by the Federation, because if the investigation continued, many people in the Federation would feel fear. You're comforting yourself, Dream said. Hundreds and thousands of people will die, and you're just satisfying your hypocritical sense of morality and realizing your personal goals. In this sense, you'll be a terrorist. No, Senator Medellin is the terrorist because hundreds and thousands of people have died. If he doesn't die, I don't know if more people will die. The law has already acquitted him. Senator Medellin was able to escape the trial of the law because he threatened many timid people with social unrest. It's like a bandit taking a kitchen knife, putting it on an old woman's neck, and then asking for money. We can't just ignore him because he always has a kitchen knife in his hand, right? Not all cases will be tried in the end. I insist. What are you insisting on? The ridiculous sense of justice that was taught by books, or the impulse to become the ultimate judge after one's strength swelled? I insist that what's wrong is wrong, and that those who make mistakes have to pay the price. The purpose of killing is not to kill, but to reason. There's one kind of right and wrong on this end of the universe, and there's another kind of right and wrong on the other end. Your right and wrong is not necessarily everyone's right and wrong. But I am me. Of course, I can only insist on my own right and wrong. This is a naive impulse, a childish passion. When you're young, you're not afraid of anything, only passion. When you're old, you have everything, but you don't have any passion. Before you're old, you might be able to spill your passion. The other end of the dream was silent for a long time before it repeated the previous words. You will be a fanatical, dangerous, and terrorist who doesn't see the big picture and doesn't cherish life. Sulu was silent for a long time before he said to the blurry shadow, or perhaps to himself, "So be it. I'm not doing this for some political ideology, not to avenge my family, and not because of the national feud that the heroes in Schiller's play are obsessed with. I'm just insisting on what I think is right. If such a person is a terrorist, then I am a terrorist." After saying this, the blurry shadow in the dream left. Sulu woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and quietly looked in the direction of the glass window. It had been more than 20 days since Macklin withdrew from the presidential election. Just as Lady Tai had arranged, he chose to temporarily rest. Every day, he silently shuttled back and forth between his apartment in Wangdu and the Whitewater Company in the suburbs of the capital. Outside the window of the apartment, there was a creeper vine. It extended from spring to summer, and at its peak, it occupied half of the window. At this time, midwinter had arrived, and the green leaves had turned into a fiery red. Then, one by one, they fell and floated away, making one's heart palpitate. After leaving the apartment, he took a car to the Whitewater Company. After confirming his authorization, he entered Team 7's exclusive armory. The cold underground lights lit up from time to time with the sound of his footsteps. In the deepest part of the armory, Magnolia, wearing protective goggles, was dismantling the gun in her hands. She softly said, "Today, we will learn about the possible problems that may arise when using the common types of bullets in the H-series guns. What we need to practice is the sudden movement route in a narrow space and the coordination of shooting speed." I couldn't help but look at the book review. I wanted to explain a few words. Sulu is obviously not me. The thoughts in his head have nothing to do with me, and I won't comment on them. Well, if there is a need, I can criticize him properly and write with a critical attitude. Because I didn't expect there to be so many arguments, I spent a few more words explaining in today's chapter. Of course, I explain from his standpoint. In fact, to put it bluntly, people's views of right and wrong will never be the same. Sulu at least has an extremely strong point, or rather, a terrifying point, which is that he sticks to his own ideas and puts them into practice. Maybe he's wrong? Who knows? I just don't want him to cause any big problems. This is a fictitious world, so we can make arrangements. Therefore, what we are writing is called a fantasy novel. Of course, it will not be realistic. Peace. Mainly, I want to write about a quality that has been forgotten for a long time. I want to write about a person who is serious. From now on, I will only write about the plot and not explain anymore. Firstly, it is too tiring. A few thousand words is more tiring than a few 10,000 words. Secondly, I realize that the more I say, the more mistakes I make. Damn it, I don't need to pretend anymore. I insist that people like Medellin must pay a sufficient price. Those who deliberately kill innocent people must die. Writing a story, but I can't let the male lead be happy with his revenge. It is too sullen. I even have to spend more words to explain. This is my problem. It shows that I shouldn't read the book review. After all, I am an extremely cowardly person. Chapter 287. There were many kinds of things that could kill people, from as small as a pin or a delicate paper cutter to as big as a landslide or an earthquake. However, there were always some things that belonged to the professional category and were more efficient. Firearms were without a doubt one of the most historical and most familiar types of weapons. The main cannon of a battleship was the most powerful, but this thing was too expensive. In other words, it was extremely expensive, and its quality was also extremely high. Bai Yulan had once seen some amazing people in the military camp carrying Darlin rotary autocannons and firing them in all directions, but she had never seen anyone who dared to even think about using a battleship's main cannon. Darlin autocannons were mainly installed on M-series mechas and helicopters, but there were still some amazing people who could carry them on their shoulders. However, even the strongest human would be as weak as an ant in front of a battleship's main cannon. The Federation had spent many years researching and developing miniature light energy weapons, which also possessed power and convenience that mechanical guns could not compare to. However, after these things were fine-tuned, they became more expensive, more precise, and more fragile. Bai Yulan had always believed that weapons used to kill people on the battlefield would have a high failure rate if they were too precise, making them untrustworthy. Therefore, these past few days, she and Su Lu had been researching and learning the most commonly used mechanical guns of the federal military. They mainly practiced with the H-series guns, which are the most common series of guns. This series of guns did not have any outstanding advantages, but it also did not have any fatal flaws. The main reason Bai Yulan had chosen them was because these guns were very reliable. The membrane lubrication and the low lever design were simple and unadorned. They were not flashy in appearance, and they were simple but not minimalistic. Instead, they were somewhat crude and clumsy, which minimized the possibility of accidents occurring with these guns. As an outstanding soldier, Secretary Bai was fully qualified to be Su Li's teacher in shooting training. Although he could dismantle the most complicated 21-26 long sniper rifle into a pile of well-arranged parts within 11 seconds, he did not ask Su Lu to do the same. It was fine as long as he was familiar with the structure of the gun. Even if he set an official record in the Federal Army, he would only be a skilled gunsmith. What Su Lu needed to master the most now was how to use a gun and how to kill with a gun. Su Li's learning progress was very fast, so fast that sometimes Secretary Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. More than 10 days had passed, and he watched as Su Lu changed from a beginner who knew nothing about firearms to his current state. When he thought of the painful torture he suffered in the recruit camp when he was 15 years old, he couldn't help but have a faint feeling of vicissitudes of life. He thought to himself that his little boss was the one who was born to be a soldier. But this emotion was well hidden by his gentle and quiet appearance. He looked at the gun in Su Li's hand through his goggles and said, "Relax your wrist a little more." In the armory's underground shooting room, gunshots rang out. The two of them could only talk through their ears. After the gunshots subsided, the screen displayed the results of this round of shooting. Bai Yulan took off his goggles and looked at the bouncing points. He nodded with satisfaction. Su Lu took off his headphones and looked at it seriously. He smiled and didn't say anything. Then he lowered his head and started to assemble the shiny metallic components in front of him. His fingers didn't move quickly, but they were very stable. Every step was done perfectly. After about a minute, he successfully assembled a 40-centimeter long gun. Bai Yulan silently looked at his movements. He suddenly understood why Su Lu could learn so quickly. He had seen many people who were crazy about guns, but those people's attitude towards guns was a little different. They liked to use the word playing with guns to describe their hobby. But Su Lu was different. To Su Lu, guns were tools to kill. To use a gun well, besides overcoming the initial unfamiliarity and a natural fear of weapons that exceeded one's body's ability to withstand, the rest was to understand the various technical parameters of the gun and the feelings that these parameters revealed. Then, one had to understand one's own physical abilities and gradually grasp the rhythm and accuracy of the gun. And the most important quality was calmness. Other than calmness, there was only calmness. Once he came into contact with something professional, Sulu would work hard and learn humbly. The natural calmness of a mechanic would take over his entire body. He had a pair of eyes that could find loopholes and fine lines. He had the powerful control that Uncle Feng Yu had taught him. In addition, every cell in his body was filled with power. He already had all the prerequisites to use a good gun. In addition to the meticulous training of an outstanding professional soldier like Bai Yulan, his improvement was naturally lightning fast. Seeing Sulu enter the training room, Secretary Bai put on his headphones again and silently looked at the parameters on screen. Those parameters represented that Sulu was currently moving in the difficult small space, avoiding the obstacles of the system, and rapidly firing. Da-da-da-da. Bai Yulan frowned as she listened to the sound of bullets being fired. Her finger pressed on the table, tapping lightly with every pull of Su Li's trigger. The Parlo light gun's single-shot mode was turned off. Its firing rate could reach 280 shots per minute. Su Li's control over his firing rate was very good. The crisp gunshots were much weaker in the headphones. The rhythmic sounds were like a lullaby. Bai Yulan knew that Su Lu had already grasped the key points of today's training. She relaxed and gradually closed her eyes. However, she did not fall asleep. Her mind was filled with many other things. What exactly happened in the clubhouse behind Charter Square, she did not know. However, she knew that after that day, Su Li's mentality seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. However, these changes were hidden behind his usual smiling face and normal expression. She could not fathom it. Bai Yulan had always been suspicious of Su Li's true purpose in learning how to use firearms. She had even vaguely guessed something, but she did not dare to believe it. Therefore, she did not allow her guess to continue. However, in any case, as Su Lu became more and more proficient in using firearms and his combat ability became stronger, Bai Yulan's heart grew heavier and heavier. She did not intend to ask anything. This was because Su Lu, this little boss, had given her 20 million. However, as a secretary, she did not seem to be of any use. Whether it was facing danger or testing the new MX mecha, in the end, it was all Su Lu himself who solved the problems. Bai Yulan wanted to be worthy of the 20 million she had given him, so she did her best to teach Su Lu. She watched Su Lu silently, hoping that her patron would not make a mistake. Time passed day by day in the dreary and stifling training in the Whitewater Company's underground armory. It was the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional era. Most of the people of the Federation were forgetful. At this time, most of their attention had already shifted to the presidential inauguration ceremony that was to be held in January. They had completely forgotten about all the turmoil that had happened not long ago. On this day of the month, the Federation's election committee finally confirmed the victory of Senator Pabre. This was a victory that did not have any real competitors, but the tally of 62% of the votes was enough to justify this new president's victory. In order to welcome the arrival of the new leader of the Federation, according to the usual tradition, as well as the behind-the-scenes board of directors of both public and private media, the Federation's news machine had already been activated. It began to bombard images day and night. From President Pabre's experience in the military, to his obtaining a lawyer's license from the Donglin District Miners' Night School, to his public interest lawsuit with several well-known large enterprises of the Federation, and last year's grand settlement agreement with the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain, countless documentaries were broadcast on television. Mr. Pabre, who had been too quiet for the past few months, finally stood at the focal point of tens of billions of eyes in the Federation once again. The strikes in the 4 states around the mountains, from the university town of Linhai State to the student protests in the various districts of the Federation, had long been suppressed under the pressure of the Federation government and the persuasion of Senator Medellin. After Governor Ross and Senator Medellin withdrew from the presidential election, they spared no effort in calling on their supporters to vote for Senator Pabre. However, these supporters seemed to be more interested in the Nebula Prize and Peace Prize that would be awarded next year. On the evening of December 31st, Su Lu returned from the banquet in the compound of the Ministry of National Defense in West Mountain. He didn't have many friends in the special district of the capital, and his name was still filled in as Zhou Liuhua's father. Therefore, it seemed natural for him to go to the Zhou family for dinner on New Year's Eve. However, if Minister Zhou hadn't called him and asked him to go, he definitely wouldn't have gone. During the banquet, Mrs. Zhou still hinted in a low voice that the wedding should be held as soon as possible. After the banquet, Minister Zhou had a conversation with him in the study. Minister Zhou didn't know what had happened in the Lufeng Slope Club, but he could feel something, so he gave him a warning. After leaving the study, Su Lu sat in Zhou Yu's bedroom for a while. The young and beautiful girl didn't say anything to him, but looked at him quietly with a trace of worry. She told him to be careful and not to be too impulsive. After all, they were friends who had lived under the same roof for a long time. Zhou Yu could see something from Su Li's calmness during this period of time. Although she didn't know what Su Li's ultimate goal was, the string in her heart suddenly trembled, so she said those words. After hearing these words, Su Lu was slightly dazed. Then he shook his head with a smile. He seriously repeated the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him 7 times, then squatted for half an hour in the horse stance. He mobilized the power in his body that he hadn't had a chance to use for a long time. He carefully tasted it until his muscles were sore and he was sweating profusely. Every pair of muscle fibers was crying out in fatigue. Only then did Su Lu stop and take a cold shower. Wearing a gray-green, round-necked, short-sleeved shirt, he stood on the balcony of Wangdu condominium. He dried his wet hair while looking at the thousands of lights in the city in front of him. Ever since the power in his body had submerged under his skin and merged with his body, he rarely felt cold. Although it was winter and there was snow everywhere, he was still wearing very little. After taking a deep breath of the cold wind on the balcony, Su Lu felt refreshed. He subconsciously looked at the old vine of the creeper on the window to his left. The green leaves turned red, and the red leaves gradually fell. On the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, there were no more decorations on the old vine. It was bare and clean. At that moment, the phone call he had been waiting for many days finally rang. After listening quietly for a while, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Li Wei, who was far away in Bermuda, had been found by the people of the West Woods military district and was under protection. This news made Su Lu feel relaxed for the first time in days. He said sincerely, "Mrs. Zhong, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for taking care of Firework all those years ago." Mrs. Zhong laughed on the other end of the phone. Her laughter was very clear. When Lady Tai decided to send Li Wei to the Bermuda Triangle Star region, she only wanted to use this as a condition, so she didn't make things difficult for that guy. However, even the wisest person would make mistakes. She probably never thought that Su Lu would be able to convince the Zhong family of the West Woods to help him rescue Li Wei. In the Bermuda Triangle Star region, which was a desolate but abnormally prosperous place, only the Zhong family had enough power to do such a thing under the Tai family's nose. Firework is talking to her father, so it's not very convenient. If there's a chance in the future, let her talk to you. Mrs. Zhong added. Su Lu was stunned. It took him 2 seconds to understand that Mrs. Zhong was talking about the little girl. However, in his memory, that quiet, well-behaved, and amiable little girl would always be called Little Watermelon and not Firework Zhong. There was a deeper meaning hidden in Mrs. Zhong's words. Su Lu heard some of it, but he didn't care. He smiled and replied, "We'll talk about it when there's a chance. I think the little miss has probably forgotten who I am." Mrs. Zhong smiled and didn't say anything else. Su Lu wished them a happy new year over the phone and expressed his gratitude before hanging up. After the phone call ended, Mrs. Zhong, who was in Xixia State, looked at her husband and daughter by the fireplace not far away with a trace of worry. She thought about the news reported by Colonel Lake and the doubts raised by the colonel about Su Li's name. However, she thought about how the family of 3 hadn't been reunited for a long time. It really wasn't the right time to talk about these problems during the new year. She could only hope that the hooligan called Li Wire, who helped Su Lu find, wouldn't cause too much trouble. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the Wangdu condominium a few thousand kilometers away, Su Lu was thinking about other things after hanging up the phone. Li Wei's safety was guaranteed, but he owed the Zhong family a big favor. Thinking about it carefully, after escaping from Donglin, he already owed Jian Shuier a life. Now he owed the Zhong family. While answering the phone, Su Lun naturally stopped drying his hair. As the deep cold night wind blew, the water on his black hair condensed into white ice particles. He brushed them away carelessly with a towel, and they fell like pearls. Accompanied by a light, crisp sound, they scattered on the balcony and then fell toward the balcony. With a burst, fireworks bloomed in the sky. The bright and beautiful light bloomed in the cold night sky. The countdown on the television to welcome the new year had turned into cheers. Just like that, the 68th year of the constitutional era had suddenly arrived. Sulu smiled happily. Looking at the beautiful fireworks in the night sky, he naturally thought of the clock tower from a year ago. However, he immediately thought of the concert after the clock tower, and the smile on his face gradually calmed down. When he was reading books in the Hushi State University library, Su Lun knew that he couldn't possibly have any interest in philosophy. His gut was indeed as flexible as ordinary people, but the way he thought about problems was always too direct. For example, the self-reflection in the dream would probably never appear again in the future of his life. This man was obviously a rock, but he had to cover himself with a few layers of wet moss to pretend that he had been through a lot. It was really a very inharmonious thing. The only obligation I have the right to undertake is to do what I think is right at any time. Amidst the fireworks in the sky, Sulu thought of Uncle Feng Yu's drunken ramblings on the first day of the new year. He sighed softly and placed both hands on the balcony's railing. He looked into the distance, the metallic bracelet on his wrist reflecting the brilliance of the sky, but covering those subtle words. The Federation's calendar had always been based on Region S, one of the capital ring. Therefore, even though it was neither summer nor autumn in the 4 mountainous states in the northern hemisphere of Region S2, they could only start celebrating the new year with the center of the Federation. This kind of new year didn't conform to the concept of astronomy. Although many astronomers found it absurd, it had been maintained for so many years that people had long become accustomed to it. The intelligence personnel of the anti-government army had long been accustomed to days without rest. As the most famous intelligence organization in the universe, in a series of dazzling storms in the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, they didn't show the ability they should have. On the contrary, the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain instead became the Federation's upper class to split benefits and compromise with each other. Zhang Xiaoming, who had urgently evacuated from Region S1, was now leading a node intelligence group. Even today, she still believed that she shouldn't have left. Although it might have been more dangerous, after she left, the Federation had a reason to stop the hearing and put all the work done in the early stages into a passive state. There was no New Year's atmosphere in the gloomy room. Only the primitive sound of a telegram rang out. It was a bit boring. Just like Magnolia's attitude towards firearms, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence organization also trusted primitive and reliable methods. Although the Bureau of Proclamation was bound by the First Charter and remained neutral in the war between the Federation government and the anti-government army, the electronic surveillance of the Federation Government Investigation Bureau was also a very frightening enemy. Zhang Xiaoming narrowed her eyes and combed through the countless fragments of intelligence sent from Region S1. Then, she picked out the targets that she needed to pay attention to and did a basic decryption. Then, she encrypted it again and sent it through a secret channel to the higher-ups intelligence relay station. On the first day of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the Central Committee of the Anti-Government Army was about to replace Member Medellin. At the same time, he was in charge of intelligence work and also suffered unprecedented criticism and pressure. A total of more than 300 intelligence personnel were currently trying to contact the spy hidden in Region S1. They needed a very important piece of information. At the place where all the intelligence gathered, in a tent in the mountains, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence had a heavy and tired expression. He ordered his subordinates, let the deepest fish move as well and get hold of his schedule as soon as possible. On the 4th of January of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, a cargo spaceship from Region S1 flew in. With a jet stream, it blew away tons of leaves and landed clumsily and slowly at the largest industrial airport around the four mountain estates. Half an hour later, two men in gray uniforms sat on a self-propelled truck and headed towards the depths of the airport. Whether it was the airport's internal identity scanning system or the electronic surveillance of the Federation, they both recognized or ignored the access and identity of these two people. Chapter 288. S2 was the Federation's heavy industrial zone, especially the four large states surrounding Green Dragon Mountain. Perhaps it did not gather the majority of the Federation's wealth, but as far as Su Lin knew, at least most of the industrial equipment was in the factories on the plains. Regardless of the type of equipment, they all emitted a bone-chilling metallic smell. Metal may be tired, but the industrial workers on this land would not be tired. They went to work silently and numbly, operating machines in exchange for a meager wage. They lived a dull and peaceful life, never raising their heads. If they did, they would see a sky full of stars. They also could not take a spaceship to enjoy the magnificent scenery of the universe. The mechanical life of S2 was broken many years ago because there would always be people standing in hell looking up to heaven and then giving birth to a resentful heart. There were many industrial workers in the lower strata of society. They did not have the ambition to become the pride of the heavens. But in human nature, there was always the desire to make their lives better, and this desire was very understandable. In the face of the greedy profits of the giant corporations and capitalists, there were finally some people who began to reveal their true colors. Then, they were defeated by the Federal Army's encirclement and suppression. They fled into the dangerous Green Dragon Mountain area. These people hibernated like injured beasts, recuperated, grew stronger, and then came out again, only to be defeated again. In this repeated process, the guerrillas in Green Dragon Mountain gradually gained the support of many people in the four states surrounding the mountain. They also gained the political status of the anti-government army from the glory of the charter and gradually became a force to be reckoned with. This group of idealists and their descendants may not have forgotten their original intentions, but the firm determination to resist the Federation government gradually had little to do with these original intentions. They relied only on the hot blood in their hearts and the hot blood that their predecessors and companions had spilled on this land. Then came the rise of George Carlinism. Supporters of the anti-government army began to spread from the four states to S1 planet and every corner of the Federation. Their momentum rose sharply, but Commissioner Medellin began to promote nonviolence, which began to marginalize the armed forces in the mountains. This politician stood in front of the stage of the anti-government army and opened his hands to absorb the grievances of the Federation people against the unfairness, turning them into a kind of power of faith. Until today, the Oak region was one of the four regions surrounded by mountains. Walking on the streets of the capital city of the region, Sulu seriously looked at the buildings on the side of the street, feeling the atmosphere of this place. In his eyes, no matter how mechanically fixed this planet was, it was still much better than his hometown, Donglin. The Donglin district was a barren world. People had nothing to do and could only rely on the government to survive. Although there was coffee to drink and television to watch, having something to do and having nothing to do was always a different feeling. The universe is too vast, and the personality characteristics of people in different regions are very different. Looking at the green flags on the buildings that represent the support of the anti-government forces, he could not help but frown and think to himself. The two of them stopped at the entrance of a splendid nightclub and walked inside. The waiters in black and white uniforms were a little surprised to see business in the middle of the day, but their excellent training made them not show any surprise. They warmly and respectfully welcomed the two of them in. This nightclub was called Coco. It was a very delicate and even a little stingy name, but was the most legendary place in the capital city of the Oak region. Countless joys and sorrows and conflicts of interest were played out here. Sulu and Bai Yulan were not familiar with these stories, but they vaguely heard that the owner behind the nightclub insisted on using this name for some reason. It was said that it was to commemorate and also to forget. The sun was high in the sky, and a faint shadow of the moon could be seen on the horizon. Sulu stood by the window and squinted at the unfamiliar environment of this planet. He recalled the books he had read years ago, but he was not sure how many planets there were in the galaxy where S2 was located and how many moons there were on the planet he was on. Closing the heavy curtains, Sulu sat back on the comfortable sofa. Just as he sat down, the door of the private room was pushed open. A female manager walked in with a gentle smile and asked in a low voice if there was anything he needed. The female manager hid the strange look in her eyes very well. After all, she had been in the Coco nightclub for a long time and had seen all kinds of strange people. Secretary Bai, who had been silently following beside Sulu, glanced at the luxurious decorations in the private room and whispered a few words. He ordered a bottle of wine that was neither expensive nor embarrassing. He also ordered a few snacks, and the strangest thing was that he also ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The female manager smiled in response and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, she frowned. The 2 people in the room gave off a very strange feeling. The young man with small eyes who looked like the owner looked extremely honest and did not look like the owner at all. The gentleman who looked like the attendant was extremely gentle and delicate. He looked more like a guy who worked in a special industry. But these 2 men had to spend an entire day in the largest nightclub in the capital city of the Oak region and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The curtains were drawn so tightly that no light could pass through. The atmosphere in the spacious private room was somewhat stifling. Bai Yulan silently poured wine for Sulu and did not say a word. Sulu looked at the few strands of black hair on his smooth forehead. In the end, he could not control his emotions and said, "I don't understand why you have to follow me. You're my boss. I don't know what business you are talking about, but I have to follow you to feel at ease." Bai Yulan handed him a glass of wine. The red liquid in the glass was like blood. His eyes were gentle as he said softly, "I don't know how you managed to sneak the 2 of us out of the spaceport, but the shipment will arrive later. Without me, how are you going to pick it up?" Sulu looked at the man and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Bai Yulan was like the delicate knife that he always carried around with him. It was pleasing to the eye, but when the knife was unsheathed, it was extremely sharp. Although he definitely would not drag Bai Yulan into this mess. In the next few days, with Bai Yulan by his side, perhaps there would be a lot less trouble. More importantly, the large box of firearms and equipment was still on its way to the cargo ship. Whether it was smuggling them from S1 or secretly transporting the dangerous tools, it was all arranged by Bai Yulan. Only when he stepped foot on the streets of Oak State did Sulu truly believe that the delicate man who had been quietly following him was indeed a ruthless person who had taken on many private jobs. Only this kind of person could be so familiar with the Federation's underground channels and be so confident in doing things. The nightclub doesn't have a scanning system, so I chose to stay here for a few days. Sulu did not explain his intentions to Bai Yulan. He raised the red wine in his glass and took a sip. The sourness that seeped into his heart and spleen made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he swallowed with difficulty. Bai Yulan, on the other hand, drank very smoothly and elegantly without asking any questions. Although it was a short space flight from S1 to S2, it was still expensive, especially since they had taken an irregular route. Coupled with the transportation of the box of firearms and equipment, the cost was enormous. Thinking of this, Sulu suddenly felt a little apologetic as he looked at the delicate man who was drinking silently beside him. The money was taken from Le Xiaotong, and the route was arranged by Bai Yulan. Sulu felt a little sorry for these 2 men. The 7th young master of the Li family had no idea what he wanted the money for. This investment would undoubtedly fail, and fail miserably. Sitting from noon to night, no matter how luxurious the room was, no matter how delicious the food and drinks were, it would still be boring. Bai Yulan glanced at him and said, "It's too lively outside, and it's too quiet here." He could tell what Sulu was waiting for. Perhaps it was time, or perhaps it was news. As someone who dedicated his life to money, he could only accompany him and wait, occasionally reminding him if there was anything missing. Sulu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Bai Yulan stood up with a smile, walked out of the room, and called a few waitresses who were in charge of accompanying the singer. The nightclub managers were very efficient. Although it was close to nightfall and not yet at its peak, a row of girls dressed in black stockings, purple dresses, or hair tied in ponytails appeared in front of Su Lu in less than half a minute. This kind of speed was really admirable. In Hushi province, he had paid for Uncle Yu Yu's whorehouse, brought the crown prince of the Tai family to break his virginity, and accompanied the seventh young master of the Leaf family to go to the nightclub in the capital. Although Su Lu had never been in the water, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. He smiled and invited a beautiful girl with a plump body to sit beside him, letting her do whatever she wanted. The sound system, which had been singing alone for a long time, finally welcomed the sound of real people mixing in. The lonely, luxurious room began to become lively. There were girls singing, and Bai Yulan smiled and greeted the girl in his arms. Su Lu was trying his best to eat the noodles in front of him. He ate with a swishing sound, swallowing mountains and rivers. It was clearly his fourth bowl of noodles, but he felt like he was eating his first meal after 5 days of starvation. The girl who was singing next to Su Lu stared at him dumbfoundedly. No matter how good her service was, at this time, she was stunned. She held the microphone, her beautiful red lips slightly opened, and her mouth moved exaggeratedly. Bai Yulan's eyes slightly slanted and glanced at Su Lu. She was a little intimidated by the way he was wolfing down his food. She wondered what she was going to do in the next few days that made this guy feel like he was going to die from hunger. They sang until dawn. Su Lu had already finished his sixth bowl of noodles, and Bai Yulan had also silently drank her third bottle of wine. The two singing girls' voices were already a little hoarse. They looked at each other, but did not dare to leave. Who knew what these two strange people in the room wanted to do? There was no joke, not even their hands touching the side of their bodies. Other than singing, there seemed to be no other way to break the pressure in the room. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. The female manager, dressed in a black formal dress, walked in very respectfully. She half squatted in front of Su Lu and said softly, "I didn't know you were an important guest. Previously, I neglected you. Sister Ko asked me to ask you when you're free to meet her." When these words came out, the eyes of the two singing girls flashed with a trace of shock. This female manager, who squatted in front of the young guests, had an extremely high status in the nightclub. How could she become an obedient rabbit today? As for the two words Sister Ko that they vaguely heard, could it be that she was the legendary person? Chapter 289. The signboard of Coco Nightclub was actually a woman's name. The largest nightclub in the Oak State had been open for many years. It represented how many years this woman had stood in this land that constantly produced wealth but was often in turmoil. Blades and swords flashed, guns and cannons roared, clouds of smoke billowed from the cliffs, and indulged in a life of luxury. In the early years of the Jianghu, she had infiltrated behind the scenes more than 10 years ago. Since then, she had only left behind a legend. A legend was a legend because it had an inconceivable past that could not be replicated. Whether it was when the anti-government forces attacked with tanks, or when the Federation's second military region's iron-blooded soldiers killed their way in, the capital of Oak State had changed hands more than once. The surrounding buildings of the nightclub still had bullet holes and cannon marks from many years ago, and there were even traces of military mecha running over the concrete road in the back of the alley. But Coco Nightclub had stood tall in the baptism of time. Su Lu had heard a vague story from a certain person, but he didn't come to S2 to look for historical sites or to sigh at the vicissitudes of life, so he wasn't too excited. But when he saw this woman called Sister Ku in the big, quiet suite on the top floor, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had always thought that a woman who could wave her red sleeves freely between Green Dragon Mountain and the second military region would definitely be a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, or a beauty that was still charming even as she grew older. He really didn't expect that Kujia was actually an old woman in her 50s. Kujia's face was cold as she looked at the small-eyed young man standing in front of her. Because of that man, she had seen many outstanding fellows in the Federation in her life. That pair of eyes was very poisonous. But no matter how she looked at him, she didn't feel that this ordinary-looking man had anything worthy of her attention. I've seen your file and know that you will have a bright future in the Federation. Why do you have to come here and make your future bleak? Kujiel lit a cigarette and asked with a hoarse voice. The fingers holding the cigarette already showed an irrecoverable old appearance. Sula had come to S2 to do something big. If his identity or intentions were to be found out, he would do whatever it took to get rid of this hidden danger before it sprouted. However, he had no intention of doing anything to the old lady in front of him. This was because the information he needed, as well as the promised support, were all in the hands of this old lady. He lit up a cigarette as well. It wasn't a 37 brand, but an S2 specialty, Huangya. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, he said vaguely, I just felt that it was necessary to do this, so I came. Mr. Medellin has been expelled from the Central Committee, but those people in the mountains can't do anything to him. You should know why. Sister Ka held the cigarette between her two fingers and tapped it twice on the ashtray, carved out of red millstone. She did not have a trace of elegance at all. She looked at Su Lu and said mockingly, those guys who carry guns and want to rule the world don't want to become assassins and offend the workers' organizations in the 4 provinces around mountains. But they just have to trick a little thing like you to come here. Su Lu lowered his head and smoked his cigarette, not answering her. Young man, you came to S2. It's obvious that he's using you, Sister Ka reminded him. Sister Ka reminded him. Originally, she shouldn't have said these words tonight, but she didn't know why. But when she looked at Su Lu, she felt as if she was looking at the youth from many years ago, the youth who had dropped out of S1 Capital University and wholeheartedly wanted to join the Azure Dragon Mountain Guerrilla Army to rebel against the injustice of the Federation. Although that youth had long since become one of the most important figures in the anti-government army, Sister Ka always felt that only the him at that time was truly pure. Subconsciously, she said these words, hoping that the young man in front of her would back down and leave the Oak Province. Sula knew who the old woman in front of her was talking about. Although she had some guesses about the relationship between the old woman and the old man, when she looked at the wretched old man in the past, she always felt that the old man shouldn't be that old. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, whether or not he's using me doesn't matter for now. I really want to know your opinion on this matter. I did this, and no one supported me, but I felt that I should do it. If it's just a matter of principle, of course you should do it. That committee member should have died long ago. Sister Ka laughed. Since no one supports you, then I'll support you. You have to know that even prostitutes have a sense of justice. After saying this, Sister Ka took out a completely metal handmade pen from a box beside her and handed it to Su Lu. She said quietly, I wish you success. Su Lu smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the pen and turned to leave, not noticing that there seemed to be another pen in the box. Half an hour later, the door to the top floor of the nightclub was pushed open again. A young man wearing a small gray cap walked in. This young man wasn't as reserved and silent as Su Lu. Instead, he sat directly on the sofa across from Sister Ka. He poured himself a glass of wine and smiled slightly. The lower half of his face that was exposed in the shadow of the cap bloomed like a flower. I didn't expect that my highest leader would actually set the exchange of information at the most famous Coco nightclub, the young man said with a smile. Sister Ka looked at this person and suddenly smiled. This isn't the exchange of information. In fact, in the past 40 years, although he has been helping me to maintain this business, he has never asked me to do anything for him. You're the first person in the entire universe to know that I am related to him. The young man was slightly startled. After a moment of silence, he took off the cap on his head, revealing his extremely handsome face. He said, This is really beyond my expectations. It seems that the old man isn't having a good time in the mountains. He doesn't even trust the internal channels of the organization. I know that your name is Shi Qinghai. Sister Ka smiled and said, He once told me that although you're not the fish that he hides the deepest in the Federation, nor are you the biggest fish, you're the fish that is the most energetic and the one that is most capable of tormenting others. He admires you very much, so he is not satisfied with your actions in the past year. You don't pay attention to your own safety. This is not a quality that an excellent intelligence officer should have. Shi Qinghai shrugged and was about to say something. Sister Ku held another lit cigarette between her fingers and waved her hand to stop him. She continued. Of course, you have already left the organization. He can't control you. Let's stop with the small talk. Sure, Qinghai smiled and reached out his hand. He promised to give me something. Give it to me. Sister Ku took out another pen from the box and handed it to him. She didn't tell him that someone else had already taken the other pen and left. Sure, Qinghai stood up and thanked her. When he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and picked up the fishing rod behind the door. He turned around and asked curiously, I heard from my teacher that when he came to join the organization from the Capital University, he was still an innocent, naive, and idealistic idiot who didn't know anything. He wanted to enter the Green Dragon Mountain, but couldn't find the mountain road. He wanted to contact the army, but he was almost arrested and sent to the police station. In the end, he was starved to death in the Oak State. He cracked a smile and said, Was it you who raised him? Sister Ka didn't stop him from speculating. A cunning light flashed in her old eyes. I was misread of the nightclub at that time. It wasn't a problem for me to raise a poor student, but I didn't expect that a poor student would become a big shot. Sure, Qinghai shrugged and left the room. He thought to himself that the most successful spy in the 37th constitutional era also had such an absurd life. The intelligence leader of the anti-government army risked using the most important woman in his life. Obviously, this information was very precious and confidential. He couldn't help but feel more confident. After resting for a whole night in the comfortable suite provided by the nightclub and taking a bath in a back, Su Lu was full of energy. He lay on the sofa and passed through the slightly thick fog in the room. He closed his eyes and rested. There was a bowl of noodles and a glass of water on the table beside him. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain had already fired Macklin, but those people could not directly come out and kill Macklin. Eliminating traitors sounded righteous, but if the anti-government army really did so, they would lose the greatest foundation of public opinion, and the gains would not make up for the losses. This was Su Li's analysis and judgment. The information hidden in the pen was very important and precious. As the intelligence leader of the anti-government army, he gave this information to him. Perhaps it was just as Sister Ku said, that he had the intention of using him. But for the time being, he didn't have any conflicting feelings in his heart. After taking a bath and relaxing, he and Bai Yulan didn't go to the room to rest. Instead, they went to the room specially reserved for them to sing. It was still the same red wine, snacks, and noodles. It was still the same two beautiful ladies from yesterday, but the two ladies were more respectful and submissive today. Since they didn't want to continuously sing to set the Federation's record, the luxurious room started to turn on the TV. Sula glanced at the TV news of the Green Dragon Mountain Publicity Department. To satisfy his curiosity, he let the lady beside him switch to the Federation's news channel. The real-time news announcement at the bottom of the screen said that Senator Macklin had left the Capital Special District on a special plane and arrived in Harbor City. He accepted the nomination for the Nebula Award and the Peace Prize and gave a speech. According to insider information, Senator Macklin might not attend President Pabre's inauguration. Instead, he would return to S2 and gather a mass rally to give an explanation to these loyal voters and at the same time call on people to support the elected president of the Federation. In the news screen, it was playing a documentary of the president-elect, Mr. Pabre. It happened to be a year ago when Mr. Pabre secretly took an old-fashioned transport plane and arrived at the Green Dragon Mountain Airport to negotiate with the anti-government army. In the video, Mr. Pabre walked off the plane in the wind. His clothes were fluttering, and his slightly tanned face had a determined expression. His tall and strong body gave people a feeling that he was worth relying on. Sula narrowed his eyes as he watched. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the bar last New Year when he watched the news with Mr. Schur. This was their president. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel slightly melancholy and a little complacent. The Federation needed a strong political figure to be a leader. Senator Macklin's glorious or dejected exit made President Pabre the only idol-level figure in the Federation. Although the two beautiful ladies in the luxurious private room knew that the two young men were definitely not ordinary people, after spending a day and a night together, they found that the two men's temperaments were very gentle. Therefore, They became more courageous and respectful. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the two ladies gathered together on the sofa and watched the TV while discussing something. Occasionally, they would chuckle softly. Su Li's hearing was very sharp. He heard that the two beautiful waitresses were talking about Mr. President on the news. They thought that President Pabre was dark and handsome, with a straight nose, and must be very sexually active. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. However, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of By Magnolia's face. His laughter stopped abruptly. By Magnolia whispered beside him, "When did you know that he was going back to S2? Sulu was silent for a long time before he said, "Because I knew that he was coming back. That's why I came." By Magnolia still had her head down. Her black hair hung in front of her eyes. Her expression was calm, but the rhythm of her breathing was different from usual. She inhaled deeply without exhaling. The atmosphere in the private room was as usual. However, the silence at this time was obviously a little strange. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the two ladies. They looked at each other and cleverly hid in the attached lounge, leaving the room for the two men to talk. In the snowy charter square, there were 9 cigarette butts in the pile of snow beside the bench. They bloomed like plum blossoms. By Magnolia knew that Su Lu was a person who paid attention to details. No matter when or where, he would find the trash and throw the cigarette butts in. From then on, he knew what Su Lu was going to do. At that time, Su Lu had asked him about the power of the weapons in Team 7's armory. He was sure that Su Lu was going to do something big. But even so, Secretary Bai, who was used to seeing life and death, wasn't too vigilant. At worst, he would just kill someone. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Therefore, he taught Su Lu how to use a gun and smuggled them here. He even brought the big box of weapons here. Because he didn't know that Macklin was going back to S2, By Magnolia never thought that the big thing that little boss was going to do would be so big. He took a deep breath and slowly leaned back on the sofa. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image of Macklin's speech that had just appeared on the news. He said faintly, "Are you crazy or stupid?" "I'm not crazy, but I'm not stupid," Su Lu replied. "All my life, I've loved money and worked for it. I've done all kinds of evil things." By Magnolia narrowed his eyes and looked at the old face of the senator on the screen. "But I've never done something like this before. The Federation won't let him die. S2 is his hometown. God knows how many security guards there are. I don't have much confidence in doing this with just the two of us." "No." By Magnolia immediately changed his judgment and said seriously, "I don't have any confidence at all. It's not us, it's me." At this point, Su Lu didn't want to hide anything from him. He stood up and said seriously, "I should have told you earlier, but I can't transport the box here alone. Don't worry, there's no trace of you at the spaceport. The Federation government won't suspect you." By Magnolia was silent and didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, Su Lu and By Magnolia changed their clothes and quietly left Coco nightclub through the back door. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the streets and alleys of Oak State. No one could find them anymore. Su Lu, as a soldier of the Federation, stood on the opposite side of the Federation's upper echelons in the law. He couldn't seek help from powerful people like he had in the past year. So, when he received the email at Wangdu Apartments, he didn't hesitate to choose to cooperate with the intelligence chief of the anti-government army. Su Lu had seen this legendary spy before. Although he didn't know what exactly made him a legend, he didn't have the slightest doubt about his intelligence-gathering ability. Cooperation didn't mean trust. Su Lu would expose his whereabouts under the eyes of Green Dragon Mountain. After he received the information, he stayed for half a day. Then, to everyone's surprise, he quietly left. No one knew where he went. Right after he left Coco nightclub, the traveler with the fishing pole left the nightclub openly. He took a taxi and headed to a resort in the west. However, he got off halfway. No one knew where he went. After that, Coco nightclub didn't close its doors to customers, but the hostess and manager who had seen these 3 people were all invited to the top floor by Sister Coco, who rarely saw people. It wasn't until many days later that they saw the sun again with lingering fear. Year 68, January 18th. This was an important day that the citizens of the Federation remembered for many years. It was also a day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Federation, because this was the day that the new president of the Federation, Pabre, would be inaugurated. The capital's charter square had already been set up for the ceremony. Yellow sunflowers were neatly placed in the snow. The temporary viewing platform was painted new. It was enough to guarantee the seats of 1,000 guests. The public viewing area in front of the square was divided by a yellow line. Countless police officers and plainclothes detectives vigilantly scanned the surroundings. There were still 2 hours before the ceremony. A solemn atmosphere began to pervade the square. Even the face of the 5-person group statue in the middle of the square seemed to have become solemn at this time. In another star system that was countless light years away from the capital, the district where the Peace Foundation building was located on the administrative planet S2, which was surrounded by mountains and mountains, had just woken up from the darkness. The different regions of the Federation could forcibly unify the calendar. That was because the universe generously gifted several administrative planets with very similar environments to the human race. However, the time period couldn't be artificially unified. When the capital of S1 had already begun to prepare for the 10 o'clock ceremony, it was still early in the morning in S2. The Peace Foundation building was located on the west side of the capital of Kwandao. The terrain was open, and there were only 2 hills in the distance. The hills were covered with red and yellow autumn leaves. The colors were gorgeous and made people feel full. Among the fallen leaves on the hilltop, Su Lun narrowed his eyes and opened the black workbench. He took out the all-metal pen from his clothes, carefully unscrewed the pen cap, and inserted the pen into the data transmission channel of the workbench. With a soft beep, a detailed structural diagram of the interior of the Peace Foundation building appeared on the screen of the workbench. Next to the structural diagram was a lot of complex professional data and a cursor indicating the distribution of defense forces. As time went by, the data and cursor were constantly changing and moving. Chapter 290. Bai Yulan was wearing a digital camouflage suit, which was difficult to distinguish among the red and yellow leaves. He lowered his head and looked at the data flowing on the screen of the workbench. His eyes were as cold and calm as the air in the surrounding forest. The sewers have been sealed. Su Lu pointed at the 2 clear horizontal lines on the screen and said, "This route is also difficult to travel." The early morning in S2 was surrounded by mountains and unusually cold autumn weather. As he lowered his voice, white steam came out from his lips. The workbench and the fallen leaves and the large pile of firearms next to it were obtained from a very ordinary logistics company in Oak State 3 days ago. The pen connected to the workbench was the most important. The pen provided to Su Lu by the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces contained extremely important data. It contained the architectural blueprints of the Peace Foundation building, the security layout plan, and a very advanced real-time data update receiver. It was obvious that the Green Dragon Mountain had planted a spy beside Senator Macklin. That spy might be in the Peace Foundation building in front of the mountain, constantly transmitting the situation inside and the layout of the firepower to the outside world. The number of security personnel has not decreased. In fact, there are more than a few days ago. Bai Yulan pointed at some moving light spots on the screen and reminded, "The Special Task Force agents are scattered outside. The people at the circular passage in the middle should be from the security company. The problem is in the independent building in the innermost part. I guess it should be Macklin's trusted armed forces." It was not convenient for him to bring them around when he was in the capital special district and port capital, but now that he is back in his nest, the security around him must be very strong. The sun had not completely peeked out from the horizon, but the faint morning light had already shrouded the city at the foot of the mountain. The shadows overlapped with the light. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Peace Foundation building at the foot of the mountain. He thought about the intelligence he had been reading for a few days and subconsciously clenched his fists. The intelligence provided by the anti-government forces was very detailed, including Macklin's route back to S2 and the security around him. It was very clearly marked. In the intelligence report, Su Lu had no choice but to cancel the plan of ambushing the counselor's transportation. The following intelligence report also confirmed that the Foundation building was heavily guarded, so he couldn't find any way to sneak in. Su Lu was a patient person, but there was always a faint dark cloud shrouding the depths of his heart, and he couldn't find a reason. Last night, the latest update mentioned that Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave S2. The politician was preparing to visit the front lines of Sillin directly after the meeting. This information put him on guard, and the dark clouds in his heart grew thicker and thicker. It was going to rain soon. He had a very bad feeling. If Macklin was allowed to leave the upper 4-star region, he might not be able to find him again. Based on this intuition, Su Lu, who had already waited for 2 days, decided to wait for a better opportunity. He didn't intend to rely on his good luck to sneak in, so he chose to launch a surprise attack in the early hours of the morning. Although he was very clear about his fierce combat ability, breaking into the Foundation building and killing Macklin, who was heavily protected by the Federation government and the armed forces, still made his palms sweat and his back slightly cold. Bai Yulan looked coldly and solemnly at the map and the flowing data on the screen. After leaving the 17th Armored Division, whether it was missions for the Whitewater Company or private missions, he had participated in many assassination missions. So, today's scene was no stranger to him. However, in his professional opinion, choosing to launch an attack at this time and place was too risky. It was a choice with little chance of survival. "I think we should wait a little longer," he said softly. The opponent suddenly increased the security around him to such a high level. It's obvious that the opponent smelled danger around him and is prepared. After returning to S2 from S1, Macklin lived in seclusion and appeared to be extremely cautious. Su Lun narrowed his eyes at the buildings at the foot of the mountain and said, "He's guarding against Green Dragon Mountain, or perhaps the government suddenly turning on him. He's not guarding against a small character like me." Bai Yulan was silent. She frowned slightly and said, "Unfortunately, the meeting place in the afternoon is in the square. It's so open there that we can't find a suitable place to snipe. Otherwise, we could try a long-range attack. The buildings around the square have been cleaned by the government security department. We can't hide there." Sulu paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "And a long-range attack isn't safe enough." Bai Yulan zoomed out the three-dimensional map on the screen and pointed at a certain point in the hills at the edge of the map. She looked up at the yellow-green forest in the northeast direction and said slowly, "If only there was a long-range sniper there. Calculating the shooting radius, it would be just enough to cover the nodes in the second half of the assault. This kind of cover is quite advantageous." Shi Qinghai, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He brushed off a small insect on his face and laid down in the fallen leaves. He looked at the white sky above the autumn forest that was cut into pieces by sharp branches. His thick black eyebrows furrowed. He had chosen the sniping location 4 days ago. Last night, he snuck here and quietly waited for the whole night. Although the information provided by the other side was not good, and Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave, there were Federal Army bodyguards on the designated route. After all, this mountain was still a bit far away, and the old man's car was bulletproof. Although he was holding a big gun, it would be troublesome if he couldn't kill him with one shot. After thinking about all kinds of things, Mr. Shi yawned and whistled softly. He hugged the heavy big gun in his arms and lay down again. He crossed his legs and began to hum the old song called 27 Glasses of Wine. At the same time, his right hand reached out from the fallen leaves and placed on the keyboard input device. He kept tapping, and the microcomputer connected to the big gun began to warm up and calculate the trajectory of the bullet. Occasionally, he narrowed his eyes and looked at another mountain on the horizon. His heart slightly moved. "There are only 2 of us." Sulu took off the leaf on his body and picked up the bowl of self-heating instant noodles. He said with a smile as he slurped down the noodles. Looking at the noodles now, Bai Yulan felt a little disgusted. She didn't know what Su Li's body was made of. How could he eat so much? Sulu suddenly put down the noodles in his hand and looked seriously at the delicate man lying in the red and yellow leaves. He said, "You really don't want to leave? This is going to kill you. Although 20 million is a lot, I really didn't think it would be enough to buy your life. I'm only in charge of logistics and battlefield remote monitoring and command. Bai Yulan lowered his head and smiled. He said softly, if someone finds out, I'll leave without caring about your life. After this, I'll have paid back the 20 million. I've never seen someone who loves money as much as you, but also respects money. You're crazy. Bai Yulan smiled as her delicate fingers tapped on the keyboard. Her delicate eyes stared at the data on the workbench as she said, although I'm afraid of death, I think it's quite interesting to go crazy once in a while in this life. Sulu was speechless. He knew what kind of person Secretary Bai was. He never expected the other party to understand his crazy and absurd actions, and he also didn't expect Secretary Bai to stand up for the Federation or any other innocent people. Therefore, he never understood why this delicate man was willing to stay and help him after knowing the truth. The universe was vast and magnificent, but the human race had an extremely complex psychological structure. He couldn't understand it no matter how he looked at it. After finishing the warm and tasteless instant noodles, Su Lu rubbed his stomach and climbed up from the fallen leaves in the forest. He changed into sportswear with a hat and carried the prepared travel bag on his back. He even waited to get used to the weight. Naturally, he looked like a guy who was preparing to go on a field trip. If something happens, I really have to run first. I owe you this time, but I already owe other people 2 lives. Even if I want to repay them, I can't repay you first. He did a final check on his equipment and said these words. In fact, he knew in his heart that after leaving S1 for so long, certain parties were already investigating his whereabouts. And Lady Tai had the biggest handle on him. After this incident, other than changing his identity and running away, there was no other possibility for him to survive. Therefore, the so-called owing Secretary Bai a life was probably a debt that could never be repaid. They were both men who had killed before. Although Lady Bai Magnolia was like a virgin, her decisiveness and coldness in killing exceeded that of the average person. Therefore, the 2 people didn't have any thoughts of hugging each other. They just looked at each other and waved goodbye. Dressed in camouflage, Lady Bai Magnolia took her workbench and disappeared into the mountains and fields of autumn leaves. Sulu carried his travel bag and walked along the slippery mountain path towards the group of buildings. As he walked down the mountain, the sun struggled to break free from the horizon. The sky gradually brightened, but it was still in the gray state of early morning. After an unknown amount of time, Sulu arrived at the foot of the mountain, separated by layers of autumn trees. He looked at the faintly visible figure at the end of the road. He pressed the particles in his ear and whispered a few words. Lady Bai Magnolia's clear signal came through his earpiece. The battlefield communication equipment obtained from the 7th Team's armory could guarantee communication within 30 kilometers. Among the fallen leaves at the top of the mountain, Lady Bai Magnolia calmly observed the holographic screen on the workbench. She clearly and accurately sent the first observation result and combat order to Su Lu at the foot of the mountain. All the equipment was the most professional of the federal military. Secretary Bai was a professional assassin. What Sula had to do was very simple. He just had to trust in his judgment and command. He didn't rush out of the forest. Instead, he walked a large circle around the foot of the mountain. Under the cover of the trees, he avoided the main entrance of the Golden Foundation area. Sulu walked onto the road. At this time, the first ray of sunlight shone on him. He was wearing oversized sportswear, and his cap had been lifted up to cover his face. He carried a heavy travel bag. He looked like he had just done a night camp on the mountain. His face that was exposed in the shadows had a sunny smile. He was in the prime of youth. The black road was paved with red leaves. Stepping on them made a crisp sound. Sulu took a deep breath. He kept calling a person's name in his heart. Old thing, you really don't want to help? Then I'm really going to die this time. In the depths of his mind, in the depths of the universe, around the stars, between heaven and earth, there was silence. Occasionally, birds in the autumn forest behind him would cry out in protest at the coming cold. However, no one answered the call in his heart. The silence was like a dead silence. Suli's footsteps paused slightly. He had tried many times to contact that great existence in the sea of his mind. He succeeded once when he was in the capital special district. However, when he bravely or stupidly revealed his true purpose, the other side directly rejected his request. Then there was silence. According to your plan, you will seriously violate the laws of the Federation. He didn't know when a line of small words appeared in front of him. The slightly white words were very soft, much gentler than the new dawn. You can't catch me, Su Lu said to that existence in his heart. According to the rules of the First Charter, you can't use it to prevent crimes. Without approval or request, you can't actively participate in the process of the incident. I just want to know if you can help me today. Anything that violates the laws of the Federation is not allowed. Deep underground in the outskirts of the capital special district, the Federal Central Computer integrated a very simple message. Through the electronic monitoring network throughout the Federation, in a few seconds, through a signal amplifier, through the space channel, bypassing the galaxy, and arriving outside the atmosphere of S2. Along with the morning light, it fell on the red leaves on the ground and entered the chip at the back of Su Li's neck. Su Li's footsteps didn't slow down at all. His eyes narrowed slightly, and through the shadow of the hat, he looked at the wall not far away. He made a gamble to initiate contact with that side, but he didn't get any results. However, he wouldn't be disappointed. If that old thing would help him even with this kind of thing, then wouldn't he be able to resist the entire Federation by himself? His dark military boots rustled as he stepped on the red fallen leaves. The blue sky began to reveal its beauty, and the light was clear and beautiful. Su Lu, who was carrying a travel bag, suddenly thought of the time when he fled the Donglin district 2 years ago. At that time, he seemed to be dressed like this. Taking out a high-pressure nutrition bar, he broke it in half, put it in his mouth, and chewed it open. After moistening it with his saliva and putting it into his stomach, Su Lu walked to the edge of the wall. He had been eating nonstop these days. At this time, he still carried a military nutrition bar with him. He knew very well why. When he used a large amount of the trembling power in his body, he would become very hungry. Therefore, he needed to make sufficient preparations in advance. On the other hand, he was very nervous. The autumn air was refreshing. He stepped on the red leaves and came to the bottom of the high wall. His eyes narrowed, his legs trembled slightly, and the power in his body suddenly burst forth. After squatting, he jumped up like an arrow and easily flipped over. What monster? By Magnolia at the top of the mountain narrowed her eyes as she watched the progress on the holographic screen. Only now did she understand why the little boss insisted on entering from behind the wall when they were choosing the route last night. The wall was very smooth and was 5 meters high. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, when she saw that the light representing Su Lu had entered the frame of the map, she understood that for someone, many obstacles in the world were not obstacles at all. Chapter 291. The dawn here was quiet. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefectures Peace Foundation was a building in name, but in fact, it was a large block. There are no obvious walls or gates in the direction of the main street. In the words of the Foundation's website, this represented that the Foundation led by Senator Macklin had an open heart and welcomed people of all factions. It seemed that there were no walls or gates, only lawns and flowers, but everyone knew that the security there was the tightest. Su Lu was not stupid enough to disguise himself as a donor and walk in generously. Instead, he chose the quiet back of the block. There was a high wall behind the block, but there was no barbed wire above the high wall. There were also no guards with guns behind the wall, because this was not a detention center or a prison, but an orphanage that had been run by the Peace Foundation for many years. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefectures was the front line of the confrontation between the Federation government and the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. Although there were fewer and fewer military conflicts over the years, many innocent people were still killed by stray bullets and smoke. The Peace Foundation brought the poor children who had lost their families here, set up an orphanage, educated them, and integrated them into society. The Foundation's care for the war orphans had been praised by the entire Federation society. Macklin would certainly seize this political and moral capital well and spare no effort in the construction of the orphanage. The Federation's donations from all over the country were also continuously flowing into the Foundation's account under his control. It was still early. He did not know if the Foundation's staff had woken up from their sleep, but the orphanage behind the high wall was indeed quiet. By Magnolia on the mountain asked Sulu to be slower and gentler in the communication device and not wake up the sleeping children. That was what she meant. It was just that those seemingly long-winded and boring words were more to ease Su-Li's nervousness to a large extent. Sulu walked close to the shadow at the foot of the wall. By Magnolia's orders kept coming from his earpiece. Carrying a travel bag, Sulu sometimes crouched behind a bush of flowers and sometimes walked quickly on the muddy ground beside the pond. He avoided being captured by the intranet surveillance camera and used the shortest amount of time to pass through the large open space in front of the orphanage. He arrived at a small door on the side of the building. The small blue light device he carried could resist the brilliance of the charter and the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network, but it had little effect on the non-connected video capture and monitoring system of the Foundation. Fortunately, the anti-government forces had marked all the surveillance cameras in this area on the map. With Secretary Bai at the top of the mountain, his advance was extremely smooth and did not alarm anyone. Taking 2 deep breaths in front of the dusty door, Su-Lu squatted down and pushed aside the grass on the stone steps beside the door. Touching an ice-cold iron ring, he frowned slightly and snorted lightly. He channeled all the strength in his body to his right arm and slowly lifted it up. This was an extremely well-hidden entrance to the underground passageway. It had probably not been opened for many years, so it was quite rusty. Coupled with the heavy covering board, it was basically impossible for Sulu, who had the ability to break through, to enter the underground passageway so stealthily. It was impossible for the underground passageway to go all the way to Senator Macklin's bedroom. Although the spy planted by Green Dragon Mountain had roughly figured out the location of Senator Macklin's secret escape passageway, he still could not find the entrance. Sulu walked to the deepest part of the passageway, which was not very deep. Looking at the glowing red devices and slightly messy lines on the wall, he confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. The Foundation for Peace, which was surrounded by mountains, was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Macklin was also a big figure who grew up in the cruel armed struggle. The street where the Foundation building was located had long been heavily guarded by his loyal subordinates. And the basement that Sulu had secretly entered at this time hid an information hub of the Foundation's intranet. If it was not for the information provided by the intelligence leader of Green Dragon Mountain, Sulu would never have thought that Macklin security personnel would actually set up a parallel node in the orphanage. CYSDL 770205. By Magnolia's voice came from the earpiece. Sulu did not hesitate at all. He steadily opened the outer box of the device with both hands, took out the prepared materials from the travel bag, and connected and cut off the connection. Then he took out the input device and quickly entered the string of passwords on the keyboard. As one of the most talented mechanics in the Federation, it was not very difficult for him to connect to the Foundation's parallel security node. His movements were fast and stable, and there were no unnecessary instructions. As for the string of passwords, it was still the data stored in the pen given to him by the Green Dragon Mountain. In a very short time, Sulu completed his work. He reconnected the wires, installed a miniature signal transmitter, and then performed a hot restart in a microelectrical environment. He believed that the personnel in charge of monitoring in the Foundation building would not be able to notice the information changes in milliseconds. After doing all these, by Magnolia's voice still did not come from the earpiece. Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. He simply sat down, took out the remaining half of the energy bar, and began to eat silently. "It's done." 2 minutes later, by Magnolia's steady voice came from the earpiece. Her voice was not very excited, and it was hard to believe that in such a short time, Secretary Bai had temporarily taken over the video surveillance system of the block through the string of passwords. Su-Li's spirit was lifted. He stood up and noticed the flashing red lights in the upright equipment cabinets. He began to move as usual. He tightened the backpack on his body, went around the equipment cabinets, and prepared to leave from the back. On the top of the mountain, Magnolia silently looked at the workbench. In addition to the three-dimensional map of the foundation building and the surrounding blocks, there were many small square frames on the hologram screen. The image gradually became clearer, and the images taken by all the surveillance cameras in the block appeared. He used his finger to tap lightly on the hologram screen, constantly testing the images taken by the different surveillance cameras. After confirming that the images stolen from the parallel node were not problematic, and that the signal generator installed by Su Lu had enough power, he was relieved. With the password provided by the internal spy, an excellent engineer like Su Lu, and Secretary Bai, who was used to doing dark tasks such as monitoring and assassination in Bermuda and the Federation, could easily hack into the other party's system and even use it as a tool. From this moment on, the monitoring room of the Four States Peace Foundation was equivalent to being ineffective. Su Li's infiltration had the greatest guarantee of safety. Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes as she stared at the images on the screen. The images were divided into smaller segments. Agents of the Federal Special Task Force were in the office, having not slept the entire night. The security company's members were obviously armed with heavy weapons and were vigilantly guarding the perimeter of the building. In the core area behind the building, there were many people with military auras. He felt a little nervous and whispered into the communication device. Slow down even more. Just like a game of hide and seek. I'll keep an eye on you, so don't worry. But if you make too much noise and are discovered by others, they will definitely recheck the video capture and surveillance system. They will only need 3 minutes to find the problem, and only 10 minutes to find my location on the mountain through the signal generator. At that time, you will really be alone. So slow down even more. Bai Magnolia noticed that on the small screen in the lower right corner, Su Lu, who was wearing sportswear and carrying a travel bag, had come out of the woods of the orphanage. The way he moved slowly in a half-crouch made him look like a paralyzed thief with no future. He held back and whispered sarcastically, "I asked you to slow down, not to learn the slow motion in the movies." Suddenly, he noticed that on the next screen, there were 2 armed guards coming from the back of the garden. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly and quickly, "Hide in the big tree on the right. Don't move and listen to orders." After hearing the voice in the earpiece, although Su Lu didn't find anything strange in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed, and he flashed back into the forest. Using a thick tree that was more than 500 years old, he hid his figure. After more than 10 seconds, footsteps sounded from outside the woods. 2 armed guards walked over. Su Lu narrowed his eyes. If he had followed the original path, he would have met these 2 guards. At that time, there would be no good place to hide. "It's safe, continue." Secretary Bai's emotionless voice sounded again in the earpiece. Su Lu moved forward close to the edge of the woods. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the surveillance camera in the middle of the top right branch. He knew that at this time, his image had been taken care of by Secretary Bai, so it would not fall into the eyes of the security personnel of the Foundation building. Naturally, he was not nervous. Instead, he raised his middle finger to the surveillance camera. He thought that he had to walk slowly and quietly, and he also had to walk beautifully. This was really an inhuman request. The orphanage and the Foundation building's green area were connected together. There was no obvious dividing line. Listening to the precise and clear instructions in the earpiece, Su Lu sneaked all the way in the early morning light. The road seemed thrilling, but in fact it was boring. He avoided 3 groups of patrolling guards and entered the small building's toilet in the underground parking lot of the green area. After entering the partition, he placed the plastic bomb under the toilet. Su Lu carefully inserted the trigger device. Especially when he installed the last 2 electrodes, his steady hands became slower. After all, he was not a professional soldier or a murder expert like Magnolia. It was his first time installing such a powerful bomb, so he always needed some time to adapt. The detonation signal has been matched. Leave it to me. Magnolia on the top of the mountain received the precise positioning and detonation pulse signal. She said in the earpiece, "There is someone outside the toilet. You need to stay for about 20 seconds. Su Lu nodded silently. although he knew that his partner on the top of the mountain could not see. About half a minute later, the alarm was lifted. He jumped out from the roof behind the toilet. Luckily, he didn't miss a single step. He did a beautiful flip in the air, and like a leopard cat, he landed in a deep patch of bushes. According to his observation and Magnolia's confirmation, there were no surveillance devices in the bushes, nor were there any guards. Therefore, his heart, which had been tense until now, could finally relax. However, there was a soft sound beside him. Sulu suddenly turned around. A cold H-21 pistol appeared in his hand. He aimed at the bushes behind him. The black barrel seemed like it could spit out flames at any time. However, he did not shoot because the barrel was aimed at a young and innocent face. A little boy, only 7 or 8 years old, was half squatting in the bushes. His eyes were full of horror. Obviously, he was scared silly by Sulu and the gun in his hand. The shrubbery was filled with an oppressive silence. The two people, one big and one small, didn't dare to make any movements or make any sounds. Gradually, the little boy's legs began to tremble, causing the shrubbery around him to make a soft sound. Magnolia's voice quickly came from the earpiece. "Report the situation." Sulu did not respond. He just stared at the little boy in front of him. He noticed that the little boy's face was full of dust, and his body was also covered in mud. His expression was calm, but in the depths of his heart, there were countless complicated thoughts. He felt that this was really ridiculous. Whether it was the information provided by Green Dragon Mountain, his personal observation, or Magnolia's surveillance cameras on the top of the mountain, they had all confirmed that the bushes were safe. Magnolia did not give any warning before, so it was obvious that the little boy had not just entered the bushes. In other words, he was not specifically here to greet Sulu. This was nonsense. No one would squat in the bushes to greet an assassin, let alone a little boy. He had been very careful along the way, quietly sneaking in like a cat playing hide and seek. The security personnel of the Peace Foundation and the surveillance network that covered the entire area were unable to catch a trace of Sulu. However, in the bushes, he was caught red-handed by a little boy. Sulu did not have the urge to cry, but he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If it were another assassin, perhaps he would have already ended the little boy's life, but he could not do it. Don't talk and don't scream. Sulu did not have much experience dealing with children. He could only put on a cold face, trying to scare the little boy, and then find an opportunity to knock him out. The little boy opened his eyes wide in horror. His legs kept trembling, and his dusty face was full of nervousness and fear. He nodded heavily. "Why are you not sleeping, but hiding in the bushes?" Sulu lowered his voice and asked. He wanted to use this method to make the little boy not lose control of his fear. The little boy replied in a frightened and trembling voice, "Hide and seek. They last night didn't find me, so I couldn't leave, so I stayed here, waiting for them to find me." Sulu was speechless. He had a strong urge to kill the person who invented the game of hide and seek. He knew that the scene at this time seemed funny, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. If the little boy screamed in fear, it would cause big trouble. He slowly moved the gun barrel away. Just as he was about to say something, the little boy suddenly said in a trembling voice, "You are a bad person?" Sulu was about to explain that he was an absolutely good person, but at this time, the little boy seemed to understand something. With the attitude of a righteous man, he bravely opened his mouth and let out a scream. Chapter 292. The ACW was quietly placed among the red fallen leaves. The khaki-colored camouflage made the federal military's most powerful single soldier long-range weapon lose its original metallic luster and chilling aura. However, the thick and empty barrel that protruded from the front of the red leaves was still as chilling as ever. The preloaded ammunition, electronic pulse ignition, and single-barrel composite control allowed this big gun to fire 3 shots in 0.05 of a second. The super long sniping distance, the original tungsten alloy tail fins, and the addition of the magnetic resonance killing effect made the federal military snipers, as well as the Empire's military officers who thought they had killing value, engrave this big gun's name in their memories. The only downside was that it was too expensive. After the federal military developed it, They were elated, but they couldn't help but feel sad at the frightening cost. They knew that whether it was the president's office or the Senate's Budget Review Committee, it was impossible for the ACW to become the military's standard equipment. Therefore, the power of this big gun was only demonstrated a few times during the Westwood's frontline tests. After that, it was always kept in storage and allowed to fade away. Sure, Qinghai also couldn't afford the ACW. To be able to find this gun in the Federation's black market, he already felt that his luck was so good that it almost defied the heavens. He simply didn't care about the so-called cost. He directly killed that illegal arms dealer in South Dakota. Under the siege of the dealer's trusted aides, he escaped with great difficulty and managed to keep this big gun. With the ACW in hand, the world was his. Mr. Schur, who had undergone the best training from both the federal military and the anti-government forces, would definitely not have such an arrogant and stupid idea. Just like the leaders of Green Dragon Mountain often said, the deciding factor of victory or defeat on the battlefield would never be weapons. Otherwise, how could the guerrillas in the mountains last for so many years in front of the Federation government's mecha battleships? The information he received in the nightclub made him clear that the target could be far away at any time. Also, the sniper on the hill might not be effective. However, unlike his good friend, Sure Qinghai didn't plan to kill his way into the Golden Foundation's building and play a heroic role. He still wanted to test the power of the ACW. If it didn't work, he wouldn't be in a hurry. He would follow that person to the Westwoods. The Federation's old proverb said that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sure, Qinghai wasn't a gentleman. He was a playboy. He might not be able to wait 10 years, but to kill someone like Macklin, he was willing to be patient. On the morning of January 18th, year 68 of the constitutional calendar, he was lying down beside the ACW board. His head was pillowed on his red shirt, and his eyes were looking at the bright blue sky. His hands were holding the ACW's microcomputer screen, and he was watching an old movie to pass the time. His mouth was softly humming a song, and his attitude was very relaxed. It didn't seem like he was here to kill someone, but rather like he was here for an outing. Half of the screen was showing the movie, and the other half was showing the world through the ACW's electronic scope. The Golden Foundation's building was very quiet in the early morning. Occasionally, a guard would hide outside the room to smoke. The doors and windows of the orphanage and the Cultural Arts Center were tightly shut, and the children and girls were still sleeping. Fatty, I didn't sleep the whole night. I was here to feed the autumn mosquitoes. I didn't let you down. Sure Qinghai pursed his very thin lips, and a smile flashed through his beautiful eyes. It was really hard for him not to smoke all night. He softly muttered to himself and spoke to the teacher and director in the unseen world. His understanding of political figures made him conclude that Macklin would definitely be in his bedroom this morning to watch the Federation presidential inauguration ceremony on S1. There was still a long time before Macklin would walk out of his bedroom and enter the shooting range. So, Sure Qinghai was not in a hurry. He just silently prayed that the old fox would not directly enter the special bulletproof car from the underground parking lot. Although he was very confident in the power of the ACW, Sure Qinghai really had no confidence in penetrating the armor of the bulletproof car from so far away and killing with one shot. In the boring waiting, Sure Qinghai even felt that he was about to fall asleep. If it weren't for the red leaves in the autumn forest that were a little stiff, if it weren't for the fact that the morning light couldn't illuminate the earth, and the environment was not warm enough. At this moment, he suddenly heard a scream. The sound came from the foot of the mountain, and it should be in the area of the Golden Foundation's building. Because it was very far away, the sound was very soft and very soft. His hands that were holding the screen slightly stiffened, and he carefully listened to it, but found that he could no longer hear any sound. Was it an illusion? Sure Qinghai narrowed his eyes and gently touched the red touch button next to the screen. The movie automatically turned off, and the scenery on the scope occupied the entire screen. The view moved along with the slide of his right thumb on the red dot, slowly moving between the early morning buildings near the Golden Foundation's building, looking for the source of the sound. The slight sizzling sound rang out in the autumn forest, and even the insects and the fallen leaves couldn't be disturbed. The thick barrel of the ACW moved slowly, giving a feeling of incomparable smoothness. However, the caliber of the barrel and the hollow silencer in front of the barrel revealed a palpitating murderous intent. Shi Qinghai was still lying in the fallen leaves, his eyes slightly narrowed and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Touching the red dot, he aimed the scope at the green space between the orphanage and the Cultural and Arts Center. On the side of the green space was the entrance to the underground parking lot. Next to the entrance was a simple toilet, and behind the toilet was a messy and difficult to step on. The bushes looked particularly gloomy in the dim light of the early morning. The barrel stopped moving, and the image on the screen stayed in the bushes. Shi Qinghai frowned, calmly and attentively looking there, paying attention to a few evergreen branches that swayed in the direction of the wind. It seemed that, after a moment, a figure appeared on the screen. The person was wearing a loose sportswear, carrying a travel bag, and dressed like sunshine, but with a ghostly temperament. The person didn't walk out of the bushes, but walked directly to the auxiliary building of the Golden Foundation's Cultural and Arts Center. The person began to climb the wall with his bare hands. The smooth exterior of the building didn't seem to have much effect on him, and the ivy and leaves attached to the wall just happened to cover his body. It seemed that after the scream, the guy was a little panicked and didn't dare to move forward according to the original path, but chose to climb the building with his bare hands. To be able to climb so quickly and easily while carrying such a heavy travel bag, even the top special forces of the federal military would not be able to do so. Without the support of a strong body, such a scene would definitely not be possible. The figure used a very short time to climb to the windowsill on the 4th floor. His movements were neat and tidy, without any sloppiness. Shi Qinghai looked at the person through the scope and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. He thought to himself that this method was a little too aggressive. When he climbed into the window, the person turned his body slightly, revealing half of his face under the brim of the hat. Although it was very blurry on the screen, it fell into Shi Qinghai's eyes so clearly. He did not exclaim out loud. He just narrowed his eyes and watched the guy disappear into the building. It confirmed his previous conjecture and intuition. It turned out that he was not the only one who wanted to kill Macklin. It turned out that the guy had really come. "Son of a bitch," Mr. Shi whispered. "You son of a bitch actually want to steal my business." Su Lu was here, and he was the first one to sneak in. He didn't know if he had alerted the Foundation's security system, but Gongzi sure knew that he had to make some last-minute adjustments to today's plan. He quickly crawled out of the fallen leaves and came to the back of the ACW. He squinted his eyes and lowered his head to make the final adjustments to the parameters. After inputting the data on the microcomputer, he pulled the heavy gun back forcefully. The heavy gun moved smoothly on the preset back shock-absorbing slide, making a dull sound. With a click, the pulse electronic ignition system was turned on. Shi Qinghai silently lowered his head, focused on moving the aiming system and the barrel, and closely watched the several passages between the Cultural and Arts Center building and the Foundation's main building. No matter which passage Su Lu would come out later, he would press the red button in his hand and use the bullets poured out from the top of the hill to open the way for his brave and somewhat stupid brother. Bumping into the little boy in the bushes was a matter of luck and had nothing to do with the plan. Whether it was Su Lu or Magnolia, or even the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces who was good at organizing, probably couldn't have predicted that the little boy in the orphanage would be so stubborn and naive that he would wait for the whole night to catch himself like a nocturnal animal in the bushes while the children in the orphanage were playing hide-and-seek at night. In a sense, the little boy had some excellent qualities, such as focus, persistence, and keeping his promise. In fact, Su Lu also had these qualities. In another situation, perhaps Su Lu would take the little boy to the amusement park and use ice cream as a sacrifice for his sworn brother. However, when the little boy believed that Su Lu was a bad guy who sneaked into the orphanage with bad intentions, these qualities were very deadly. Whether it was the beautiful sisters and teachers in the orphanage or the kind and amiable Grandpa Macklin in the Foundation, the little boy wanted to protect them all. Therefore, To Su Li's surprise, the little boy bravely screamed a warning. The brave Su Lu might have failed the biggest thing he had done in his life because of the scream of such a brave little boy, so he was a little dumbfounded. Su Lu reacted quickly and knocked the little boy unconscious on the ground, but his heart still palpitated. He didn't know how many people in the neighborhood were awake and heard the scream. "There are 7 guards coming." Magnolia's urgent but still calm voice sounded in the earpiece. "There are guards on all the roads. Go to the underground parking lot immediately and find a way to enter the Cultural and Arts Center on the 7th floor." The incident happened so suddenly that all the plans could not keep up with the changes. The guard in the street had obviously noticed the strange movements in the bushes. Secretary Bai on the mountain had been monitoring the movements of the other party through various probes, but she could only give him the target location. She could not help him find an undisturbed passage. The Cultural and Arts Center was the Foundation's auxiliary building. On the 7th floor, there was a bridge across the lake that led directly to the Foundation's main building. Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the building not far away. He noticed the dense green vines upstairs and made up his mind. When he walked past the unconscious little boy, he had already gotten rid of all the annoyance. It was impossible to sneak into Macklin's bedroom silently. It was just a matter of how long it took to be discovered. You should be a tenor in the future. He made such an evaluation of the brave little boy. Then he took a deep breath and moved the scorching power in his body to his limbs, especially his 10 fingers. He forcefully grabbed the extremely thin cracks on the wall and began to rely on his inhuman strength to hang in the air, steadily and quickly climbing up the stairs. The sun had not risen and the autumn wind was cold. Sulu climbed between the vines and leaves, completely defying the laws that ordinary people could imagine. He was incomparably fierce. The children in the bushes have been found. They're still checking the access control. The alarm system has not been activated yet. You have to hurry. Sulu lowered his head and walked quickly in the empty corridor. The green vines attached to the wall had lost their strength by the time they reached the 4th floor. He used his special ability when he was a teenager and quietly opened the horizontal latch of the window. He slipped into the Cultural and Arts Center building. He covered his ears and listened to the clear instructions in the earpiece. His mood was slightly relaxed. The guards have begun to assemble. The Special Task Force agents seem to be talking. We can't eavesdrop on them, but they may be preparing to investigate. Magnolia's voice in the earpiece was fast and steady. Start to speed up. Okay. Sula nodded softly and sped up his pace. Although he was afraid of disturbing the people in the room, he deliberately lightened his footsteps and couldn't run as fast as he wanted, but he still sped up. Go right upstairs. Sulu lowered his head and opened a door. He entered the stairs and walked to the 7th floor. At the door of the 7th floor, he heard the next instruction in the earpiece. Pause. 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he swept past the intersection like a gust of wind. He caught a glimpse of the backs of 2 guards in the corner of his eyes. He really did pass by them. Magnolia at the top of the mountain had already hacked into the surveillance system of the Golden Foundation Street and was quickly operating. On the one hand, she had to update and replace the images left by Su Lu in the surveillance camera. On the other hand, she had to pay attention to the movements of the security forces in all aspects and give them directions and instructions in time. No matter how exaggerated the instructions were, such as lowering his head to tie his shoelaces and turning around to stick to the foot of the wall, Su Lu did it meticulously without a second of doubt or hesitation. It was also because of this seamless cooperation that Su Lu was not discovered by anyone in the Cultural and Arts Center. However, the day was getting brighter and brighter, and more people were waking up. The most important thing was that the scream in the bushes downstairs had alerted many people. Therefore, it took less than a minute to speed up. Su Lu was already close to the 7th floor of the overpass and the target in the Golden Foundation building. There's a lone guard in front. Magnolia, at the top of the mountain, looked at the lattice image on the screen of the workbench. She looked at the burly guard and said, "Don't hide, grab something to wear." Sulu was very obedient. She walked up to him and didn't stop. At the intersection of the 2 passageways, the burly guard suddenly found a suspicious young man in a hat with his head down in front of him. The guard's pupils shrank when he thought of the previous message from the intercom. He was ready to press the button to call the police. Although he was an excellent soldier who had followed the senator for many years, he was not ready to take the risk of an assassin who dared to invade the Golden Foundation building. Unfortunately, Sulu didn't give him the chance to show his maturity and stability. His military boots slid across the smooth stone floor, and his strength exploded in an instant. Both of his hands struck out horizontally, smashing into the upper body of the guard like breaking rotten wood. After two strange cracking sounds, the guard's body stiffened and fell to the ground. Under the command of Magnolia, Sulu dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into the uniform. In the original plan, there was no such thing as a change of equipment. It was only because the accident happened earlier than planned that Yulan issued this order. Wearing a slightly oversized guard uniform, Sulu touched the hard layer between his chest and abdomen. Only then did he realize that if the guard was not burly enough, he would not have been able to put on the uniform at all. Dragging the travel bag on the ground, Sulu pulled down the brim of his hat and walked openly on the overpass. Below the overpass was a man-made lake. In the open space by the lake, some guards could be seen gathering. Some armed security personnel with heavy weapons began to occupy the advantageous terrain. Further away, Special Task Force agents of the Federation in black formal suits could be seen. They seemed to be on the phone with someone. Sulu dragged the travel bag and walked on the overpass. Looking down, he could see the golden sunlight under the faint clouds in the distance. The sunlight shone on his face and warmed his face. The surveillance system was still under Yulan's control. He was wearing a guard's uniform, and he walked across the bridge so openly and confidently that he did not attract the attention of the people under the bridge. At that moment, he could not help but thank the staff in Senator Macklin's office for not trusting the Special Task Force. If the Foundation had not placed the Special Task Force agents at the outermost periphery, with the level of professionalism of the Special Task Force, they would never have made such a mistake. As he walked on the overpass, Magnolia's voice sounded in his earpiece again. The enemy has finished gathering, and the internal alarm has been sounded. The standard level of detection after an enemy attack is to perform a self-check on the monitoring system. I can protect you for about 20 seconds. So let it not stop walking. I need to temporarily leave the building's monitoring system to avoid being exposed. I'll take it back in 10 minutes. During this time, you'll be alone. You have to be careful. Understood. We're going to start killing. Don't think about innocent things like last night. The armed personnel in the Foundation building are all ruthless people who have been with Macklin for many years. If you insist that Macklin is guilty, then I believe that they are all guilty. Understood. Sulu walked across the overpass and entered the main building of the Foundation building. Just then, the 20 seconds were up. The opponent's security system began to perform a self-check. Magnolia left the monitoring system, and he would be alone to face all the difficulties and resistance. At this time, Sulu had successfully penetrated 2 layers of the Foundation's defense with the help of intelligence and Magnolia's professional intelligence. He avoided the Special Task Force agents and the security company's line of defense and was approaching the core area. However, this building was also the most dangerous place. This was because the building's security guards were all armed personnel who had been with Macklin for many years. Most of these armed personnel were from the anti-government army and were well-trained. Moreover, Sulu believed that the other party must also have the quality of ruthlessness. In the Deep Foundation building, there were no staff members because of the time. Through the doors of the rooms, the faint sound of the TV news could be heard. Sulu walked through the corridor with his head down, dragging the heavy travel bag beside him. He knew that his figure had fallen into the monitoring system at this time, and he could only pray that the other party would not discover him later. The internal alarm had been silent for a long time, and the Foundation building was heavily guarded. You shouldn't have come here. Hearing this sentence, Sulu raised his head and looked at the 2 staff members in front of him in confusion. The 2 staff members' cold faces revealed a sense of danger. He did not know how many battles they had participated in, but they were not wearing the guard's uniform. It would be more appropriate to call them armed personnel. Moreover, Sulu could clearly see that there were two guns hidden under their coats. Sulu lowered his head again and charged forward. Before the two militants could pull out their guns, he twisted his body and squeezed between the two of them with a posture that was already engraved in his bones. One of his palms slashed across the throat of one of them, while the other fiercely punched the forehead of the other. Two crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard, and the two armed personnel fell directly to the ground without a sound. They were also powerful soldiers who had been reborn in blood. However, in front of Sulu, who moved as fast as lightning, had terrifying strength and valiant skills, they could not even stop him. Sulu lowered his head, picked up the travel bag on the ground, and moved forward again. As long as he made a move, his whereabouts would be exposed. He could only complete today's task by entering Macklin's bedroom before anyone could react. A low and clear alarm began to sound in the foundation building, which was different from the previous internal alarm. It told everyone that the enemy had invaded and caused damage. In the sound of the alarm, the dark red, rotating lights on the walkway also lit up. Sulu began to run forward at an extremely fast speed without the slightest pause. He knew that he was now being watched by the surveillance network. As long as he stopped at a certain place, he would be surrounded by countless guards that a door on the left was suddenly pushed open, and a muzzle was aimed at the running Sulu, ready to pull the trigger. Sulu turned his head, raised his arm, and the muzzle spat out a flame first. As the clear recoil was transmitted to his palm, a delicate bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the armed personnel behind the door. Blood spurted out from the back of the man's head and smeared on the white wall. He lowered his head and continued to move forward. Suddenly, he forced himself to stop and flew to the side. There was a burst of gunfire, and countless bullet marks and smoke appeared where he had been. In the sound of gunfire, gravel flew everywhere, and the sound was deafening. In the dim light, no one could see the traces of bullets, but they could clearly smell the scent of death. Sulu sat in the corner of the wall, exhaled heavily, licked his dry lips, and muttered, "Fuck." Then he opened the travel bag at his feet, revealing the guns with a metallic luster inside. The heavily armed guards rushed upstairs according to the instructions of the surveillance system, and the fastest few wanted to rush over the bridge across the lake on the 7th floor to cut off the intruder's escape route. Once they rushed over, Sulu, who had been intercepted, would have no chance of survival. However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang from the distant top of the mountain. The sound came from the red leaves and fell on the lake. It was extremely beautiful, but the effect was extremely bloody. The three guards who rushed at the front seemed to have been hit by 3 heavy punches. Their bodies trembled, and then they were separated. Then they knelt down and turned into broken limbs. The first guard was shot in the waist, the second guard was shot in the chest, and the third guard was shot in the head. But no matter which part of the body was shot, they could only die. This was the power of ACW. Chapter 293. Under the morning sun, the city was shrouded in tranquility. However, the unexpected crisp gunshots easily tore apart this facade. The gunshots rang out from the top of Chilean Mountain in the northeast corner of the block. The sound pierced through the morning sky and entered everyone's ears, shocking their minds. Shi Qinghai crouched low in the red and yellow leaves. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image on the monitor screen. His right thumb quickly touched the red control button. With his precise and stable control, the powerful ACW beside him changed the direction of the muzzle along with the sound of electric current. It was like an indifferent one-eyed king looking at the weak people under his feet who were about to die. The caliper positioning on the monitor screen kept moving around the foundation building at an extremely fast speed. However, there was no trace of stagnation in the image. Wherever the king's gaze was, it was exceptionally clear. As his thumb gently tapped on the red control button, the heavy ACW seemed to have been stimulated by something. It fiercely paused, and flames spurted out from the front end of the thick barrel. 3 bullets installed with tungsten alloy tail, fins whizzed out, and the metal body of the gun would suddenly slide backward due to the strong recoil, quickly retreating along the metal chute installed on the ground, and then hit the defensive layer. The sound of the high-speed bullet was not loud when it was fired, but it cut through the air. When it reached hundreds of meters in the air, it began to carry a mournful, whistling sound. It was a torture to the human ear. The federal military had never thoroughly studied the sound suppression technology of the ACW. It had to be said that the biggest drawback of this big gun was probably this. Sure, Qinghai stared at the monitor screen expressionlessly. He quickly and steadily operated the red button in his hand. Every time his thumb tapped, a life in the block far away would explode into a bloody flower. The top of the mountain was very far from the building. He could see the clear images of the deaths, but he could not hear the tragic screams. In addition, the ACW was completely different from the previous heavy sniper rifles. It could completely separate the shooter from the real world, turning the long-distance killing into indifferent and boring finger movements. Red leaves fell to the ground in the forest. The ACW was firing in an irregular but particularly clear rhythm. Click, 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 click. The heavy body of the gun moved back from time to time. The red leaves were scattered by the impact. The air in the distance was full of screams. The traces of the white fog were faintly visible in the morning dew. The gunshots were sharp, and countless lines of death were launched. All the passages around the foundation building were tightly blocked. Bursts of red fell. Several corpses were bleeding on the bridge above the lake. Several guards who tried to rush over were also killed. The concrete blocks on the bridge had rolled and cracked, like gloomy flowers blooming. When the foundation building was originally designed, most of the design was near the lake. There were only 3 passages from the top and bottom of the building. The foundation, in the name of peace, was always thinking about things that were not peaceful. There was no doubt that there was a strong sense of irony. Since the foundation was built for so many years, there had never been any vicious incidents. This design, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, had never been effective. However, today's sudden attack made the armed forces in the building feel deeply panicked. The enemy had raided the building, but there was a powerful sniper on the mountain using a super long-range weapon that they did not expect to block all the passages into the building. The design concept of the foundation building, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, tied all their hands and feet at this time. Rush in. Hearing the rapid gunshots and a few screams from inside the building, the security personnel outside the building were anxious. They did not know how many people had sneaked into the building, nor did they know whether the senator was safe at this time. The Foundation's internal monitoring network had just finished a self-check, and it would take some time for all the information to be fed back. Below the building, several guards who bravely rushed to the front door were tragically turned into a few flowers of blood. The sniper on a mountaintop fired a series of precise and cold-blooded shots, turning all the potted plants and wooden fences along the way into pieces. In the pieces flying in the air, all the people who tried to rush into the building were turned into corpses or wounded on the ground. The threat of death sent chills down everyone's spines, be it the special task force agents who rushed over or the guards of the security company. All of them crouched on the ground and hid in the shadows of the buildings. If they showed their heads, the god of death on the mountaintop would reap their lives. In an office on the first floor of the Cultural and Arts Center, a captain of the special task force stared at the monitor screen with a livid face. Listening to the replies of his subordinates in his ears, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, "There is only one gun on the mountain. If we all rush in, who can stop us?" Although he said so, he did not forcibly give the order for all members to attack. The captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation had always had a strong opinion about the security arrangements of the counselor's office. The counselor obviously did not trust the agents sent by the government, so they had been excluded from the building. If the Special Task Force had fully taken over the security and defense of the Foundation from the beginning, they would not have been caught off guard by the enemy. The captain, who was almost middle-aged, knew very well why the counselor's office did not trust them. He was also reluctant to let his subordinates, who had followed him through life and death, risk their lives for the counselor under the rain of bullets from the cold-blooded sniper on the mountain. However, he had to find a way to solve the problem at hand because of his duty. As soon as the internal alarm was confirmed, The captain had contacted the police headquarters in the 4 states and the nearest garrison of the 2nd Military Region through the internal line. He believed that no matter how many killers came from outside, as long as the Foundation building could be delayed for a while, the safety of the counselor should not be a big problem. Several agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed to the mountain, hoping that they could get rid of the sniper as soon as possible. As the counselor entered the passage, the captain pressed on his headset and asked quickly, "Yes, he has." The intercom in the office was always on, and the sound of the static was mixed with the calls of the armed personnel in the Foundation building. Listening to the calls and seeing the intruder's figure flash quickly on the surveillance screen, the captain's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt a chill that he had never felt before. The security personnel's curses, shouts, and tense tactical commands were constantly heard from the intercom. "Spread out. That person is coming." The intercom rang out with the sound of gunshots, muffled grunts after being shot, and chaotic footsteps when retreating or chasing. "Motherfucker, that guy is too fast." The voice in the communication device came to an abrupt halt, and a few crisp gunshots seemed to carry a few spiraling echoes. "The 3 Eastern Districts. The 3 Eastern Districts. Stop him." The captain looked at the assassin in the security guard's uniform on the surveillance screen, rushing through the screen like a gust of wind and entering the corridor. He felt the hair on his body stand on end. The other party was about to kill his way to the 3 Eastern Districts in such a short time. How did he avoid such dense firepower in the building? The voice that ordered the armed personnel to set up a defense line in the 3 Eastern Districts belonged to the head bodyguard of Counselor Macklin. That voice, which had always been confident and proud, trembled in front of the assassin today. The face of the Special Task Force's captain was ashen as he rubbed the curly hair on his head in agony. He could not believe what he had just seen on the monitor. Even the most elite special forces of the Federation military would not have been able to react so quickly, wield such ferocious firepower, and use such extremely precise means of attack. In just a few minutes, that person had killed 7 bodyguards, broken through 2 lines of defense, and was about to enter the 3 Eastern Districts of the Foundation building. When he had just received the alarm of an intruder, the captain had been calculating how many people the other party had sent to attack the Foundation building, which was protected by 3 layers of defense. But what he did not expect was that until now, they had only found 2 people. The 2 of them dared to come in so openly. If it had been in the past, the captain would have thought that this was a big joke. However, the lines of death cutting across the space and the assassin moving silently and quickly in the building made him realize that today's 2 attackers were not ordinary people. What made him feel even colder was that the attacker in the building had used some unknown method to quietly enter the core area. He was not discovered until he entered the Foundation building. "Motherfucker, when will the troops get here?" The captain roared angrily, then picked up the communication device in his hand and issued an order with a frosty expression. "We must find that person on the mountain within 3 minutes. The rest of the teams move closer to the side of the building and break in immediately." His expression was extremely ugly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said quickly in a low voice, "There must be tactical support personnel outside. Otherwise, that person would not have been able to sneak in. Check the internal monitoring again and search for abnormal signal-emitting nodes. Do not alarm them. Go up and find the area where the signal is received." Knowing that the councilman had entered the passage, the captain was not as nervous as he appeared to be. Years of experience in the Special Task Force allowed him to issue correct orders in an orderly manner. Whether it was in terms of firepower or other aspects, the 2 intruders could only be considered as failures in the end. However, when the captain saw the images on the monitor, he could not help but shudder. The intruder in the image with a travel bag on his back was running quickly with his head down, holding 2 federal military standard guns in his hands. The intruder did not seem to raise his head to aim, but the guns in his hands never stopped firing. The tongues of fire were like dragons, spitting between the corridors. The paint, cement, and wallpaper, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, were all torn into pieces and floating in the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. Before the pieces fell, The figure with his head down had already killed like a cold wind. Chapter 294. There were no landmines in front of him, nor was there a bottomless abyss. However, Sulu, who was hiding behind the wall, still felt an endless chill because there was a hail of bullets there. Since he had crossed the stars to come here, then he would bravely advance forward. However, those ear-piercing sounds of gunfire and the concrete fragments that flew in all directions at the corner of the wall blocked his path. He sniffled, lowered his head, and took out 2 black Kian folding light machine guns from his bag. He weighed them in his hands, occasionally tilting his head. The firepower at the entrance was too fierce, directly suppressing him behind the wall. He could not poke his head out at all. Dust had already filled the dimly lit corridor. The alarm kept ringing, and those flying concrete fragments accompanied by loud explosions struck his body at high speed. There was some dull pain, especially on his exposed lower jaw, where blood could already be seen. If he had been inside the MX Mecha right now, this building would have been easily destroyed by him. He would not have had to be stuck in this small space with bullets. He slung the travel bag tightly on his back again, leaving a hole of just the right size. He raised the gun in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the cold and murderous folding Kian light machine gun in his right hand automatically came off with a soft click. The handle was still in his hand, but the black barrel was already pointed in the direction of the corridor entrance. His somewhat dry and pale lips trembled rapidly a few times, as if he was cursing a few vulgarities. Sulu took several deep breaths to shake off his nervous emotions. A hint of valiance flashed through his eyes as he stood up and pulled the trigger. A low and loud gunshot rang out, and countless bullets roared out. At the same time, he kicked off the bullet-riddled corner of the wall, and all the terrifying strength in his body was unleashed. His entire body swept horizontally through the smoke-filled corridor, but it was slanted upwards, heading straight for the corner of the wall. The muscle fibers on his left leg tightened up one by one, erupting with great strength. In just the blink of an eye, Su Li's body had already swept to the corner of the wall. Then, he forcefully turned around and charged into the smoke. While he was making this series of high-speed movements, the 2 cards in his hands continued to spit out flames, hitting the walls inside the building with crashing sounds. Once the firepower at the gate was slightly suppressed, they raised their heads again. These well-trained militants had experienced countless battles with Macklin in the Green Dragon Mountains. Naturally, they would not make such a tactical mistake. In fact, the density of the bullets instantly increased because they knew that the invaders would definitely choose to force their way in. However, the militants made a habitual mistake. The direction of the bullets was mainly downwards. Generally speaking, people who relied on firepower to break through would choose to glide along the ground quickly in order to avoid the blockade. They did not expect that the invaders today would have such a strange and terrifying physique that they could actually traverse a distance of more than 3 meters with just a single step. The corner of the wall was already soft from the gunfire, and Sulu stomped on it with his left foot, causing it to immediately collapse. Just as the strangely shaped cement blocks fell to the ground, Sulu had already passed through the smoke and landed heavily on the side of the gate, narrowly avoiding the dangerous bullets dancing in the corridor. Ta-ta-ta! Ta-ta-ta! The 2 Kians spat out flames and swept fiercely at the 3 militants in front of him. Sulu lowered his head and rushed over. He did not have time to swing his arms forward, so he directly kicked the knee of the person who was still standing. With a crack, that person's knee immediately bent and broke. Before the scream could be heard, Sulu had already retracted his hands. With a wave of his left hand, he swung the MP5 submachine gun that the person was holding tightly in his hand. The barrel of his right hand directly pressed against the person's abdomen and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A muffled sound suddenly rang out like a sudden rainstorm in a dense forest. That militant did not even have time to make sound before he was directly sent flying by the bullet from a muzzle. Blood splattered everywhere in the smoke, and it was exceptionally bloodied. Sulu wiped the blood off his face and did not look at the numbing and itchy wound on his left shoulder. Since his left arm was fine, it was probably just a graze from the shrapnel in the chaotic battle. He looked at the corridor in front of him, quickly took out the magazine from his back, and continued to rush over with his head lowered. An intruder with astonishing speed, 2 Kian's light machine guns, 2 flames, a rain of bullets, dense and muffled gunfire in the foundation building, and figures constantly falling on both sides of the road. With the help of the mysterious power in his body, Su Li's strength and speed were more powerful than the best professional soldier. The calmness of a mechanic allowed him to perfectly control his every movement on such a dangerous battlefield. What was even more shocking was his observation ability and reaction speed. In the smoke and whistling bullets, he was like a shadow, relying on the few objects in the corridor to quickly rush forward. He had never learned any of the assault tactics of the Federal Army. Such a dauntless and fearless assault seemed more like a foolish act of courting death. However, it was this very unprofessional tactical choice, combined with his extremely powerful combat ability, that caught the armed personnel in the building off guard. These armed men who had just woken up from their sleep did not expect that after the invaders broke through the first door, they did not take any rest and rushed over in the rain of bullets. The Kian's in Su Li's hands continued to spew flames, reaping the lives of the people in the field. He was able to discover the location of the intruder earlier than the intruder, so he could effectively dodge and shoot in the shortest amount of time. It had to be said that in the underground armory of Whitewater Company, Secretary had spent more than 10 days of special training to make him a real killer. In less than 15 seconds, he had already passed through the corridor, leaving behind the corpses of the 5 militants. The moment the door opened, Su Li clearly heard the last bullet of the Kian's light machine gun in his hands. At the same time, he saw 2 shadows under the wall outside the door. There were 2 people hiding there, and they had quietly raised their guns in their hands and were ready to shoot. He did not stop moving forward, and with the strength of his arms, he threw the Kian's in his hands. The fully metal machine heavily smashed into the wall, and with a huge force, it quickly smashed back at the 2 people hiding behind the door. The 2 militants subconsciously turned their muzzles slightly, but at this time, Su Li had already rushed behind the door. His right hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the hot gun barrel of the other party. With a strong twist, only a strange sound was heard, and the metal gun barrel was bent. His palm moved up the gun barrel and fiercely chopped at the man's throat. At the same time, his body suddenly moved back and pressed into the arms of the other militant, crushing the gun in the other's hand, making it impossible for him to shoot. His elbow struck out viciously, striking the sturdy gun, and the huge force shook the militant's body. The militant who was chopped in the throat had a look of shock and disbelief in his white eyes. The bent gun fell to the ground. He covered his broken throat with his hand and slowly sat down against the wall. The other militant behind the door had his sternum completely shattered. He fell to the ground, unconscious and on the verge of death. Su Li, who was covered in blood, moved a few steps to the left and hid himself behind the printer. After a few rapid breaths, his pale face slightly returned to normal. But then he put his trembling right arm into the travel bag on his back, took out a Kian's, and stood up. This was the gun he was best at. Since he entered the building, 13 people had already died by his hands. The crisp sound of the Kian light machine gun and the clear recoil made Su Li very clear what he was doing. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think about whether it was right or wrong for him to kill Macklin today. He also didn't have the mood to analyze whether there was a hidden factor of violence in his body. He only knew that he had to speed up. After glancing at the structural diagram of the foundation building displayed on his watch, Su Li wiped the blood on his face and walked toward the 3 eastern districts. The images of his walk were all recorded by the monitoring equipment inside the building, and then transmitted to the temporary headquarters in the auxiliary building. It was this series of fast and shocking scenes of gunfire and killing that made the captain of the Special Task Force shudder. On the other side of the foundation building, some sounds of defense could be faintly heard, but Su Li did not seem to hear it. As he ran quickly in that direction, he looked at his watch to calculate the appointed time for Secretary to rehack the system. At the same time, he made a final check of his equipment. At this time, a loud sound came from a place hundreds of meters away from the building. It was a violent explosion, and a black cloud rose up. The strong shock wave directly swept over, shattering all the glass windows in the foundation building. Countless fragments jingled and danced in the air. Sulu lowered his head and walked forward, covering his head with his arms. It seemed that he did not care about the sudden explosion. In fact, he knew that it must have been the white magnolia on the top of the mountain who detonated the plastic high-energy bomb placed in the exit toilet of the parking lot. That bomb was installed by Sulu himself, and he was very clear about the power of the explosion. According to the information provided by the anti-government forces, the secret passage from the senator's office to the underground parking lot should have been blown up, but he did not know if Macklin was killed or if the senator was blown back. Because he could not be sure, he had to rush in again with a gun in hand and kill that guy. However, before he broke into the 3 Eastern districts, he felt a little strange because after a burst of noise inside the building, it suddenly quieted down. With his superhuman hearing, he could vaguely hear the sound of hurried footsteps below. Had the senator's security backup finally arrived? Sula narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his plan, these backup forces should have arrived long ago. He did not know who was helping him delay, but it seemed that this delay had lost its effect. Holding the Kian with both hands, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty hall in front of him, which was full of infinite danger. He slowly raised the gun, put it to his eyes, and began to accurately aim. At the same time, he gradually slowed down. Chapter 295. The 3 Eastern districts were the second branch of the 4 Continents Foundation Hall. The room was about 400 square meters and was divided into numerous grid areas by light blue partitions that were half the height of a person. Desks and computers were placed in each area. It could be imagined that on a normal day, there must be countless amiable and lovely ladies here, answering the phone while quickly typing on the keyboard. In the midst of countless grateful voices, donations from various regions of the Federation continued to be channeled into the Foundation's account. However, today the office area was quiet or dead silent. There was no sound of typing on the keyboard, no phone ringing. Only some rapid breathing could be faintly heard, and the owner of those breaths was hidden somewhere. The fierce battle in the morning did not seem to have affected this place. The corridor between the 2 walls was full of bullet holes and corpses, but there were no traces left here. Even the green plants by the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides were still so gentle in the faint morning light. Sulu raised the Kian gun and held it parallel to his chin. Using the standard movement of the Federal Army, he aimed at the empty space in front of him that was filled with killing intent. He forced his way through the corridor because he did it unexpectedly. With the opponent's unpredictable speed and lethality, he rushed forward valiantly. The silence made him extremely vigilant. By Magnolia's soft voice in the earpiece did not sound again. The monitoring system inside the Foundation building was not taken back. He could not determine where those people were hiding in the 3 Eastern districts, behind the desk or in the shadow of the green plants. The previous explosion made Sulu confirm that Macklin had chosen the secret passage to leave as planned. Since the secret passage was blown up, Macklin should have been forced to return to his room at this time. And to get to Macklin's room, the 3 Eastern districts were an area that had to be passed through. The key was that the hurried footsteps downstairs made it clear to him that the armed forces in the building had begun to gather in his direction. If his movements were slow, the only outcome left for him would be to be surrounded by countless firepower, which would be a miserable end. The military boots slowly took 2 steps forward without making any sound. Sulu narrowed his eyes and slowly and steadily scanned every corner of the office through the scope of the Kian light machine gun without a trace of trembling. Suddenly, a green plant that was about the height of a person by the floor-to-ceiling window swayed. Under the cover of the morning light, a militant opened fire at him. Because of the sunlight, Sulu narrowed his eyes. Even though he knew that the other party had fired, he didn't make any evasive movements. He just steadily pointed the muzzle in that direction. With a few clear sounds, the wall beside Sulu was pierced with a few bullet holes. The wallpaper was filled with a burnt smell, and it began to flutter in the air. Almost at the same time, his finger pulled the trigger. Following the clear feeling of the recoil and the muffled sound, the green plants by the window scattered, and smoke rose. The green leaves scattered, and the militant who had been silently hiding behind them didn't even make a sound. He leaned back and fell to the ground. Sulu suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger at an extremely fast speed. He accurately shot through the light blue partition and killed a militant in the 11 o'clock direction on his left. He held the Kian light machine gun horizontally, narrowed his eyes, and fired quickly and accurately. In less than 7 seconds, more than 20 bullets had been fired, valiantly suppressing the militants hiding in the corners of the 3 eastern districts, making them unable to move. Occasionally, there were bullets whistling past his body, but his aiming speed was too fast. He just stood on the flat ground at the entrance of the 3 eastern districts. The Kian in his hand spat out flames at a certain rhythm. The militants didn't dare to poke their heads out, so naturally there was no accuracy. But in such a battlefield, this guy actually dared to stand and break in. It could only be said that he had seen through life and death. He had already walked 7 steps into the 3 eastern districts. The back of the Kian hit his shoulder heavily. He didn't miss a single shot, and once again pulled the cold trigger on his finger. The sharp bullet line shot straight forward, bringing a cluster of light smoke, and shot the hand holding the gun that had just reached out from behind the desk into countless pieces of minced meat. Screams sounded. At the same time, intensive gunshots sounded, instantly shattering the dead silence in the office and the monotonous gunshots from before. Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he realized that the real firepower in this office was much more powerful than what was shown before. The personal armed forces of Macklin had been waiting until now just to let him go deep into the 3 eastern districts, and there was no escape. The sky was full of bullets whistling. Su Li's face was pale, and the power in his body all burst out at this moment and passed to the military boots. The soles of the boots bloomed in an instant, and the inhuman power stomped on the ground. The dark carpet was broken into pieces, and his body had already fallen back. He tightly curled up, and like a reverse arrow, he fell back toward the entrance. No matter how powerful a person was, he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He didn't know if Feng Yu or that old man Lee's of Philadelphia could do it. But in Su Li's mind, normal people couldn't do this, so when the intensive gunshot sounded, he knew that he had no other choice but to dodge. In the air, he scattered the Kian in his hand with full power, continuously pouring bullets, wanting to suppress some of the firepower that had been waiting for this moment. While he was still in the air, 2 meters away from the entrance of the 3 eastern districts, Su Li's body had already shrunk, trying to reduce his size as much as possible. The barrel of the Kian in his hand had already started to turn red, and the office was filled with terrifying screeching sounds. A deeper gunshot sounded, and Su Li's body in the air seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. He flew back even faster and directly fell to the ground. He was shot 3 times, and the most fatal one was the last one in the chest. When the first gunshot sounded in the building of the 4 States Peace Foundation in S2, gunshots also sounded in the distant S1 Charter Square, which was more solemn and dignified than usual. At the guardrail, under the statue of the Group of 5 in Charter Square, a row of Federation soldiers in dark military uniforms stood there with solemn expressions. Their hands were tightly gripping the shiny metal guns in front of their chests. Their movements were beautiful and clean as they raised the guns over their shoulders, aimed at the sky, and fired. The gunshots were neat and uniform, as if one person was firing. As the gunshots spread out in spirals, the deliberately added colorful powder turned into white smoke in the clean winter air, and the gunfire was beautiful. The fat white pigeons on the lawn were already suffering from the cold winter, so they lazily hid in the pigeon house set up by the Square Management Center to keep warm. Suddenly, they were awakened by the crisp gunshots. Their instinct buried deep in their bones made them start to fear. Perhaps they thought of the miserable past of their ancestors being eaten by humans, so they all drilled out of the pigeon house and tried to fly away in horror. However, they were already too fat, and it was unknown whether the tips of their wings had degenerated or been cut off. How could they fly high into the snowy sky? They could only clumsily flutter around, looking like the pitiful hens in the ancient chicken farms recorded in movies at the Parliament Square connected to Charter Square. A series of gunshots also sounded at this time. However, unlike the fat pigeons on the lawn, on both sides of the stone steps of the Parliament building, on both sides of the lake opposite the Parliament Mountain, on the lawn, the ordinary citizens who came to watch the ceremony, as well as the officials and parliamentarians on the viewing platform, all had smiles and pride on their faces. There was no trace of panic. This was the inauguration ceremony of the Federation president, not a funeral, so only a series of gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of cannon salutes. It was already 10 o'clock, and the rumbling of cannon salutes rang through the sky, waking up all the sleepy people in the Capital Special District. In fact, no matter how unconcerned they were with politics, or how much they ridiculed the Federation government, they would probably wake up today to watch this grand event. After all, it was a grand event that happened once every 5 years. In fact, the people of the entire universe, whether it was nighttime or dawn, were all watching Charter Square, Parliament Mountain, and the core of the Federation through television. The two connected squares at the front and back of Parliament Mountain were already filled with people, and people were whispering with joy. The Federation welcomed a new president, and in the context of great reconciliation, even the president's political enemies could not dig up any misdeeds, so the citizens of the Federation had high expectations for the new government. The news channel of the Federation TV station and a few other major television stations had already set up countless broadcasting stations, and the heavy cameras were like black holes of cannons, aimed at the people attending the inauguration ceremony, and transmitted the sincere or fake smiles on their faces to thousands of households. The wireless cameras that hovered around the viewing platform and the stone steps of Parliament Mountain were like loyal roaming sentries, vigilantly watching the surroundings and transmitting all the details that were worth paying attention to back to the broadcasting vehicles, such as the material of the oath-taking platform on the stone steps of Parliament Mountain and the faces of the political bigwigs on the viewing platform. The viewing platform was connected to the stone steps of Parliament Mountain, and the old man who stood closest to the oath-taking platform was the president of the Federation Parliament. This vice president come president was ending his political career today, but looking at his expression, he was quite relaxed and at ease. Beside the president was naturally the vice president, and the vice president's expression was a bit heavy. After the new president was inaugurated, he still had to carry out his duties in the majestic Parliament building, and he just had to cooperate with the new president. Perhaps he was thinking about this, or perhaps he had already started thinking about the parliamentary election in a few years. A few members of the National Security Council were also at the back. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation, the commander of the 1st Military Region, General Miles, stood at the front with a cold expression, and beside him were the commanders of the 2nd Military Region and the 3rd Military Region. The cameraman of the Federation News Channel, wearing sunglasses, controlled the suspended camera on the arm and slowly flashed past the faces of these important people. These important people had been through who knows how many big scenes, and they maintained their facial expressions extremely well, without a trace of trembling at all. On the contrary, the staff in the temporary broadcasting center behind the Parliament building were excited by the familiar faces that flashed past on the camera. All the important people of the Federation government, Parliament, and military were present, and this was a rare scene. The female 3-star Federal Fleet General Hong Yuliang had come. This middle-aged female general who was used to drifting in the universe stood calmly in the crowd, unassuming, but exceptionally eye-catching because everyone knew that she rarely landed on the surface of a planet in the past few years. During President Sieg's inauguration ceremony last time, she was still far away near the Bermuda Space Passage and did not return to S1 at all. It was the middle-aged general beside her, wearing a dark military uniform, with a cold and indifferent expression. The reporters in the broadcasting center looked at that face and simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region, far away in the West Woods, actually came as well. When did he arrive at the capital? Why was there no news yet? The leader of the 7 major families of the Federation and the most powerful military general of the Federation, who had been absent from 2 presidential inauguration ceremonies in a row, actually came in person this time. Tens of thousands of spectators had gathered in front of the Parliament Hill, but the focus of the news was still on the important people on the viewing platform. The citizens watching the news on TV curiously identified the identity and power of these important people, and they were unusually excited. The big shots on the viewing platform, the reporters in the broadcast center, the higher-ups of the major television stations who were watching all of this, and the reporters who were waiting to submit their manuscripts silently looked at the faces that were familiar, or should have been familiar, but had become somewhat unfamiliar. However, they were not as excited as the ordinary people. Instead, they felt a trace of a strange emotion, but this emotion was positive and encouraging. Everyone had arrived, even the eccentric General Hong and Commander Zhong, who had always been indifferent to the Federation, had arrived. This demonstrated an atmosphere of great unity that had never been seen before. In front of the threat of the Empire, after the turmoil of the 67th year of the constitutional era, all of the important people with foresight in the Federation felt the importance of unity. President Pabre's administration undoubtedly ushered in the most beautiful beginning. Amidst the resounding applause, excited shouts, and happy whistles, Mr. Pabre, the president-elect of the Federation, accompanied by his wife and President Sig, slowly walked from the side to the stone steps of the Parliament building. This was the first time Pabre stood at the highest point of the Federation, but this lawyer-turned-politician did not panic at all. He shook hands with President Sig, smiled, and whispered a few words, and then walked to the front of the oath stage. The sea of people in the square at the foot of the Parliament building immediately became even more excited, and the guests on the viewing platform also began to extremely politely applaud. President Pabre was born into a family of miners in the Donglin district. His difficult childhood and later arduous military career left behind dark marks on his face, full of perseverance. And his 10 years of work as a public interest lawyer allowed his thick lips to say countless words that would make the hearts of the audience swoon. However, today, President Pabre said nothing. He only raised both of his arms, and raised them high towards the people in the square who passionately supported him. Gradually, the square became quiet. President Pabre narrowed his eyes and watched the dense crowd. He turned his head to look at his wife, who had hot tears in her eyes, and then looked at his election partner, Vice President Byron. He cast a slightly simple and honest smile, and then turned his head back. After the collapse of the dynasty in the distant past, human society entered the stage of electoral politics. No matter how the name of society changed, whether it was the Republic or the Federation, but after so many years, only this presidential election gave the Federation people a very different feeling. Because in this presidential election, 2 outliers, Senator Pabre and Senator Macklin, had appeared. In countless years of elections, there had never been a story of a person without any family background, starting from the bottom of society and standing on the glorious stage of Federation politics in one fell swoop. But this time, 2 people had appeared at once. President Pabre quietly looked at the people below the stage, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The wrinkles on his lips became very deep, as if they were carved with a knife. They were firm and gave people a feeling of trust. There were many people in the Federation who passionately supported him, at least not less than Macklin's support. However, in the election, this politician had always calmly controlled the emotions of his supporters, and in order to not let the Federation fall into chaos, he had carried out countless difficult and even somewhat passive efforts. However, reality proved that he was the final victor. My victory is the victory of the common people. President Pabre looked at the crowd below the stone steps and suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was exceptionally free and unrestrained. After the laughter gradually stopped, he extended his right index finger and pointed at the people who were full of joyful smiles. His palm was broad and thick, and his fingers were slender and strong. He loudly said, "It is your victory, the victory of the common people, your victory." In the Winter Capital Special District, on Parliament Hill, Charter Square, the Lawn, the Calm Lake, and every corner of the Federation, The miners who had been guarding the resource planet for several years, the warriors patrolling the border, the students in the dormitory, and all kinds of people were excited by these words. The cheers resounded in front of Parliament Hill, and the sound was deafening. Behind the oath-taking platform, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who was in charge of presiding over today's oath-taking ceremony, opened his sleepy eyes as if he did not know what had happened. In an extremely inconspicuous position in the second-to-last row of the viewing platform, Lady Tai, wearing a black imitation leather coat, calmly looked at the president in the distance. She covered her mouth with her gloved right hand and coughed softly a few times. Hearing the cheers around her, she unnoticeably frowned. This is the victory of the common people. This is your victory. On a news screen in the office, President Pabre was loudly saying these words. There was a sea of people in the square, and it was a magnificent sight. The white-haired Senator Macklin had a haggard expression on his face, but when he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh mockingly. He softly said, "An eloquent speaker who uses the common people as his clothes." As the loser of the presidential election, Macklin was not too dissatisfied to be able to escape unscathed. His haggard expression mainly came from waking up early that morning and the current situation he was in. This senator, who was highly respected by the people at the bottom of the Federation, wore a white shirt that was dyed with black and yellow spots. There was also a lingering stench that seeped out of his body. The news on the television continued. Not far away, the dense gunshots continued to sound, chilling to the heart. Senator Macklin's face was a little pale. He took a wet towel and wiped the dirt and dust on his body in disgust. Although his residence was behind the office, and there was a huge shower and the most luxurious wave jacuzzi, as the target of an assassination, he really did not have the mood or time to enjoy these things amidst the roaring gunshots. "We have to leave immediately, Mr. Senator," Macklin's confidential secretary said with a pale face and a trembling voice. "Since the other party can even blow up the escape tunnel, they must be a very large organization. Maybe they are people from the mountains. We don't know if the federal army will come to help. The security forces in the building alone will definitely not be able to withstand it." The moment the alarm sounded, the staff in the senator's office helped Senator Macklin, who had woken up early, into the secret tunnel and prepared to leave directly into the underground parking lot. However, no one expected that just as they were about to walk out of the secret tunnel, there would be a terrifying explosion above the tunnel. The power of the explosion directly collapsed the top of the tunnel, and 7 staff members in the senator's office died in the rubble. It was the cautious Senator Macklin who had deliberately waited until the end, and he managed to escape with his life. However, the dust, feces, and urine that were blasted out by the explosion still drenched the people who were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Senator Macklin frowned and glanced at his secretary. He thought of his secretary, Helen, and felt even more dissatisfied. However, Helen had already been killed by him in the terrorist attack, so there was no benefit in reminiscing about her past. The senator wiped his white hair with a wet towel and threw the smelly towel on the ground. He turned back to look at the strong soldier beside the chair and asked in a low voice, "How long until the helicopter arrives?" "The intruders are too fast. Even if the military receives the order to request for help, it will take at least 20 minutes. The soldier did not have an epaulet and did not belong to any department of the Federation government. He was Senator Macklin's most trusted subordinate and had been Macklin's orderly many years ago. Later on, he began to lead the armed forces in the building to protect Senator Macklin's career in this universe. What do you suggest?" Although Senator Macklin was in a sorry state, he still managed to maintain a calm expression. The continuous gunshots and the occasional explosion not far away could not make the weather-beaten old man panic. There are not many intruders. The internal surveillance confirmed that only one person entered the building, the soldier said in a low voice. "One person?" Macklin's brows furrowed, and he snapped rudely, "How is the safety work done? It's my fault. However, there's a very powerful sniper on the peak in the northeast." The soldier replied quickly and calmly, "Whether we evacuate from the ground now or wait for the helicopter to leave, it will be very dangerous. The sniper must be waiting for this moment. The Federal Army's conventional sniper weapons can't have such a long range. He continued to analyze. I think it's an experimental ACW. Senator, I suggest that we stay in the building and wait for reinforcements. According to the feedback from the communication device, the reinforcements outside the building have rushed over. Since there's only one person, it is impossible for him to break into this room in front of our security forces. Then how did he break into the building? The secretary retorted sharply, and then suggested to the senator in a trembling voice, that person must have other helpers. Mr. Senator, let's retreat first. Since the sniper outside has been exposed, the Special Task Force must be dealing with him now. The Special Task Force's response can't be slow, but it will take some time for the people to deal with the sniper to arrive. The key is, can those agents handle it? The soldier glanced at the secretary and saluted Senator Macklin. Comrade Senator, please believe in our strength and determination. There is a safe house in the office, and this is the safest place. Okay. Senator Macklin did not think for long and agreed to the arrangement. He slowly sat back on the soft sofa and watched the presidential inauguration ceremony on the television tiredly. He said slowly, "Are you confident?" "Yes," the soldier said calmly. "That person has been surrounded at the entrance of the 3 Eastern districts. Everyone is rushing over. Even if he is Li Pifu, only death awaits him today." After the first round of shooting, Shi Qinghai carried the heavy ACW and its accessories, stepped on the red leaves, and rushed to the foot of the mountain. He knew that his position had been exposed, and the enemy would definitely come to suppress him immediately. However, the reason he rushed down the mountain was not to change his sniping position, but to change his role in the plan today. He wanted to provide as much effective support as possible to Madman Su in the building. Breathing heavily and with heavy footsteps, Shi Qinghai ran all the way. He knew very well that the ACW in his hand could not determine the outcome of the battle, just like how the new MX Mecha could not determine the outcome of the war between the Federation and the Empire. The agents of the Special Task Force were originally used to block bullets for important political figures. How could they be blocked by an anti-material rifle? Previously, Shi Qinghai's shooting at the top of the mountain had stopped the Special Task Force for 2 minutes. This was taking advantage of the mutual distrust between Senator Macklin's office and the government. However, only the commander of the Special Task Force would come to his senses and realize that he had failed in his duty. He would definitely rush to the building at all costs. The development of the facts was just as Shi Qinghai expected. The shadow of death could not stop the Special Task Force. When he rushed down the mountain, more than a dozen agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed into the building fearlessly, ready to block Su Li's escape route. The staff of the security company also rushed in with the Special Task Force. Shi Qinghai rushed to the foot of the mountain. He listened attentively to the gunshots in the building. His heart gradually became heavy, because the obvious muffled sound of the Qian gun had stopped, but the gunshots of the enemy were getting more and more frequent. After entering a suitable distance, Shi Qinghai reinstalled the ACW and pulled the trigger. The thick barrel had no fire, only smoke. 2 smoke bombs with long tails penetrated the glass wall of the 3 eastern districts of the Foundation building and fell in. Chapter 296. The dark ventilation duct was full of dust, and gunshots rang out from time to time. Several holes were shot in the metal ventilation wall, and thin pillars of white light shone in. It looked like an unreal scene. Su Lu dragged his travel bag and crawled in the ventilation duct. The design of the ventilation duct of the Foundation building was very strong, and it would never give intruders any chance to escape. Although the cautious Senator Macklin was no longer the tough soldier he used to be, he was very mature when it came to security. Warm blood flowed out from the wound, bringing with it dust, turning into a sticky substance, making people feel very uncomfortable. Su Lu breathed in the stale air and crawled quickly in the ventilation duct. He did not care about his wound and the pursuit that might be caused by the sound. In fact, he was still hiding in the 3 eastern districts and could not get rid of the omnipresent gunfire. In fact, he did not want to get rid of it, nor did he want to leave. He jumped down from the ventilation duct and landed on his left leg first. A sharp pain entered his brain and almost made him fall to the ground. This was the pantry of the office area, and no one was there for the time being. Sulu sat down by the coffee machine and lowered his head to breathe quickly. Only then did he have a chance to see where he was shot. Earlier, he had been ambushed by the powerful armed men around Macklin in the 3rd East District. Then, the Special Task Force agents and more than 30 security guards from the security company rushed into the building and surrounded him. If he hadn't thrown the 4 rolling grenades and caused temporary chaos, he wouldn't have been able to escape from that place. Did he leave? No. The outside of the room was full of heavily armed enemies. As soon as he showed his head, he would definitely end up in a honeycomb. After a short breath, Sulu felt that in addition to the wound on his left leg, there were also 2 painful places on his body. He looked down and saw that the trousers on his left leg had been completely torn and a piece of shrapnel had cut directly under his knee. If it had been a little higher, his knee would have been shot, and it would have been difficult for him to walk. He was shot twice in the chest and abdomen, and the conical bullets were deeply embedded in the interlayer of his underwear. The huge impact compressed the 2 bullets and made them look like round platinum nails used by girls for decoration. Sulu frowned and used all his strength to pull them down. He found that the place where he was shot was extremely painful. He didn't know if his ribs were broken. If it hadn't been for the thin, hard, bulletproof vest from Whitewater Company, he would have already met George Carlin. Escaping from death, he didn't feel much joy. His heart was heavy. He took a deep breath and mobilized the scorching power behind his waist, causing his body to tremble. Especially around his injured left leg, the muscle fibers were forcefully squeezing and rubbing together, increasing the pain of the wound. Blood also spurted out, but for some reason, the wound gradually turned white and no more blood flowed out. At this time, a very soft sound suddenly came from outside the pantry. Sulu clenched the Kian in his hand and lowered his head to listen attentively. Although he couldn't confirm the number of people, he knew that it was definitely not a small number. He slowly lowered his body. Instead of hiding behind the door, he squatted on the other side of the door. Sure enough, there was a burst of concentrated gunfire. The high-density plastic door was instantly shot with countless holes by the gunfire outside the door, splashing wood and plastic shards everywhere. Sulu silently squatted at the bottom of the door, avoiding the spurting bullets and risking his life to wait. After the door was kicked open, Sulu didn't care about the first person with a gun at all. Instead, he flashed out from behind that person, raised his gun, and fired continuously, killing the 2 people in front of him. In the shortest amount of time, he threw himself under a cubicle desk. Just as he fell heavily to the ground, gunshots rang out in the office in the East 3rd District. A barrage of bullets rained down on his hiding spot. The bullets shattered the small decorations on top of the cubicle. The small crystal objects and dolls that the ladies liked to put in the office experienced a second brutal blow and were scattered in all directions. The light blue hard partition material, under such intense gunfire, gradually fell apart. Fortunately, it wasn't made of tofu slag. Although it didn't play a big role, it still resisted for a while. During this time, Sulu silently crawled toward the window in the smoke and gunfire. From a moment he rushed into the building, he had already put life and death behind him. But at this moment, accompanied by the shrill gunfire and the cold metal music, he really smelled the smell of death. Motherfucker! At this time, he couldn't raise his head at all. The whistling sound of the bullets around him mixed together and became a horrible sound. The hard objects that kept shattering around him reminded him that the human body couldn't withstand this kind of harvest of death. His mood was extremely cold and gloomy. He didn't even notice that the bullets that were shooting around once again hit his thigh. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling glass curtain of the 3 eastern districts suddenly broke. 2 metal objects flew in, instantly releasing a large amount of smoke that quickly enveloped the entire floor. Then 2 more smoke bombs were shot in, and the smoke became thicker. Even the things that were close to him couldn't be seen clearly. The dense gunfire that was moving in this direction suddenly became fierce and then sparse. Everyone in the office temporarily stayed in their positions and didn't move. The federal military provided a smoke bomb. Under the cover of the smoke, Sulu quietly moved his position and hid behind a safe with a pale face. With the knowledge of guns he learned from Magnolia, he easily recognized what it was that allowed him to live for a few more minutes. He knew that there was someone covering him outside the Foundation building, but it was not Secretary Bai. However, the effect of the smoke bomb could only last for 3 minutes. The well-trained security personnel in the building obviously knew this, so they didn't rush blindly. Instead, they occupied all the corridors and coldly waited for the smoke to disperse. Only 3 minutes to live. Sulu took a few quick breaths, lowered his head, and wiped the blood on his face. He gently put the Kian in his hand on the ground, took out the last 2 long pistols from the travel bag, and then slowly and steadily began to install the silencer. The biggest reason why today's operation was in such a precarious situation was because the Magnolia in the mountain had failed to successfully control the monitoring system in the Golden Foundation building again. Without the help of the monitoring system, Sulu was equivalent to a blind man, and the other party could clearly find his location. At this time, the smoke was extremely thick, and everyone became blind for 3 minutes. But what would happen after 3 minutes? Sulu lowered his head and pursed his dry lips. His eyes narrowed, and there was a strange smile on his face. He didn't want to think about what would happen after 3 minutes. Uncle said that humans are the best machines. He wiped the cold sweat from his palms, took a deep breath, and tightly held the cold, long handle of the pistol. He kept muttering to himself in his heart, "Sulu, you are a machine. You won't get hurt, you won't get tired." This was probably self-hypnosis when facing a desperate situation. Only in this difficult and dangerous environment would he not lose the last of his courage and confidence. However, no matter how much he hypnotized himself, he knew that his eyesight and hearing were better than the average person. But after all, he was not the omniscient and omnipotent creator, and he was not the eyes that could look down on all living beings. The people surrounding him were all well-trained professional soldiers and professional agents of the Special Task Force. He couldn't kill them with just the smoke, but he still had to stand up and finish this matter. So, Sulu frowned and tried not to think about the miserable wounds on his body. He exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, preparing to stand up and continue shooting. Then, he would be shot until he died. In the Capital Special District, in front of the Parliament Hill, countless people quietly watched the long stone steps on the oath platform with eyes full of concern. At this time, no one noticed that in the second last row of the viewing platform, there was a lady in a black coat. She received a phone call, and then a strange look flashed through her calm expression. In the same inconspicuous position of the viewing platform, the heads of the Lee family and the Lin family, who deliberately kept a low profile at this prominent moment, seemed to have received some kind of message at the same time. The expressions on their faces changed, and then they immediately returned to normal. They looked at the stone steps seriously. "I solemnly swear that I will faithfully carry out the duties of the President and use all my strength to protect the Charter of the Federation." Vice President Byron had finished his oath. At this time, the one who put his hand on the thick charter was President-elect Pabre. His voice was very stable, and his feelings were sincere. What followed was a 10-minute speech. "On this day, we are gathered together because we choose hope over fear and meaningful unity over disputes and discord. On this day, we have come to declare that those useless complaints and false promises have come to an end. Those mutual accusations and old dogmas that have warped our politics for a long time have come to an end." President Pabre used a grave expression to watch the crowd in the square. Under the threat of the empire, under the threat of the Federation's unfairness, should we sit and wait for the judgment of the Creator, or should we do our best to do something? In the history of the Federation, there has never been a lack of people who have pleaded for the people. And in the history of the Federation, in the face of the dark era and decadent oppression, there have always been people who dared to stand up and release their own roar. I admire this type of person. I want to tell these people that no matter where you are in the universe, As long as you respect the principles of the Federation and the spirit of the Charter, I welcome you to S1, to the capital, to the Federation government. Sula didn't hear the content of President Pabre's speech. In the smoke and ruins, he prepared to stand up, but his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something inconceivable. Chapter 297. That autumn more than 2 years ago, Uncle Phone, you had put that bracelet on Su Li's wrist. From then on, many strange things had happened to him. He had swapped out the chip on the back of his neck. He had entered the black dream while unconscious, and in the dream, he had seen that great and terrifying existence. That existence had not erased his existence, but had instead been silently watching over him. Furthermore, at the crucial moment when he was fighting for the laboratory data, he had helped him. The Federal Central Computer, which had distributed the glory of the Charter, had once injected countless complex and advanced blueprints into his brain in order to awaken him from his coma. It was also by relying on these blueprints that Su Lu had been able to enter the Shell Motor Company, and it played an important role in the Federation's development of the new MX mecha. Su Lu had asked himself countless times, why would such a bizarre encounter that only appeared in novels, a storyline that no one had ever imagined, happen to him? At first, he had been terrified, worried that the Federal Central Computer would recognize his identity as a fugitive and kill him at every moment. Later on, he had become numb and lost, and had some thoughts of throwing caution to the wind. His courage and directness in dealing with the things and people around him probably had something to do with this absolute sense of insecurity. After that, he had gotten used to the black dream that had appeared in his mind. That extremely polite old thing had spoken in a flat tone, and he had vaguely caught onto something. For some unknown reason, the cornerstone of the Federation society, the glory of the Charter, which had spread throughout the universe, did not seem to want him to die. At least, he cannot die now. Therefore, before he had come to S2 to do the most important thing in his life, he had mustered up the courage to initiate contact with the other end of the Black Dream. The other end of the Black Dream had reacted to him, but there had been no results. It was not until he had entered the interior of the Golden Foundation building, running for his life amidst the hail of bullets, that the great existence had once again appeared in his mind, in front of his eyes, by his side, and the moment it had appeared, it had given him endless shock. The architectural blueprints that appeared in Su Li's eyes did not shock him. The database of the Federation's central computer contained all the details of this world. Furthermore, he had long been used to the scene in front of his eyes. The more complicated architectural designs in the past also abruptly appeared in front of his eyes like this. Now, he naturally understood that this was not because he had epilepsy, nor was it because the bioelectric current in the chip behind his neck was disrupted. Instead, it was because the omnipotent central computer of the Federation was inputting data to him. What shocked him was the light spots in the blueprints, as well as the long series of citizen numbers on the light spots. Each light spot represented a person in the building. If one focused on the light spots would become clearer, revealing the outline of the human body. One could clearly see the location of the person and their movements. From this detail, it could be determined that not only did the Federal Central Computer use the chip to locate the specific location of everyone in the room, but it also directly used the highest authority to take over the Golden Foundation's internal monitoring network. What did this mean? This meant that at this time, Su Lu could clearly grasp every detail of the environment around him through his own eyes. The 3 eastern districts of the office were full of thick fog, reducing the visibility to the lowest level. Even if he used the infrared thermal imaging device equipped by the military, he was afraid that it would not be able to quickly distinguish between friend and foe. At this time, the blueprints in his eyes that could change at will and the light spots that represented the enemy seemed to have given him a pair of eyes that could see through the fog, even the walls and camouflage. In the world of the Federation, no one could escape the glory of the Charter. At this time, the glory of the Charter bathed Su Li's body. It was as if he had gained a pair of omniscient and omnipotent eyes that could overlook the world from space, capturing every detail and every target. Su Li's body felt a burst of coldness and an incomparably complicated heat. These two completely different emotions intertwined in his heart. He should have been incomparably excited because he had a perspective and ability that no one else in the universe could have, but he also felt endless fear. Why would the Federation's central computer grant him such terrifying authority and ability? What was hidden behind this matter? He had a pair of eyes that could see through everything and control everything. Could he still be considered a human? At the moment of life and death, even the cold and fear disappeared in an instant. With the blessing of the glory of the Charter, with such a pair of eyes that could see through everything, he might not have to die now and could finish the task at hand. Thinking of this, Su Li's whole body was hot and his face was pale. His narrowed eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the empty fog in front of him. His body trembled slightly. In the heavy fog, he stood up quietly and slowly took off his shoes, stepped on the debris on the ground, and walked into the depths of the fog. It was not his eyes that could see through all obstacles, heaven and earth, but the three-dimensional map in his left eye. With his subtle movements, the map that appeared in his left eye made subtle adjustments to its perspective, and the virtual blueprints were perfectly consistent with the surrounding environment in reality. To be able to achieve real-time data, synchronization, and scene reproduction, probably only the omnipresent and omnipotent Federal Central Computer could do it, right? His left eye clearly showed the number of enemies and their positions, and even their movements were clearly displayed. Su Li narrowed his eyes, put a pistol back on his waist, and held the long pistol flat with both hands. He slowly moved and aimed at a point in the depths of the fog. There was dead silence all around. No one knew the position of each other. The very military people did not shoot randomly, but silently blocked all the passages, waiting for the moment when the fog dissipated. The security personnel of the Foundation would never have thought that Su Li had stood up at this time. Su Li silently aimed at the depths of the fog. The cold muzzle pointed at the chaos, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, in his left eye, there was a virtual human body that could not be clearer. That person was holding a long gun and vigilantly leaning against a corner of the wall. Su Li pulled the trigger in his hand, and his wrist trembled slightly. The gun barrel made a very low chirping sound, and the bullet shot into the depths of the fog. There was still the sound of cement fragments and plastic fragments falling around, and there was a subtle breathing sound. The light of the light tube above could not penetrate the thick fog, and it was very vague. The gunshot after the noise was suppressed, and in this dangerous environment, it was very difficult to attract people's attention. The bullet shot into the depths of the fog, like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no reaction. Su Li narrowed his eyes, but from the light in his left eyelid, he could clearly see that the person's forehead had been hit with a warm color. He leaned against the wall with his head tilted and did not move at all. He should be dead. He died silently, and only the row of citizen numbers above his head gradually dissipated and went with the wind. Su Li's pupils shrunk helplessly. In this situation, he actually felt a sense of helplessness. It had to be said that it was a very strange thing. He did not have any further reaction to the unreal feeling that was similar to a game. Instead, he relied on his strong and thick nerves to silently and slowly turn around again. He pointed the muzzle at another direction in the depths of the fog. He silently pulled the trigger again, and another life quietly left the depths of the fog. The fog could last for about 2 minutes, and there were still more than 20 militants hidden in the 3 Easter districts. The thick white fog looked like beautiful white clouds floating on the mountainside. It covered the top of the autumn forest and the living creatures in the forest. The clouds, the fog, and the sky could no longer cover Su Li's eyes. He walked into the depths of the fog without making a single sound. He was like a barefoot shepherd boy walking among the white clouds in the mountains. However, this shepherd boy did not harvest grass or feed cows. He harvested lives for the sake of stubbornly moving forward. This was a completely unequal and unfair one-sided killing. After losing by Yulan's instructions through the earpiece, Su Li became a blind man. under the tracking of the Golden Foundation's internal surveillance network. He was in a very sorry state, and even miserable state, as he constantly fled. He was like a mouse caught by countless stray cats. No matter how he struggled, he would still end up dead in the end. But this time, his eyes saw light again, and what he saw was great light. He could see everything around him, but nothing around him could see his true appearance. In the cloud-like fog, he walked barefoot. Every time he stepped on the ground, he was extremely careful and did not make the slightest sound. Even if he stepped on a few sharp fragments and blood began to flow from the soles of his feet, he only frowned slightly and did not have the slightest reaction. The 2 gunshot wounds on his legs also affected his speed and pace. Relying on his superhuman muscle strength and control, he dragged his injured leg and silently and valiantly walked into the depths of the fog. He raised his gun and looked straight ahead, silently firing, and killed the enemies hidden in the fog, in the corners and next to the file cabinets one by one. After Su Lu shot and killed 6 people, the rest of the people in the 3 eastern districts finally felt a trace of strangeness and a chill from the depths of their hearts. They did not know that many of their companions had quietly died, but the faint smell of blood that was faintly getting stronger and stronger, the occasional sound of touching, and the occasional soft chirping from time to time made them faintly guess what was going on. The highly trained militants and the special task force agents, who were responsible for the security of VIPs, realized that there was a huge problem with the situation at the scene almost at the same time. Almost at the same time, they could no longer bear the feeling of impending death in the silence. They chose the most dangerous, but also the most courageous and most effective method. After confirming each other's positions briefly with the internal communication device, the gunshots in the 3 eastern districts exploded in an instant. Dense bullets once again flew in the air, weaving into countless firepower nets that shrouded the entire area. After the silence was broken, there were muffled grunts, screams, and hurried calls. This place became a noisy and dangerous battlefield. They no longer cared about whether or not they would cause serious injuries. They only hoped that with their lives, they could take down the terrifying intruder hidden in the fog. In just a moment, several armed militants were killed or injured by their own gunfire. Just before the gunfire erupted again, Su Lu lowered his body and advanced through the omniscient and omnipotent vision of his left eye. He dragged his heavily injured leg and quickly made his way to the left side of the fog. He was sure that there were no enemies here, and there was a safe here. He shrank his body behind the safe and held the gun with his head down. He listened to the whistling sound of bullets in the air in front of him and felt the environment around him where hard objects were scattered. He maintained absolute silence. The great light in his left, I could see the figures who raised their guns and fired into the fog. He could see where they were aiming, so in this chaotic and dangerous shooting, he was not hit. However, there were still a few high-speed bullets that swept in front of him, splashing the carpet fragments on the ground and the cement debris under the carpet, making crackling sounds. After silently counting 10 seconds, Su Lu raised his head that had been buried deep in his arms. He narrowed his eyes and aimed at a certain spot in the fog in front of him. He held the long case pistol with both hands to maintain absolute stability. Control the entrance of the passage. Give feedback on the situation. A cold voice came from the fog. The owner of the voice hid his body behind the fog and the desk, extremely cautious. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and aimed at that spot. That spot was covered in fog, but his left I had already seen through the smoke and the partition of the desk, accurately capturing the location of the other party. He gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet penetrated the smoke and the partition, accurately hitting the person's throat. Blood burst out of the person's throat, but Su Lu only saw a warm color in a certain area with his left eye. The 3 eastern districts once again fell into a dead silence. The people's breathing became heavy, and they no longer deliberately suppressed it. This was because they found that no matter how they hid, it seemed that the intruder could find their location and kill them. In this dead silence, Su Lu quietly moved toward one of the 2 exits under the cover of the fog. What the hell? In the temporary security command center in the auxiliary building of the Cultural and Arts Center, The captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation stared at the surveillance screen with a pale face, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. 7 surveillance cameras faithfully displayed everything that happened in the 3 eastern districts in front of his eyes. The problem was that all he could see at this time was only smoke. He could only hear the gunshots and the smoke and the sounds of all the combatants on his side dying. After all, the Peace Foundation was not a federal military base, and the Federation government would not give the building the authority to install a thermal imaging system. Even if there was, this member of the Special Task Force knew that at most he could see vague red and yellow figures in the smoke, but he could not distinguish between friend and foe. How did the intruder do it? At this time, he saw a picture from the corner of his eye. The door of the second exit of the 3 eastern districts flashed, and a guy in a guard uniform with a seriously injured left leg slowly walked out. Although this guy was not carrying the travel bag, the captain of the Special Task Force still recognized him at a glance. His pupils shrank slightly. Since this guy walked out of the smoke, what about the people in the smoke? The target is at the second exit. He forcibly suppressed the coldness and fear in his heart, stared at Su Lu on the screen, and quickly issued an order. Block the front of the corridor and flank from the side. Then the captain of the Special Task Force saw a scene that had frightened him for many years. Chapter 298. The existence and the glory of the Charter didn't help Su Lu enter the Federation's Special Task Force's communication channel, so he didn't hear the orders of the Special Task Force officer. He knew that security personnel would appear at the end of the side corridor, but he could see them. At this time, the walls and rooms inside the Foundation building had disappeared in his eyes. His left eye saw rows of virtual, 3-dimensional images. He could see the enemies running wildly behind the walls. Those figures condensed from light spots were turning back from behind the walls, trying to kill him from the side. Su Lu turned around and raised his gun, aiming at the side exit in advance. The running speed of the people behind the walls made it easy for him to calculate when they would appear. 3, 2, 1. He pulled the trigger in his hand. The moment the 3 enemies appeared at the end of the corridor, the bullets arrived. 3 flowers of blood bloomed, and the 3 people's bodies leaned back violently and fell heavily to the ground. After doing this thing that shouldn't be possible for humans, Su Lu dragged his seriously injured leg and walked forward. If he were an ordinary person with 2 bullets in the leg, he would have been unable to move long ago. But he was not an ordinary person, and the scene that happened before proved this. He just lowered his head, changed the magazine, and prepared for the next shot like a ghost. Walking through the dark corridor, he couldn't feel hesitant. Even if he had an indescribable feeling of confusion and fear about what happened to him, he was as careless and determined as ever. The moment he lowered his head and walked, he found that the road under his feet was more difficult than before, but also more comfortable. At this time, there was nothing that could stop his strong desire to finish this thing. He raised his hand and fired at will in the corridor, and the bullets were unrestrained, shooting down the people in front of him one by one. He walked straight forward without any worries. The world of freedom in his heart was not clear and lofty, but it was extraordinarily firm, blooming like a blood-colored flower that would never wither. In the 4 States Peace Foundation building, who knew how many blood-colored flowers bloomed? Su Lu, dragging his injured leg, killed a bloody path and came to the outside of the room with the door closed. The image in his left eye flashed slightly, and it showed that there were 3 people in the room. One of them had just stood up from the sofa, and the citizen number above that person's head started with SLB looked very familiar. Although the Federation strictly protected the privacy of its citizens, this citizen number was no secret to Su Lu. SL represented the upper forest region, while B represented S2. This person was Macklin. He was still in a room. It seemed that after the secret passage was blown up, Su Li's speed of breaking through the 3 eastern regions was too fast, so this counselor did not seize the opportunity to leave. What a fool! Su Lu sniffled and licked his dry lips. He raised the pistol in his hand and rested it on his wrist. He aimed behind the door and gently knocked on it. He stood in a very good position. He knew what the people behind the door were doing, and he also knew that there were still some security personnel who were trying to save Macklin's life. So he knocked on the door. As long as the person behind the door was a little further away from the wall, he could pull the trigger and directly kill that person. But it was clear that the bodyguard who was still with the counselor at the last moment was a very vigilant guy. Probably that person also knew that Su Lu seemed to have some kind of strange ability. So he hid his body perfectly behind the wall and did not give Su Lu any chance to shoot through. He's outside. The soldier with a cold expression leaned against the wall and said to Macklin, who was at the door of the office, "Counselor, you must go in immediately and close the safe house." Macklin's white hair was messy on the top of his head. The old politician silently looked at his most trusted subordinate, walked into the bedroom without hesitation, and pressed the button next to him. The sound of heavy components closing faintly came from behind the door. Su Li's thick eyebrows twitched. He knew what this meant. In the original plan, he did not expect to be able to do anything before the counselor hid in the safe house. But the clear sound of metal components closing still caused small bumps to appear on his back. He raised the gun and fired 3 shots at the lock of the door at a speed that did not match the rhythm. After a slight pause, he kicked the door open, threw his body forward, and rushed in. Before he broke the door, he had already determined the location of that person. While he was in the air, the barrel in his right hand had already opened fire, shooting at the wall on the right. The soldier who had been standing silently behind the wall was still silent and indifferent. Both sides were tightly holding an old-fashioned pistol. There was no epaulette on his shoulder, and there was a sharp military knife at his waist. His eyes were calm as he looked in the direction of the door. The most trusted bodyguard of Macklin was able to break through the layers of defense inside the Foundation building. He knew very well that today's intruder was not an ordinary person, so he was fully prepared. He was even prepared for failure. Therefore, when the door was kicked open, he immediately fired a shot. His body, however, turned around at an incredible speed. The barrel of the old-fashioned pistol spewed out beautiful flames, shooting at the black shadow that broke through the door. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of gunshots intertwined and resounded in the luxurious office. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and bullet holes were clearly visible on the walls and the floor. Before the smoke accumulated in the deep holes could rise, the two figures had already wrestled together like 2 fierce tigers. Su Lu did not hit the soldier without epaulettes. The soldier had experienced countless life-and-death gunfights in his life. Although he had the help of the glory of the Charter, which gave him unparalleled vision and predictive ability, at the critical moment of life and death, the silent soldier smelled danger in advance. Relying on a soldier's instinct on the battlefield, he reacted and narrowly avoided the soldier's continuous shots. The soldier also did not hit Su Lu. Although his evaluation of this intruder had risen to terrifying, he still did not expect that an injured person could actually react like a human when he was about to land on the ground. The moment Su Lu landed on the floor, his left palm slammed down fiercely. Relying on the huge force of a rebound, his body was forcibly shaken and bounced forward in the air. The soldier's bullets all brushed past his body and hit the floor. The soldier's pupils shrank sharply. At this moment, he thought of his previous suggestion to the committee member. At that time, he thought that in the encirclement of the 3 eastern districts, even if the Lees of Philadelphia personally came, it would be impossible to break through alone. However, this small-eyed man did it. Without any hesitation, the soldier without epaulettes rushed over with a solemn face. His left hand clasped Su Li's right hand that was holding the gun, and his right hand holding the gun pressed against Su Li's abdomen. At this time, Su Li's left hand had already fiercely grabbed the soldier's right shoulder, and the long magazine pistol in his right hand immediately fired. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two of them used their excellent military qualities to spring up and fight each other, twisting their bodies together. The soldier ignored the gun in Su Li's hand and bravely chose to die together with him. When people were not afraid of death, there were too many methods that could not be used. Su Lu, whose right hand was tightly grabbed, passively accepted the other party's invitation to die. He did not have time to think about anything else and subconsciously pulled the trigger. One was muffled, the other was crisp. 2 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, bursting out from the two people's chest and abdomen. The gunfire suddenly burst out in the narrow space. At such a close range, there was no way for anyone to dodge the shots. It was as if there were two very strong ropes tied around the waists of Su Lu and the soldier. The air in the office instantly froze, and the two people's bodies suddenly stopped. Then they were hit by the huge impact of the bullet and were pushed back rapidly. The bullet hit the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and it was unknown if it had penetrated it. The pale-faced Su Lu did not care about that. He even suppressed the huge pain in that area and the urge to vomit blood that was beginning to accumulate in his chest. The moment he fell, his right foot hooked the soldier's ankle, and he forcefully bounced up again. He fiercely used his knee to hit the soldier's knee. With a cracking sound, the soldier's knee broke, but the soldier's eyes lit up. He did not care about Su Li's violent and ruthless hand skills in a small area. His left hand shot out like lightning and firmly gripped the back of Su Li's neck. The barrel of his right hand was slanted upwards, pointing at the soldier's chin. Both parties were extremely cautious in wearing bulletproof vests. At the beginning, the violent shooting at each other at close range could not completely knock them down. But at such a close range, if someone were to shoot at the neck, no one would be able to survive. At this time, Su Lu had already dropped the gun in his hand. There were no more bullets in the gun. He used the bend of his elbow to hit the soldier's collarbone. At the same time, he used the fastest speed to pull out the military knife that he had not used before. The all-black long-case pistol fell on the floor with a bang. The two people who were tangled together in a dangerous situation also fell heavily to the ground. Like a flash of light, Su Lu roared. His right hand tightly gripped the military knife and viciously stabbed at the soldier's heart from above. The soldier used his uninjured right leg to hold Su Li's body tightly. The muzzle of his right hand was in an extremely narrow range, pointing at the soldier's chin. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. It was the reflection of the military knife. He was not afraid at all. Because he was wearing a soft pottery bulletproof vest, it was enough to withstand the explosive strike of such a sharp, cold weapon. Even if it could not block it, so what? If I die, you'll die too. The soldier without the epaulets was very willing to use his own life to exchange for the other's life. After the flash of light in his eyes, there was a look of determination and relief. The sharp military knife pierced through the soldier's uniform and opened a small hole in the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It encountered an extremely strong resistance. It was like a bamboo pole that was stuck in a quagmire that was about to freeze in the winter. It was difficult to move forward, but it also cannot be pulled out. The soldier's finger was already ready to pull the trigger. He was ready to see the flash of gunfire in front of his eyes and smash the head of the silent, small-eyed man into pieces. Su Li's eyes were especially bright at this moment. They were squinting like the crescent moon. The sound of electric current was heard. The blue arc flashed at the front of the military knife. A look of disbelief flashed in the soldier's eyes. His finger on the cold trigger kept trembling, but he could not press it down no matter what. At the same time, his body began to tremble violently. A faint burnt smell filled the room. The valiant professional soldier, Su Lu, who had powerful abilities, did not faint from the electric current. After a moment, the two people gradually regained control of their bodies. At this most critical moment, Su Li's face was abnormally pale. His eyes were abnormally bright. He extracted all of the strength in his body and transferred it to his limbs. He forced half of his body to stretch out. He used his elbow to remove the gun barrel that was pressed against his chin. His left hand pressed on his right wrist. Ah! He let out a fierce shout as he stared at the unfamiliar face of the soldier below him. He exerted all the strength in his body, transferring it from his hands to the sharp military knife in his hand. The military knife slowly broke through the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It sank down bit by bit. It pierced the skin, pierced the flesh, slid past the ribs, pierced the joints, and slowly pierced into the smooth surface of the heart. The soldier without epaulets stared at the young man's face in front of him. He opened his mouth and wanted to make some sound, but could only make these unconscious sounds. He felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his body. He felt like his sternum was all broken. He also felt like there was a fine needle gently pricking his skin. With a poochy sound, all the sharp military thorns pierced into his heart. The soldier's body trembled violently. Sulu lowered his head and pressed on the soldier's body, desperately suppressing the tremors. In the end, there was no more reaction. This soldier had followed Chairman Macklin for 20 years, from Green Dragon Mountain all the way to South Cajou. He had killed countless people for the sake of the great cause of the committee. Although he didn't have epaulets, he was undoubtedly an absolute powerhouse on the battlefield. But today, when facing this small-eyed man, he did not expect that the military knife would have an electric current. He did not expect that the other party could have such terrifying strength to be able to pierce the bulletproof vest with the military knife. So he died. He died very thoroughly. Sulu struggled to get up. He didn't look at the soldier at his feet who was staring at him with wide eyes and the blood flowing out of his eyes. He just clutched his chest and dragged his heavily injured body into the office. On the way, he saw the secretary in the confidential room who was holding his head and trembling. He directly knocked him out. Walking into the luxurious bedroom and past the bathroom, Sulu narrowed his eyes and arrived at his destination today. This was a glass door that looked very weak. He lowered his head and greedily breathed in a few breaths of fresh air. Then he pulled out the pistol in his hand, aimed at the glass door, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. 17 bullets rapidly shot out, leaving a circle mark on the glass door. However, the glass door did not shatter. After killing so many people and bleeding so much blood, he finally saw his target, that grizzled-haired and solemn-looking Senator Macklin. At this time, the senator was sitting on a chair in the safe house with a calm face. He looked at him outside the glass door, his eyes showing pity and ridicule. Chapter 299. Despite the distance in the universe and the obstacles of thousands of mountains and rivers, Sulu did not hesitate to kill his way over. In the end, at the last moment, he was blocked by a glass door that looked very thin and brittle. That last step, heaven and earth could not block his eyes. The glass door in front of him was extremely clear, but it cast a layer of haze over his heart. The continuous shots left clear marks on the smooth glass door, but the glass door did not show any signs of shattering. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was so sturdy. Sulu and Macklin looked at each other calmly through the glass. This was the first time they had met in person, but the moment they saw each other, they were going to fight to the death. This was a safe house. In the official residences of the real political leaders of the Federation, they would often design such a place of last resort. However, most of the safe houses were mainly designed with high-strength alloys. Very few people would use transparent polymeric materials. Did this mean that the owner of this safe house had some kind of psychological abnormality? It was said that there was such a safe house in the White President's official residence in the Capital Special District. That safe house had an independent life support system and extremely strong defensive capabilities. It could directly resist the shots of battleships, main cannons outside the atmosphere, or nearby super-strong explosions. It could also ensure that the president, who was hiding in the safe house, could live alone and safely for 7 days. Senator Macklin's safe house inside the Foundation building should not be more powerful than that one. However, without powerful heavy firepower, an ordinary assassin would never be able to take a step forward. Sulu had just arrived in front of Councilman Macklin after crossing mountains, rivers, and corpses. Was she going to be stopped by this layer of glass? This was the first time he saw Macklin in reality, but at this time he did not look at the old statesman's demeanor or the last scene behind glass. He just glanced at him and walked to the side of the glass door, stabbing the bayonet into the wallpaper. With a click, Sulu Pride opened the safe house's assembly control system. His blood-stained hands started to move, quickly separating the data cable from the power cable in the box, and then connecting them. He was so focused that he did not hear the gunshots that were getting louder and louder from behind the building. Macklin, who was behind the glass door, narrowed his eyes slowly. He did not know the killer outside, but he was very familiar with the young man's face. He was a nobody named Sulu. Although you're a genius engineer, don't expect to be able to open the safe house from the outside. His voice came out from the communication system in the corner of the safe house. His voice was slightly distorted. Okay. Sulu did not pay attention to what he was saying and continued to focus on his work. He had obtained enough information from Green Dragon Mountain in advance to enter the Golden Foundation building single-handedly. Naturally, he would not forget this safe house. Although the speed of his advance was much slower than he had planned, allowing Macklin to successfully hide, Sulu did not feel any despair or resentment in his heart. He had already made sufficient preparations. I've always been very curious about who would come to kill me, but I really did not expect that it would be you alone. Behind the glass door, Senator Macklin gently stroked a pen in his hand and sighed. He did not know how many life-and-death struggles he had experienced in his life. Whether it was the expedition against the Empire, the internal purge of the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain, or the guerrilla warfare in the mountains later. If it were not for some kind of providence protecting him, he believed that he would have died long ago. Sulu, who was outside the glass door, did not pay attention to him. He was still busy with his own work. Macklin narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. He actually felt some appreciation for this extremely calm guy. Of course, it was more of a faint uneasiness and anger. Today, S1 was holding a presidential inauguration ceremony. As a politician without any family background, Macklin had spent most of his life taking a circuitous path in order to be able to ascend to the position of vice president. Yes, vice president, because the vice president was also the chairman of the Federation Management Committee. Only the Federation Management Committee could truly get close to the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. Macklin narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he thought of many things that had happened many years ago. If he had not gone to Bermuda, perhaps he would still be a hot-blooded and upright veteran in the eyes of the Federation people. However, destiny was destiny after all, and this was something that no one could change. He did not think that he had failed. He believed that in the history of the universe, no one had been more successful than himself. Although he had not been able to ascend to the highest political throne in the Federation, after operating in the Federation for so many years, he had already obtained what that person had asked for his help to obtain many years ago. Macklin narrowed his eyes and looked at Sulu, who was silently busying himself outside the door. He knew that the other party could not come in at all. As long as the backup forces inside the building or the Federation government's army rushed over, he would definitely be safe. However, he did not feel too much joy at surviving, because in the original plan, he was supposed to take advantage of the inauguration ceremony in the capital to go to the faraway west woods to visit the frontline soldiers and then quietly disappear into the universe. All of this had been forcefully delayed by the small-eyed man outside the glass door. Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Macklin's lips. No one in the entire universe could really see through him. If it was the Federation who had discovered his secret, if it was the Bureau of Proclamation who had discovered his secret, perhaps he could accept it a little more. However, it was obvious that Sulu, who was outside the glass door, did not know anything. The mission that he had used his whole life to complete was going to be ruined by the stubbornness and impulsiveness of a young man who did not know anything. Macklin could not help but touch his white hair and sigh in his heart. Sulu, who was outside the door, seemed to have heard the sigh in his heart. He lowered his head and carried on with his work seriously. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you face to face." It was strange to say that the heroic and cold assassin, the scheming target, had a temporary peace because of the glass door. They could even have a conversation that was extremely difficult to imagine. Macklin looked at him with a smile. "Please ask." Sulu lowered his head and quickly answered. Without looking up, he asked, "You were the one behind the incident in Lin Hai in the concert, right?" Although countless evidence had already proven that Macklin was the cold-blooded and terrifying mastermind behind the scenes, Sulu still wanted to ask this person face to face. Yes, Macklin climbed up from the bottom. He was able to obtain the support of countless people in the Federation. He was able to walk the line between the government and the anti-government army. He was also able to obtain the help of countless higher-ups in the Federation. To be able to make someone like Zhang Xiaoming follow him to death, he must have a very outstanding side, and his unique personality. Therefore, when Sulu asked this question, Macklin smiled and gave an affirmative answer without thinking. Sulu still lowered his head and asked, "Can you face your conscience?" Macklin, who was behind the glass door, after hearing this seemingly naive and childish sentence, became strangely silent. He thought of the factory and the companions he grew up in since he was a child. He thought of the comrades who bathed in blood with him. But then he thought of the indescribable loneliness and the lofty sense of mission in his heart all these years. He was surrounded by others. What an unbearable life this was. Conscience is when we realize the existence of the moral cord in our hearts. Look at the planet under your feet. It's still rotating. Macklin's slightly inflected voice came from beside the glass door. What I do is in accordance with the moral cord in my heart. Hearing this sentence, Sulu did not say anything. He silently completed the connection of the safe house's assembly system. He raised his wrist and said softly to his watch, "Can you hear me?" Cracking the safe house's password required a powerful computing platform. In the plan, this task should have belonged to the high-level workbench at the mountaintop, and the person operating the workbench should have been Magnolia. Secretary Bai's soft but reassuring voice did not come through the earpiece. Suli's heart gradually turned cold. During the later part of the assault, Magnolia at the mountaintop disappeared. He did not think that Secretary Bai betrayed him at the most critical moment, because Magnolia had an excellent opportunity to do so. Sulu was only worried that something might have happened to Magnolia at the mountaintop. Without the workbench to remotely decode the code, how could he open the safe house? Sulu should have confirmed this before the connection. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. But strangely, he did not seem to have such knowledge. Instead, he directly reconnected to the assembly system. With a soft beep, the 8 hidden buttons on the glass door outside the safe house were all locked. It was harder to break than before. He dragged his injured leg back to the glass door, raised the pistol, and narrowed his eyes to aim at the circle left by the bullet on the glass door. He pulled the trigger again. His heart was a little heavy and anxious. He was very confident in the glass door in front of him. However, at this time, the reinforcements had yet to arrive. The people from the 2nd Military Region had yet to arrive, and the helicopters had yet to arrive. The spaceship in the distant spaceport was still waiting for him. Would he be able to board the spaceship that did not require a ticket today? His heart was also a little heavy and anxious. Who knew how many light years away, in the star sector outside the Federation, there was a person whose heart was heavier and more anxious than Sulu and Macklin, who were on the brink of death. Lin Banshan, the top figure in the 2nd generation of the 7 major families in the Federation, the most famous rebel, and the one who could break the marriage alliance between the 2 families, was looking out of the glass window with a melancholy face. The glass window reflected his thin and cold face, which overlapped with the street view of the first administrative planet of Bermuda outside the window. It was somewhat unpredictable. The living environment of the Bermuda Star Sector was much more dangerous than that of the Federation. Even though it was the #1 administrative planet, the 4 seasons were much harsher. For example, it was late winter outside the window, and the temperature had dropped to -30 degrees Celsius. The smugglers who should have been wandering on the streets had no choice but to return to their lairs or spaceships. Lin Banshan should have been in South Kazhou at this time, eating meat and drinking with his most trusted right-hand man, Zhang Xiaohua, while watching the presidential inauguration ceremony with a smile. But as early as 10 days ago, he quietly left the Federation and came to Bermuda alone. He, who was evaluated by Lady Tai as a hero in troubled times, left his roots and subordinates so easily and took the risk to secretly come here. Naturally, he had something important to do. Many years ago, he also came to the dangerous Bermuda alone like this and built his own empire in this chaotic land. In these 10 days, he was going to rely on the foundation he built back then to investigate the suspicious case from decades ago. Even Lin Banshan couldn't help but feel heavy and anxious when he thought of the suspicious case. He stood in front of the window, waiting for the results of the interrogation. His shoulders felt like they were cut by a knife, and he felt a little overwhelmed. He turned back and walked to his desk. The light screen that had not been turned off for a day and a night was constantly playing a video on loop. The video was obviously very old, and the picture quality was quite blurred. Bermuda was not like the Federation, which had the support of the glory of the Charter. It did not have the support of the huge database of the central computer. It had to be said that Lin Banshan was extraordinary to find this video from many years ago. Lin Banshan sat in a chair, squinting at the video, motionless. In the video, the respected old senator was just a young man who had just retired from the army. The two people who were talking to him, one was a young fat man, and the other had a delicate face but gave a strange feeling as if he was wearing a mask. A file appeared on the light screen. Lin Banshan pinched his tired eyebrows and opened the file. The file was the result of the analysis by a professional lip analysis expert. Lin Banshan looked at the dialogue in the file, and his eyes gradually narrowed. An extremely cold chill appeared in his eyes. Night Scorpion, Gary, Corridor. Lin Banshan murmured and repeated the two nouns, confirming something. He suddenly got up, pushed open the bookcase behind him, walked into the secret room, and said coldly to the confidential secretary, "Connect to the Bureau of Proclamation." The confidential secretary nodded. While operating, he replied, "The synchronization will take 7 minutes. Don't worry about synchronization." Lin Banshan coldly scolded now. Whether it was in the Federation's underground society or traveling the universe, this most famous prodigal son of the Federation was always so calm when dealing with his subordinates and partners. Especially the people in this room. They had followed him for many years, but it was the first time they saw him so cautious. No one dared to say anything, and quickly started their work, connecting to the distant Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The door in the other corner of the secret room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in black walked out, exuding a cold aura. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he was wiping the blood on his hands with a handkerchief. Before the door closed automatically, a person could be vaguely seen hiding in the chair behind the door. That person was extremely fat, and his hair was white. Looking at his old face, it seemed to be similar to the fat man in the video that Lin Banshan had been paying attention to. However, at this time, this old fat man was covered in blood, and his hands hanging weakly by the chair looked like skinned willow branches. No one knew how many cruel punishments he had suffered. He's confessed. The middle-aged man in black walked to Lin Banshan's side, and an unhealthy blush appeared on his pale face. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke excitedly. This black-clothed middle-aged man had come to Lin Banshan's side with Zhang Xiaohua. Lin Banshan trusted this partner very much. He knew that his partner's subordinates loved to cruelly extort confessions, but the result of today's extortion made even him feel excited and nervous. Lin Banshan thought of the answer that was about to be revealed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man in black lowered his voice and said faintly, "The other person in the video was the Empire's Prince Norton." Even though he was mentally prepared, even though Lin Banshan was probably the first powerful figure in the Federation to suspect Macklin, when he heard this name and confirmed the answer to the riddle he had been painstakingly searching for a long time, his mountain-like body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Prince Norton, the current Emperor of the Empire. The information connection with the Bureau of Proclamation had been completed, and all the staff in the secret room had left, including the middle-aged man in black. Lin Banshan stood in front of the light screen and looked at the motionless portrait on the screen. He said in a deep voice, "The information is not synchronized. You just need to listen." In the 27th year of the 37th constitutional calendar, Macklin's father died. He received a grant and entered the Faculty of History and Economics of the Capital University. Lin Banshan looked down at the information in his hand and said, "The central computer found the grant to Bermuda, so you asked me to come and help you. I don't have evidence to accuse Macklin of anything now, but I can confirm that in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, Macklin went to Bermuda, and under the arrangement of the pirate leader, he met a person. That person could be the Empire's Prince Norton, which is the current Emperor of the Empire. I don't know why an emperor would take the risk to come to Bermuda, and you should know that Macklin was just a small figure back then. But today, Macklin is a big figure. Lin Banshan lowered his head and said, "He has operated in the Federation and the anti-government army for so many years. I'm worried that the coordinates of the two space passages in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, the things we want to protect, should still be in his hands. Within the Federation, he can't send these things away. All these years, he hasn't left the Federation even once." Lin Banshan raised his head and looked at the motionless light screen. He said firmly, full of murderous intent, "My suggestion is that we don't need evidence. Find Macklin and kill him. I'll remind you one last time, this matter has nothing to do with politics. It only has to do with the Federation," he said with a sullen face, then turned off the light screen and walked out of the office without looking back. "Get ready. We'll return to the Federation immediately," Lin Banshan said gloomily. As the top talent of the 7 major families in the Federation, he knew better than anyone the pedantic and dangerous politics of the Federation. He was very worried that Macklin, an enemy with full political wisdom, would use the historical inertia of the upper echelons of the Federation to find a gap that could be exploited. Chapter 300. In the outskirts of the capital, in the Bureau of Proclamation. Cui Zhedong was 42 years old this year. He was the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation. He had been in this most mysterious and special organization of the Federation for 20 years. His hair was already white, and his eyebrows were gradually wrinkled. The relaxed working environment should not have caused him to age so quickly, but the old director with the surname C always had a habit of throwing everything to him. The heavy pressure and tedious affairs were almost crushing him to the point of suffocation. He sat in front of his desk and watched the extremely cold voice of that guy on the holographic screen. He could not help but sigh softly. He felt that there were a few more wrinkles on his forehead and a few more strands of white hair. Although he had experienced countless major events in the Bureau of Proclamation over the years, major events that the citizens of the Federation might never know, when he heard this report today, he still could not help but feel a little cold in his heart. The universe was so big, but the Federation and the Empire just had to bump into each other. It was probably the will of the Creator to let the two carbon-based life societies that were similar to each other violently begin to collide with each other before they were mentally prepared. Philosophers and anthropologists had always been trying to find the biological blood relationship between the humans of the Federation and the humans of the Empire. They had even pointed their suspicious gazes at the barbaric era countless years ago. Most scholars had already come to a consensus, but they had not found evidence for the time being. They believed that the human society that suddenly encountered the Federation nearly 100 years ago should be a branch of the Federation back then. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the sudden appearance of an empire in the universe. The life forms in this empire were not like the aliens in the movies who had 8 legs and natural insect shell and could constantly spit out acid. Instead, they were like the people in the Federation. They could walk, think, fall in love, be angry, and hate. Director Cui Zhedong's assistant stared blankly at the file in his hand. He looked at the picture of Senator Macklin on the file and felt as if his body had fallen into an ice pit at the North Pole. It was incomparably cold. The two sides had been at war for decades and had long formed an irreconcilable blood feud that could not be resolved. However, who would have thought that as early as a few decades ago, the Empire had already created such an unbelievable situation? Cui Zhedong stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the busy staff in the lobby downstairs, he couldn't help but frown. The people from the West Woods Military District who went to Bermuda had not returned with any news yet. The records of the human trafficking from more than 60 years ago might have been destroyed long ago, and the biological samples that the Special Forces of the 2nd Military District took the risk of digging up graves in Green Dragon Mountain to retrieve were still on their way. In S2, the Bureau of Proclamation had sent out a special team. They had already made a preliminary comparison of the biological samples from both parties. They could basically confirm the Bureau of Proclamation's suspicion of the senator. But the problem was that this was a serious matter. Even with the Bureau of Proclamation's superior status in the Federation, if they could not obtain ironclad evidence, it would be difficult to convince the government to do anything. The hall was in a state of panic. In order to deal with one of the most inconceivable sequence events in the history of the Federation, the Bureau of Proclamation established a special task force for the first time. The reason why the old director with the surname Yun wanted to establish this special task force without the government's knowledge was because the target they were investigating, whether it was within the government or lower-level organizations, had an unimaginable number of partners and fanatical supporters. In order to keep it a secret, the Bureau of Proclamation's secret investigation was even hidden from the president's official residence and the Federation Management Committee. It was also because of the need for secrecy that the Bureau of Proclamation, which was usually only responsible for collecting information and never carried out specific tasks, showed a rare lack of fluster this time, without the full support of the Federation Investigation Bureau. The office door was pushed open, and a member of the Special Task Force hurriedly walked in. He frantically flipped through the files in his hands and said, "The target has left S2 today and is heading to the front line of the West Woods to visit the army." "Going to the West Woods? I'm afraid he'll have to escape on the way." A chill rose in Chui Judong's heart. He waved his hand to signal for the staff member to leave. Then he picked up the phone in his hand and dialed a number. In front of the Parliament Hill, in the capital's special administrative region, President Pabre's 10-minute speech had not been long since the inauguration ceremony of the President of the Federation began. The guests and ordinary people on the stone steps carefully listened to every word with excitement and calmness. No one noticed that a strange atmosphere had already enveloped the viewing platform. The big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation seemed to be disturbed by a certain piece of news. Although they immediately calmed down, the deep eyes of those old faces flashed with a different light. The first big shot to know that the S2 Peace Foundation building was attacked was the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau. Within the Federation, this organization collected information the fastest. Just 2 minutes after the alarm sounded inside the Foundation building, the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau, who was standing in the second row of the viewing platform, heard the shocking news. At this time, he could not analyze who dared to do such a sensational and terrifying thing on the day of the inauguration ceremony. The director held the phone and occasionally looked up at President Pabre, who was giving a speech on the stage. He frowned slightly and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. In a low voice, he gave orders to his subordinates. Then, he quietly walked behind the National Security Advisor and whispered a few words. At this time, the National Security Advisor was looking at the president on the stone steps with a smile on his face. He hoped that President Pabre could see his sincere feelings. Although he was President Sieg's teacher, he still hoped to play a role in the new government. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. His face immediately became gloomy. He turned around and said a few words in a low voice. The actions of these two big shots immediately fell into the eyes of many people. The guests on the viewing platform could not help but speculate in their hearts. What had happened that made these two big shots want to talk about it, regardless of the fact that President Pabre was giving the most important speech? Then, the director of the Special Task Force, who had been silently standing behind the president on the stone steps, suddenly pressed the metal particles in his ear. His expression changed slightly. Then, he quietly took 2 steps back and whispered a few words. The guests on the viewing platform were undoubtedly the smartest and the most observant group of people in the Federation. When the director of the Special Task Force's strange look fell into their eyes and combined it with the scene they had noticed earlier, they were sure that something big must have happened. In an inconspicuous position in the second-to-last row of the viewing platform, Lady Tai, who was wearing a black windbreaker, slowly put down the phone in her hand. A trace of anger flashed in her usually calm eyes, which immediately turned cold. Then, Liyuan Palace and the heads of the 7 families of the Federation, who were quietly standing in the crowd, all learned of the violent assassination that was happening on S2 through their respective intelligence channels. The faces of all those who knew the inside story changed slightly. They might not know who the assassin was, and they did not care about the life or death of Senator Macklin. But they were concerned about the current situation in the Federation, which they had single-handedly controlled and created. But at this time, there were some disobedient, insignificant people who tried to destroy everything they had agreed on. So they were shocked and angry. On the stone steps, President Pabre's speech was still going on, but the strange atmosphere on the viewing platform was getting thicker and thicker. On the most important day of the Federation, because of an assassination that happened in the distance, it became a little strange. The National Security Advisor quietly walked up the stone steps and said a few words behind the Vice President-elect, then pointed at the back of President Pabre. The Vice President-elect anxiously shook his head. More people looked at the eye-catching position in the first row of the viewing platform. The incident happened suddenly, and they wanted to know how the old director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation would react. Behind the oath-taking platform, President Pabre also noticed the strange expressions of his subordinates and guests. He narrowed his eyes and calmly continued his policy speech, but the corner of his eyes swept over the director of the Bureau of Proclamation. In the eyes of the crowd, the white-haired director looked down as if he didn't know anything. In fact, he was very clear about the reason for the strange situation at the presidential inauguration ceremony. In fact, he was the first person in the capital city to know about the S2 assassination. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He leaned on his walking stick and left the viewing platform in a senile manner. Accompanied by his subordinates, he walked toward the back of the platform. He did not seem to care about the gazes that fell on him at all. It was as though this was not a presidential inauguration ceremony, and President Pable was not giving a speech. The old director held the phone and listened silently for a while, then slowly said, "How long has Sulu been in there?" 14 minutes, 27 seconds. On the other end of the phone, the assistant director gave an extremely accurate answer. "Well, it seems that we can't count on him anymore." The old director heard the answer, slightly lowered his eyes, and said, "You think he will escape? He was scheduled to leave S2 today, but the problem is that we don't know where the spaceship he prepared is." On the other end of the phone, Chui Zedong said in a low voice, "And his identity is special. The Bureau doesn't have any evidence yet, so it's not convenient for us to directly issue orders." The old director was silent for a long time, then said, "The Bureau of Proclamation's words are the evidence." On the other end of the phone, Chui Zedong didn't say anything and just listened quietly. "Comb through all the aircraft that left S2 today. If Medellin really wants to leave," the old director's voice paused for a moment, "just shoot him down." After the phone call ended, the old director looked back at the Parliament Hill in the cold winter. His eyes slowly fell on the lady on the viewing platform, and then he frowned and looked at the so-called big shots on the platform. These big shots who liked to play politics only knew that Medellin was assassinated, but they didn't know what Medellin meant to the Federation. A hint of mockery flashed in the old director's eyes. To him, as long as the Bureau of Proclamation started paying attention, no one in the Federation could avoid the glory of the Constitution, and that was the same for Senator Medellin, who was well aware of the political shortcomings of the Federation. All the military officials and important figures were gathered in the capital of S1, and Medellin took advantage of the presidential inauguration ceremony to leave. He was really a smart guy to the bone. Without the military's orders, who dared to stop Medellin from leaving? If that person really went into the depths of the vast universe, who could stop Medellin's return? Director C sighed softly, shook his head, and walked toward the Federal Fleet Commander, 3-star General Hong Yuliang. If the Bureau of Proclamation wanted to forcibly seize the temporary command authority of the fleet and shoot down Medellin's spaceship, they would at least have to give this strong woman a heads up. Of course, Director C also knew very well that without a trial, the Bureau of Proclamation would have to pay a heavy price after killing a senator, a highly popular vice presidential candidate, and this price would most likely be his early retirement. However, he did not hesitate at all. The Emperor of the Empire had used that senator to toy with the Federation for so many years. As the director of the Bureau of Proclamation, he felt endless shame. If he could still let Medellin leave alive today, he might as well commit suicide. the Federation's second military region, Oak State Garrison Headquarters. The Golden Foundation building is calling for the third time, requesting emergency support. The enemy's attack speed is too fast, and they have a lot of firepower. A first lieutenant staff officer quickly ran behind the garrison commander and said with an unpleasant expression, "Commander, should we send a combat team over?" "Send my ass." The garrison commander did not pay attention to his subordinate's urgent request at all. His eyes were slightly red as he stared at the holographic map on the light screen. Looking at the clear heat traces on the map, looking at the flashing analysis numbers beside them, and then listening to the incredibly noisy voices of the staff officers on the other side, he vented all the emotions in his heart. He turned around and glared fiercely at the staff officer, saying, "The Green Dragon Mountain Army has been fully mobilized, and the entire military region is preparing for defense. You want me to send people to protect a bullshit senator at this time? Do you want me to go to military court?" The staff officer had nothing to say in response. In the early hours of this morning, the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army, which had not made any major military movements in the past few years, suddenly acted out of the norm and sent out 4 armies. Following the winding mountain paths in the mountains, they marched out of the mountains with an extremely threatening aura. Although the anti-government army's military movement had not yet broken through the actual control line of both sides, this kind of high-pressure situation made the federal army stationed around the 4 states feel an unprecedented pressure. Was the war really going to start? At this critical moment, the news of the Golden Foundation building being attacked was selectively forgotten by all the officers of the Federation's second military region. There were priorities, and with the war imminent, who would pay attention to this kind of thing? For the people of the second military region, it was better for an old wolf like Macklin, raised by the anti-government army, to die as soon as possible. The sudden attack of the anti-government army just happened to give them an excuse to feel at ease. It was because of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army's sudden combat readiness that the second military region, which was currently under a rain of bullets, had no intention of going to provide support, even though it had been almost 20 minutes since the attack. What are these wolves in the mountains trying to do? The garrison commander stared coldly at the increasing number of red dots on the map. His heart was extremely cold. His immediate superior, the commander of the second military region, was attending the presidential inauguration ceremony in the capital today, but at this time, the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army suddenly came out in full force. This situation was very suspicious that a huge explosion resounded in the mountain somewhere in the 4 states. This was not the front line of the battle between the government army and the anti-government army, but an abandoned factory that no one paid attention to. Reporting, mission successful. An anti-government army soldier wearing a camouflage uniform came to the forest and said to the middle-aged man, wearing a straw hat, in a deep voice. He smiled and patted the shoulder of the subordinate, then turned around to look at the place where the smoke rose. At this time, the comrades in the mountains should have already assumed a full-scale attack posture. Under such a high-pressure situation, the second military region probably would not notice Macklin's movement. There was a temporary spaceship landing base in the abandoned factory. The escape route that Macklin had prepared should be here. He looked at the smoke and thought about how he met and fought with Macklin in this life. His heart became slightly cold. Although he was known as the most famous intelligence leader of the 37 constitutions, he was not an organization like the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation, so he did not know Macklin's true identity. He could not understand why Macklin was in such a hurry to leave. But since he had found this out, he made his own response. He and Macklin had fought for many years, and in the end, he did not know who won and who lost. But at least today, he cut off Macklin's support from the government and cut off Macklin's escape route. He had done everything he could that on the mountaintop southwest of the Peace Foundation building, a black workbench was lonely among the fallen leaves. There were a few corpses around it, and blood flowed slowly along the red leaves. The delicate man who was supposed to be guarding the workbench and providing technical support to Su Lu had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Inside the Peace Foundation building, many people had died, but some were still alive. The sound of bullets whistling through the air was intermittent, but it never stopped. The bullet marks and debris on the walls of the building fully proved how tragic the story had been from the beginning to the present. From time to time, there was a dull sound. Some walls were penetrated, and some were blown to pieces. Amidst the blood and smoke, the hearts of the security personnel in the building were about to freeze. They didn't know who the second intruder was. Although this person might not be as unpredictable as the previous one, the absolute professional military accomplishment and the terrible weapon in his hand were like a black wall of death, blocking in front of them. Shi Qinghai, who was covered in blood, was holding a 37 brand cigarette and an ACW as he stood guard in front of the last tunnel in the East 3rd District. There were shiny bullet shells in front of and behind him, as well as a suitcase that he carried with him. The ACW trembled violently, spewing gunfire. His lips, which were holding the cigarette, were a little pale and trembling. He did not know how long he could hold on. He could only clearly feel that his blood was flowing out of the bullet holes. There were more dense bullet marks on the glass door, but the high-hardness material did not show any signs of breaking. In the middle of the circle of bullet marks that was hit by Su Lu, there were 3 neat lines. It was like a circle with the big word "people" written in the middle. Senator Macklin, whose hair was messy, squinted his eyes and stared at Su Lu outside the glass door through the slight bullet marks. Until now, he still firmly believed that as long as he stayed in the safe house for a while, the forces loyal to him would come to his aid. Even if all the people loyal to him died, the Federation government would not just stand by and watch him die. The commotion caused by his death would cause the 2nd Military Region to come to his rescue. As long as he left the Peace Foundation building, he would be able to rush to the unknown base, take the spaceship, and leave S2. During the long journey to the West Woods, he would quietly disappear from Bermuda and return to his hometown. This would be a long journey home. What awaited him would be unprecedented achievements and a warm welcome from his family. However, this councilman didn't expect that there were many people who didn't know his true identity, but still used all their strength to try to keep him here or kill him for some ridiculous reason. For example, Shi Qinghai, who was fighting a bloody battle outside the room, or Su Lu, who was outside the glass door. Even if he could leave the building, he could not leave S2. Even if he left S2, what awaited him would be the Bureau of Proclamation's ruthless authority and the gunfire from the space fleet. Of course, if it was not for Su Lu silently killing his way in today, perhaps before the Bureau of Proclamation could take action, Macklin would have already disappeared into the vast universe. The glass door did not shatter. Su Lu lowered his head, but he was not disappointed. He took out a nutrition bar and ate it in big bites. Then he sat down in the open space in front of the glass door and closed his eyes as if he was about to fall asleep. Macklin narrowed his eyes as he watched his strange actions. A strong sense of uneasiness grew in his heart, but he did not know where this uneasiness came from. Suddenly, he understood. His uneasiness came from his opponent's calmness. The young man outside the door had always maintained an absolute calmness, and this calmness was rather frightening. Macklin gently turned the pen in his hand, his pupils constricting slightly. There was something very important hidden in the pen. It contained the specific data of the 2 channels of the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor, as well as an extremely fine chip. If it were not for the election failure, perhaps he would not have thought of going home. However, he had already obtained enough valuable information. He should be able to go home with confidence. At this moment, Macklin's homesickness overwhelmed his fear of the current situation. Macklin had previously told Su Lu through the door that although he was a genius engineer, he would not be able to open this security door. Su Lu, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at the senator behind the door and said, "I'm very good at physics." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble violently. His face was pale, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He took a step forward, roared, and transferred all the energy in his body to his right arm in an instant. Then he punched out like lightning. There was no need for tools. Humans were the best machines. Sulu only believed in his own fists. This punch happened to hit the point where the bullet marks converged, right in the middle of the character human. with a muffled sound. It seemed as if the entire room began to tremble. Following the sound of paper tearing, a crack suddenly appeared on the extremely hard glass door that even bullets could not penetrate. Chapter 301. After following Professor Shin Yulin for many days, Su Li's theoretical physics was still his shortcoming. However, as an engineer with rich practical experience, his understanding and application of the non-elastic Hawk's law was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The connecting assembly system made the outer transparent material of the safe house sturdier. Bullets were used to forcibly draw a balanced line on the surface of the safe house. Finally, gravity was applied to the connecting part. Only then could one strike succeed. It was not difficult to have the theory and dare to put it into practice. The key was to have the means and ability to implement it and smash the evil safe house. The most important thing was Su Li's last punch. This punch was too fierce and too heavy. It was like a large steel ball hanging from a heavy dismantling machine, whizzing over. No matter how sturdy the design of the safe house was, it probably never occurred to them that a person's body could explode with the power of such a heavy machine. Therefore, in front of Su Li's fist, the transparent glass door cracked open. The white cracks spread out like a spider web. Then, it shattered into a messy postmodern image. In the end, it shattered into countless pieces of brittle glass and fell to the ground. It was like thousands of piles of snow piled up between the two of them. With such an inhuman strength, Su Li's right wrist snapped. His face was pale, but his squinted eyes were unusually bright. Without a trace of pain or hesitation, he walked into the door. His military boots stepped on the thousands of piles of broken glass and snow, making a rustling sound. Just as the glass door shattered, Senator Macklin's eyes, which were as calm as a lake, also shattered into pieces. The tranquil luster dimmed for a moment before dispersing in all directions. Because of the unimaginable abnormality in front of him and the approaching death, it disappeared from his old and tired black eyes. When a boy wooed the girl he liked by the Rose River, he would probably think of his peers in the movies. Those Casanova with big noses or small noses cheering for him. The young people who participated in the high school joint examination would definitely think of countless outstanding seniors or the best cheaters in the school to cheer for them. When the last soldier in the frontline tunnel in the West Woods held a cluster bomb and fearlessly charged at the dynasty's tanks in front of him, he would definitely think of many heroes, such as Li Pifu. Those who acted bravely for a just cause. Thinking back to those who acted bravely for a just cause in the past, those who did not care about their own safety, perhaps they did not have the time to think too much. People would habitually use a lot of mental things to boost their courage and confidence before doing something big. Sulu was also an ordinary person, and he was no exception. However, when he stepped on the glass and came to the front of Senator Macklin, he did not think of anything. Sulu did not expect Macklin to look like an old man with one foot in the grave. The look of despair on his face was like that of a person who deserved sympathy. He did not think about the consequences of killing Macklin. He did not think that it was a human life. Sulu did not think about the consequences of killing Macklin. He had watched this person for a whole year. He was a little tired and wanted to give up. However, the pictures of the dead children in Charter Square made him pick up the idea again. Perhaps it was because he thought for too long on the bench behind the snow, so he did not think about anything today. He did not need to think. Carrying his travel bag, he killed his way into the heavily surrounded Golden Foundation building and killed his way to the old man. Some people thought too much and did too little. Sulu would do it after he thought it through. He was just an ordinary person. At this time, he did not even know Macklin's true identity. What a small person like him did would have a great impact on the Federation. He raised the gun with his left hand and pulled the trigger. After entering the building, everything was going according to plan. However, there was a huge problem in the middle. But from the way Su Lu dealt with the matter of the safe house, under the premise that he had enough information, he was a very calm person who could come up with a plan. So at this time, he was sure that there was still one bullet left in his gun, the last bullet. However, the shot did not go off. The tough guns in Team 7's armory finally had a problem for the first time. but it happened at the most critical moment. Su Lu mumbled something vaguely. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He threw the gun in his hand to the ground. At this moment, Macklin's slack eyes quickly closed and regained their luster. He had experienced too many moments of life and death in his life, but there was not a moment as shocking as when Su Lu pulled the trigger between his eyebrows. However, when this moment disappeared, the experienced and tough Macklin was ready to seize this last chance. He did not try to take out the gun in his pocket to shoot. This was because what had happened before made him very clear that the small-eyed man in front of him had an unparalleled and terrifying strength in these aspects. Macklin reached out the pen that he had been holding in his hand and handed it to Su Lu. He said in a hoarse voice, "I think you should need this very much." Until now, Macklin was still thinking about why this person called Su Lu wanted to kill him. If it was to avenge the girl called Zhang Xiaoming, but Zhang Xiaoming was not dead. This experienced and ruthless Macklin would never have thought that Su Lu wanted to kill him because of some old things that he thought were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the big shots in the Federation, such as Lin Hai and the concert. He had always thought that Su Lu had invaded the Golden Foundation building and wanted to kill him for other reasons. There was some great interest involved. Perhaps he was representing the will of Lady Tai, or perhaps he had some conflict with those guys in Green Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Macklin handed over his pen and was ready to negotiate with him in a hoarse voice. Su Lu looked at the pen in front of him and was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, should I say thank you? I want to kill him now, but he still wants to find a convenient person for me? He was so calm and indifferent in the face of death. Although this Macklin was an unforgivable person, it still made him feel a little emotional. No one, not even the history books of the Federation in the future, knew that this was actually just a misunderstanding. Su Li's face was expressionless. Perhaps this was the only way to calm his emotions. He took the pen and stabbed it in silence. The black, expensive ink pen had a hard alloy tip at the front end. It drew a dark ray of light in the air, like a knife that the orphans of Donglin would play with on the muddy ground. With a poof, it pierced into Macklin's neck. Then it was pulled out. Macklin did not react at all. It was not until the blood on his neck spurted onto the wall that he realized what had happened. He frowned and covered the wound on his neck that was spurting blood. He stared at Su Lu and wanted to say something, but no words came out. He took 2 steps back, tripped over a chair, and sat on the ground with a crash. Blood continued to flow out from the gaps between his pale and withered fingers. The old senator furrowed his brows in pain and breathed in the last few breaths of air. His eyes widened as he looked at Su Lu with a trace of disbelief. Finally, he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. During the process of Macklin's death, Su Lu stared at him silently. He stared at his face, his eyes, the fingers on his neck that were covering the wound, and the blood that was oozing out between his fingers. As the blood oozing out between his fingers became less and less, and thicker, he took a deep breath. At this time, he seemed to have some free time to think. Watching the person in front of him slowly die, Su Lu thought of the beautiful ticket takers in the Linhai State Gymnasium. Those girls whispered behind him, discussing how such a student could sit in the most luxurious box. Some of those girls later became corpses. Su Lu had seen it with his own eyes when he was on the run with Tai Ziyuan. He thought of the concert in Mountain 4 States. He thought of the children who died at the age of 6 or 7. He thought of the children's innocent and young faces when they died and slept. He thought of their families and the few people in Charter Square. Su Lu watched Macklin die. His left eye could see ghosts at this time. In a hologram in his left eye, the string of citizen numbers that had been floating above Macklin's head shattered and then disappeared like the previous door. When he saw this scene and confirmed Macklin's death, he lowered his head and gently breathed. Breathe the air without you. How fresh this air is. However, like a balloon that had been filled with air, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The goal of meditating without sleep was achieved. Su Li's mind couldn't help but feel a little lost. In an instant, the injuries that were suppressed by his strong willpower all broke out. He had been hit by many bullets. Although the hard ceramic bulletproof vest had protected most of his vital parts, He had been bleeding all the way here. He was already extremely weak. His previously forgotten broken right wrist was also starting to feel waves of sharp pain. Su Le moved his sore and stiff body with difficulty, leaned against the wall next to him, and slowly sat down in the capital special district of planet S1 far away, in front of the sea of people in front of the Parliament Hill. The people who participated in the presidential inauguration ceremony looked excitedly at the dark-faced president on the stone steps. President Pabre's speech had come to an end. The overwhelming words, the sonorous and powerful words, and the promises that were not too complicated but were exceptionally powerful, were like countless bells that struck the hearts of the citizens who had placed endless hope in the new Federation government. The guests on the viewing platform had smiles on their faces as they respectfully and courteously watched President Prabal, who was waving his arms. However, what they were thinking was completely different from what they were thinking about during the solemn inauguration ceremony. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly closed the phone in his hand. Thinking of the news he had just heard, a smile appeared on his aged lips. The smile was full of endless relief. Macklin was dead. It's good that he's dead. I'll have to write Macklin's words in the future. From the beginning of the design, it was to have Su Lu use the pen to kill Macklin, so he had to arrange for the last bullet to go wrong. The reason for this was that he felt that perhaps Macklin would not do anything personally, but he could use orders to frame people and harm many people. From the bottom of his heart, he was not an official of the pen, so it was more appropriate for him to die with the pen. That paragraph also wanted to explain that many things could be negotiated. Many people would think so, but Sulu had never thought about this problem. He was more direct. I originally thought that I would have to wait until 9 o'clock to write this chapter. Fortunately, I was in a good mood. Although my body is quite weak, I wrote it much earlier. At this time, I went to eat and then put on more clothes to keep warm. Speaking of which, it's only October, but the temperature is lower than I've ever experienced in my life. It's still the old saying from a long time ago. China is too big, and the difference between the North and the South is too big. The Federation is also very big. Chapter 302. The glory of the Charter, which was spread all over the Federation, was naturally aware of Macklin's death. The news quickly spread from the Bureau of Proclamation to the site of the inauguration ceremony. The old director with the surname Yun was the first to confirm the news, only a few minutes after Su Lu pulled out the tip of his pen. It was a crime to harbor a treasure, but at least he was holding something valuable. This news was not good news. The old director softly told the person he needed to tell, and then the news began to spread among the high-ranking government officials on the viewing platform and the stone steps. Although the range of the news was limited to a very small number of people, their shocked expressions still gave many people some hints. At this time, the director of the Bureau of Proclamation was basically able to confirm the true identity of Macklin. So when he heard the news, his old heart was filled with endless relief. He stood on the viewing platform with a smile and maintained his silence. The other high-ranking government officials, however, did not know this at this time, so their expressions were the opposite of his, extremely ugly. With warm applause, whistles, and music in front of Parliament Hill, President Pabre ended his speech. He kindly and extremely politely thanked the old Chief Justice, Mr. Hiying, and then waved to the people below the stone steps. He held his wife's hand, and accompanied by his aides and office officials, they walked to the resting area. On the way, Vice President Byron and the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau quickly whispered a few words in his ear. President Pabre's expression suddenly became serious, his dark face hiding a trace of deep anger. He pondered for a moment, and then quickened his pace. The inauguration ceremony was still going on, and there should be several performances to set the atmosphere. The top cultural figures from the various regions of the Federation would work hard to show their best side, so the sea of people did not disperse, but waited excitedly. They did not know that the Federation had a big event today, and no one noticed the president's quick pace in the shadow of the winter tree. The guests on the viewing platform gradually dispersed. The high-ranking officials and generals of the government and military were all heading towards the president's residence, not far away, to participate in the first Federation government meeting. At this time, they roughly knew what had happened in the 4 states around S2, and their expressions couldn't help but be somewhat worried. The president of the Three Forest Federation Bank, old Mr. Li Yuan Gong, walked down with the help of his son. The short man adjusted the black round hat on his head, squinted his eyes, and looked back at Lady Tai. He found that the lady had already left. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Macklin is dead. We don't know who did it yet, but there should be news soon. Get ready. In the cold weather, the old man from Li Yuan Palace coughed twice. The wrinkles on his face were as deep as knives. He looked at his successor and said, I think the president must be very angry. On the first day he came to power, he received such bad news. Li Xiuzhu, wearing a short gray windbreaker and a bow tie, looked very energetic. Although he had already guessed before, he had never thought that he would hear the news of Macklin's death today. His beautiful eyebrows instantly furrowed. He lowered his voice and said in a hurried tone, Father, what should we do? The Federation government will naturally do what they should do. Li Yuan Palace took off his thick gloves and walked out along the special passage for the distinguished guests. What we need to do is to fully cooperate. Fully cooperate? Cooperate with what? Suppress the commotion that may soon arise because of Macklin's death? Li Xiuzhu's furrowed brows still couldn't loosen. Thinking of the politician who had just died, the old man from Li Yuan Palace couldn't help but sigh softly. White mist scattered around his dry lips. The Federation can't be in chaos. I think both President Pabre and his wife will realize this. The old man said, since he's already dead, we have to accept this reality and do a good job of cooperating. This sentence was said very indifferently. The death of Macklin, who had been secretly cooperating with the Li family for a long time, was like a stranger in this old man's words. Last time, he was just caught and sent to the Justice Department, and this is already happening. I'm very worried, Li Xiuzhu said worriedly. Behind him, for some reason, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers in the square. The old man from Li Yuan Palace walked forward with a smile and said slowly in an old voice, I never look down on any ordinary people, but I also never overestimate their loyalty to their beliefs. Li Xiuzhu's heart trembled slightly. He vaguely understood something. Last time, Macklin's fanatical supporters had caused such a big commotion in the Federation. It seemed that his family was behind it. However, at that time, the Li family needed Macklin's ability to incite people to ensure that the Federation's investigation wouldn't go too deep and involve them. Now that Macklin was dead, the Li family naturally didn't have to worry about anything. They naturally had to stand firmly on the side of the government, or rather, on the side of the people that a few black cars without obvious markings were walking on the side road. The winter trees had no leaves, and the sun was clear and cold. Because of the traffic control of the presidential inauguration, these few cars were particularly eye-catching. Lady Tai sat in the back and looked at the street through the window. For the upper class of the Federation, this appearance on the viewing platform today was a rare opportunity to get close to her. Although she deliberately stood in the most inconspicuous corner after the ceremony was over, who knew how many high officials and nobles tried to say a few words to her. However, this lady didn't have any desire to talk today. She looked at the withered trees with a heavy heart. Different from the wise old man from the Li family, she already knew who the mastermind behind the assassination at the S2 Foundation building was. The interior of the car was as warm as spring. The madam quietly looked at the winter scenery, but she suddenly thought of the editor and reporter from the Capital Daily News. She thought of the inspector who was still locked up in the FBI, but refused to back down. She thought of the crazy and dangerous people in Green Dragon Mountain. She thought of the man from many years ago. Naturally, she also thought of Su Lo. She felt a little cold. The young man she wanted to control was indeed an extremely dangerous person, just like his teacher. Since that was the case, then he couldn't be left alive. Medellin is dead. Lady Tai retracted her gaze from the window and calmly said, His Excellency the President may have some problems. Let the TV station and the network headquarters cooperate with the government. Secretary Shun Li, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, slightly stiffened, then immediately reacted and calmly replied. At this moment, a bell rang in the capital's special district. The clear and distant sound of the bell passed through a few blocks and was then filtered by the thick glass of the black car, becoming somewhat dull and deep. President Pabre's motorcade had already arrived at the president's official residence. The former president, Mr. Sieg, was waiting for them on the lawn. The highest authority of the Federation had begun to be handed over. According to the historical custom of the Federation, the bell next to Charter Square began to ring. Lady Tai listened to the bell with a calm expression, but in her heart, she was thinking, who is this bell ringing for? Su Lu leaned against the wall, his face pale. His fractured right wrist hung over his knee, and the ground around him was a mess. Today, he had used all of his energy and squeezed out every drop of strength in his body. With the help of that great existence, he was so lucky, or perhaps crazy, to achieve his goal. The moment he fell, all of his injuries and exhaustion exploded, causing him to sit on the ground. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift a finger. The gunshot wounds on his body were very serious, but what really drained him was the final blow. A year ago, in the underground parking lot of Linhai Stadium, he had valiantly kicked a military mecha, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground from the recoil. Today, he was much stronger than he was then, so he could still hold on, but he couldn't continue with the rest of the plan. Listening to the increasingly sparse gunshots outside the room and the scattered footsteps that gradually approached the door, Su Lu lowered his head, speechless. The door was knocked open, and a person covered in blood rushed in. The first thing this person did after coming in was not to shoot at Su Lu, but to push all of the furniture around the door behind the door, including 2 extremely heavy safes. Su Lu raised his head, and with just one glance, his eyes lit up. When he knew that there was someone supporting him outside, he had been guessing who that person was. Now, he found that it was indeed him. Shi Qinghai, whose face was covered in blood, turned around and saw Macklin's body on the ground. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, showing his true condition. He laughed bitterly, walked to the wall with difficulty, and slid down weakly against the wall to sit beside Su Lu. Su Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, but it was spat on his clothes. He turned his head with difficulty, looked at this guy, and said in a hoarse voice, "I was hoping that you could get me out." Police sirens sounded around the Golden Foundation building. The police had rushed over. The Federation Investigation Bureau and more powerful departments had finally arrived. Even if all the security personnel inside the Golden Foundation building were killed by the 2 of them, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to escape now. "I was hoping that you could get me out." Shi Qinghai lowered his head and scolded with a smile. His chest was heaving up and down. He had already thrown the ACW outside because he had run out of bullets. After blocking for Su Lu in the building for so long, his body was already full of scars. It had to be said that this fierce person, who was trained by the 1st Military Academy and the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Federation, was extremely capable and lucky to be able to survive until now. Su Li's plan did have a final escape plan, but at this time, the 2 people sitting against the wall had already used up all their energy in the previous brilliant battle. They didn't leave any power or escape route for themselves, so they didn't have the ability to carry out the final plan. Of course, if they hadn't put in so much effort and fought so valiantly before, they wouldn't have been able to do it in front of such a tight defense. Su Lu looked down at the bracelet on his wrist, laughed bitterly, and coughed violently, coughing up 2 puddles of blood. The 2 people looked up at each other, shook their heads at the same time, and smiled in relief. Ate tea this time. There were countless fully armed combatants inside and outside the building. Not far away, the roar of armed helicopters could be faintly heard. The police headquarters and the investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau had already confirmed the life and death of Councilman Macklin from the Bureau of Proclamation, so they didn't choose to attack immediately. Instead, they waited outside the building, trying to find a way to be as safe as possible. Of course, you have to use a sniper for an assassination. You brat, you only knew how to kill your way in, and now I'm going to die with you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Shi Qinghai said as he coughed. His handsome face was full of blood, and there was a terrible wound on his left cheek, looking extremely hideous. Sulu glanced at him and smiled with difficulty. At this time, he was probably sure that there was a problem with Magnolia. He was killed by that guy, and Mr. Sure was killed by him. Since I've killed you, then I'll compensate you with a son. Sulu lowered his head and wiped the blood on his lips. He smiled and said, "You probably don't know, but Zoyu gave birth to a son for you. His name is Zoliohua, and he has no physical defects." As soon as he said this, Shi Qinghai suddenly fell into silence. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Sulu for a long time before he confirmed that this guy was not lying to comfort him before he died. His heart suddenly beat faster, and there was a touch of gentleness and shyness in his excitement. "Really? Not really." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time, and then said, "Unfortunately, I didn't know." Suddenly, he smiled and laughed. "But this shows that I'm really fierce. I can actually kill them with one shot." Sulu wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He kept coughing. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he took out a pack of 37 brand cigarettes with trembling hands and lit them up with trembling hands. He didn't have the calm and steady feeling he had when he was killing people in all directions. He took 2 deep breaths and then passed one over with trembling hands. He found that Sulu didn't take it. Then he noticed that Su Li's right wrist was twisted, and there were several wounds on his left arm that were bleeding. Shi Qinghai shook his head and put a cigarette between Su Li's bloody lips. "You really shouldn't have come," he said. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely, "I wanted to come, so I came." The ashes of the cigarette fell and mixed with the blood on his chest. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and looked around the office. He noticed that there was a painting hanging on the wall. It was a freehand painting of a splash ink lotus, and the style was dripping and fierce. He couldn't help but be puzzled. He murmured, "That guy Macklin, where did he get so much righteousness from?" Sulu raised his head with difficulty and squinted his eyes to take a look. He thought about what Macklin had said behind the door about conscience, and was puzzled by it. Only then did he remember that the pen he had used to kill Macklin was still tightly held in his left hand. He loosened his fingers and let the blood-stained pen slide to the ground. He said, "I used this pen to kill him. I thought that if you could escape, I would leave it as a souvenir for you. Don't think of anything good." Shi Qinghai reached out and grabbed the pen with difficulty. He looked at it curiously and suddenly said, "I don't know if the government will allow me to leave this pen to my son as an inheritance." "Don't think of anything good," Sulu answered weakly with his head down and the cigarette in his mouth. "Zoe didn't find another man, did she?" "No, I kept an eye on her for you. Why do I feel a little guilty? I found another woman, but I didn't know, so it's not wrong, right? Hey, when did you become so close to her? I don't think I know her that well." Oh, this is another long story. The inside and outside of the Foundation building was heavily guarded. Blood and bullet marks filled the building. Countless fully armed combatants were holding guns and occupying all the passages. They surrounded the room. Maybe in the next moment, they would rush in and kill the 2 powerful terrorists. However, the 2 people who made them feel like they were facing a great enemy were no longer able to fight. They were sitting next to Macklin's body, smoking a 37 brand cigarette and talking about some very boring things. I just heard the sound of a bell. Shi Qinghai took the half-burned cigarette from his mouth and said lightly. The filter of the cigarette was full of blood. "Oh, what time is it?" Sulu lowered his head and said purely, subconsciously. Shi Qinghai looked at him helplessly and said, I heard the death knell for us." As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. The glass window on the right side of the senator's office was instantly shattered into pieces. Then a smoke bomb was shot in. In the chaos, a few Special Forces members dressed in black slipped down from the sky and pounced in like a few fierce tigers. There were also several big holes in the wall because of the explosion. Countless fully armed combatants flooded in. Very unprofessional. Shi Qinghai murmured a few times and confirmed that smoking cigarettes was indeed not as good as smoking cigarettes. Although Su Li's left, I could still see through the smoke and see the movements of the intruders. He couldn't do anything and was too lazy to do anything. Whether it was him or Shi Qinghai, they had no bullets and no strength. Even the blood in their bodies was about to run out. "Don't move. Hands up!" With a few loud shouts, the smoke gradually dispersed. Countless black gun barrels were pointed at the two people sitting against the wall at close range. The head of the special task force walked in with a heavy expression, but the phone in his hand was pressed tightly to his ear. An extremely important order had just come from the distant capital. As soon as he put down the phone, he saw the scene in the room and couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Senator Macklin's body was on the side. This was the news that had been confirmed earlier. What surprised him was the behavior of the two terrorists against the wall at this time. Facing the countless gun barrels, Shi Qinghai, who was already exhausted, quickly raised his hands in the air. He was tearing up because of the smoke, and his eyes were red as he said seriously, "I surrender." At this time, he was holding a cigarette that was almost burned out in his right hand and a bloody pen in his right. This posture looked very funny. Also, this guy beside me doesn't want to raise his hands and surrender. Shi Qinghai looked at the nervous and solemn special forces of the Federation in front of him and said seriously and sincerely, "Both of his hands are disabled. He really can't raise them." Sulu, who had been keeping his head down, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The cigarette in his mouth spat out and fell to the ground, splashing a few sparks. Chapter 303. The Emperor never disappeared. He just changed his clothes a few times. George Carlin, in the late spring of the 68th year of the constitutional era, there were many buildings hidden in the lush forest at the northern end of S1 Nank State. In the early morning, loud slogans and uniform footsteps could be faintly heard coming from the field behind the mountain. Sometimes, the muffled sound of gunfire could be heard coming from the ground. This was originally a branch of the General Assembly Base under the Ministry of National Defense of the Federation. 70 years ago, it was transformed into a military training base. During the war between the Federation and the Empire, there were countless brilliant military heroes who had received rigorous training here. The largest joint anti-terrorism battle exercise of the year had just concluded at this training base last week. At the end of the competition between the four military regions, there might not be a real winner, but the senior generals of the military were very pleased that they had picked out the best of the best from the soldiers who participated in the maneuver. For them, these young soldiers who performed well in the exercise were the most powerful reserve force of the federal military. Therefore, after the exercise ended, these officers who were listed by the Ministry of National Defense did not return to their original units. Instead, they stayed at the training base. In the depths of the base, there was a building covered with ivy. It looked extremely inconspicuous. The conference room on the third floor was dark. One could faintly hear the sound of heavy breathing and smell the faint smell of men's sweat, but nothing could be seen. The only light came from the hologram in front of the conference room. It seemed that many people were watching a movie, but no matter how much the Federation soldiers paid attention to discipline, they would not be so silent when watching a movie. In the dark conference room, other than the smell of breathing and sweat, there was no sense of a person's presence. The light on the hologram passed through the smoke that filled the conference room and slowly dispersed. What was playing now was indeed not a movie, but a surveillance video marked as top secret. The video was a bit blurry, and the timestamp in the lower right corner showed that the video had taken place about 5 months ago in the cold winter of January. In the video, there was a guy wearing a guard's uniform, wearing a hat and dragging a travel bag, walking inside a building. Because this person had his head down, his face was hidden under the shadow of the hat, so no one could see his true appearance. On the surveillance video, the sound of an alarm rang out. Under the command of the system, countless guards surrounded the intruder from all directions. From that moment on, the intruder in the guard uniform sped up. His body on the screen dazzled the audience in the dark. The intruder held 2 light machine guns and began to open fire. He began to run. His figure became a little strange and terrifying. He appeared and disappeared in every corner of the building. He calmly and terrifyingly killed the enemies one by one and hid himself. Then, he was ambushed by heavy fire behind a wall. Dust rose under his feet, and his body instantly rushed to the ceiling. Then, he pounced down and strangely avoided the bullets that filled the sky. He killed his way to the center of the enemy. The hologram in the conference room was divided into several screens. The surveillance system recorded the intruder's movements from different angles. At the same time, it monitored the movements outside the building. From time to time, there was the dull sound of a heavy sniper rifle. It seemed that someone was sniping outside the building. Every time there was a sound, a guard would fall to the ground. The people in the conference room who were watching the surveillance video maintained a dead silence. Except for the sound of breathing and the occasional sound of smoking, there was dead silence. The screen was filled with smoke. The intruder was obviously forced into a desperate situation. But for some reason, he stood up coldly and fearlessly. Under the cover of the smoke, he quietly walked toward the direction marked as the exit of the 3 eastern areas. The silent pistol in his hand seemed to be guided by God. Through the heavy smoke, he aimed at the enemy in the corner and gently pulled the trigger. At this point, the silent conference room finally had some more sounds. The sound of chairs moving could be heard. Perhaps the people who were watching the video could no longer control the shock in their hearts. As the surveillance video played, the auxiliary holographic screen on the side continued to explain the breakdown of the tactical actions. Data indicators flowed like a waterfall. The route of the invaders, the trajectory analysis during shooting, the time spent in each section, and the cooperation between the installation of the bomb and the acquisition of intelligence were all dissected. It was extremely naked. The surveillance video on the hologram finished playing. The lights in the conference room were turned on. There was still not much noise in the spacious conference room. Some of the officers in dark green military uniforms with different stripes on their shoulders were still squinting their eyes as they looked at the hologram. It seemed that they couldn't understand what they had just seen. More officers began to reach for their pockets, took out cigarettes, lit them, and stuffed them into their dry lips. For a time, the smoke in the conference room was thicker than before. It was extremely suffocating. These ace soldiers from a major military regions of the Federation smoked in silence. While thinking about the purpose of the training base to let them watch this video, they couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the previous video. In the surveillance video, although the tactical movements of the ordinary-looking young man in the guard uniform did not appear to be very professional, the choice of every attack he made was so clean and efficient. Coupled with this person's inconceivably powerful actions, these attacks were extremely sharp and powerful, making the people who watched this video feel a deep sense of awe. There was also the sniper who rushed into the building later. He was also an extremely fierce person. Although not all the officers who watched the video recognized that the heavy big gun was the legendary ACW, the weight of the gun indicated on the auxiliary screen made them admire this slender guy who was able to carry a heavy anti-material rifle weighing 21 kilograms and climb walls and drill holes. Not to mention this person who guarded the entrance of the 3 eastern areas in the end. He actually used the anti-material rifle as a heavy machine to block the firepower. If the previous sniping outside the building showed that this sniper was absolutely excellent in military training, then this person later relied on the anti-material rifle to block the 3 entrances. It can only be said that this person played with guns to the point of ecstasy. This person was admirable, but what about that person? He actually calmly walked forward in the smoke like he was playing a game. He raised his hand and killed a person. Not to mention that he didn't have a thermal imaging system. Even if he did, it was impossible to perform this kind of movie scene in the environment created by the military smoke bomb. This was not something that a human could do. Therefore, some officers began to doubt the authenticity of this video that a female captain walked up to the podium in the conference room. She frowned and glanced at the officers who were smoking silently below the podium. She waved her hand in front of her, as if she wanted to drive away all the choking smoke. Although she was not in a good mood, in front of the treasures of the major military regions and the echelon officers who were focused on training by the federal military, she couldn't lose her temper. She had to lower her head and began to follow the instructions given by the superior. Her slender fingers lightly touched the terminal, and some pictures appeared on the hologram. The pictures were some pictures of some corpses and some damage on the wall after the force was applied. The female officer used the cursor to point at some of the bloody parts in the pictures and said in a clear voice, "The first victim's throat was completely broken under the heavy blow. The second victim's forehead was hit hard, his skull was broken, and his blood vessels burst. According to the postmortem, the strength of this person's right fist reached. The hardest part of the human body was the skull. How much strength would it take to break a human skull and break the blood vessels inside with one punch?" The officers in the conference room, who had just shaken off their shock and were about to discuss a few words with each other, couldn't help but be shocked when they heard the value reported by the female captain. They sat up straight and looked at the hologram with a serious expression. "This is the third victim. You can look at the data analysis. When he fired the gun, he still maintained an instantaneous speed of 11 meters per second without slowing down. You can also think that he didn't aim, but in fact, according to the report of the laboratory of the first hospital, this person's instantaneous reaction speed value has already broken through." The female captain finished the data analysis report and walked down the podium. The soldiers from all over the Federation squinted their eyes, and the cigarettes in their hands burned more and more brightly. At this time, they probably believed that the surveillance video was probably real. The Department of Defense wouldn't gather all the elites of the Army in one place and fake so much data and images just to play a joke on the major military regions. In the back row, there was an officer with a gentle expression who had been silently looking at the hologram. He was not like the other officers who were shocked or frowning. At this time, the chief of the training base, wearing a pair of glasses, walked up to the podium. The middle-aged major general coldly looked at the officers below the podium and slowly said, "What you saw and heard before is top secret of the Federation. You should know very well what you should do. You can discuss, but only within the scope of this conference room." The conference room was silent. The chief of the training base looked at them coldly and said, "I know that some of you are doubting the authenticity of this video, but please believe that the federal military is not that bored to this extent." After a slight pause, he pointed his finger at these guys who were particularly arrogant and unruly in the exercise and scolded, "In the anti-terrorism exercise, you little brats under the podium did a good job, and some of you are starting to become cocky. Today, I'll let you watch this video to let you know what a real terrorist is like. I want to let you know, if you face such a terrorist in the exercise, can you still sit here with your head held high?" The gentle officer in the back row lowered his head and smiled faintly in self-mockery. At this time, the colleagues who were able to stay in the conference room were undoubtedly the most powerful figures in the federal military. However, of the two people in the video, one was a monster who could fight to a draw with Madman Lee, and the other was an awesome person who graduated first from the 1st Military Academy and was trained by both the Federation government and the anti-government army. This kind of comparison was undoubtedly unfair. The Department of National Defense probably didn't want them to watch this video just to wake them up. However, the officers who did not know the inside story of the surveillance video did not think so. They frowned and thought about the general's angry words. In the end, they had to admit that when facing the two terrorists in the video, if there were more people, there might be some hope. If the number of people was equal or close, then there was no hope at all. Some of you are from the Westwoods, some of you are from the 3 military regions, and some of you are precious soldiers from the fleet. Usually, in your respective units, the officers protect you like treasures, but on the real battlefield, you can't be as fragile as treasures. The commander of the training base looked coldly at the officers below the stage. Looking at the most important echelon strength of the federal military in the future, he shouted loudly, "The ministry has kept you here so that you can grow into the most powerful soldiers. This week's learning task is to analyze this video, write a plan based on the 5-person team, and then hand it over to the terminal computer for evaluation." The Major General lowered his head and tidied up the files, using the corner of his eyes to pay attention to the reactions of the officers below the stage. The officers were stunned at first, but then their expressions turned fierce and unconvinced, which was not unexpected. He lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth rose with a trace of an indescribable smile. He thought in his heart, if the data of that guy called Su Lu shattering the security door with his last punch was also recorded, would these guys still be able to maintain their last bit of confidence? The Major General turned and left the conference room. The officers who were usually arrogant and had a threatening aura flowing from their bodies still stayed in the room. Earlier, the Major General had made it clear that discussions could only be held within the confines of the conference room. As soldiers, they consciously followed the rules when it came to the top secrets of the Federation. The sound of discussion gradually rose, and the focus of the discussion was naturally on the surveillance video. These outstanding officers of the Federation did not know where the two people in the surveillance video who were defined as terrorists came from. They were only shocked by the powerful combat strength displayed by the other party in the video, as well as the mutual trust that two people showed in the almost desperate environment inside the building. This kind of person was undoubtedly the scariest as an enemy. But if they had such a fierce character among their comrades, how fortunate would that be? Zhou Yu, let's form a team. Although it's only a virtual battle, it's really a bit difficult to rely on 5 people to deal with the 2 people in the video. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have any confidence. An officer from the Special Mecha Battalion of the West, Woods Military District, walked to the back row with a smile. He lightly patted the gentle officer, lowered his head, and said with a light laugh, "Before we came, Zhou Jin said that he wanted you to take care of me." Half a year ago, Zhou Yu had finished his all-rounder program in the Nutshell Engineering Department and officially returned to the Army. After graduating with high marks from the 1st Military Academy, he was now a member of the 1st Military District. He had participated in the anti-terrorism exercise a week ago and had scored 2nd in the General Staff Headquarters, so he had been kept by the Ministry of Defense as a key training target. Today, faced with such a difficult topic, he, who had excellent tactical command skills, naturally became the first choice to form a team. He smiled and nodded. Seeing him agree to the request of the West Woods officer, several officers who had just walked to the back row could not help but frown and turn to leave with some disappointment. The person who had scored the highest in the General Staff Headquarters this time was an officer with the surname Yuan, but for some reason, that officer with the surname Yuan did not come to the training base. Now, Zhou Yu, who had scored 2nd, had been snatched away by the West Woods Military District. These officers could not help but feel a little disappointed. Right at that moment, right in the middle of the seats, a burly and imposing officer suddenly stood up and said disdainfully, "In my opinion, even if this video is real, this topic at the training base is very meaningless. No matter how strong those 2 terrorists are, we can just get an old M37 mecha here, and we'll be able to crush them into minced meat." As soon as these words were spoken, it was no surprise that they received the agreement of some of the officers. After all, this was an era of metal and mechanical power. No matter how strong the combat ability of those 2 people in the video was, the weapons they used were also the best of the federal military's conventional weapons. However, in the face of the powerful armored power of the military, it did not seem to be worth much attention. Hearing the word mecha, Zhou Yu, who had been copying the topic with his head lowered, slowly raised his head. A rare trace of reminiscence appeared in those usually calm and gentle eyes of his. At that moment, he thought of the old moon base, the peak of Mount Kaki, the little white flower mecha standing on the edge of the cliff, and that fellow inside the mecha. Zhou Yu looked at the proud fellow in the middle of the seats and could not help but look at him with pity. If this fellow knew that the person he did not think highly of could operate a mecha to defeat that crazy Lees of Philadelphia, would he still rely on his identity as a Special Forces mecha pilot to express his disdain for that video? Capital Special District, Lin Yuan. Zhou Yu did not choose to sit in the bamboo house today. Although she really liked the flowing water there, the floating leaves on the water, the white mountain night lights outside the window, and she also really liked the atmosphere when she and Su Lu used to sit in the bamboo house and chat. The matter she wanted to discuss today was very important, so she chose the safest private room in Lin Yuan. It was probably only in a place like Lin Yuan, under the eyes of people like Lin Banshan, that she did not have to worry that the matter she wanted to discuss today would be overheard by the Federation government, the military, or that madam she had always respected. You know that my life at home isn't that good right now. I'm not an elder brother, and I don't have a real job. After my dividends are put into the fund every year, the amount of money I can control on my own is not more than 10 million. Beside the table, the man wearing an expensive jacket had a gloomy expression on his face. In the past, this gloomy expression had long been replaced by the mental and physical exhaustion of the past few months. Zoe looked at the two green arowana swimming slowly in the fish tank. Her figure had recovered very quickly after giving birth, and today, she wore a bright red gown. It was not tacky at all. Instead, because of the trace of coldness between her brows, it made her look exceptionally elegant. The second successor of the Leaf family. Even if you're about to be stripped of your right to inherit the family, I think that you still have something in your hands these past few years. She turned around, looked coldly at Li Xiaotong, and said, "You've already invested 500,000 in him. If he dies just like this, or is forever locked up in that place where no one knows, then this greatest investment of your life will forever be a failure. Since that's the case, why don't you take a gamble? You should know better than me what level of game this is. This is not a place where money can be used, unless the important figures at that level have their own ideas." Li Xiaotong looked at the delicious food on the table, but he didn't have the heart to raise his chopsticks. In a low voice, he said, "Although your father is already sitting in the position of Minister of Defense, the strength of your words in front of the madam is getting smaller and smaller." Zoe sat back in her seat and lowered her eyelids slightly. A chill flashed across her beautiful face. "I know that the higher-ups have already begun to move, which is why I asked for your help. The day before yesterday, a video was played at the training base. I keep feeling that this means that some of the big shots in the military want to test something." Chapter 304. It had been nearly 5 months since the attack on the Four Prefectures Peace Foundation in January. In the past 100 days, the Federation government's investigation of this vicious terrorist incident seemed to have walked into a swamp of death that no one knew about. No matter how unstable the public's atmosphere was because of this incident, and the atmosphere of social stability had already fallen, the government's investigation had always been strictly controlled within a very small area, and the confidentiality measures were done extremely well. Until today, most people in the Federation still did not know what happened in the Foundation building that day, how Senator Macklin died, and who the murderer was. All the information was hidden behind a black curtain, which made the Zhou family's eldest daughter, who looked cold and arrogant, but was actually sensitive and delicate, smell something strange. The black curtain could often represent two completely different directions. The government suppressed everything, perhaps to hide something, and let the two men involved die quietly, never to speak again. But it could also be to protect the two men. Hearing Zhou words, Li Xiaodong was shocked. He raised his head and looked at her quietly. There was a hint of anxiety and warning in his usually cold eyes. He used to like the woman in red in front of him, and he could forget about it with a wave of his sleeve, but he still cared about her after all. Li Xiaodong had a military identity. Although he rarely wore the military uniform and rarely went to work in the 1st Military Region, he knew very well how strict the federal military's disciplinary measures were. The teaching content of the Department of Defense's training base had always been confidential. Moreover, if it really involved the surveillance video of that day, it was not something that ordinary people could know about, even if she was the daughter of the Minister of Defense. Your father shouldn't make this kind of mistake. He paused for a moment, lowered his head, and raised the chopsticks in his hand for the first time. He picked up 2 slices of white magnolia and put them in front of him, but did not put them into his mouth. "I have my own information channel." Zhou looked at him with a smile and said, "If there is momentum, I have to be prepared in advance, so I need your financial support. I know that you have had a hard time in the past 6 months at home, but as I said before, your investment can only appreciate if Su Lu is alive. You should know that if Su Lu can survive, he has the potential to appreciate and the room for development. You want to be the head of the Li family? If you don't take some big risks, how can you reap great benefits? You're not a very good lobbyist. You probably haven't done this kind of thing before." Li Xiaotong replied calmly, not paying attention to Zhou's expression that was gradually turning cold. He tapped his chopsticks lightly and said, When I invested in Sulu, it was because I thought that he could be like the owner of this garden and have the ability to break certain rules, because my life will not follow rules. But I never expected that Sulu would break the rules so badly. Not many people in the Federation could tolerate the things he did. A faint trace of sadness flashed in Li Xiaodong's eyes. He let out a self-deprecating smile and softly said, "His first equipment and the workbench he threw outside the Foundation's building were all bought with my money. For months ago, the government had already found out about me. Yes, the elders at home definitely wanted to protect me, but my investment caused such a big trouble. My life in the past 6 months at home wasn't very hard like you said, but it was almost impossible." He waved his hand to signal Zhou not to speak. His fingers left the chopsticks and placed on his knees. He lowered his head and thought for a long time in silence. "I still insist that even if the upper echelons of the government have some new ideas, money won't play any role in this matter. But if you insist, I'll give you a sum of money when you need it." After breaking the silence, Li Xiaotong gently patted his knees and answered with a smile. He looked at Zhou and said, "You're confused because you care. You're in a mess right now. You should be very clear that no matter how hard people like us try, it's impossible to rescue him from that small dark house where we don't know the specific location. You should go find that crown prince now. According to my information, he has already returned to the back of Macho Mountain 2 months ago." Zhou sat on a cushion at the table and looked out of the window at the forest that had nothing. She didn't answer Li Xiaodong's words. A trace of fatigue and helplessness flashed across her calm and beautiful face. At this moment, she thought a lot of things, so much so that she didn't notice when Li Xiaotong left. She knew that Tai Ziyuan had already returned to S1, but in the past year, her relationship with Lady Tai had become more and more distant, and her crown prince brother could no longer be contacted. "I don't know where you two idiots are locked up." A trace of deep anger flashed through the corners of her eyes. The two guys who were secretly locked up by the Federation probably didn't know how much trouble they had caused for the Federation in the past few months, and how much she had worried about them. After Li Xiaotong left, Zhou remained in the quiet room. She held the small wine cup between her fingers, raised it up and down her wrist, and drank one cup after another. After a while, a blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, adding to her beauty. It completely set off a woman who was exuding a different kind of charm. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door was gently pushed open. A tall and thin man walked in and sat in front of her very naturally. He then poured himself a cup of wine and held it in his hands, slowly sipping. His posture was calm and unruffled, revealing the magnanimity of someone who was in control of everything. From the moment he entered the room to the moment he sat in the chair, this outstanding man, around 30 years old, acted like a master returning to his own home. Of course, Lin Yuan was originally owned by him. Zhou slowly raised her head, put down the wine cup in her hand, and looked at the legendary figure in front of her that was collectively admired by the children of the aristocratic families. She smiled slightly and said, "I've told you about this matter last time. What do you think?" Lin Banshan looked at the girl. It was extremely rare for the children of the aristocratic families to be pregnant out of wedlock. Although the Zhou family was a newly established family, the daughter of the Minister of Defense was not the slightest bit affected by what had happened to her in the past year. It was rare to see her traveling and socializing so naturally. "I've seen Sulu on the train. He's a very good young man," he said with a smile. "However, in my memory of the Federation, the daughter of the Zhou family was the daughter of the Zhou family. The daughter of the Zhou family is a cold-blooded woman who can order her subordinates to kill at any time. Is it because of her pregnancy that she has become so soft-hearted?" Zhou smiled slightly and said to herself, "Regarding the matter of Sulu, I've never been able to touch the truth, but the president's official residence in Parliament Hill seem to have different views, so I don't really understand. I'm just a reckless person." Lin Banshan slowly sipped the wine in his cup with a hint of appreciation. He looked at Zhou and said, "The major matters related to politics are not something that people like me can speculate and probe. Of course, I've always thought that those things are very dirty, dirtier than the level we are in. so I'm not willing to get involved. Zoe was actually a little nervous at this time. Although she had attended the tea party with Lady Tai and had seen many powerful people in the Federation, she was no stranger to the children of the 7 families of the Federation. But today, facing the most famous traitor of the Federation, the most famous unruly person in this circle, she always felt a little uneasy, but she hid this uneasiness very well. She stabilized her breath and said with a smile, "But as far as I know, the matter of the Foundation building seems to have something to do with you. I don't know the details, but if they really did contribute to the Federation, don't you think they shouldn't be locked up for life?" Lin Banshan looked at her calmly. He had experienced a lot of ups and downs in his life. Although he had been nervous for a few months because of the Macklin incident, once it was over, his state of mind returned to the calmness of mountains and rivers. But the sudden words of the daughter of the Zhou family made his eyes suddenly have a little more interest. "I'm not the 7th young master. I know that it's impossible for your information channels to know these things. At least it's impossible for you to know that this matter has something to do with me." Lin Banshan slowly stood up. "If it's Minister Zhou's intention, you don't have to beat around the bush so much. I'll do what I need to do, but the Federation doesn't have a unified opinion, and it's not very appropriate to ask me, an outsider, to do something." Zoe could only remain silent when Lin Banshan easily saw through many things. She didn't notice that Lin Banshan's words about an outsider actually had a deeper meaning. If he was an outsider, then what kind of person was the insider who could solve this problem? Lin Banshan said, "Li Xiaodong suggested that you look for the crown prince of the Tai family. If you don't mind, I also want to give you a suggestion." Zoe looked up and asked seriously, "Please go ahead, Madman Li." Lin Banshan held the remaining wine in his glass and walked out of the door with a smile. He said with indescribable confidence and ease, "I remember that you have a good relationship with him. After President Pabre took office, just as the policy critics had analyzed, the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Zhou Yingxing, who was originally mainly in charge of logistics, took the position of the minister. This general, who was only the director of the Federation's National Defense Base 3 years ago, was promoted 3 times in a row in a short time and sat in such a prominent position. It was a very shocking phenomenon. The Zhou family was still sitting in the courtyard in the western suburbs of the capital. In the middle of the night, Zhou tiredly pushed open the door downstairs and walked in. She glanced at her father on the sofa, who was reading the newspaper with glasses on. She thought of the things that Lin Banshan saw through and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. In fact, she also had doubts in her heart. A few days ago, in the study, her father intentionally or unintentionally revealed some inside information about the Golden Foundation building incident to her. Then, he allowed her to contact those people in an attempt to rescue Su Lu and that guy. What faction of the military did her father represent by doing this? Sitting in the important position of the Minister of National Defense, there was no doubt that his every move had to be extremely cautious and careful. Was this the real reason why her father was indifferently watching her work? The most important thing was her father doing this under the influence of the madam, or was there some secret instruction from the white official residence? "Father, I'm back." Zhou greeted him very politely. Ever since she was pregnant, or after living with Su Lu for a period of time in the Wangdu apartment, the originally cold and unruly young lady's temperament had changed a lot. She may still be the same in her bones, but at least on the surface, she had become much more polite. Minister Zhou nodded. He didn't ask where his daughter went, who she met, or what she did. He just continued to read the newspaper seriously. Zhou knew that she couldn't get more information from her father, so she went upstairs. Minister Zhou, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up and watched his daughter's back as she went upstairs. After a moment of silence, he didn't open his mouth to ask. Instead, he lowered his head again. Zhou's brother, Zhou, got married 3 months ago. He was currently living in a department of the 2nd Military Region of S2. At this time, it was late at night, and the minister's wife was already asleep. The orderlies and waiters had all returned to the dormitory at the back. In this spacious building, it was so quiet that it made people feel a little worried. Back in her bedroom suite, Zhou smiled and whispered a few words to the Annie who was taking care of the child. She asked how the child was doing today. Walking to the bedside, she lowered her body and looked at the little boy's red face in the crib. She couldn't help but smile happily. Zoliahua was almost 10 months old. Although he still couldn't speak, he could occasionally make a few monosyllabic sounds. It seemed like he was calling for his mother, but also seemed like he was calling for his father. The door to the suite closed. Zoe moved a chair and sat beside the crib. She looked at her child quietly and said softly, "You will also be a man in the future. As a man, even if you can't support the heavens, you have to be world-shaking." The corners of her lips curled up into a bright smile. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Hua. She said, "Your two fathers have done a world-shaking thing." On the little boy's birth certificate, the name of Su Li's father was recorded in the chip's file. However, his real father by blood was Shi Qinghai. Therefore, it was very appropriate for Zhou Yu to say that they were his two fathers. Pulling the soft cotton shirt under the child's chin, Zhou Yu stood up tiredly and rubbed the numbness between her eyebrows. She was indeed very concerned about the two fellows who had disappeared without a trace. At the beginning, she didn't know if they were still alive. Now, she was worried about their safety. Would they really be locked up by the Federation for life? Strangely, she was actually more concerned about Su Lu. After all, the face of Shi Qinghai, whom she had a one-night stand with, was a little blurry in her memory. She looked at the dark night outside the window and thought that Su Lu, that stinky rock, must be locked up alone in a small dark room in the Federation's secret prison, not seeing the light for months, enduring loneliness or torture in the dark and damp. Zoyu's expression became worried. She didn't know if he could make it. The most heavily guarded prison in the Federation wasn't the local prosecutor's office, nor was it the top 4 military detention center of the Ministry of National Defense. Instead, it was a military prison in S1 Hulan State. Compared to this military prison, even the legendary Fox Fortress Felon prison in space would lose some of its deterrence. It was because this military prison was called Qingsheng. During the Federation's dynasty era, there was an ancient poem that once said that a smile could overturn a country, and another smile could overturn a city. This military prison was named Qingsheng, but it wasn't because of the romantic and artistic atmosphere. Instead, it meant that even if someone tried to overturn a city, no one would be able to save a single person from this prison. This military prison had existed as early as 10,000 years ago during the dynasty era. At that time, it was an important prison used by the emperor to lock up dissidents. Countless years had passed, and Qingsheng prison was constantly reinforced and maintained. It was supplemented by all kinds of advanced surveillance systems and powerful and cold professional soldiers. It was even more sinister and terrifying than before. However, the people locked up in this prison were the same as before. They were all extremely important criminals. Other than the high-ranking military officers who had violated the law, when the Federation government was suppressing the 7 great families, there were also countless powerful and important people who had once lingered here. Those who were locked up in Qingsheng prison basically had no chance to leave. However, there were a few people who occasionally left. In the eyes of the people of the Federation, this experience was something they were most proud of. The people of the Federation didn't understand the essence of Qingsheng prison. Most of them didn't even know where this prison was. However, this didn't affect them from having a certain understanding. Only those who had been in Qingsheng prison were truly important people. Different from what the outside world imagined, the heavily guarded military prison didn't look sinister and terrifying from the outside. A few buildings were scattered randomly on the wasteland by the mountain range. From the outside, there wasn't any high-voltage barbed wire, nor were there any towering sentry towers or advanced surveillance networks. Even fully armed soldiers were rarely seen. However, in reality, Qingsheng prison was under the comprehensive surveillance of the Federal Central Computer. No one knew what kind of dangers were hidden in this seemingly peaceful prison. For countless years, no one had been able to successfully escape from this prison. This was enough to prove that this military prison's reputation was not in vain. Qingsheng prison occupied an extremely large area, but in recent years, the number of serious criminals locked up was extremely small. After all, the politics of the Federation was becoming more and more transparent. There weren't that many important people locked up here. The federal military had always been preparing for the war with the Empire, so there wouldn't be too many serious criminals sent here. The brilliance of the noon sun penetrated the transparent dome of the prison and fell on the ground. In an area separated by a high-hardness material, more than 30 prisoners in prison uniforms were eating lunch. The nutrition for lunch was different. Dozens of serious criminals, old or young, with white hair or shaved heads, had all kinds of expressions on their faces. Some were as lonely as a poet, some were as angry as a poet, and some were as calm and composed as a good poet. Of the serious criminals locked up here, some had killed countless people, some had committed treason. None of them had the extravagant hope of leaving this place alive. During the meal, the atmosphere had become somewhat sparking due to the long period of boredom. However, it was suppressed by the cold soldiers holding the standard taser guns upstairs. As a result, they could only coldly look at each other and look around, using their eyes to emit the smell of blood in their bodies. Clang! Clang! Two dull sounds of metal colliding rang out. The serious criminals in the cafeteria raised their heads almost at the same time, looking toward the passage at the entrance of the prison. The electrically controlled alloy door at the passage slowly opened, revealing a group of people. For soldiers who were not equipped with weapons, nervously held the black high-polymer lassos in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. The front end of the 4 lassos was tightly tied around a person's neck. A new person had arrived at Qingqing prison. The serious criminals eating at the cafeteria looked over curiously. It should be known that it had been a long time since a qualified prisoner had entered this boring prison. They looked at the new prisoner with smiles. Some of the serious criminals thought that there was finally one more person to talk to, but even more people's eyes revealed a cruel and murderous mood. They thought that there was finally a new person who would bleed and cry to help them pass the time of despair. However, all the emotions in their eyes disappeared a moment after they were cast toward the entrance of the passage. What replaced it was shock and disbelief, and there was also a faint fear and fear. The new prisoner who had his neck restrained by the black lassos was a young man. Although his messy black hair draped over his shoulders like messy grass, making it difficult to tell his exact age, the soft black hair and that pale face still retained the unique vitality of a young man. He had not seen the sun for 5 months, so his face was naturally pale. Naturally, no one took care of his hair. The new prisoner narrowed his eyes and greedily looked at the noon sun through the transparent dome above his head. It was as if he was not worried at all that the blazing sun would burn his retina. His pair of eyes, which were not big to begin with, became 2 thin slits because he squinted too hard. The 4 soldiers who escorted him to the prison saw the prisoner stop where he was. They thought of the strict instructions from their superiors and the terrifying strength of this person in the rumors. Their hearts could not help but shrink nervously. They subconsciously exerted force with their arms at the same time and pulled on the black lassos. The young prisoner, however, seemed to have taken root under his feet. He was steady and did not move at all. He still raised his head and looked at the sun with narrowed eyes for a while. Then he lowered his head and used both hands to push the messy hair hanging by his face to the back of his head, revealing his pale face. Only then did he obediently follow the movements of the soldiers and take a step forward. It was only 1 step, but there was a dull sound of metal clashing where his foot landed. His feet were shackled with electrically controlled magnetic shackles made of alloy. The shackles that reflected the metallic light looked very beautiful, but they weighed as much as 30 kilograms. Especially when they came into contact with the silver tunnel on the ground. The strong magnetic force made the sound even louder. He also wore special electrically controlled handcuffs on his hands. Perhaps it was not quite right to call them handcuffs because the thick and heavy metal rings were worn on his thin arms. They looked very out of place. The thick and heavy handcuffs and shackles, and the pale and thin prisoner were like the powerless youth in Schiller's play who was bound in a gloomy little house made of iron. As the soldier nervously pulled, the new prisoner frowned and slowly moved his feet forward. With every step he took, he had to fight against the strong magnetic force on the ground, and it was extremely difficult for him to walk. As he slowly walked, the dull and clear sound of metal clashing continuously sounded from under his body, resounding throughout the entire prison. Separated by a transparent material wall, the eyes of the prisoners followed the movements of the new prisoner. The emotions in their eyes had long become incomparable shock and fear. Who was this new prisoner? The prison had actually used a magnetic restriction that had not been used for many years. Some of the prisoners felt a chill in their hearts because they could clearly see that in the heavy magnetic shackles on the new prisoner's body, the red light of an electrically controlled explosion was constantly lit. Chapter 305. The felons in Qingcheng prison had experienced too much darkness in their past. Now that they had spent too much time inside these four walls, even if they couldn't see through life and death, they could at least see through life and death. The status and position they had before they were imprisoned did not matter after they were imprisoned. For them, the only factor that determined their social status and the strength of their words, other than the combat strength or brains they had displayed during the long years of despair, was the most simple way to distinguish them was the importance the Federation attached to the prisoner. The initial shock gradually faded from the felon's eyes. They quietly looked at the young prisoner who was walking with difficulty on the other side of the transparent partition and put down the plastic utensils in their hands in unison. Some of them were extremely vicious and had once been bound with a remote control device. However, dangerous devices like this that could explode instantly had only been seen in prison studies. In addition to the somewhat exaggeratedly shaped handcuffs and shackles, the felons in the canteen could easily tell that the Federation government placed a lot of importance on this new prisoner. They even felt that they placed a lot of importance on this new prisoner compared to everyone else in the canteen combined. It was because of this judgment that they knew that this seemingly thin and weak young prisoner must have done a lot of terrible things in the outside world to receive this kind of treatment. The social class division in Qingcheng prison was just this simple. They naturally felt a sense of awe towards this young prisoner. However, after all, they were separated by a transparent material, and the young prisoner was walking with great difficulty, so they slowly suppressed this feeling. The plastic utensils were also specially made. Even if the felons secretly took them away, no matter how they broke and polished them, they couldn't fix a sharp angle. A white-haired, bespectacled man who looked like a professor turned around. Hearing the heavy metal clanging sounds behind his head, he shook his head and placed a small spoon beside the lunchbox. He said quietly, "Look at the color of that person's face and lips. I'm afraid he hasn't seen the sun for 3 months." Before this felon was imprisoned, he was a professor in the Federation's Military Science Academy 3rd Department. Because of a trivial matter in his family, he poured the Empire's poisonous gas sample that the Federation imitated into the villa where his wife and parents-in-law lived. This excellent biochemist's judgment in this aspect had long been recognized by the felons in Qingcheng prison. Therefore, after hearing this sentence, the felons in the canteen began to discuss softly. 3 months of solitary confinement? That's too inhumane. A burly man with a shaved head sighed and said, "Back then, I almost went crazy after a month." Everyone in the cafeteria knew that this seemingly simple-minded brute had once gone on a rampage in the recruit camp and killed 7 recruits in a row. If it wasn't for the Ministry of National Defense wanting to use him as a test subject in the future, or to be sent to the West Woods as a suicide squad, the military court would have ordered him to be executed long ago. Hearing the word inhumane from the mouth of such a vicious felon should have caused a roar of laughter, but none of these felons laughed. They only quietly looked at the young prisoner who was struggling to move on the other side of the transparent material with complicated gazes. Because they had all been imprisoned in solitary confinement before, they knew how unbearable it was to not see the light of day, to not hear anyone speak, to be surrounded by silence, as if they were absolutely dead. The new young prisoner had been held in solitary confinement for 3 months. These vicious and treacherous felons couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. The importance that the Federation placed on this young prisoner had already indirectly proven how dangerous this person was. If he was locked up for 3 months and turned into a lunatic, living with everyone in the future, no one is to provoke this new young master. A voice sounded from the middle of the table. The voice was hoarse and slightly old. The owner of the voice clearly had an extremely high position among the felons in the military prison. When he said this, the 30 or so prisoners nodded lightly at the same time. These criminals who had committed heinous crimes knew better than anyone that one could not judge a book by its cover. A gentle professor could kill his own family. A simple and honest man could slaughter the entire recruit camp. This young prisoner who had just arrived, although he had a thin body and a pale face, they knew that he was an absolutely dangerous person just by looking at his opening actions today. Moreover, since he had been confined in solitary confinement for 3 months, they were afraid that he had long gone crazy. The dull and clear sound of heavy metal clashing finally stopped. The people in the cafeteria no longer had to endure this kind of torture, and they gently let out a breath. The young prisoner passed through the 3 safety gates and arrived at the prison's inner room. The 4 black nooses were loosened, but the magnetic heavy shackles and handcuffs were still on his body. The prison didn't arrange for him to eat in the cafeteria. Instead, they arranged a single table and chair for him on the magnetic floor of the isolated area. The table was filled with food and fruit. This special treatment didn't make the felons who stared at him feel jealousy. Instead, they felt even colder. They were more and more certain that the new prisoner was extremely dangerous. Right at this time, the young prisoner who sat on the chair with difficulty fiddled with his messy hair again. He then turned around and smiled towards the felons in the cafeteria. On his pale and thin face, the smile was incomparably clean and natural. It was dazzling like the sun, sincere and sincere. He didn't look like a dangerous person who hid madness within his calm at all. He looked just like an ordinary boy next door. The young prisoner's sinister coldness formed a stark contrast with this smile. Those felons were shocked to the point of being speechless. Even the vigilant guards around the young prisoner and the guards on the 2nd and 3rd floors who were completely focused on aiming felt a sense of relaxation that they shouldn't have felt. Su Lu didn't know that his earlier smile had almost overturned a city in Qingqing prison. It had shocked the guards and prisoners who were on guard against a great enemy. He was just acting according to his usual attitude in life. When he came to a strange place, he would put on a sincere smile to make the people around him happier and to make himself less troublesome. However, he obviously didn't expect that he was now in a military prison that was heavily guarded. The people he smiled at were not a group of normal people. After finishing his first meal in Qingqing prison, he was sent back to his cell. He was still locked up alone, but the layout and facilities in this cell were much better than those in the previous prison. Su Lu touched the neat bedding on the bed and went inside to test the sitting position of the toilet. He smiled happily. Only when he saw his pale face and messy hair in the mirror did his smile gradually fade. After being locked up alone for 4 months, he couldn't see the sun. The roots of his hair grew crazily as if they were unsupervised. It actually went past his shoulders. I hope the government will let me get a haircut. He looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly thought of when he was in Donglin a few years ago. After deceiving Bao Longtao, he had also stared blankly at his own face in the mirror. However, at that time, he would be extremely nervous over such a matter. Now, he was in the Federation's most terrifying secret military prison, but his mood was as calm as if he was at home. He narrowed his eyes. He just didn't understand why the government would suddenly release him from that dark cell. Why would they transfer him from Fox Fortress to Qingqing prison? After washing his face with hot water, Su Lu sat on the bed in his cell. He lowered his head and recalled those 100 days. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Loneliness was indeed the most unbearable thing in the world. Compared to this, although this military prison was also a solitary confinement, at least there was light. He could see people when he was eating. For him, this was already a rare enjoyment. He lowered his head and recalled every minute and second of those unbearable days. Then, He lay back on the soft bed and stared at the monotonous ceiling above his head with narrowed eyes. He always felt that the light yellow ceiling gradually became a mass of darkness in his eyes. Other than a few meteorites that occasionally floated by in the distance, there was nothing else. After being arrested in the Peace Foundation building 4 months ago, he and Shi Qinghai were locked up separately by the Federation. He was taken away by the 2nd Military Region that night. After undergoing the necessary medical treatment and related procedures, he was locked up in Fox Fortress Special Prison. Fox Fortress was a space prison located at the outer edge of the S2 system. It faced the direction of the dark sky curtain. Outside the alloy surface of the prison was an ice-cold vacuum. In that kind of environment, wanting to escape was basically wishful thinking. Sulu, who was locked up in the space prison, didn't have the urge to escape as a serious criminal under strict supervision. In fact, he just wanted someone to interrogate him. However, no one interrogated him. No one questioned him. There were no cockroaches or ants in the solitary dark cell. Even the most hated rats on spaceships weren't present. There was only silence and food that was automatically delivered at regular intervals. For an entire 141 days, he was alone in the darkness. There wasn't a single sound in the room. Only the endless darkness of the universe outside the small window watched him. In that region of heaven, it was difficult to even find a single unblinking star. Other than darkness, there was still darkness. Other than silence, there was still silence. It was so dark that even his teeth were black. It was so quiet that he could often hear his own heartbeat. He always felt like it was beating a drum. Being in that dark, silent, and lonely environment for more than 4 months was not a mental torture that a human could endure. During this long period of time, his injuries had mostly healed, but his face began to pale. His body, which lacked the light of the stars, also became somewhat weak. Just as the serious criminals in Allure Prison had determined, a few months of solitary confinement would drive anyone crazy. However, it was obvious that Sulu wasn't crazy. He was still healthy and living normally. This was somewhat inconceivable. Even if his nerves were thicker than normal people's, even if he was a famous stinky rock in Donglan, how did he survive? I don't know if Mr. Shi can survive. He was already far away from the darkness and loneliness. Lying comfortably on the soft bed in Allure Prison, he worriedly thought. After lying down for a long time, perhaps he felt that it was too boring. He rubbed his eyes and softly muttered to himself, "Old geezer. Old geezer, get me 2 romance movies." A young man came to Allure Prison, and the security level was immediately raised. However, other than that, the forbidden area in the wasteland didn't seem to have changed much. The serious criminals who were locked up followed an extremely detailed schedule. Eating, bathing, reading, exercising, learning the laws of the Federation, and then sleeping. It was exactly the same as before. The only difference was that every day when they were eating, they could always hear the dull sound of metal clashing. The new prisoner wearing heavy magnetic shackles with a remote control explosive device would, accompanied by this noise, pass through a special passage and head to his own small table to eat. Sulu and the rest of the serious criminals were separated by a layer of transparent material, but it was like they were in 2 different worlds. Other than the noise and his existence, they didn't interfere with each other. However, every 3 meals, he would habitually nod at the serious criminals who had the temperament of a poet, smile, and silently greet them. These days continued for a week. Among the serious criminals who ate in the cafeteria, there was finally someone who responded to his good intentions and smiled at him. As a result, this unfortunate gentleman was locked up in a solitary cell and stayed there for 3 days. Even though after this serious criminal came out, he still stubbornly cursed at the fully armed soldiers upstairs, but he never looked at Sulu again. The Federation government allowed Sulu to see the light of day through the transparent dome, but they still used force to prevent him from having any contact with the outside world. The outside world, referred to here, was everyone other than him, even including the prisoners in the same prison. At night, when he was alone in a solitary cell in Allure Prison, Sulu would often stand by the window and look at the wild green grass below. Sometimes he would associate it with his hair that was like grass, and sometimes he would think that it was already late spring. He had spent too much time alone in Fox Fort's darkroom, so he actually felt like he had lost track of time. The prison refused his request to shave his head. To be more precise, no soldier in charge of guarding him dared to speak to him. Fortunately, he still had the old thing. The structural diagram of the Golden Foundation building and the real-time positioning cursor in his left eye had long disappeared without a trace. His left eye could not really see ghosts. At the beginning of the 100 Days of Darkness in Fox Fort Space Prison, Sulu pulled out the data stored in his mind and reviewed it. He also looked at the various pictures of beautiful women in his mind, but he still felt bored. In his boredom, he tried to initiate contact with the existence on the other side of the black dream again. This kind of request was very familiar to Sulu. It was roughly equivalent to a mentally ill person constantly shouting to the mountains and seas in his mind, and then hoping to hear an echo. Therefore, in the dark and lonely days that could drive people crazy, Sulu contacted the glory of the charter that was all over the universe. He began to use his left eye to watch the television news or soap operas on the Federation. He also watched a lot of artistic movies that he usually did not have time to watch. It was through this extremely mysterious method that no one could investigate that Sulu saw the consequences of Macklin's death and the Federation from the Federation's news. Those demonstrations, strikes, and riots lasted until last month before gradually subsiding. Therefore, Sulu never understood why the Federation government was not in a hurry to put him on trial to quell the anger and desire for revenge of those George Carlin fanatics. Instead, they forgot him in a corner of the universe. What he did not understand was why the government sent him back to the surface at this time. This kind of confusion lasted until the arrival of the first visitor to the prison. This morning, Sulu lowered his head and sat on the cold metal chair in the reception room. He looked at the heavy magnetic shackles on his ankles. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he raised his head and saw a person who was not unfamiliar, but could not be said to be familiar either. In an instant, he smiled and frowned. He felt as if time had turned back to a year ago. Chapter 306. A year ago, Sulu used a Taiping axe to cleave out the fork in his life. At the time, he was locked up in the military prison of the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense appointed a legal officer named Su Songzi as his lawyer. So today, when he saw this unfamiliar and beautiful face that carried traces of memories in the reception room of Qingqing military prison, he felt as if time had turned back to a year ago. It was as if all the anger, sadness, depression, passion, and bloody stories of the past year had never happened. The trees on both sides of the road leading to the district attorney's office were still softly crying out for the arrival of spring. Su Songzi, a legal officer of the Ministry of Defense's Internal Affairs Department, sat calmly and indifferently across the table. She took out a few documents from a thick folder and pushed them along the smooth surface of the table in front of Sulu. She said, "Sulu, I represent the Ministry of Defense to inform you that because you are involved in the 680118A case, all of your authority in the General Assembly base has been removed. The Ministry of Defense has appointed me as your legal advisor. My name is Su Songzi." Su Songzi looked at the handcuffs on Su Li's wrists across the table. She had no intention of reaching out to shake his hand. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said, "We've met before. If you don't have any objections, please sign these legal documents." He had been secretly locked up by the Federation for nearly 5 months without any interrogation. However, in these few days, he had been transferred from Fox Fortress to the military prison on the surface. The Ministry of Defense sent a legal officer, and suddenly, everything seemed to have started working again. Sulu couldn't quite react in time. He narrowed his eyes at the legal documents on the table. He didn't say anything as he carefully read them. The alloy handcuffs slid across the white paper, producing a rustling sound. After carefully reading all of the words on the legal documents, Sulu finally raised his head. He nodded at Su Songzi and then took the pen she handed over. With some difficulty, he moved his hands and seriously signed his name. Su Songzi looked at him calmly. Only when he signed his name did she let out a slight sigh of relief. She stood up and said, "The case has already entered the legal process. I'll come back the day after tomorrow." "Thank you," Su Lu replied very seriously. Can I ask a few questions? Yes, but I may not be able to help you except for legal matters. Su Songzi still maintained a professional and serious expression, but a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to warn Su Lu of something. Su Lu asked, It's the person who was arrested by the Federation with me. Can I know where he is now? No. Su Songzi answered straightforwardly, and then began to tidy up the documents on the table. Su Lu noticed that her eyes quickly blinked the moment she lowered her head, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Under surveillance, legal officer Su Lu naturally could not tell Su Lu what he wanted to know, such as where Shi Qinghai was. However, she could at least tell Su Lu if someone was still alive. In fact, that was what he was most concerned about. Watching the beautiful female officer walk out of the door of the interrogation room, Su Lu suddenly remembered that half a year ago, this female officer was transferred to the Macklin Special Task Force. Before he took action, he heard that after the Special Task Force was disbanded, several prosecutors who insisted on continuing the investigation were framed by the Federation Investigation Bureau and had their freedom temporarily restricted, including prosecutor Xiao Wenjing. He did not know how these people were doing now. Walking along the long corridor, Su Songzi was strictly checked along the way. All the legal documents and personal belongings that she had brought into the interrogation room, as well as all the hard objects such as pins and hair clips, were all checked. Only then was Su Songzi able to leave this extremely tightly monitored military prison. The military vehicle that had been waiting at the main entrance of the prison roared in the direction of the Wasteland Military Airport. Su Songzi sat in the back and did not speak to the soldier in front of her. Instead, she thought about the scene in the prison interrogation room and felt a little depressed. In the interrogation room, Su Li's hair was messy, his face was pale, and his body was thin. It made her feel that life was really not fair. As a member of the Macklin Special Task Force, she knew better than anyone the crimes that Macklin had committed. When Xiao Wenjing and two other prosecutors who insisted on secretly investigating were arrested by the Federation Investigation Bureau for that shameless crime, she felt disappointed in the Federation government and the military for the first time. However, the big shots in the Federation had reached a compromise with Macklin. What could she, a low-level officer, do? Therefore, when she heard the explosive news of Macklin's assassination in January, she could not help but sigh at the cycle of life and karma. After Macklin's death, the compromise of the investigation against him naturally did not need to be mentioned again. The Federation Investigation Bureau released the prosecutors, and Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood of the Capital Daily were no longer under the pressure of the Federation. Su Songzi had to admit that these happy changes were all thanks to the two terrorists that the demonstrators wanted to tear into pieces. As for the assassination in the Foundation building in January that shocked the Federation, it was not until a few days ago that she found out that one of the murderers involved was actually Su Lu, who she had dealt with before. She was very clear about Su Li's background in the Federation and his complicated relationship with Minister Zhou Yingxing, so she did not understand why he would do such a thing. In the past 2 nights, she would occasionally ask herself, and she found that she really wanted to thank Su Lu for what he had done. She had even developed a sense of admiration that a legal worker and a soldier should never have. Su Songzi looked at the airport building in front of the glass and thought of the minister who was waiting for her report in the Capital Special District. She calmed down a little and lowered her head to deal with the legal documents. Su Lu was an active soldier in the Federation, and the crimes he committed were so shocking. Whether it was from the perspective of confidentiality or from the perspective of procedural laws, his case would definitely be handled in secret by the military court. She was very clear that a legal person like her, or even the Federation law itself, would not play any role in Su Li's life or death. The power that could really decide the life or death of the pale, small-eyed man was in the white official residence in the Capital Special District or on the Parliament Hill. She came here today to release a signal to Su Lu, who had been isolated from news for a long time, to let him know that something was happening. Unfortunately, under the strict surveillance of Qingchang prison, she could not say anything. She only hoped that Su Lu could understand the purpose of her visit this time. After returning from the interrogation room to the solitary cell, Su Lu sat on the edge of the bed and lowered his head in silence for a long time. The message that the female legal officer brought was actually very simple. That was, the higher-ups of the Federation had begun to reconsider Macklin's assassination case, and the trial was about to begin. This was not bad news. On the contrary, the dark residence that happened a few months ago was really scary. It was just that he could not understand one thing. He killed Macklin, so the Tai family would definitely give up on him, and that Madame would definitely kill him without mercy. Even if the Federation government still misunderstood the relationship between him and Minister Zhou, no matter how he looked at it, the law of the Federation and the will of the government would not allow him to continue living. What exactly went wrong? When he was arrested in the Golden Foundation building, Su Lu thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that he had lived for so long. He racked his brains to find an answer to why he did not die, but he still could not find a reason why he should have been alive. This was because he would never have thought that Macklin, who had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, faced a hail of bullets, and killed with a single stroke, actually had a terrifying identity that had been hidden for decades. Regarding this, the Federal Central Computer under the Bureau of Proclamation strictly followed the regulations of the Charter and the level of authority, and did not let him know the slightest bit. It was precisely because of Macklin's true identity that Su Lu ensured Qinghai's action of killing Macklin could be interpreted as light or dark, two completely different meanings. It could be a terrorist who deserved to die, or a hero who saved the Federation. It all depended on what the big shots thought. Capital Special Region, President's Residence. Below the President's Residence, in the Central Operations Command Room of the Federation, 2 rows of ultra-thin extended light screens glowed with a faint blue light, and a solemn mood filled the room. The Special Task Force agents standing at the entrance of the passage had eagle eyes, and the big shots sitting around the long conference table had solemn expressions as they listened attentively to the explanation and watched the constantly changing images on the light screens. The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Finance of the new Federation government cabinet were present at the meeting. The members of the Federal Military Joint Chiefs of Staff were all present, and the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd military regions sat solemnly below General Miles. Even Commander Zhong, who was nervously preparing for war on the front lines in the West Woods, and Hong Yuliang, the commander-in-chief of the Federal Fleet, who had been stationed in the Night Scorpion Nebula for the past 6 months, also participated in this meeting via video call. The reason why so many important people of the Federation had gathered in the Operations Command Room of the President's residence today was because they were going to listen to the investigation report of the case today. The Bureau of Proclamation, relying on the powerful information-gathering ability of the glory of the Charter and the huge amount of data archived in the central database, still took nearly 5 months to fully investigate this case. In a sense, this case had almost brought irreparable damage to the Federation, and the investigation report of this case, to a certain extent, would also determine the Federation's strategic attitude toward the Empire. In front of the long conference table, President Pabre, who had a dark complexion, was carefully reading the investigation report in his hands as he listened to the explanations that came from time to time. In front of him was an inconspicuous pen, which was stored in a vacuum box made of super hard material, and the bloodstains on it had long since disappeared. The Special Task Force of the 2nd Military Region went deep into the Green Dragon Mountains and took the risk to obtain the biological marker on the bones of the Mai couple. A middle-aged man wearing glasses operated the display, terminal, and enlarged a picture on the screen. He continued, after comparing this mark with the biological marker on Macklin that was archived in the Federation's Investigation Bureau, we confirmed that they were not related by blood. As the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Zhedong often represented the old director in secret government meetings, but it was the first time that he had encountered such a big scene, so he could not help but feel a little nervous. His voice was slightly hoarse as he continued. After the 680118A case, we took a sample from Macklin's body and conducted a second check, confirming this conclusion again. President Pabre did not raise his head. He only waved his hand, indicating for him to continue. Director Fong of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had been sitting silently to the right of the president, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Cui Zedong, then released his old fingers from his crutch and gently tapped on the smooth wood silently. Seeing this action, Cui Zedong did not know why, but he felt much calmer. He changed the picture on the screen and explained in a low voice. Before the incident, the Bureau of Proclamation had already used its authority to send a special task force of the West Woods military region to infiltrate the 100 Mustar region in an attempt to obtain some relevant information from that year. Although it was a little late, the special task force still managed to obtain a list of names, confirming that in the second last year of the 36th constitutional calendar, the Bermuda Human Trafficking Organization. Following Cui Zedong's voice, the atmosphere in the command room, which was glowing with a light blue light, became more and more strange. Although the big shots of the Federation sitting at the table had already received the notice from the Bureau of Proclamation after the attack on the 38860-118 Foundation building, and had also seen the relevant top-secret files, in fact, they still had some thoughts in their hearts. They hoped that the Bureau of Proclamation's investigation was wrong. Medellin was indeed dead, but the problems he had caused were still ongoing. Previously, everyone has already seen the video of Medellin's private meeting with that person from the Empire. Cui Zedong glanced at the silent big shots of the Federation and said seriously, "The basic context has been sorted out. Here, I will make a report to everyone." After the first assault between the Federation and the Empire, in order to break through the blockade of the glory of the Charter, constructed a strange and exceptionally whimsical plan. They prepared a batch of newborn babies through the human trafficking organization in the Bermuda Star region. Taking advantage of the loopholes in the Federation's laws in this regard, they sold them to parents in the Federation who needed them. Among them was one of the babies. For the time being, we will name him number 1. Person number 1 grew up under the care of his adoptive parents in the Federation. According to the relevant privacy regulations, this pair of parents easily applied for an identity chip for this baby who was not even half a year old. From that moment on, this baby became a citizen of the Federation. In the 23rd year of the constitutional calendar, target number 1 joined the army and participated in the expeditionary force against the Empire. He received the Purple Star Medal. We believe that target number 1 still does not know his true identity until now. He even disobeyed the orders of his superiors to retreat because of his hatred for the Empire. In the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, target number 1 was in the most difficult period of his life. His business failed and his father passed away. It was also in this year that he unexpectedly received a funding from an unknown source and entered the Faculty of History and Economics of the Capital University. We now know that he received a strange invitation to go to Bermuda to meet an important person from the Empire. Chapter 307. There were very few people in the battle command who knew Macklin's secret identity in advance, but some of them only knew today for the first time, so they could not hide the shock in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and their hands on the table nervously rubbed together. We believe that through the comparison results of the biological markers, as well as some evidence deliberately left by the Empire can easily convince him that he is one of them. From a national warrior of the Federation to one of the Empire's most deeply buried spies, what kind of psychological struggle Macklin went through, and how the Empire convinced him to fight for their cause, we have no way of knowing because he is already dead and can no longer speak of it. In the 31st year of the constitutional calendar, he organized the Veterans Association to occupy Charter Square and was expelled back to S2. This should be the beginning of his attempt to complete the mission given to him by the Empire. In the following 4 years, he has been trying to enter the political system of the Federation through the Federation's election, but he has always failed. According to post-analysis, under such circumstances, he confirmed that he could not complete his mission, so he chose to enter Green Dragon Mountain and start from the anti-government army. It must be admitted that he did very well. He used 15 years to become an important figure in the Central Committee of the Anti-Government Army and had enough status within Green Dragon Mountain. Then, he proposed nonviolent non-cooperation and went around in a circle still wanting to enter the political system of the Federation. In the end, he succeeded. Cui Zedong was seriously reporting the case. To be more precise, what he was doing now was more like telling a story from the distant past of Macklin. The story was so bizarre, but the meaning hidden in it was so terrifying that the big shots of the Federation in the command center of the president's residence subconsciously maintained absolute silence. They watched the pictures or videos of Macklin flashing on the light beam in silence. In the 58th year of the constitutional calendar, he began to run for the parliament of the 4 states around the mountains, and then he spent nearly 10 years using his influence in the Federation and his advocacy of nonviolence, step by step into the core area of the Federation. Cui Zedong looked at President Pabre and said seriously, "It seems that this is the most dangerous step for the Federation." Over the past 10 years, Senator Macklin had been shuttling between S1, S2, and S1, S2. Apart from the fanatics who had always followed him, he also had many unclear relationships with the big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation. This person had always been spying on them in the dark as a spy of the Empire. Nobody knew how much confidential information he had obtained from the Federation in these interactions. The key was that the people he was in contact with were the Federation's unshakable upper echelons. There were even 1 or 2 of them sitting in the command center. Although the Bureau of Proclamation was independent of the internal checks and balances of the government, it was basically impossible for them to investigate to the extreme. If all the people that Senator Medellin had come into contact with were treated as suspects, then a large part of the Federation government and Parliament Hill might collapse. Go straight to the conclusion. President Pabre still had his head lowered. The metal pen in the transparent vacuum box before him glowed faintly. Target number 1, Macklin, is a spy the Empire sent to the Federation many years ago. He successfully hid from the glory of the Charter and tore open a large hole in the Federation's electronic surveillance network, causing unimaginable damage to us. Cui Zedong said in a low voice, "The Charter computer has already determined that this is a second-order incident. The level of damage is controllable." After saying this, he turned off the display device in front of him and silently sat behind Director Pai. Only now did President Pabre raise his head. He glanced at the people in the room and said in a low and powerful voice, "Everyone speak. Senator Macklin is actually a spy for the Empire. If the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't produced so much evidence, I don't think anyone here would believe it. Thinking back, I've met him before, and I admired his peaceful ideals." The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, didn't try to clear his name. As the most powerful figure in the federal military, if he was fooled by Macklin, then it would naturally clear the worries of more people. 70 years ago, during the first contact between the Federation and the Empire had already started such a plan. Other than sending babies into the Federation, they really couldn't find any other way to break through the blockade of the glory of the Charter. General Miles looked at the pen on the table and said coldly, "Fortunately, Macklin didn't have time to send these things out." His expression was solemn and stern. He said coldly, "The entire Federation was kept in the dark by him, and they even let him get the Purple Star Medal. This is a disgrace to the Federation. Fortunately, he died before he tried to escape from the Federation. Otherwise, most of the people in this room would have killed themselves, including me." This pen contains the specific data of the Federation's 2 major spatial passages. It is because the Federation tightly controlled these 2 spatial passages that the initiative of the war in the West Woods and Bermuda has always been in our hands. If Macklin had sent this information to the Empire, the Federation would have been caught off guard and would have suffered a great loss. It is even possible that the West Woods would have been handed over to the Empire. Secretary of Defense Zhou Yingxing, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth to explain the real danger of Macklin's incident to the other high-ranking officials present today. As soon as this was said, the high-ranking officials in the underground command center felt their hearts tighten, and they felt more and more shocked. "I don't think this is a disgrace to the Federation. Through the human trafficking organization in Bermuda, they imported babies with their blood into the Federation, and then found a suitable method to wake up these sleeping children, tearing open a crack in the Federation. It has to be said that as early as 70 years ago, the Empire had already started this plan. Their patience and forbearance were exceptionally terrifying, and it also made people respect and fear them. Director Tai of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly opened his eyes and said, "The Empire's plan is very good and very powerful. They spent several decades to set it up, and even the chess pieces they set up didn't know their own identities in the beginning. When Macklin received the Purple Star Medal, he must have been a Federation warrior who hated the Empire to the core. However, after he found out his true identity, he was naturally different. I really admire the person who designed this plan on the Empire's side. I believe that after so many years, he should be dead. However, the power of this plan is starting to show," Director Tai said calmly. "Just Medellin alone has almost put the Federation in an unknown danger," said Director Ling indifferently. "Who can guarantee that the Empire only sent one Macklin? If there are still 20 or 30 Macklins hiding in the Federation government, how should we deal with them?" Based on the President's temporary authorization and the authority of the Bureau of Proclamation, in the past 5 months, the Bureau of Proclamation, with the cooperation of the Department of Defense's 3rd Division and the Federation's Investigation Bureau, sorted out the various major organizations in the Federation. Based on the archive data from the Central Database, we monitored 3,671 suspects. In the end, we confirmed that there were 7 Federation citizens who could be seeds that the Empire had continuously infiltrated into the Federation over the past few years. I call them seeds because once they are watered and fertilized by the Empire, they will bloom poisonous flowers in the Federation's land. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation said slowly. His tone was very calm, but it was filled with an extremely cold feeling. As the guardian of the Federation's the glory of the Charter, he felt admiration and vigilance toward the Empire's terrifying plan that had been hidden for several decades. However, more than that, he was filled with a murderous intent to completely destroy the other party's plan. When he was speaking, no one in the conference room interrupted. Even President Pabre maintained a silent listening posture. What is slightly reassuring is that the 7 seeds that have been confirmed are now only ordinary citizens of the Federation. When the Empire designed this plan, they must have already considered the problem of the extremely low success rate. These 7 people have not had the opportunity to come into contact with any important departments in the Federation. Among them, 6 of them have never even left the Federation and have never come into contact with people from the Empire. Therefore, we believe that they have not been triggered. Here, I would like to turn around and talk about Senator Macklin. Director Ying's hands gently stroked his walking stick. His expression was solemn as he said, "After the investigation, we will look at this person's entire life in reverse order. My respect for him has reached the extreme. He has no background in the Federation. Once he accepted his mission, he spent several decades without any hesitation or deviation to advance toward his goal. After taking several large detours, he finally came into contact with the core of the Federation." The old director picked up the pen in front of the president and said with a frown, "Minister Zhou missed something earlier. In this pen, other than the data of the spatial passageway, there's also a chip, the verification chip of the Bureau of Proclamation." Most of the people in the conference room, including the president, did not know what the verification chip meant. However, when they saw Director Ying's extremely cold expression, they could tell that this verification chip was definitely related to the Federation's most unshakable the glory of the Charter. When Macklin entered the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain, he began to promote anti-violence and did not take the opportunity to cause the civil war to erupt more rapidly. On the surface, this did not seem to be in the interest of the Empire. However, in reality, his actions in the last 10 years were all for the sake of a position. Director Ng looked at the pen in his hand and said slowly, "He wants to become the vice president of the Federation. An Empire citizen becoming the vice president of the Federation. Is this a joke? Is this a fairy tale? No, he almost succeeded. Everyone should know that the vice president of the Federation automatically becomes the chairman of the Federation Management Committee. The chairman is the only position in the Federation's political structure that can penetrate deeply into the Bureau of Proclamation. No one in the conference room could react to this analysis. Even President Pabre frowned. If Macklin had really been aiming for the position of the vice president of the Federation from the beginning, the Empire's scheme was indeed great. They had actually tampered with the Bureau of Proclamation. If he could influence or find out about the operation secrets of the Federation's electronic surveillance network, the Empire would lose the layer of glory that they feared the most when they invaded again. On the screen above, the vice president of the Federation, Byron, had an unusually solemn expression. According to the relevant regulations of the Federation government, he and President Pabre would rarely appear in the same place. He had also attended this important meeting remotely. Now that he knew that his competitor was a spy of the Empire and knew that the position of vice president hid such a problem, he could not help but feel heavy-hearted. The 7 seeds that have been confirmed are already under full surveillance. There will not be any more problems. If the Federation government passes the relevant laws, the Bureau of Proclamation will be able to arrest them immediately. Director C coughed softly and continued speaking. The investigation of Macklin's case has also come to an end. No matter what his true identity is, the fact that he was able to obtain these 2 spatial maps and this chip proves that the Federation's internal affairs are already rotten to an unbearable extent. In this operation, we have already arrested 314 officials and soldiers who were suspected of leaking secrets to Macklin. A thick chill flashed across Director C's face. Although they have been crying out for justice, and although they still do not know that Macklin is a spy of the Empire, even if Macklin really becomes the vice president of the Federation, it is still a great crime for them to leak such top-secret information to him. I suggest that the trial of these people be carried out in secret by the military court, and that they be convicted according to the boundaries of the higher authorities, Director C said coldly with his head lowered. Macklin had operated in the Green Dragon Mountain and the Federation for so many years. Relying on his reputation and status, as well as the possible title of vice president, there were countless government officials and soldiers who were willing to leak certain information to him. Although they did not know that Macklin was a spy of the Empire, in reality, he posed a great threat to the Federation. Hearing Director C's words, the high-ranking officials and generals in the command center all felt a chill at the same time. More than 300 people from the government and military had been isolated, investigated, and sentenced at the same time. Without a doubt, this was the biggest purge in the history of the Federation. However, none of these important figures dared to raise any questions. This was because if a cold purge was not carried out, the negative influence that Macklin, the most terrifying spy of the Empire, had caused within the Federation would be difficult to eliminate. Furthermore, it was only natural that the officials involved in the leak would have to pay the price for the safety of the Federation. In January of this year, the Federation was only a few hours away from the danger of being destroyed. Director C raised his head and looked coldly at the people present. He slowly took in a deep breath and said, "The Bureau of Proclamation did not have any reason to suspect him. It was all due to the independent analysis and hints of the central computer. However, he was a candidate for vice president after all. The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation was obstructed by many things. Furthermore, I have to admit that the Bureau of Proclamation was tied down by politics. They wanted to obtain irrefutable evidence and did not take any decisive measures against him. This was the Bureau of Proclamation's biggest mistake. They sought too much stability, but they did not expect that Macklin was prepared to abandon everything in the Federation and leave decisively," the old man said in a cold voice. The old director said in a cold voice, "Fortunately, someone killed him before he left. He died just like that." The old man changed the topic and said with a smile, "In the past few months before I fell asleep, every time I thought that Macklin was dead, I would feel extremely happy and relaxed. It's good that he died." Minister Zoe glanced at the old man inconspicuously from the corner of his eyes. His heart trembled slightly. Macklin, the seed of the Empire, had bloomed poisonous flowers in the soil of the Federation. However, before he could start sowing, he was directly uprooted by 2 unreasonable farmers. Chapter 308. 70 years ago, the Federation and the Empire abruptly met in the space behind the Night Scorpion Nebula when both sides were caught off guard. The biological structure and social structure of the two intelligent life forms were so similar that the vast universe was about to be moved to tears. However, neither side had the ecstasy of meeting a distant relative in the lonely universe. Instead, because of some stories recorded in the archives, a terrible war broke out. It was probably because such similar intelligent life forms had carved deep marks in each other's instincts that could never be erased. Expansion and plundering of resources were things that both sides had to do, so war was inevitable. At the end of the last constitutional era, when the two sides met for the first time, the Federation had a considerable advantage in terms of technology, economic strength, and military resources. However, the Empire's strict, centralized, and hierarchical society erupted with powerful combat ability when faced with the Federation. Countless warriors of the Empire's inferior races, completely forgetting the injustice and oppression they once suffered in their homeland, howled, waved the weapons in their hands, and rode on crudely made spaceships. Like ants with wings, they endlessly threw themselves into the front line, launching a flood of attacks that faced death with equanimity toward the defense line that the Federation had built with mechanical firepower. The Empire had the advantage in population, and the Empire's warriors were not afraid of death. As long as the Emperor in the palace gave the order, countless people would be willing to shed their blood for him. In the cruel war, the ever-rising number of casualties was like a curse that struck the heart of every Federation citizen, because those were their family, children, brothers, and partners. The Federation could not be like the Empire, watching their children die in those distant corners of the universe while still fanatically waving the flag of the royal family, crying and shouting that they would be loyal to His Majesty to the death. It should be known that in this universe, the Federation was like a lonely, rich family. They would never look at those pitiful and despicable distant relatives hiding in the Bermuda star system. Among the stars, they were only worried about the turbulence of cosmic rays, meteorites, and the savage creatures that occasionally appeared in the resource planets. There were no truly powerful enemies. After tens of thousands of years, the Federation had gotten used to peace and naturally did not keep too many troops. Therefore, when the Federation discovered that countless cruel and powerful enemies had suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, they actually could not react in time. Therefore, in the first phase of the war, after the Federation's expeditionary army broke through the Night Scorpion Nebula, they were routed by the Empire's army and retreated to the West Woods Nebula. While the Federation was resting, gathering troops, and trying to improve the combat ability of the army, the invasion army of the Imperium spent 7 years on a magnificent expedition that bypassed the Night Scorpion Nebula and launched a full-scale attack on the Federation from the side. Under the comparison of military power at that time, if nothing unexpected happened, the densely packed Imperial troops in small warships would easily destroy most of the combat ability of the Federal Army at the front line of the West Woods Nebula star system. Then, they would go straight to the core of the Federation, the Upper Woods region. Just when the survival of the Federation was on the line, the glory of the Charter that was scattered in the universe began to spread like holy light, shining on the warships of the Empire's invaders. Part of the glory of the Charter was the electronic surveillance network. The Federal Army had enough information feedback in their own territory. Behind the Night Scorpion Nebula, they were no match for the Imperial troops, but on their own land, they had countless pairs of eyes. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, on the other hand, became completely blind. The omnipresent, the glory of the Charter. The omnipotent, the glory of the Charter. The eyes of the universe that the Federation had spent tens of thousands of years to set up with the wealth they had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, finally saved the Federation itself. The Imperial Expeditionary Force suffered a crushing defeat in the West Woods region and could never set foot in a corner of the Federation again. Since the beginning of the war, this iron law had never been broken. The royal family of the Empire was not satisfied. After countless expeditions, and after millions of elite troops perished in the universe at the edge of the West Woods region, The emperor had to admit that as long as the Federation's the glory of the charter still existed, no matter whether it was a direct attack or a secret infiltration, it would only make his subjects bleed incessantly without gaining any benefits. At that time, a minister suggested that the emperor start the seed plan. Only a few people in the upper echelons of the empire knew about this plan. At this time, the Federation was busy summarizing the war experience and preparing for war. They did not know that an unknown number of poisonous seeds had drifted through the dust between the stars and landed softly and silently on the soft land of the Federation. The peace between the Federation and the Empire had been maintained for many years. The Federal Army, which had grown rapidly in the War of Blood and Fire, had been preparing for a long time. In order to wash away the humiliation of the past, they organized a massive expeditionary force. Two forces passed through the space channel of the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, invading the periphery of the Empire and breaking into the heartland of the Empire. However, the Federation underestimated the Empire's ability to withstand war. They also underestimated the rapid development of the Empire's military technology in the past few decades. In the beginning, the Federation had the absolute advantage by relying on their cutting-edge weapons and powerful space transportation ability. They wiped out one of the Empire's frontier fleets and successfully defeated the entire Empire's 3rd Royal Brigade. However, as the war progressed, the expeditionary force of the Federal Army was caught in the sea of fire of the Empire's all-out war. At this critical juncture, the Empire's Field Marshal launched an extremely risky space jump battle. He used land aviation to forcibly fill in the remaining spare warships of the Empire's fleet and sealed off the exit of Gary Corridor, blocking the retreat of the Federation's expeditionary force. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire personally led the army from the side of the Andan Nebula and landed on the most important transport base planet of the Federation's expeditionary force. He intended to intercept them from the front and back and wipe out the entire Federation's expeditionary force in one fell swoop. Li Pifu, the commander of the 17th Armored Division at the time, shone the brightest in this magnificent battle. The Black M-37 mecha assassinated His Majesty of the Empire. The Federation's expeditionary force took advantage of the chaos on the Empire side and broke through the outer space blockade. They went around the Night Scorpion Nebula and returned to the hinterland of the Federation. This great battle was called the First War by the Federation because the historians and strategists of the Federation never admitted that the time when the Empire attacked the West Woods was a real war. They believed that the Federation at that time didn't have a decent army at all and only knew peace. The Federation's army gradually grew stronger and stronger amidst the endless battles and bloodshed. Li Pifu from the Lees of Philadelphia also fully displayed his all-around powerful combat ability and outstanding commanding ability in the endless battles. The hat of the god of war was worn on his head, and it remained there until today. After that, there were endless battles and endless deaths. The Empire's magnificent expeditionary force that went around the Federation for many years never stopped. More and more special mecha battalions began to silently pass through the unmonitored areas of the Bermuda Star System through the space passageways and arrived at the borders of the Federation. Too much blood, too much death, too much hatred. It was already destined that there would never be true peace between the Federation and the Empire. This was a battle of survival and death. This universe was so beautiful, but still needed to find a true master. The Bureau of Proclamations report ended. The battle command below the president's official residence was silent. Facing the sinister plan that the Empire had hidden for decades, they felt an unprecedented chill. The important people present all had military experience. No one would feel fear or retreat in the face of the great battle between the Federation and the Empire. However, when they thought about the foresight and cunning of the Empire, how could their hearts not be heavy? A person from the Empire almost became the vice president of the Federation. If this really happened, I don't know how everyone present, including me, will explain this to the citizens of the Federation. How will we explain this to history? The dark-skinned President Pabre looked at the high-ranking officials and generals in the command center and said in a deep voice regarding the Macklin case, if the Parliament Hill and the Ministry of Justice had continued to investigate, even if they couldn't expose the Empire's plan, the situation wouldn't have become so dangerous. He only raised his voice slightly. The color of the president's face was extremely good at hiding his true emotions, but the high-ranking officials present could hear the uncontrollable anger in the president's heart. It had only been 5 months since he officially took office, but this president, who was born in the lowest rung of society, had already successfully obtained the trust and loyalty of most of the powerful people in the government. Although the Federation Society was still in an uproar because of Macklin's death, President Pabre was still able to obtain more than 60% of the public support. In the words of political scholars, President Pabre was different from his predecessors. He was a typical strong president. At that time, if the investigation had continued, the public's reaction to Macklin's death would have been much calmer. President Pabre frowned and looked at the advisors and generals in the conference room. He said in a cold voice, "I just signed an order to cancel all of N.I. Ingnan's authority in the government." Hearing this, the high-ranking officials around the desk were frightened. N.I. Ingnan, the former Minister of Justice in the cabinet, was responsible for the investigation of the Macklin case. However, when Macklin was about to be brought to justice, he was forced to announce the termination of the investigation because of the disappearance of an important witness of the anti-government army. He resigned in dejection. Many of the important people present knew that the former minister and I had a close relationship with a certain lady. Whether it was the beginning or the end of the Macklin case, the shadow of that lady was behind it. In fact, that lady did this for President Pabre's final victory in the election. After President Pabre took office, N.I. Xiangnan, who had made great contributions to the president's election, was naturally appointed again. He was appointed as a special national affairs advisor in the president's official residence. He could participate in national security meetings and was a real popular person in the government. If there were no accidents, after the impact of the Macklin case disappeared, N.I. Xiangnan should become a very important assistant to the president. But today, President Pabre removed all of his duties. What did this mean? Did it mean that the president was angry about the Macklin case? Or was it a warning to some of the forces behind the scenes? There was silence in the command center. No one dared to say anything. Medellin is dead, but this is a serious warning to us. The people of the empire have wild ambitions and have never given up the evil idea of invasion. In today's national security meeting, all the important military generals are present. We need to formulate a relevant strategy immediately. President Pabre looked at Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military Region and Fleet Commander Hong Yuliang on the screen. He said, "We don't know when the Empire will attack, but we must know when we have the ability to attack." The atmosphere in the room was tense. Everyone knew that the situation between the Federation and the Empire had to be discussed today. But to prepare for a real war, it would take at least 3 years, and the Empire had been preparing for it all along. First of all, we must cover up the Macklin case. We can't let the Empire know that we're prepared. General Miles knew that he had to be the one to break the silence, because he had already noticed that the ruthless man from the Silin Zhong family on the screen was starting to raise his eyebrows out of habit. As the #1 general of the military, he could not just stand by and watch the Silin military criticize His Excellency, the President. The Bureau of Proclamation has been cleaned up internally 3 times. There's no problem keeping it confidential, Cui Zedong replied in a low voice. Senator Macklin died in a terrorist attack. This is the final verdict. Secretary of Defense Zhou Yingxing lowered his head and looked at the document in front of him. His fingers did not tremble at all as he held the document. The special forces sent by the 2nd Military Region and the West Woods Military Region. I have no doubts about the Federation soldiers. General Myers noticed that Commander Zhong's expression on the screen had calmed down a little. He relaxed a little and said, "But those people in Bermuda who got the video of the meeting between Macklin and the Emperor, can we trust them?" "Yes." Director Zhong of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly raised his head and glanced at General Myers. He said, "That's a child of the Bureau. When the long meeting ended, it was already late at night. Zhou Yingxing walked out along the green lawn of the president's official residence. Secretary Jiao followed behind him at a distance, holding a coat in her hand. She did not disturb his thoughts. Today's high-level secret meeting was mainly to study and evaluate the Empire's poison seed plan and then come up with countermeasures. The military's combat readiness level was also raised. President Pabre had made up his mind, but it was clear that the federal military, especially the West Woods military region, had a different opinion. However, from beginning to end, no one thought that Macklin's identity as a spy of the Empire should be announced to the entire Federation. Minister Zhou walked out of the lawn with a faint sneer on his lips. The so-called secrecy to deceive the Empire was no doubt a childish and ridiculous argument. The reason why it could not be announced was because the Federation could not afford to lose face. It was the same for both the government and the people. Moreover, the person involved was Macklin, the beloved Macklin of the Federation people. Who would believe it? Hiding everything was the combination of the countless unconscious wills of the government and the people. This was the will of the Federation that George Carlin had once mentioned. The will of the Federation wanted to hide the truth. Then, as General Myers had said earlier, Senator Macklin could only die in the hands of the evil and terrifying branch. There was a dull camouflage military vehicle outside the president's official residence. The glass window was lowered, and General Myers opened the door for him to sit in. A trace of coldness flashed in the general's eyes. He said in a low voice, "No one wants to mention it. Your relationship with him forbids you to mention it. But I want to say that Su Lu has made a great contribution to the Federation. He saved the faces of the soldiers and saved my old face." Chapter 309. The motorcade with eye-catching military license plates sped through the capital streets in the middle of the night like a troop of ghosts toward the west. If it were daytime, the passers-by would definitely have noticed the identity and status of this motorcade. At this time, there were occasionally workers driving self-cleaning vehicles. Seeing the military vehicles from afar, they also subconsciously stepped on the brakes and watched the motorcade roar past. Zhou Yingxing was not sitting in the Minister of Defense's special vehicle at the front. Instead, he was sitting in General Miles's bulletproof military vehicle. The two important figures of the federal military were looking forward. Their voices were calm as they discussed some matters. "You and I know better than anyone what that pen in front of the president means. No matter why Su Lu went to kill Macklin, he did this. This means that he has made a great contribution to the Federation. Moreover, he is one of the developers of the MX Mecha. More importantly, in the eyes of us soldiers, if this little guy dies just like this, it will be a great loss to the Federation." General Miles's eyebrows glowed under the nightlight, and a few strands of white could be vaguely seen inside them. He frowned, but then he smiled and said, "The military's war research lab has been analyzing that video for a long time. Recently, those little brats who have been doing exercises have also been studying and analyzing it. How many times have you seen it?" "Once," Minister Zhou replied calmly. "This matter involves the secrets of the Federation. If I see it too many times, the confidentiality will decrease." General Miles laughed. He looked at him with slight ridicule and said, "After so many years, you're still so cautious. You've already thrown the video into the training base. Why are you still hiding it in front of me?" Minister Zhou smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything. The soldiers of the Federation are forged from iron and blood. Suddenly, a cautious and self-restrained person like you appeared. Of all people in the military, you just had to sit in the position of Minister of Defense. I'm afraid many people in the military would never have imagined this. Admiral Miles looked at him sideways and said slowly, "But I always remember that during the second expedition, if you hadn't forced the fleet to land, my troops would have been finished. At that time, you were waving the pistol on the communicator and yelling at the fleet, saying that if the fleet didn't come down, you would kill everyone in the logistics base. Under such circumstances, how could I not listen to your orders?" Minister Zhou said calmly. With just a few simple words, the two soldiers were pulled back to the battlefield a long time ago. At that time, General Miles was already a powerful figure in a certain frontline army, while Zhou Yingxing was only a chief officer in the logistics department. There was a huge difference in status between the two. No one would have thought that after so many years, the two of them would be on equal footing in the military. More importantly, even President Pabre and his wife would not have expected that the two big shots of the federal military would have such a harmonious relationship in private, even though they had very little contact over the years. General Miles sat up straight and said coldly, "Back to business. After all, Su Lu is an active soldier. How could he just die in the hands of those guys? In order to hide the truth, they let our children be the scapegoat. If this little guy can be polished in the military for a few years, he will definitely shine in the war with the Empire in the future." General Miles thought of the surveillance video of the Foundation building that he had watched many times. He unbuttoned the collar of his military uniform and sighed. How many years has it been since such a fierce guy appeared? I think even that little lunatic Li Feng won't be able to break into the Foundation and kill him. Do you think our teacher back then could do it? The teacher he was talking about was naturally the teacher of the 17th Armored Division many years ago, the current Federation's god of war, Li Pifu. Teacher, of course, has no problem. General Miles immediately overturned his previous doubts and said slowly, "But in the future war, do we still expect our teacher to come out in person? Wouldn't we be ashamed to death?" Zhou Yingxing listened quietly and didn't say a word. He only looked at the quiet street outside the window from time to time. A few glimmers of light flashed in his eyes and then disappeared quickly. "If I remember correctly, that girl of yours seems to be his woman. Under such circumstances, why are you still so cautious and unwilling to come out?" General Miles leaned back in his chair and began to close his eyes to rest. Zhou Yingxing smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. The hut with that little guy in the cemetery was destined to make both sides take the blame for each other. General Miles didn't hear Zhou Yingxing's voice, but he didn't find it strange. He knew that this guy had started out in the logistics department and had always been cautious and solemn in the military. He would never easily express his opinions. Even though he was now the Federation's Minister of Defense, his temperament still hadn't changed. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "Su Lu is a talent. He can't die." On the top floor of the Samlin United Bank headquarters building, the pure glass dome and the sidewalls were as dazzling as a diamond in the dark night. The head of the Li family, Li Yuan-gong, was still wearing that small black hat and sitting on that old-fashioned chair. It was a stark contrast to the spacious and luxurious office environment on the top floor of the bank. He put down the phone in his hand. The wrinkles on his face didn't relax. Instead, they were squeezed into lines like weathered stone. They were densely packed and full of heaviness. The meeting in the official residence has ended. Senator Macklin has been confirmed to be a spy of the Empire. Li Yuan-gong took off the small hat on his head and raised the corner of his droopy lips in self-mockery. He said slowly with a hoarse voice, "This is really wonderful. The first time our Li family interfered in the presidential election, we ended up supporting someone from the Empire. There was never an absolute secret in the Federation. An absolute secret like Macklin's true identity might only circulate in a small circle of dozens of people, but it definitely couldn't be hidden from the heads of the 7 families in the Federation. It was because they were all members of this small circle." Li Xiuzhu was like a child who had made a mistake. He lowered his head and stood in front of his old father. His waist was half bent, and his face was pale. His flower-like appearance seemed to be withering. After hearing his father's words, his body bent even deeper. "Mr. Pabre is a very wise person. He won't expose this matter. If he does, everyone who has supported Macklin, including our family, will be embarrassed." Li Yuan-gong coughed lightly and said, "You don't have to blame yourself too much. Mr. Macklin has even fooled the entire Federation, let alone you and me. Don't think too highly of your ability." "I understand, father." Li Xiuzhu lowered his head and replied. Then he asked, "Su Lu has been missing for 5 months. According to the intelligence, Macklin's death should be related to him. Macklin is an admirable person. In the end, such a person was killed by Su Lu just like that." Li Yuan-gong slowly stood up and walked out of the office. From a certain perspective, he is a hero of the Federation. It's a pity that he can only be a terrorist forever. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and then die. Father, Li Xiaozhu had not seen Su Lu more than a few times. As a person at the top of the Federation's pyramid, he should not have paid too much attention to that insignificant person. However, over the past year, it had been proven that this insignificant person had a destructive power that no one could imagine. He was very wary of Su Li's existence. However, no matter how cold and gloomy his heart was, he could not help but be stunned when he heard his father's words. A young man who had made great contributions to the Federation could only meet with such a tragic end? Looking at Macklin's death, you can see that this young man is too unreasonable and too ruthless. The Federation's system cannot tolerate such a person who walks on the road alone. Li Yuangong slowly walked out of the office. His aged voice echoed in the empty room, each word penetrating the heart. Killing people based on what he thinks is right and wrong. Moreover, he has the terrifying ability to kill people. If such a person is left alive, how many people in the Federation will not be able to sleep peacefully? Including you, this useless father. Think about it. One day in the future, that Su Lu suddenly thinks that I deserve to die and wants to kill me. How will I continue to live? Macklin was an amazing person. However, such an amazing person had died at the hands of Su Lu for no reason at all in his own base. This fact made some people in the Federation sigh in admiration and regard him as a heroic figure. However, even more important people, while rejoicing in the safety of the Federation, felt an unprecedented chill toward him and wanted to kill him. In the Federation, there was an old saying that when an ordinary man was angry, the world would bleed. Now, elderly Pifu was admiring the scenery by Lake Feiqing, but there was suddenly another ordinary man. Moreover, this young man did not care about the rules at all. Just like Elder Li's self-mocking comment, since such a person had made contributions to the Federation by accident, if he were to live or be released, it would only mean that he would be in danger. Other than the federal military, which had been silent, no one, including the cabinet of the government, the insiders on Parliament Hill, and those big families, wanted to see Su Lu live or be released. They silently watched the Federation hide Macklin's story and coldly waited for Su Lu to be identified as a terrorist and then die. As long as this insignificant person died, the world would return to normal. Everyone would be fine, and the future of the Federation would be better. However, for Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, this was a despicable and sad situation that I in the macho backmountain manner. Shunli rubbed between his eyebrows. After finishing the urgent documents he needed to deal with today, he noticed that the email in the lower right corner was blinking. He frowned and opened the email. Looking at the words on the email, he could not make up his mind for a long time. After thinking for a while, he got up and tidied his clothes. He walked around the long corridor and went up to the third floor. Outside the huge kitchen on the third floor, Shunli was holding the documents in his hand. Looking at the back of the lady, he said softly, Bai Yulan wants to come back. He has a comrade who is getting married next month. He doesn't want to miss it. Lady Tai, who was cutting onions, paused on the chopping board. After a while, she said indifferently, This is not a big deal. You deal with it yourself. I'm worried that if he comes back, he might run into Su Lu, Secretary Shun said in a low voice. Lady Tai did not answer. She continued what she was doing with her hands. The sharp knife cut the onions into pieces. She was wearing delicate goggles, so she did not cry. Her face was cold. No one could understand her anger and her gloomy mood. Su Lu was the little guy she had raised up single-handedly. However, when she found that this person was as uncontrollable as that man many years ago, she felt like she had seen her favorite toy. Once again, she tried to jump out of her window and let those cars run over her. This kind of déjà vu situation touched the sad soul of her childhood. Therefore, she would not allow Su Lu to live. No one could change this fact. The madam did not pay attention to the differences of opinion within the government, nor did she care to think about who it was that transported Su Lu from Fox Fortress to the military prison on the surface. She also did not care who it was that placed that video in the training base to nurture the military's interest in Su Lu. It had nothing to do with Macklin's death. She had Su Li's biggest weakness in her hands. As long as she was willing, Su Lu would definitely die. However, she could still take a look and see just who those people who were stirring up trouble were. Secretary Shun understood the sound of the madam cutting onions. He knew that Su Lu would not be able to leave the military prison alive. After a moment of silence, he turned around and left. He sighed softly in his heart that Su Lu did not know that he was constantly switching between the two completely different identities of a Federation hero and a terrorist. He also did not have the self-awareness that his life and death were tied to a single line. In the military prison in the wastelands, he often narrowed his eyes and looked at the withered grass that grew crazily outside the window. From time to time, he would lower his head and stroke the bracelet on his wrist, waiting for the right moment. Uncle had taught him to never entrust his life and death to others. Therefore, even though Su Songzi had brought him some obscure information a few days ago, letting him know that there were people outside the military prison who were trying to get him out alive, he still firmly and silently carried out his plan. It was a pity that the security in Qingqing prison was too tight. That omnipotent old thing never said a word about his naughty request to help him escape. The reason he took such a huge risk to escape was because Su Lu knew that the madam wanted him dead. That madam knew his greatest secret, a secret that could break the Federation's the glory of the Charter. Anyone who possessed this secret had to die. Even if he was the Federation's president, there was no exception. The intense pain under his skin woke Su Lu from his thoughts. The bloody foam in his mouth had a slightly sweet taste. His blurry vision only focused after a long time. He clearly saw the cold and indifferent official from the Federation's Investigation Bureau in front of him. This was an interrogation room. He was currently being investigated by the Federation's Investigation Bureau. It was an exceptionally terrifying investigation. Chapter 310. The walls of the interrogation room of the Qingqing military prison had a metallic luster, and there were a few simple decorations on the magnetic material floor. Several officials in black suits silently watched Su Lu, who was handcuffed to the chair and half-naked. In the quiet room, only the sound of electric current and the faint, painful groan from his dry lips could be heard. The spikes that were injected with electric current struggled and shook under Su Li's naked skin, transmitting the pain into his body, but also made his mind more clear. He hadn't slept for a few days, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this time, the pain was added to his body, but he could slowly raise his head and squint at the officials. His eyes were calm, but filled with pain. After Su Songzi made him sign the legal documents, it was followed by the interrogation from the government. The investigation of the terrorist attack on the Golden Foundation building finally entered the stage of questioning the suspect. This was already the fourth day of the Federation Investigation Bureau's interrogation. Although in these 4 days he had experienced unprecedented mental and physical torture, he remembered the message that Su Songzi passed to him and had maintained absolute silence. An official looked at Su Lu, who was bleeding on the chair, shook his head at the superior beside him, and turned off the instrument beside him. The current output at this time had greatly exceeded the upper limit of the Federation Investigation Bureau's daily use, but the suspect still refused to speak. Although the official in charge of the investigation knew that Su Lu was a captain of the federal military, he still couldn't understand how he could survive these days of torture. "It's been 4 days, and I haven't introduced myself." The thin official of the Federation Investigation Bureau had a pale face and deep cold eyes. He took off his white gloves, walked in front of Su Lu, raised his chin with a finger, and said, "I am the director of the 4th Department of the Federation Investigation Bureau. I am fully responsible for investigating all matters related to the Green Dragon Mountain. I know your identity, but under my hands, don't expect anyone to be able to save you. This is a very boring threat, and I know this." The director of the General Hospital waved his hand and signaled for his subordinate to turn off the light in the interrogation room. He turned on the table lamp and shone it on Su Li's bloodied face. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. You've already killed so many people, and you even dared to kill agents of the Special Task Force. Do you still expect to get out of here alive? By the way, I forgot to tell you that I was also in charge of the Lehigh State Gymnasium case last year. I know what kind of role you played in that case, but now we are enemies. Don't forget, there were 7 officers from the 2nd Namar who committed suicide in the end. Do you think you can last longer than them? The director of the General Hospital loosened his fingers and let Sue Lee's head fall limply, as he said with a smile. After saying this, he picked up the white gloves on the table and wiped the blood off his hands. He said to his subordinates, "I'm going to get a cup of coffee. You guys treat the kid's wounds, but be careful not to let the kid fall asleep." The officers in the room nodded and began to scrub Sue Lee's body with clean water. Then, they used the military-provided polymer medical spray to quickly treat the small wounds on Sue Lee's skin. However, the blazing light was still coldly shining on Sue Lee's closed eyes. The headphones in his ears were still playing terrible noises that sounded like the cries of ghosts and rats. An hour later, the director of the General Hospital finished his coffee and took a nap on the sofa. Then, he walked back to the interrogation room. He looked at his subordinate who was checking Sue Lee's eyes and said with a gloomy face, "You've already broken the record?" "Yes." The subordinate smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what the result of the interrogation is. Did they also break the record?" The director of the General Hospital said with a gloomy face, "Sure, Qinghai is the best Special Forces member in the Bureau. Plus, he has been trained by the anti-government forces for a long time. I'm afraid he won't get the result faster than us." The electric current was turned on again. Su Lu, who was half asleep, couldn't control his instinct. He groaned in pain. The veins on his neck bulged, and beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. The director of the General Hospital moved a chair and sat in front of Su Lu. He looked down at the heavy magnetic shackles on Su Lee's ankles and subconsciously touched his nose. If it weren't for the safety measures of Qingsheng prison, he wouldn't dare to get so close to this dangerous person. Su Lu opened her eyes and stared at him, a trace of viciousness flashing past her eyes. "Revenge? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to take revenge." The director of the General Hospital flicked his finger and ordered his subordinate to use all kinds of technical means to destroy Su Lee's body and spirit. He said in a deep voice, "You are an orphan. You became a terrorist because of your family education. I admit that your willpower is strong, beyond my expectations. But you also have to admit that your spirit is about to collapse. Anyway, you won't be able to hold on. Why do you want to suffer more?" The director of the General Hospital said indifferently, "Why do you want me to humiliate you and your family?" Su looked off softly. Only after experiencing the 4 days of interrogation did he know how terrifying the interrogation methods of the Federation Investigation Bureau were. Even if he was really a rock, there were already a few deep cracks on his body. He didn't go through any anti-torture training. He only relied on the breath in his heart and his perseverance to hold on. Through Su Songzi, he knew that he wasn't going to die. Although he didn't know the real reason, he had to clench his teeth and hold on for a while. Su Lee's stubbornness made the officials of the Federation Investigation Bureau feel cold in their hearts. They started to panic, but he also knew that he was about to enter the stage where his spirit was dispersing. At that time, under the investigation's professional methods, he might confess for no reason. He didn't understand why the government wanted to interrogate him. He couldn't live after killing Macklin. This was the result he was already mentally prepared for. He also didn't understand why they wanted to link him to the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army. Was it because of Qinghai? Or did the Federation need a suitable crime? He raised his head with difficulty and said with a hoarse voice, "I killed Macklin, but this has nothing to do with the Green Dragon Mountain." "Why did you kill him?" The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department asked quickly. If Su Lu still didn't speak, he was really worried that he would break down first. After so many days in the military prison, he always felt that the suspect on the chair was like a silent rock that was about to crush his professional patience into pieces. Because he deserved to die, Su Lu lowered his head and said. The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he stood up and took out the earphones in Su Lee's ears. He violently pulled on his earlobe, gritted his teeth, and said with a trembling voice, "This is not the answer I want." "You know what answer I want." Suli's earlobe was torn open. Blood flowed down his cheeks. He lowered his head again and became silent again. The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department suddenly slapped him coldly and said, "I can't hold it in anymore. I think you can't hold it in anymore. Let's see who can last until the end." Feeling the electric current rushing into his body again, Sulu lowered his head and groaned. President Pabre stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential residence. The dark night reflected on his dark face, but there was a faint glow of light. After the meeting, he took a shower and drank a cup of coffee, but he still didn't feel sleepy. He quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the lawn outside, thinking silently about something. The head of the presidential office, Bryn, knocked on the door and came in with a checkered pajama in his hand. He walked to President Pabre's side and said softly, "Madam, just woke up. Please rest early." President Pabre nodded and took the pajama and put on his slightly cold shoulders. He said, "Let her sleep first. I still have some things to think about." Bryn nodded. When he was about to leave, he heard the president's low voice. "I have something to ask you." During the term of the former President Sieg, Bryn, who was still young, started to be the deputy head of the presidential office. This kind of position, in a sense, was the president's most trusted personal butler. Generally speaking, when the president's residence changed owners, the office staff, especially the head and the deputy head, definitely had to leave. This was because no president of the Federation was willing to keep the previous president's trusted aide by his side. This was an extremely dangerous and stupid move. However, Bryn stayed. He was even directly promoted by President Pabre to be the head of the presidential office. He was very clear that this was because of his relationship with Lady Tai that President Pabre trusted him so much. However, in these 5 months, Bryn's heart had been secretly worried. This was because he couldn't be sure that the president wouldn't keep using an official who had a close relationship with the Tai family. Tonight, at this time, the president kept him in the office. What did this mean? Director Bryn's heart was a little nervous, but on the surface, his face was calm. He quietly stood behind the president. He didn't ask anything and just waited for the president to ask. After a long silence, President Pabre turned around and looked at him. He said in a deep voice, "Regarding the investigation of the Medellin case last year, what do you think?" Hearing this, Bryn felt like his heart suddenly exploded. The Medellin case was single-handedly designed by Macho. The purpose was to help this man in front of him climb to the top of the Federation's power. At this time, Mr. Pabre actually wanted to ask for his opinion. A burst of coldness bloomed from the depths of his heart and took over his whole body. He was silent, thinking, but he couldn't find the right words to use. President Pabre looked at him with a calm gaze and said, "We can't let the people of the Federation feel insecure, and we can't let the Federation's self-confidence suffer a serious blow, so it's not convenient to reveal Medellin's identity as a spy." This was the suggestion of the National Security Committee. The military also didn't express any clear opposition, so I accepted this suggestion. But I think that the Medellin case that was suspended last year can continue. The Capital Daily News can put some pressure on Bob and would to resume their duties and continue to dig deeper into the clues of the Medellin case. The things stored in the central database can also be selected to be handed over to the Parliament. A series of words flowed out from the calm president's mouth. They were very clear and powerful. This president, who came from the bottom of the hierarchy, said with a trace of determination, "In this universe, it's no longer the era of the previous dynasty. There's no such thing as taboo for the venerated and taboo for the dead. The dead can't be buried. This is not allowed." Bryn was a very intelligent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the president's official residence for so long. He understood the hidden meaning in the president's words. His heart was cold, and cold sweat began to seep out of his back. "What do you think about the soldier named Sulo?" President Pabre suddenly changed the topic. On the surface, he was asking Bryn, but in reality, he was announcing his true opinions on many things. After leaving the circular office, Bryn gently closed the heavy black wooden door. He stepped on the soft carpet and walked toward his own office. His footsteps were unusually heavy. He understood the president's conversation with him. Between Wuchou Mountain, who had supported him in secret for many years, and absolute loyalty to the president, he had to choose a path. When he reached the end of the long carpet, Director Bryn gradually raised his head. His young face was filled with a determined expression. He casually smiled and chatted with the maids who walked past him. He had already made his choice. After spending 5 months with President Pabre, he was deeply impressed by the president's personality and charisma. When a person was born, they had to do something. Following this determined but not pedantic, clear-minded but determined leader of the Federation, whether it was for his own future or to fulfill his spiritual pursuit, he had to take a risk. In his office, he took out his encrypted phone and made a few calls. He told them what the president had hinted at. In the last call, he was silent for a moment. Then he said very seriously, "The heroes of the Federation can bleed, but they can't cry." This was President Pabre's true opinion of the young man named Su Lu. The president had never made a clear statement, but today Bryn understood. So he faithfully passed on the president's vague instructions to those who had been waiting. After putting down the phone, Director Bryn unbuttoned his collar. Thinking of the madam's instructions, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths before he calmed down. The federal military wanted to protect Su Lu, but because of the special nature of the military, they couldn't do anything. The old man in Philadelphia, who could influence the Federation, had been sitting by the lake fishing. The president cherished talent and wanted to keep Su Lu alive. But because of the strong opposition within the government, the fear of the families behind the scenes, and the intentions of the madam, he carefully maintained his silence. When Mr. Pabre became the president of the Federation, the madam and the great power she represented played a very important role. No matter how one looked at it, President Pabre valued the madam's attitude very much. Holding the phone with his sweaty hand, Bryn lowered his head and sorted out the things he had thought about before. He couldn't help but sigh softly. The young man named Su Lu had circled around such a complicated problem, but he had pushed himself to the front. The interrogation in the military prison had entered the last 2 hours of the 4th day. The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation's eyes were red, and his hair was messy. He forcefully tore open the button on his neck and roared angrily. "Did you grow up eating shit? The Ministry of Defense only gave us 7 days. Where did all of your expertise go?" The professional interrogation experts in the room silently operated the equipment in their hands. No one dared to answer because they didn't know how to answer. Why did this guy not break down when he had clearly exceeded the limits of human beings? The current increased again. Su Lu, who was sitting on the chair and covered in blood, suddenly laughed vaguely. His laughter was a little strange. He couldn't hold on any longer. The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to adjust the intensity of the current to the appropriate position. Then he walked in front of Su Lu, frowned, and carefully listened to Su Li's vague words. Su Lu straightened his head with difficulty and looked at the face of the official in front of him. His heart was full of cold emotions. In order to hide himself, in order to escape the prison, he had endured for a long time. But at this time, the noise in his mind and the silence of the old man made him know that if he continued to endure, he would only be able to endure until he broke down. When I was young, I was actually very naughty and very good at saying strange things. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the face of the old man, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "But I don't know why. Later on, I became quieter and quieter. Probably after I followed Uncle, he said more and more strange things about this world. I wanted to be an audience, so I had to say less and less. Young man, wake up." The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau patted Su Li's face and whispered softly, "We'll talk about your childhood story later. Let's talk about what happened 5 months ago. Don't hit me anymore." Su Li did not speak according to his wishes. Instead, he stared seriously into his eyes. "Don't be fooled by my silly smile. I look honest and kind. Actually, I'm a very vengeful person. Otherwise, why would I want to kill Macklin? Now, I want nothing more than to break your face. If you hit me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you. The director of the investigation bureau smiled brightly. His face was pale and haggard from sleep. He did not need to be hit to look strangely scary. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he widened his eyes and asked with a strange smile, "Is that so?" He grinned, revealing his white teeth. He raised his right hand and started to slap Su Li's face. Slap, 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 slap. The slap on the face became heavier and louder. Blood dripped from Su Li's lips, but he did not seem to feel anything. He just stared at the cold and crazy face of the official through the bright light. His face was red and swollen. Su Li thought about how after he escaped Donglin, due to his identity as a fugitive, he had become quieter and more well-behaved. Occasionally, he would go crazy. "I talk less and less, and I don't know how to speak anymore." He coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said, "Even though I've read many books, I don't know how to express myself." "What are you trying to express?" The director stopped slapping and coldly signaled for his subordinate to give him a handkerchief to wipe his face. Su Li, who was sitting in the chair, paused slightly. He lowered his head and said, "I'm used to doing and not saying." After saying that, his pupils and his narrowed eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, his pale face that was stained with blood started to redden rapidly. His body, which was tightly attached to the chair, started to tremble violently. "Director, should we stop for a moment?" The official in the room noticed the change and quickly suggested, "After so many days of strong electrical stimulation, I'm worried that he won't be able to hold on." The director of the investigation bureau stared at Su Li's pupils and rapidly trembling body and said indifferently, "Just make sure that he can't hold on." "Director, according to the medical records of the suspect, he has epilepsy. If he really dies, how are we going to report this to the higher-ups?" The subordinate reminded him with a trembling voice. "He wants to pretend to be dead, but unfortunately, he doesn't look good. He pretended to have diarrhea. Do you want to poop in your pants?" The director of the investigation bureau looked at Su Li, who was twitching in the chair, and said coldly, "Let me tell you, there have been more than 20 people who have done this in front of me in order to get some time to rest. You can try." Suddenly, Su Li's body stopped trembling. He closed his eyes tightly and then opened them. He looked at the director without any expression. With a crisp sound, the alloy handcuffs that handcuffed him to the chair suddenly broke. Then, the magnetic alloy shackles around his ankles broke free from the attraction of the magnetic floor and lifted up like lightning. Su Li raised his feet that were shackled with heavy alloy shackles and kicked the chief of the General Hospital's 4th Department right in the face. A stream of blood spurted wildly in the dark air. Under the illumination of the blazing lamp, it scattered in all directions like a flower blooming. In this slow-motion scene, the director of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation didn't even make a sound before he was kicked into the wall with a huge force. With a loud bang, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. Su Li was still sitting on the chair. Just as he finished kicking his feet in the air, he was pulled down by the strong suction force of the magnetic ground. With a muffled thud, his feet stomped on the ground fiercely. The huge impact made his calf muscle fibers feel sore and numb. The combination of the magnetic area and the felon shackles was the most stringent security measure in Qingqing military prison. Over the past few decades, perhaps only Su Li had enjoyed it, especially in the interrogation room. Through the electric control, the magnetic area's power was enough to hold the felon who was shackled in place like a nail stuck into a piece of wood. Who would have thought that under such safety measures, Su Li, who looked like he was on the brink of death, was actually able to forcibly break through the powerful suction force and lift his leg? The remaining few officers of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation looked at this unbelievable scene and suddenly froze. They subconsciously wanted to shoot Su Li, who was sitting in the chair, but then they realized that their guns had already been taken away by the prison. Su Li, who was sitting in the chair with a pale face and covered in blood, narrowed his eyes and looked at the officers in the room. Looking at the unconscious director in the corner, his mood was as good as if he had just finished going to the toilet. He said in a hoarse voice, "I don't want to talk. He is too long-winded, so I can only ask him to shut up." Chapter 3:11. Su Li silently stood in front of the window looking at the wild grass. The grass was green, but because it was particularly messy, there was not much of a gentle spring feeling. He did not know how wide the Qingsheng military prison was, nor did he know what dangers were hidden in the seemingly quiet and desolate fields and forests. But before he was interrogated, he was prepared to try to escape at all costs. However, this plan had to be temporarily put on hold. That day, when he knocked out the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau with a kick, Sulu thought that he would be greeted with the most severe punishment from the prison. And under the tense situation at that time, the Federation officials responsible for interrogating him would make him pay an extremely heavy price. But what he did not expect was that before the investigation officials in the interrogation room had time to make a violent reaction, the prison sent a group of soldiers to control the situation in the room and escorted him out. It seemed that someone was protecting him, but he did not know who. Sulu looked at the burning sea of grass outside the window. He lowered his head and slowly sucked in a breath. He felt that his situation was like a cloud of fog. Even he could not understand what would happen in the next moment. Frowning, he lowered his body and struggled to move his legs, moving slowly and with difficulty back to the bed. It was only a few steps, but it was so difficult to walk that when he sat on the edge of the bed, he actually let out an extremely satisfied sigh. The echoes of the noise still remained in his ears. His body that had been tortured by the Federation Investigation Bureau for several days clearly felt the pain in every part of his body, especially the muscles on the front of his two legs. Because of the suction force from forcibly breaking through the magnetic ground that day, every pair of long muscle fibers seemed to have rusted. As long as he wanted to move, they would rub against each other, producing intense pain. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sulu lowered his head and looked at his ankles. The heavy alloy shackles had an additional alloy chain behind them, firmly fastening them to the wall. That day, he kicked the director away. The prison was shocked that someone could break through the magnetic shackles with physical strength, and the prison became even more strict on him. No one came to interrogate him again, and his daily food was automatically sent to the cell. Sulu seemed to have returned to those few months in the dark cell, but he couldn't get used to this kind of loneliness. During his dark days at Fox Fortress, his greatest gain was probably his interaction with the old thing. Unfortunately, he still couldn't establish a two-way federation with the people of the Federation through the old thing. And his greatest question was why the glory of the Charter of the Federation would help him. He had once asked the other side of the Black Dream sincerely, but all he got was a mechanical answer. After communicating with it many times, he was already used to this method. He was no longer afraid, and instead felt a sense of closeness. It was a pity that he knew that the other side was a universe as vast as the stars, and not a real life form. So he felt a little strange. No matter how great a program was, no matter how close it was to life, it was still a program in the end. It would only mechanically follow certain procedures, and these procedures could only be related to the Federation Charter and Su Li's authority. It couldn't be related to something like feelings. Relying on his intuition and deduction ability as an engineer, Su Lu was gradually able to deduce that the Federation computer would occasionally help him, occasionally assist him, but it wasn't like the gun in his hands that would take whatever he wanted. It was probably because of the strange experiences he had in the past, the disguised chip behind his neck, the past coma, and the active contact in the Black Dream. The occurrence of these strange things might have been a logical error in the Federation computer's program, or it might have been some kind of built-in fixed program. Su Lu just didn't understand the truth. Using a certain Federation proverb, it went like this: if you can't understand, can't touch the truth of the matter, then just enjoy the surface of the matter. Sulu was doing exactly that now. He gently stroked the bracelet on his wrist, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his face. The faint metallic luster of the bracelet was not eye-catching, and the design was also extremely simple. Without the help of equipment, it would be very difficult for a normal person to tell that the seemingly fine patterns on the bracelet were actually 2 lines of poetic language. During the process of being imprisoned by the Federation, the bracelet on Su Li's wrist had been examined many times, but no problem had ever been found. Because the bracelet couldn't be taken off, the military prison had no choice but to let him carry it around. in the entire universe. Su Lu was probably the only one who knew what kind of secrets and wisdom were hidden in this ordinary-looking bracelet. The bracelet also had a function that often made Su Li's back break out in cold sweat. Early on, after the knife fight on Tiger Mountain Road, he had already discovered that the bracelet left behind by Uncle Feng Yu actually hid the secret architectural compositions of countless famous and not famous gloomy prisons of the Federation. After careful analysis, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Uncle Feng Yu's valiant life. Who knew how many times Uncle Feng Yu had been captured by the Federation, locked in all kinds of heavily guarded prisons, and escaped from prison countless times? It was a pity that he didn't have a suitable tool at hand to open the shackles on his legs. Su Lu lowered his eyes and narrowed them. Memories and plans flashed through his mind quickly, but his mood was getting colder and colder. There were some people in the Federation who wanted him dead, especially that madam. What should he do? In the interrogation room, Su Lu kicked a high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Bureau flying and spitting out blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. With his current status as a prisoner of the Federation, he could only eat countless bad fruits and be punished by the powerful state apparatus. However, the military prison only increased the security on him, but also used security measures as an excuse to stop the follow-up investigation by the Federation Investigation Bureau. From a certain perspective, it was actually protecting him. Everything that happened in the Allure prison was just a concrete manifestation of the change in attitude of the upper echelons of the Federation. At the end of May, year 68 of the constitutional calendar, Director Breen of the President's residence deeply understood the meaning of President Prabhu's silence. In a phone call, he expressed to the relevant parties that they couldn't let the Federation hero shed blood and cry. As a result, the federal military, which had been silent all this time, broke the silence. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, personally presented Su Li's past contributions to the Federation to the president. For example, the MX Mecha, the accidental retrieval of the fatal data of the Space Channel, and for unknown reasons, exposing Macklin's true identity before the Bureau of Proclamation and killing the most successful spy of the Empire. Due to these reasons, General Miles firmly requested President Pabre to pardon Su Lu. Almost at the same time, Commander Zhong of the West Woods military region, who had been at odds with the Federation government for decades, also expressed his attitude to the president's residence. He hoped that Su Lu would be released as soon as possible. The people of the Federation didn't know about these things, but the upper echelons of the Federation were gradually aware. And the soldiers of the Federation knew better than the politicians what kind of harm it would have done to the Federation if Macklin had escaped at that time. The Federal Army was particular about punishing mistakes and rewarding meritorious deeds. In addition to the obscure relationship between Su Lu and the daughter of the Minister of Defense, the connection between the Zhong family of the West Woods and him that no one knew about, and most importantly, the military admired extraordinary talents like Su Lu and his temperament. The overall attitude of the entire upper echelons of the military naturally leaned towards pardoning Su Lu. With the support of the federal military, President Pabre's opinion on this matter had the most reliable guarantee of power. The procedures for pardoning Su Lu began in the president's residence. However, even if the president wanted to pardon Su Lu, he would still need to be sentenced by the military court in advance, so it would still take some time. Just as the situation was developing in the direction of a beautiful world where the wind blows away and the clouds disperse, they encountered a sudden obstacle. One after another, important cabinet members of the government, several committee chairmen on Parliament Hill, and even the two justices of the Supreme Court who had just learned the truth of the matter, cautiously and firmly expressed their opinions to the president's residence through various channels. They expressed their understanding of the president's desire to pardon Su Lu, but they believed that as a terrorist whose hands were stained with blood, no matter how beautiful the results of his actions were, his actions had already violated the laws of the Federation. In order to uphold the spirit of the Federation Charter, the Federation must give Su Lu a fair and undisturbed trial. President Pabre knew that these were all excuses But many people in the Federation government were unwilling to see a dangerous person who disregarded the law as nothing be released. This represented the opinion of a large number of forces. The president didn't need to consider the opinions of these people, but he had to consider the opinion of that lady that a black car, without a logo, left the flat lawn in front of the president's residence and headed in the direction of Macho's back mountain. Tonight, for the aftermath of Macklin's death and Sue Lee's ending, President Pabre and Lady Tai had an extremely frank conversation. It was clear that the president didn't want this matter to affect the unity of the Federation's upper echelons, and he even more so didn't want to affect his friendship with Lady Tai. In addition, he believed that Lady Tai would be explained by him, which was why they had this conversation. During the conversation, Lady Tai calmly expressed her opinion, polite but persistent. However, President Pabre was different from his predecessor. He listened calmly with a smile, but he still insisted on his action of pardoning Sue Lu. It couldn't be said that they parted on bad terms, but the atmosphere was at least a bit stifling. This stifling atmosphere was maintained all the way into the car. Shunli sat quietly in the front passenger seat and said, "The process of pardoning will take another month. I have already finished organizing the files related to Sue Lu and can send them to the Bureau of Proclamation at any time." Secretary Shun suddenly became silent. Without turning his head, he said sincerely, "Madam, the president doesn't know about this. Why didn't you tell him? If he knew that Sue Lee's existence could threaten the safety of the charter, he definitely wouldn't insist on pardoning." Lady Tai, who sat in the back, wore a dark brown windbreaker. Her hands were naturally spread out by her side. Her expression was cold and calm. She didn't get angry because the president refused her opinion. When she heard Shun Li's words, her thin eyebrows trembled slightly on her well-maintained face. She said slowly, "Don't discuss this topic in the future." When Secretary Shun heard the calm words, he suddenly felt his body become a bit cold. He subconsciously looked out the window, but he found that the window was tightly closed. No wind blew in. Of course, it was already late spring. Even if the night wind blew in, it would only be warm. His sudden cold was only because his mood affected his senses. Sue Lee's secret was only known by the 3 people in the car in the Federation. Shunli knew that this represented the madam's absolute trust in him. What he said before was very inappropriate. Lady Tai turned her head and looked out the window at the familiar streets of the capital. She had lived in this city, the core of the Federation's power, for many years. She had never truly gotten close to this core of power, but this core of power was constantly under her influence. Only today did she suddenly realize that the current president of the Federation was indeed a person with a strong will. It was not easy to not influence him. Sue Lee's secret was Feng Yu's secret. In the madam's eyes, it was also her secret. She originally didn't want to share this secret with anyone. This was very interesting. It was probably like a little girl treasuring her fake jewelry box. But now she knew that if she didn't reveal this secret, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to kill Sue Lu. At the inauguration ceremony 5 months ago, she and the Bureau of Proclamation almost simultaneously learned that Sue Lu had entered the S2 mountain surrounded by Mountain's Foundation building. After a short period of consideration, she wrote down a faint foreshadowing at the first moment. Secretary Bai, who had found an opportunity to return the information at the mountaintop, quietly left. Sue Lee's detailed plan revealed the most fatal flaw. However, under such circumstances, that brat named Sue Lu was still able to kill him. This fact made Lady Tai vigilant, angry, and a little disappointed. Therefore, she had to kill Sue Lu. The silence in the car continued until they entered the back of Macho Mountain. The moment Secretary Shin opened the car door for the madam, he saw the firm expression on the madam's face. Thinking of the conversation in the president's official residence, he suddenly understood what the madam wanted to do. Sue Lu had to die. If the president first granted amnesty, and then the madam threw that bomb through the Bureau of Proclamation, the government and the military would definitely be rendered speechless. Lady Tai definitely didn't have the extravagant hope of controlling a Federation president, but at least she wanted the president to have enough respect for her. This kind of arrangement was, without a doubt, the most understated but powerful method. Secretary Shun held an umbrella and accompanied the madam as they walked through the fine spring rain toward the mountain villa. The respect in his heart rose spontaneously like the rain. The mountain rain was about to fall to the ground when a gust of wind blew into the building. The dispute over this matter among the upper echelons of the Federation was strictly controlled within an extremely small circle of knowledge. However, that night, President Pabre and Lady Tai had an unfruitful conversation. Apart from the West Woods Zhong family, the other 6 families, as well as their partners and stakeholders within the government, all began to make their own moves. Although the amnesty process wasn't terminated, it was still abnormally difficult to proceed. Faced with the pressure from the 1,000-year-old families of the Federation, even General Myers seemed to feel the difficulty. During a phone call with Zhou Yingxing, he somewhat angrily expressed his pessimistic views and worries about this matter. Although the president and the military had enough confidence, no one knew what the madam was thinking. Perhaps she held secrets that outsiders didn't know. Otherwise, with the madam's political wisdom, there was no way she would oppose the president granting amnesty to Su Lu. It should be known that everyone knew that Su Lu had always had a close relationship with the Tai family. Everyone wanted to kill him. The Federation was completely silent. In this oppressive atmosphere, a black car slowly stopped in front of the entrance of Qingqing military prison. A thin and weak major walked out of the car. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a white dress. The soldiers of the military prison looked at the man and woman at the entrance as if they were looking at 2 idiots. They actually wanted to visit a serious criminal of the Federation. Could it be that they didn't know what kind of people were locked up in Qingqing military prison? There had never been such heartwarming stories of visits happening here. However, the soldiers in charge of security forgot that if they really were 2 idiots, how could they possibly find the true location of Qingqing military prison? Chapter 312. It had been many years since a visitor had come to Qingqing military prison. The soldiers in charge of security looked at the man and woman at the door with a strange expression. Before the sarcasm in their eyes could melt away, they were shocked and suspicious when they saw the file handed to them by the young major. The officer who came after hearing the news looked through the file seriously with a headache. He found that these thick files were indeed written authorizations jointly issued by the Ministry of National Defense, the 1st Military Region, and the Ministry of Justice. However, he did not dare to make the decision. After all, this prison was completely different from other prisons in the Federation. For many years, there had been no visitation rules. Among the strict security measures, there were no regulations for visitation. Although the thin and weak young major in front of him followed the relevant regulations of the Federation, the military prison had not encountered such a situation for many years. The officer could not confirm that these procedures were legal and reasonable. He did not have the courage to welcome the first visitor to Qingqing military prison in many years just by relying on these documents. The news of a visitor to the prison was reported up the chain of command until it reached the warden level. Not long after, the soldiers at the gate of the military prison were surprised to see a fat warden in a military uniform running all the way to the entrance. Qingqing military prison had a special status. The warden was treated as a major general. The military uniform worn by the warden was clearly marked with his medal and rank. The fat warden rushed in front of the thin young officer. Thinking of the phone call he had received earlier, he subconsciously wanted to salute the young officer. But then he remembered that the young officer was only a major after all. His right hand, that was about to be raised, dropped unnaturally. The warden took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said to the young major in a low voice, "Major, Yuan, I just received a call from you. I didn't have time to prepare. Please excuse me." Although the warden was treated as a major general, he had been guarding the military prison in the wasteland for many years. In fact, he was just a marginal figure in the military. Today, he suddenly welcomed an important guest who could change his life. He could not help but feel a little excited and flustered. Even though he was excited and panicked, he still had to follow the procedures. The federal military had always been strict in terms of discipline. The young major with a special identity also knew this. After smiling, he handed the documents that he had checked earlier to the warden. A few minutes later, the soldiers and officials at the main entrance of Chingchun military prison watched as the warden personally welcomed the young man and woman into the prison. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. They couldn't help but wonder who on earth had come to receive such treatment and authority. Tai Ziyuan's Special Forces team was transferred back to S1 to rest and reorganize after completing the secret mission assigned by the Bureau of Proclamation. A few days ago, the entire team represented the 2nd Military Region and participated in the Federation's anti-terrorism exercise. Because of his excellent performance in the exercise and the overall score of the General Staff Headquarters, he was promoted to Major by the Ministry of Defense. Following the warden in the long and dark tunnel, he lowered his head and looked at the clear magnetic material of the tunnel under his feet. A trace of indescribable emotion appeared on his slightly pale face. He wondered how that guy was doing after being locked up here. The Tai family had a terrifying influence that no one in the Federation had ever truly encountered. Whether it was the government or the other families of the 7 major families, they all maintained enough respect and vigilance towards this family of the former dynasty that did not have a prosperous population. As a young master of the Tai family, he had enough power to break some of the Federation's rules. However, he had always been a citizen of the Federation and maintained respect for the laws of the Federation's charter. Therefore, this time, when he came to Chingchun military prison, he spent a full month to apply for the complicated review documents. The laws of the Federation did not prohibit visits in military prisons. Tai Ziyuan took advantage of this. However, the problem was that he knew very well that this was unprecedented. Whether it was the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Justice, those officials had somewhat reluctantly approved his application because there was a tie in the applicant's name at the end of the document. Even the warden who was leading the way in front of him was the same. If it wasn't for that phone call, even if he came with a few lawyers of the Federation, how could he enter Chingchun military prison? Thinking of this, Tai Ziyuan's expression calmed down a little. There was only a long table in the room and a few chairs fixed to the ground. The walls were made of alloy, and the ground was mixed with magnetic material of the tunnel. Tai Ziyuan asked the beautiful lady beside him to sit down first. Then, he sat on his own chair and silently waited for that guy to appear. While waiting, he thought of the strict security measures he had seen along the way. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. As a god's favored child, although he had also experienced the baptism of blood and fire in Huanshan 4 states, this was the first time he carried out such a sinister destruction of freedom. It was inevitable that he felt a little strange. Not long after, along with the dull sound of metal colliding and the sound of shackles dragging on the ground, Su Lu, whose freedom of movement was strangled by various security devices, followed behind the warden. He slowly and painstakingly walked into the room. Su Lu looked at the man and woman across the table. His footsteps suddenly froze in place. When he received the notice from the prison, he thought it was a follow-up interrogation by the Federation Investigation Bureau, or that Su Songzi had come again to report some information. However, he didn't expect that the person who came today was a pure visitor. It was the guy he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Lu looked at Tai Ziyuan across the table, shook his head with a smile, and sat down. During this process, the smile on his face was in full bloom. It was incomparably joyful and sincere. Coupled with his smiling eyes, he looked somewhat cute and silly. Tai Ziyuan stared at the smiling Su Lu in front of him. His face was cold and indifferent. After a while, he said seriously to the warden, "General, can I talk to him alone?" This didn't seem to be in accordance with the regulations. However, Chingchun prison didn't seem to have any regulations regarding visits. The point was that the warden knew very well that Su Lu was an extremely dangerous person. He really didn't feel safe leaving the crown prince and that delicate beauty alone in the same space with this person. If something happened, how could he explain to the Tai family, to the military, and to the president? Therefore, even though the warden was very happy to hear the crown prince call him general, he still hesitated and didn't immediately agree. I have a good relationship with him. I don't think he's crazy enough to kill me, Tai Ziyuan said calmly. The warden pondered for a moment and said, Okay, but the prison will monitor and record the whole process. I hope you understand. Thank you. Tai Ziyuan bowed slightly to express his gratitude. There were only 3 people left in the room. It was the first time the enchanting beauty had come to such a place. Her gentle eyes were filled with curiosity and nervousness. She timidly looked at the young prisoner across the table who was wearing handcuffs and leg shackles. She felt that she had seen him somewhere before. But what she thought more was, what kind of vicious and evil person was this person? He was actually locked up in such a dark place by the Federation. Why did this noble person beside her come to visit him? And why did she have to bring her along? The 2 young men in the room didn't care about this girl's thoughts. They only looked at each other. The smile on Su Li's face grew wider and wider. In the end, he actually laughed out loud and kept shaking his head. He seemed to be extremely happy. Looking at this scene, Tai Ziyuan's face grew colder and colder. He didn't know where the anger came from, but it made him suddenly slam the table. He pointed at Su Li's face and forced out a cold growl from between his teeth. Stop laughing like an idiot. Su Li looked at him somewhat innocently. He tried his best to hide the smile that came from his heart, but the corners of his lips were still curled up stubbornly. He could suppress his smile, but he couldn't suppress his happiness. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Do you only know how to squint and laugh like an idiot your whole life? Tai Ziyuan stared into his eyes and said coldly, You're going to die. How can you still laugh? You've really laughed until you become an idiot. You really aren't afraid of things like death. Do you know the consequences of this matter? How many people in the Federation want you dead? The 7 great families, the government, the Senate, those big shots are actually just a bunch of idiots. They only know how to pretend to be calm, to kill with a flick of their fingers. In reality, they're all just a bunch of idiots, played by Macklin. He raised his head and looked into Su Li's eyes. He said seriously, they were played to death by Macklin. In the end, you played Macklin to death. And the reason you used was so simple and direct. Your existence is a slap to their faces. And they've always been afraid of people like you. What are you thinking? You actually single-handedly killed an S2. Who do you think you are? Li Pifu. The more Tai Ziyuan thought about this bizarre matter, the angrier he got. He slammed the table angrily and said sternly, What exactly is in your brain? The pear blossoms and snow from Ua University have all been stuffed into your brain. You only know about romance? Su Lu stuttered and objected. This matter did not seem to have anything to do with romance. If it's not romance, then it's white clothes whiter than snow. With an ancient sword in hand, you want to protect the peace of the universe and the justice of the world? Tai Ziyuan waved his hand and said angrily, Zhang Xiaoming is not dead. What the hell does Macklin have to do with you? The beautiful girl beside him looked at Tai Ziyuan in shock. She had not seen him many times, and this was the first time she saw him so angry. She could not help but be even more confused about the real relationship between Tai Ziyuan and the prisoner. Today, I'm here to ask you one thing. You want to kill Macklin. How much of it was because of the crime he committed? Or is it that subconsciously, you still want to prove something to Zhang Xiaoming? You want to prove that you're more violent, more revolutionary, and more righteous than the anti-government forces? Don't say that Macklin killed people, but the Federation's laws are useless against him. So you want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He deserved to die, but what about you? How many people did you kill in the Foundation building? How many people died in the Federation's riots in the past few months? Tai Ziyuan's face was slightly pale. He stared into his eyes and said, This universe does not need such a hero. You should not be such a lonely hero. You're not a hero. You're not even a good person. Maybe you just like the feeling of killing people. Tai Ziyuan raised his hands and said mockingly, What do the soldiers who know about the training base say about you after seeing the surveillance video of the Foundation building? A cold-blooded killer. Subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoming cold-blooded? The smile on Su Li's lips gradually disappeared. He quietly looked at Tai Ziyuan across the table. He narrowed his eyes and seriously recalled his thoughts at that time. He confirmed that his starting point was very simple and did not need to discuss psychology. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. From the moment Su Lu entered the room, Tai Ziyuan never stopped talking. He did not give him a chance to refute. Su Lu also tactfully kept silent, because he knew where Tai Ziyuan's anger came from. Of course, he also knew that this friend he had not seen for a long time could enter the heavily guarded military prison. Naturally, it was not just to vent his anger by scolding him from afar. In fact, when he saw the beautiful girl in a white dress beside Tai Ziyuan, Su Lu felt something. That girl was Bai Qi, the former top girl of the Linhai Star Club and Tai Ziyuan's first woman. These represented that Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan were not that distant, but they felt like distant memories. Tai Ziyuan brought Bai Qi here to show Su Lu how nostalgic he was. After a long silence, a sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face again. He looked at Tai Ziyuan and asked seriously, "Are you done scolding? Do you feel better?" Tai Ziyuan looked at the bright smile on his face and waved his hand in annoyance. "Almost. Then I'll say a few words." Su Lu said with a smile, "I'm an orphan. My childhood was probably unimaginable to you, so don't look at me all the time. Sometimes, when I'm impulsive, I become the ferocious young man I used to be. I don't even blink when I kill people. While I was locked up in Fox Castle for a few months, no one talked to me. I often talk to myself. Come to think of it, I'm definitely not the good person that I once wanted to be. Yes, I'm a murderer now. In fact, I was already a murderer when I was in my teens. But murderers can also have their own moral standards, although the term moral standards sound a little too mysterious." Su Lu looked at Tai Ziyuan's face and said seriously. If Tai Ziyuan had not come to see him personally, he might not have bothered to say these words to anyone. He really did not need to explain what he did. He just wanted to explain it to his trusted friends. Killing Macklin has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with the terrorist attack at the concert. It doesn't even have much to do with the innocent victims. I just want to do something that meets my own standards. Su Lu said seriously, "Every time I think of breathing the air that Macklin once breathed, I feel unduly depressed. I want to meet my own standards. I want to have fun." Tai Ziyuan lowered his head and listened to what he said seriously. Finally, he could not help but smile faintly and said, "You're having fun. What about the others?" Su Lu was about to say something with a smile when Tai Ziyuan gave Bai Qi a look and asked her to walk out of the office. He was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows that were like flying knives and asked curiously, "This girl, has she been raised by you since that day?" As expected of the young master of the Tai family. If everyone spent their nights like you, the Federation would be in chaos. Supply and demand would be completely unbalanced. This was not a funny joke. Of course, Tai Ziyuan did not laugh. The reason why Su Lu said this was because he saw the solemn expression between Tai Ziyuan's brows. He knew that an extremely serious topic was about to begin. Subconsciously, he wanted to dilute the atmosphere. Tai Ziyuan stood up, walked to his side, and whispered a few words. Su Li's expression suddenly changed. "After you were arrested, you must have suffered a lot in prison. Take care of yourself more. You don't have to take off your clothes to show off the scars on your body." Tai Ziyuan gently pressed his shoulder. Feeling that he had lost a lot of weight, he could not help but feel a little sad. At this moment, Su Lu was still immersed in shock. It was not until now that he learned the whole truth from Tai Ziyuan. Macklin was actually a spy for the Empire. This ridiculous fact made him unable to recover for a moment, and he did not listen to Tai Ziyuan's words. "I'll leave first. Don't worry." After saying this, Tai Ziyuan walked out of the room. Su Lu stood up with some difficulty and nodded at him. There is no need for too many words between the two of them to understand each other's intentions. Seeing that the alloy door of the room was closed, Su Li's lips curved into a smile. It was really a blessing to have a few friends in this world. Immediately after, the smile on his lips bloomed. With a trace of disbelief and a trace of absurdity, he laughed loudly in the quiet room. His laughter reverberated in the room, colliding back and forth. Macklin was a spy for the Empire. After hearing this shocking news, Su Lu did not feel any pride in saving the fate of the Federation, nor did he think that he was some kind of hero. This was because his logic had always been too lazy to touch on these aspects. He only thought happily, good kill. Behind a macho mountain, beside the Macho Lake. On the balcony, Lady Tai slowly turned around. Her calm and gentle face did not change at all. She asked, "What did he say on the phone?" Big Secretary Sean hesitated for a moment, then immediately repeated truthfully, "Young master has already left Xinsheng prison. He said on the phone that we should figure out how many lives the person locked up in there had saved him. What can he use to repay him?" Upon hearing this, a complicated expression flashed across Lady Tai's face. There was some comfort, some anger, and some indifference. After a moment, she said softly, "Send the materials to the Bureau of Proclamation tomorrow." Shen Li's heart turned cold. He did not know if Madam and young master would turn against each other because of this matter, but he did not dare to raise any opinions. He nodded and left the balcony. At this moment, Butler Jean walked over with a solemn expression and handed the phone in his hand to Lady Tai. This was Lady Tai's private phone number. Less than 10 people in the entire Federation knew this number. Lady Tai did not take the phone. She turned around and looked at the beautiful scenery on the sorrowless lake. She said lightly, "I said, don't answer Yuan's call. It's not young master's call." Butler Jin's voice was slightly nervous. He had been by Madam's side for decades and had seen countless important events and figures in the Federation. However, he still felt uneasy when he thought of this call. He lowered his voice and said, "It's from Philadelphia." Chapter 313. Regardless of whether it was the old man who was fishing by the Snow Mountain Lake in Philadelphia, or the lady who was drinking afternoon tea by the Macho Back Mountain Lake in the suburbs of the capital, to the Federation, they were not ordinary people. The ordinary people here were not just ordinary people. All these years, the old man had been sitting by the lake, not because he wanted to show the whole Federation that he did not care about fame and fortune. In fact, the glory of the Federation was all gathered on him. He was the army god who was respected by thousands of people. The division commanders, regiment commanders, battalion commanders, and soldiers under his command were now generals who held real power in the federal military. Fame and fortune were like floating clouds in the sky to this old man in Philadelphia. He had once picked them up with his fingers, so he knew that they were not fake, but they were also not that important. The lady in the Macho Back Mountain Lake was the same. Just like the attitude of the 7 major families for thousands of years, she had always been smiling calmly and silently behind the scenes, looking at the turbulent situation on the stage. She knew more than anyone else. Her slender fingers could easily pick up a piece of old history, which could be a secret that could not be found in the Federation. The family she controlled had always been low-key and silent. Even many years ago, when the government and the 7 major families were like fire and water, the Tai family still calmly suppressed all the power that was hidden in the dark. Who knew what kind of power that family of thousands of years old would erupt once it broke out? When a butterfly flapped its wings, it could create a hurricane on the other side of the sea. The army god in Philadelphia, the lady in the Macho Back Mountain Lake, was not a small and weak butterfly, but a rock that flew above the 9 heavens, flying through the light of the stars. If people like them really moved, the wind would be very difficult to stop. The content of the contact between these 2 big figures was usually not that important. Instead, the time of contact between them could reveal some very important signals. Lady Tai took the exquisite black phone and walked to the edge of the terrace. There was a polite smile on her calm face, as if she could see the old man on the other end of the phone. Before the new year, when Madame Tai found out that General Li had the intention of matchmaking the young lady and the young master of the Li family, she specially made a trip to Feiqing City and had a meal with the old man. Since then, the two had not seen each other. However, at this time, the old man actually called her personally. Madame Tai did not need to ponder for too long to understand the meaning behind it. Lady Tai smiled and said something into the phone. Then, she hung up the phone. She held the green stone of the terrace with both hands and stared at the slightly dark lake and mountains in a daze. There were some things that she could understand, but there were some that she couldn't. She believed that she had already revealed enough information when she smiled on the phone. However, there were some things that could only be explained thoroughly when they met. Army God was an official title of the Federation government. It was not a magical description that was passed down by word of mouth. Although the old man had been silent for a long time, no one dared to underestimate his influence in the Federation. Therefore, when some people knew that the army god had left Feiqing City and was heading to the capital special district, they were shocked and puzzled. In front of the entrance of the Lin Yuan, there were some figures of the special task force behind the dense trees. The black official vehicles of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation also showed their presence at the intersection not far away. However, there were more than a dozen military vehicles, which were painted in camouflage and dark green. There were more than a dozen of them parked along the road in front of the entrance of the Lin Yuan. The air was filled with the unique chill of a military camp. The old man never wanted to trouble the Federation government, but since the government knew that he was coming, of course, they had to show enough sincerity and attention. As for the officers of the Ministry of National Defense and the 1st Military Region, they followed the strictest orders of their superiors and surrounded the Lin Yuan. They had to ensure that the old man was not disturbed by irrelevant people. However, it seemed that they did not need to do these things because the Lin Yuan was not accepting guests today. The owner of the Lin Yuan, who used to travel through the Federation like a shadow and rarely appeared in front of people, was wearing a dark green suit today. He stood at the entrance of the Lin Yuan with a smile on his face. He politely but coldly blocked all the prying eyes and even refused the request of Director Brin from the president's residence to enter. Lin Banshan, the most famous son of the 7 families and the top figure in the Federation, was like a doorman today. He stood at the entrance with his mountain-like shoulders and smiled like a doorman. In this Federation, there was probably only one person who could let Lin Banshan guard the door. When he was young, he had seen the old man, but he never thought that the old man would actually live in his place when he returned to the capital for the first time in all these years. The sense of achievement he felt when he swept through the underground world of Bermuda was not as good as today. He smiled and sent Director Brin out of the door, and then whispered a few words to the logistics director of the 1st Military Region, who had a distressed expression, before he closed the door of the Lin Yuan tightly. Except for the bamboo house next to the hall, there was not a single guest in the Lin Yuan. Lady Tai picked up a piece of light red tongluo fish and dipped it in a little rosemary sauce. She steadily put it on the Guna porcelain plate opposite her and said with a smile, "Lin Banshan is really bold. He dares to release the news that you're coming to the capital. This way, those old guys who are already afraid of him will be even more afraid of him. I like bold young people," the old man said with a smile. Ever since he no longer held the position of Grand Marshal, he had never worn a military uniform again. Today, he was wearing an extremely simple set of casual clothes. His hair was white, and his old and thin body appeared even shorter because of his sitting posture. Compared to the young and tall grandson behind him, the passion and grief of life could be seen at a glance. No one would be able to associate him with his illustrious military exploits and the shocking act of assassinating the Empire's emperor. Li Feng, who was wearing a lieutenant colonel uniform, stood behind the old man with his hands behind his back. The usual craziness and violence were gone, and there was only calmness and honesty. He really looked like a boy in puberty, and not the terrifying madman Li. In this world, the only person he feared and respected and didn't dare to have the slightest rebellious thoughts was not his father, but his grandfather, the old and thin old man in front of him. Madame Tai quietly looked at the age spots on the edge of the old man's eyebrows. Thinking about the past few decades, watching the once arrogant war god gradually grow old, she couldn't help but have some indescribable complex feelings. The old man casually waved his hand. Li Feng saluted with a bang, walked out of the bamboo house, and walked out of the gate of Lin Yuan. Leaving his grandfather's side, the piercing cold ruthlessness that rose to the sky returned to him. He coldly stared at the cars outside of Lin Yuan, feeling a little annoyed. Lin Banshan, who had been standing at the gate of Lin Yuan, smiled and lit a cigarette. He handed one over, but it was rejected by Li Feng. "Sir, military god came here this time for that guy, right?" Lin Banshan didn't care. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely said, "Madman Li, it's useless to be annoyed. If even military god likes that guy, you can only be annoyed forever in this life." There were only two people left in the bamboo house. Two people who were qualified to stand in the clouds and watch the destruction and rebirth of stars. In fact, many years ago, they often sat opposite each other like now, discussing and deciding many things. But at that time, there was a president and a director of the Bureau of Proclamation beside them. But those two partners had died, and there were only two of them left in the world. It was inevitable that they were lonely. It was Little Fong who told me. Otherwise, although I also watched the news on TV, I didn't know that this matter had something to do with my family. The old man looked at Lady Tai and slowly said, "Since that little guy called Su Lu has something to do with my family, I have to pay some attention to him." Hearing this, Lady Tai easily analyzed the cause and effect. She lowered her head and said with a smile, "I have taken care of Yuzi for so many years, but in the end, I still don't know her well." It was unknown how much coldness and indifference there was in this sigh, but this lady wasn't stupid enough to put on airs in front of the old man. She just sighed and said, "Su Lu has something to do with your family, but it's related to him. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems that Su Lu is the only descendant of my younger brother left in this universe." "Descendant? Isn't Musi his daughter?" said Lady Tai. "I brought Musi up. Although she has inherited her brother's rebellious nature, she is still a girl after all. And she hasn't even seen her biological father, so she hasn't inherited anything from him. But Su Lu is different." The old man's voice was a bit light. He said slowly, "I am old, and he is dead. But I found that he had a student who inherited most of his abilities. It seems that the living me and the dead him can find some way to see each other." The two brothers, one old and one dead, couldn't see each other again. The old man's words were simple and clear, but there was also a bit of sadness. Lady Tai listened quietly, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She gently pressed the silk scarf on his forehead. After a moment of silence, she said slowly, "Back then, because he broke the glory of the charter, we discussed something with the president. Have you forgotten? He is your biological younger brother, and you have never hesitated. Why do you have a different opinion today?" She said with slight mockery, "Is it because you are old and your heart has softened? Why was your heart so hard back then?" The old man looked at Lady Tai quietly. He thought about the secret meeting at the president's official residence that year. He thought about the time when this lady was still a young girl. He thought about the previous head of the Tai family, the complicated relationship between her and his younger brother. He thought about how her eyes were slightly red when she signed her name on behalf of the Tai family. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. He didn't pay attention to the rare sharpness in her words. It was probably only in front of this old man that Madame Cheong would reveal some of her true feelings. "He is different from this little guy," the old man said slowly in an old voice. "Personality determines fate. My younger brother was born cold and heartless. If the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't been tracking him down and suppressing him for the past few decades, who knows how many people would have died because of him. But this little guy is different. He made great contributions to the Federation. I checked his files for the past 2 years. I really admire this little guy's personality. Back then, he also made great contributions to the Federation." Lady Tai looked coldly at the old man in front of her and said, "I don't think it suits your personality to decide the Federation's safety based on personality. He can affect the Federation's safety because he has the ability to break the glory of the Charter. Is that little guy really that dangerous?" Lady Tai lowered her head and poured a cup of tea for the old man. She said slowly, "The Federation has already determined that Su Lu from Donglin is dead, but he is alive and well in front of me. You should understand what this means." The old man coughed twice. The wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. He said, "I only recently found out about the relationship between Su Lu and him. Li Feng has fought with him before, but he never told me. In my opinion, this little guy is just too unlucky to have met someone like my brother. He was carelessly brought into the earth trench. As for the matter of the chip, perhaps he exchanged it for this little guy when the Bureau of Proclamation was hunting him down 2 years ago. You are old after all." Lady Tai quietly studied the wrinkles on the old man's face. She said with a slight mocking tone like a younger sister, "Where did the war god, who was decisive in killing and would rather sacrifice his family for the sake of justice than let the Federation take any risk go? He actually used this kind of self-comforting reasoning to clear the name of a dangerous little guy. Of course, the old man said calmly, if Sula knows everything that my younger brother knows, I won't object to you handing him over to the Bureau of Proclamation. How can you be sure of this? I'll go see him myself. Perhaps it was just as Lady Tai said with a slight mocking tone. The Federation's war godly Pifu was old after all. When he found out from Li Feng that the person who assassinated Macklin was actually his student and seemed to have inherited all of his abilities, there were some ripples in his tranquil heart. If he was still alive, perhaps this old man would always be as tough as ice-cold iron. However, he was already dead, so the old man naturally took care of his descendant a bit more. The ripples that occasionally appeared in the war god's heart were, for the Federation, turbulent currents hidden under the jade-like surface of the sea. The old man was going to visit a serious criminal in Qingqing's military prison. The Ministry of Defense quickly sent out a special military plane and advanced personnel, busily beginning to arrange everything. The old man's visit to Su Lu in prison was more profound than the visit of the young master of the Tai family. The commotion it caused was even more shocking. From a certain perspective, this visit to Su Lu determined his life with one glance. Life or death, it was all in this one glance. Su Lu didn't know any of this. He was politely invited out of the single cell by the warden. Like a VIP guest, he bathed and ate before being brought into the interrogation room. He was originally a bit confused, but when he saw the thin old man across the long table and Mad Manly standing behind the old man, he immediately determined the true identity of this old man. The orphan of Donglin was a rock that couldn't be swayed by anything. However, when he saw this legendary figure without any mental preparation, he was still so shocked that his face turned slightly pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. The strong mental impact made Su Lu feel a bit dazed. He vaguely remembered the disdainful words of the uncle in the mine many years ago, and the guesses he had about the uncle's background in the past 2 years. He looked at the Federation's war god, Li Pifu, across the table in disbelief and subconsciously asked in a hoarse voice, "Old man?" Chapter 314. Several decades ago, Li Pifu had been the commander of the 17th Armored Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. He had participated in the Federation's expedition against the Empire, assassinating the Empire's emperor and turning the tide. After that, he had commanded the Federal Army to fight like a god in the continuous battles that followed. He had made great contributions and became the undisputed #1 person in the military, and even the #1 person in the Federation. Ever since that black M37 mecha had swept across the battlefield like a mad dragon, amidst the encirclement of 200 Imperial Royal Mecha battalions, and killed the Emperor of the Empire, no one in this universe dared to call him by his name anymore. No matter where he appeared, he would always be greeted with passionate gazes of excitement and admiration. Because of a person like him, the Lees of Philadelphia, a normal citizen family, actually had some semblance of a 1,000-year-old family. Even the 7 great families with 10,000 years of heritage did not dare to slight him. The people of the Empire hatefully called him Beast, the people of the Federation respectfully called him War God, and successive presidents of the Federation politely called him Grand Marshal. Today, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation, the commander of the 1st Military Region, General Miles, the commander of the 3rd Military Region, and many high-ranking officers in the Ministry of Defense and the fleet were all subordinates of this war god. For these high-ranking officers, they were not used to calling Li Pifu War God or Grand Marshal, because that would seem too distant and too weird. They had their own unique way of addressing him. For example, General Miles was used to calling him Teacher, General Hong Yuliang was used to calling him Teacher, and the former head of the Ministry of Defense was used to calling him Boss. These old subordinates also had a common name for Li Pifu, and this name was affectionate and respectful, and that was Old Man. However, today in the military prison of Allure, when this young prisoner saw Li Pifu, he called him Old Man. Old Man and Old Man seemed to only have a difference of one word, but the meaning they represented was as different as heaven and earth. The Major General of the Ministry of National Defense and the Warden, who had accompanied the military god and his grandson into the prison, had a very interesting expression on their faces when they heard these words. They stared at Su Lu, who was at the door, as if they would drag him out and shoot him at any time. However, Li Pifu, who was sitting across the table, did not have any reaction. The old man just quietly looked at the young man at the door. Gradually, a trace of emotion spread from his old face and finally turned into a kind of understanding, slightly disappointed smile. How many years had it been since he heard this name? War godly Pifu looked at this young man, but his thoughts drifted back to countless years ago. Ever since he was a child, he had always followed the rules and etiquette. Whether it was when he was in the Junior Military Academy in Philadelphia, or when he went to the other side of the universe with his younger brother to study under that teacher, he had always been so. Every step he took was cautious, and he would never make a mistake. Li Pifu had always been cautious, but he was never muddle-headed. The only time he took an uncertain risk was when he assassinated the emperor of the empire. This kind of temperament, in the words of his younger brother, was that he was only 18 years old, but his mentality was already 80 years old. On your 18th birthday, you started to call me old man, the old man quietly recalled in his heart. He could not help but sigh. From the two words, old man, he finally confirmed the relationship between the young man in front of him and that guy. Sit down. The old man gestured for everyone in the room to leave, and then invited Su Lu to sit down. Su Lu sat down with the sound of the shackles, but he still felt that everything that happened today was somewhat unbelievable. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the military god across the table. He felt a bit like a year ago when he woke up in the hospital and saw Jian Shui'er under the sun after waking up. It was just a dream, but he still saw the person who logically could only appear in dreams. When he saw Lady Tai for the first time at the back of Macho's mountain, Su Lu was already incomparably nervous. After all, the 7 great Federation families were a distant and vague concept to him. However, the old man across the table was the object of worship for countless Federation citizens. There were several articles about him in the Federation's electronic basic education materials. These past few years, the Federation's publicity, movies, and documentaries had already deeply rooted this person's image in the hearts of the people, and it was difficult to erase it. Su Lu was no exception. Although he was a bit undisciplined, he still felt respect and fear for this great hero who had saved the Federation. These two complementary emotions came from his bones. How were his years in Donglin? Li Pifu looked at the somewhat nervous Su Lu and suddenly opened his mouth to ask a very abrupt question. At this time, all of the surveillance equipment in the interrogation room had been turned off. No matter how strict the rules of the military prison were, in front of Li Pifu, it was not a problem, and no one dared to pry into this strange conversation. This question was indeed very abrupt. Even if other people heard it, they might not understand it in a short time. But regarding this question, Su Lu had thought about it for a very long time. Ever since he fought with Madman Lian Lin Yuan, he had been thinking about this. Suddenly, he was about to get the answer today. His lips couldn't help but dry slightly. A moment later, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay. He just drinks and eats meat every day. He opened an electrical repair shop, and every week he goes to the sanatorium to play. Yes, he likes to eat meat very much. But I never understood whether he liked the feeling of eating meat or the pleasure of destroying the Federation system." The old man sighed softly and said calmly, "You are his student." Su Lu nervously scratched his head with his right hand. Although the old man in front of him was wearing casual clothes and looked old and frail, he felt that there was an abnormally solemn mood in the room that was squeezing the air in his brain. Perhaps it was because of the old man's name and history. Su Lu felt that there was an abnormally solemn mood in the room that was squeezing the air in his brain. I'm a repairman in the shop. I don't know if I count as a student." He raised his head and said somewhat helplessly, "He passed on the most precious thing of the Leaf family to you, and you learned it. Naturally, you were his student." The old man's eyes were calm, but they were soul-stirring. He slowly said, "What do you call him? Precious thing of the Lees of Philadelphia?" Su Li's heart tightened slightly. He secretly wondered whether this referred to the power in his body or the bangle on his left wrist. Would the war god take back his family's things? Ever since he entered the interrogation room, he had deliberately hidden the bangle on his left hand. At this time, he even subconsciously put it under the table. I call him Uncle Fengyu. The old man was silent for a long time. Then he slowly said, I thought that since you have been with him for so long, you should at least know something. His name is not Fengyu, nor is it Yufeng. His surname is Li, and he is my younger brother. Even though he had already prepared himself and speculated, when he heard the war god personally confirm that the uncle who had taught him for many years really had such a close relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia, Su Lu could not help but feel shocked and hesitant. His left hand, which was hidden under the table, began to tremble uncontrollably. This was not because he was preparing to attack, but because there was an indescribable feeling, 10 valiant close-range combat postures, and the strange power in his body that was generated because of these postures. These were the things that Su Lu could not understand when he valiantly charged into the capital ring and broke through the sky. But at this moment, he suddenly found the answer. At this moment, he thought of the disdain of the uncle when he mentioned the war god that everyone revered. He also thought of many things. He also thought of when he fought with Lin Dohai's elite bodyguards under the Gongdu Hotel. When the powerful person called Kong Wu was injured and fell to the ground, he was extremely terrified. Your surname is Li. Your surname is not Su. You are a member of the Li family. Su Lu sat at the table and put his trembling left hand on his leg. He lowered his head and thought back to Kong Wu's terrified expression that day. How operatic that was. However, the uncle's past had affected his present. How much did it sound like Schiller's absurd, early-stage opera? How was he during those years in Donglin? Was he happy? Just as Su Lu was in a state of shock, the old man's indifferent and nostalgic words once again rang out in the quiet room, pulling him out of that indescribable emotion. He raised his head and looked seriously at the war god's aged face for the first time. He wanted to connect this most famous face in the Federation with Uncle Fengyu's face. Not bad, just a toothache. His teeth are basically all broken, Su Lu replied softly. After Li Pifu heard this, his aged face dimmed slightly. He paused for a moment to reminisce. Then he recovered his calm. He asked lightly, Can I trouble you to tell me the specifics of his life in Donglin? I'm more interested in this. In Fengyu's words, Su Lu was born with the ability to see through people's hearts. That was because his nature was too simple, direct, and clean, so the appearance of others was not an obstacle for him. Even though the person sitting across the table today was the most respectable person in the Federation, after calming down for a moment, Su Lu understood what the old man needed the most. After a moment of silence, he began to quietly describe the uncle's life in Zhonglo Street and the mine. For example, the uncle's laziness, the uncle's gluttony, what brand of red wine the uncle liked to drink, how well his beef was fried, how much he liked to watch 23rd Uncle Dao's TV series, and that little girl with a head full of purple hair the most. The interrogation room was completely silent. Only Su Li's slightly hoarse voice could be heard as he described the ordinary life of a Level 1 fugitive from the Federation. The old man and Lieutenant Colonel Yifeng behind him listened silently the entire time. Only at the end did the old man say with emotion, The stars are easy to fall into disorder, but one's nature is hard to change. After all these years, the things he likes are still the same. I just didn't expect that with his temperament, he could actually endure so many years of loneliness. When he heard that Fengyu liked that little girl with purple hair the most, the old man didn't express any opinion. However, Li Feng behind him frowned slightly. No matter how plain and complicated the story was, there was always an end. The room was silent for a long time. Li Pifu looked at Su Lu and suddenly asked directly and simply, Is the star map in your hands? This question came very suddenly. After the warm and emotional narration of the long memories, it was like a brush stroke from the heavens, giving rise to a biting, cold feeling. Chapter 315. After all, the war god was not a real god. As an old man, his hatred for that brother of his who had cut ties with him decades ago gradually faded and was replaced by nostalgia, which led to this conversation and reminiscence. While recounting Uncle Feng Yu's life in Donglin, Su Lu could not help but be immersed in the memories of his youth. Sad or happy, most of them were plain learning, training, and reading, but they were the times he cherished the most. After escaping from Donglin, as a fugitive, Su Lu did not have many opportunities to talk about his past with others. Today, in front of this old man, this was the first time he could slowly narrate without any psychological barriers, so it was inevitable that he was immersed. Just as he was immersed in a warm state, he was shocked by the sudden question. He subconsciously raised his head and met the old man's eyes. In this moment, the old man's eyes no longer held any emotion or nostalgia, much less any warmth or kindness. They were as calm as a mirror, as cold as ice, and as sharp as a knife. They cut through the space of the interrogation room and pierced deeply into Su Li's eyes. In the past, Su Lu had only heard of gazes as sharp as knives in literature. Only today did he know that this description was actually true. In this world, there really were people whose gazes could be so sharp that they seemed tangible. Because this person was called Li Pifu, this person had once stood above tens of thousands of people, watching the black clouds bloom on the planet, watching the wreckage of battleships scatter among the stars, watching the severed limbs and bloody corpses on the battlefield, and seeing the flower-like Mecca. He had once, at the closest distance, seen the stunned and gloomy eyes of an emperor of an empire before he died. This kind of person, this kind of gaze, the condensation of countless years of life and death, the wisdom of strategy, and the piercing killing intent that soared to the heavens. How could a normal person bear it? Su Lu only felt that he was suddenly in the coldest winter day in Linhai province, his entire body naked. Then, he was splashed with a basin of cold water from head to toe. Finally, a cold knife pierced between his eyebrows, freezing his brain and hurting his spine until his nerves were numb. He could not summon any thoughts of resistance or the courage to lie. What star chart? In the ice cellar, he subconsciously answered in a daze. Then, relying on his strong nerves and instinct to not lower his head under the pressure, he slowly returned to normal and felt a trace of warmth begin to accumulate in his heart. Fei Cheng Li Pifu. Who was this kind of person? At first, he warmly reminisced about the past, but in the silence, a clap of thunder sounded in the biting cold. During the conversation, he meticulously and perfectly displayed the commanding wisdom that he had once used on the battlefield in order to get the truest answer from Su Lu. The old man quietly looked at Su Li's eyes. He noticed that there was fear in the young man's slightly narrowed eyes, but it quickly turned into calmness. There was confusion, but it soon turned into doubt. However, there was no trace of strangeness or concealment. He knew that the young man was indeed like what he said subconsciously. He did not know what the Star Atlas was. Hearing this answer, the old man's expression was slightly gloomy. He seemed to be a bit disappointed, but a gratified look flashed in his eyes. It was really puzzling that all kinds of contradictions would appear in the body of the Federation's god of war, who was as unmoving as a mountain. What exactly was the so-called Star Atlas? The sudden questioning that seemed to come from the sky did not end. Before Su Lu completely got rid of this confusion, the old man slightly raised his eyes. The sharp light in his eyes suddenly appeared and then disappeared. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and forced out an old and hoarse voice from his dry lips. It was like two claps of thunder. Do you know how to change the chip? The god of war, Li Pifu, was already old. When his thin and old body sat on the chair, he looked like a very ordinary old man. However, at this moment, when he suddenly asked the question, a shocking aura surged out of his body, making people feel that his body was suddenly tall and mighty. The most terrifying thing was that the hoarse voice that came out of his dry lips suddenly became so loud and clear. It repeatedly collided in the quiet interrogation room, rumbling like thunder in spring, as if it would never stop. Do you know how to change the chip? This question sounded simple and straightforward. It was like asking Su Lu if he knew how to repair electrical appliances. Do you know how to cook? It was even a bit funny. However, when it came out of the old man's mouth, it was not funny at all. Su Lu felt that his eardrums were a bit painful from the vibrations. His mind was also a bit muddled. He subconsciously thought of the first time he met Madman Lian Linyuan. This guy also spoke with a buzzing voice, as if there were hundreds of little people in his chest, uniformly beating drums. The fact that he had the extra energy to think about these questions proved that Su Lu was not shocked by the god of war's sudden question. At the very beginning, if the imposing old man across the table had asked this question, in his days, even if Su Lu dared to hide the truth, the emotions in his eyes and some small movements of his body would have been seen through by the other. However, Li Pifu had asked about the star map. Su Lu really did not know what a star map was, so he did not lie and safely passed the first question. He had stronger nerves and a stronger will than the average person, so he woke up faster. After the first question, a strong sense of wariness rose in his heart. His eyes were still dazed, but his left hand under the table was already clenched tightly, forcibly controlling every pair of muscle fibers in his body so that the corners of his eyes, brows, and lips would not tremble in the slightest. That depends on what kind of verification chip it is. If it's related to mecha and self-propelled armored vehicles, I'm more proficient, but I'm not very familiar with warship systems. Su Lu rubbed his forehead and began to answer the old man's questions. At first, he was still a little dazed from the shock, but gradually, he became much more natural. In the end, he frowned and looked across the table, asking curiously, "What exactly do you want to ask?" When Li Pifu's aged voice exploded like spring thunder, Li Feng, who had been standing behind him with his hands clasped behind his back, frowned. He lowered his head and lowered his eyes, forcing himself to maintain his composure. He knew the secret of his grandfather's ability to look down on the universe, because this was originally the secret of the Lees of Philadelphia. However, this was also the first time he had learned that his grandfather could actually use that power in his body so miraculously. He could release it without using his own body. A trace of daze flashed through Li Feng's lowered eyes. His father had not embarked on the path of cultivation, so he was probably the person closest to his grandfather. However, when would he be able to reach this level? Was there anyone else in the universe who could be so powerful? That granduncle whom he had never met, but whom his father revered so much. Could he do this? Everyone had their own days. Sulu did not know what madman Li was thinking right now. Otherwise, he would definitely have told him that back in the day. Uncle Feng, you had once taken off his armor with his bare hands in the forest on the outskirts of Heshi province. That kind of level, just like the old man in the room today, was not something a normal human could do. Sulu was only thinking that there should not be any problems with his reaction. The real reason why his uncle was listed as a level 1 fugitive by the Preamble Bureau, the big secret that could break the glory of the charter, should perhaps be able to continue being kept by him by luck. However, Li Pifu only looked at him and said lightly, "You're lying." There was a suffocating silence in the interrogation room. Li Pifu looked calmly at Su Lu and said, "To be able to change into a completely new identity other than your teacher, only you can do this. I only want to know if he helped you or if you completed all of this yourself. If it is the former, you have no meaning to the federal military. If it is the latter, I think the military needs a talent like you." This was a very low-level threat and enticement, but when it came from the mouth of the Federation's military god, it immediately became different. This was because only this old man had enough qualifications to say these words and make his own promise. Su Lu was silent for a long time before he said with difficulty, "Uncle helped me change my identity. I don't understand how he did it." He was a sincere person and rarely lied in life. He was an orphan in Donglan. In order to survive in his childhood, he often had to lie. His twisted and seamless life, the dance of lotus flowers and mud, gave him the most sincere and amiable appearance and even temperament. However, at the core of his appearance and temperament, in his bones, he still retained the craftiness and methods of the lowest level of Federation society. In order to survive, under the cover of the simple and honest sunlight, it was not difficult to tell a big lie and deceive all living things. The military god Li Pifu was not one of the living things. Unfortunately, for the past several decades, that madam and the Bureau of Proclamation only knew that the traitor who wandered the Federation with a different appearance had this ability. However, they did not know the method he used to realize this ability. Thus, at this moment, it seemed that the old man believed Su Li's explanation. The interrogation room once again returned to a deathly silence. After a long time, Li Feng, who stood behind the old man, finally let out a light breath. He took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In a few words, Su Lu had already walked the line between life and death. His life had also completely entered a different path. Madman Li definitely did not care about Su Li's life or death. However, he also did not want this person, who was worthy of being his opponent, to silently die in a military prison like this. What made Li Feng even more nervous was the content of his grandfather's questions and the shocking secrets hidden within. He only knew that he had an extremely talented granduncle, but he did not know that his granduncle was a strange person who could break the glory of the charter. So there really was such a fierce person in this universe. At this thought, Li Feng couldn't help but look at Su Lu with a strange expression. He thought to himself that this guy's luck was a bit too good. He was actually able to be accepted as a student by his granduncle. Su Li's expression was as calm as ever, even a bit naive. However, the cold sweat had already soaked the back of his prison uniform, making it sticky and somewhat uncomfortable. After asking these two questions, Ward Godly Pifu closed his eyes and began to rest. It was as if the spring thunder in the room earlier had not come from his mouth. His entire person once again became that ordinary thin old man from before. There was not a trace of strangeness about him. Qing Cheng's military prison delivered 3 cups of tea. After half of the tea and the cups were gone, the old man's aged voice rang out in the interrogation room that had been silent for a long time. Only when Li Feng came to find me did I know that you were his descendant. The old man put down the teacup and looked at Su Lu as he spoke slowly. Su Lu looked at Li Feng with some surprise. He did not expect that at this time he would be the one to ask for the war god's help. However, the reason I came to see you this time is not because you are his descendant that I see you in a different light. Although I have done some things for the Federation, my respect for the Federation's charter has always been the same as the day I first stepped into the military camp. It has never weakened in the slightest. Back then, he betrayed the Federation and violated the charter. Even if he was my biological brother, I would not let him go, let alone you. Although he knew that Li Pifu would definitely continue his words, Su Lu could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard this evaluation of his uncle. He retorted, I have been in the capital ring for more than 2 years, and I have seen far too much of the darkness of politics. Uncle betrayed the country? In my opinion, this is just a joke. Sometimes, jokes are not funny. As a student, of course you would stand in his position and explain the past. The old man did not start reminiscing about the past because of this rebuttal. He calmly said, he was a cold and heartless person, but you are different. If you were also a cold and heartless person, of course I would not have come to see you today. In the past 2 days, I have read all the files about you, including the surveillance video. I really want to know a question. When the smoke covered the 3 eastern sectors, how did you aim? Su Lu was silent for a moment before he raised his head and replied, Can I not say? Of course you can. Everyone has their own little secrets. I am the same, and so is your uncle. Li Pifu looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, Even if you had that little secret, when you killed your way into the Foundation building, other than that excellent sniper, you did not have any backup. How confident were you in killing Macklin at that time? I think, since the children of the Tai family have already come to see you, you should already know Macklin's true identity, the old man calmly added. Su Lu was silent for a moment before he said seriously, In the beginning, I had a partner on the mountaintop. At that time, I was 40% confident that I could kill Macklin. Then he ran away. Although I had Mr. Sher's help, in reality, the situation was very bad. I was not even 10% confident. The old man looked at him and said slowly, If you were not even 10% confident, why didn't you leave at that time? Why did you insist on killing Macklin? What if I didn't kill him? Things had already reached that point. Su Lu lowered his head and answered honestly. Things had already reached that point. Hearing this, the old man's face was no longer stern. In his slightly cloudy and peaceful eyes, there was a hint of pride and a smile. Dozens of years ago, on the territory of the Empire, the 17th Armored Division was in charge of blocking. Seeing the Empire's imperial family's elites covering the sky and covering the earth, how could he have the courage to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to kill that person under the imperial family's flag? Although Division Commander Lee at that time had a terrifying hidden strength that was beyond the imagination of the world, he was taking the biggest risk of his life. How could he have any confidence? Was he willing to do it? He was just at the end of the line, and a sense of injustice and unwillingness suddenly appeared in his chest. He was forced to that point, so he threw away life and death for the sake of speed. The old man quietly looked at the young man across the table with his head slightly lowered. He thought of the surveillance video and felt that the young man in the video was not as silent as he was today. Instead, he felt that the young man in the video was somewhat similar to himself in the past. Thinking about it carefully, this young man could be considered someone from the Lees of Philadelphia. When he thought of this, the hint of admiration in his heart finally appeared on his face without hesitation. It was like a mountain looking at a blue lake in front of a cliff that seemed to have the momentum of an ocean. A sense of joy rose in his heart. The faint admiration on the old man's face did not last long. It turned into calmness. He looked at Su Lu and said, "That teacher of yours once made a very dangerous mistake. Naturally, you would not believe it. But since you believe that he will not betray the Federation, then this is the only request I have for your future. Do not betray the Federation. Can you do that?" The old man quietly looked at Su Lu. A star lit up in his old and turbid eyes. The divine light was condensed and dignified. After Su Lu entered the interrogation room today, his mind had been somewhat perplexed because he saw this important figure. At this moment, when he heard this question, he vaguely grasped something. An unexpected joy surged into his heart. He stared back at Li Pifu's old face in a daze. After a long while, he finally replied with a hoarse voice, "Of course." This answer of course, was given as a matter of course. Su Lu had never believed that the old man was really a traitor who colluded with the Empire. He himself had never thought of betraying the Federation. There was another, of course. In his heart, the Federation and the government were two completely different things. Hearing this answer, the old man was silent for a moment. The wrinkles on his lips became deeper and deeper. He faintly said, "If something goes wrong in the future, I will kill you myself." It was a very ordinary sentence, but it carried a power and certainty that made one unable to resist. If he said he would kill, he would kill. This was the confidence and indifference that had been cultivated through countless years of blood and fire. When Su Lu heard this, he only felt numb and cold under his hair. The muscles on his back completely stiffened. Who would not be frightened when the Federation's military god said so seriously that he would kill a person? After the fear came disappointment. Su Lu knew that he would survive in the end. His mood suddenly relaxed, and his body also relaxed a lot. Thinking of this, he could not help but look up at Madman Li, who had been silent all this time. He seriously nodded and said, "Thank you." If Li Feng had not told the details of the fight in the Lin Yuan to the old man, how could this important figure who had watched the mountains and the fish by the lake for many years personally come to the military prison of Qingsheng to see Su Lu, the terrorist? No need to thank me. Yuzi came to find me. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Besides, since you are my student, of course I will not let you die for no reason. Li Feng stood behind the old man. There was a trace of coldness in his expression that did not match his age. There was no sense of his usual craziness. There was only calmness. He said in a cold voice, "I'm not doing this for Lu Hua's sake. In my opinion, it is better that he does not have a father like you. I'll let you live because I hope that we can meet on the battlefield in the future and return that name to you." That name was naturally referring to the bet on the battle on Mount Kaki. From that day on, the genius lieutenant, Colonel Li Feng, had to call Su Lu uncle whenever he saw him. This was really a great humiliation. The old man suddenly opened his mouth and called, "Li Feng." Here, Madman Li, who was staring coldly at Su Lu, suddenly heard his grandfather's voice. He subconsciously stood at attention and puffed out his chest. The old man looked at Sulu. Without turning his head, he said lightly, "If Sulu betrays the Federation in the future and I die of old age, you will be responsible for killing him." Li Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. He said in a low voice, "Yes, Marshal." Su Li's heart skipped a beat. "But if he does not betray, remember to call Su Lu uncle when you see him in the future." "Ah!" Li Feng's eyes widened. He stared at the back of his grandfather's white head, not knowing what to say. The old man did not pay attention to his reaction. He slowly stood up. Without saying anything to Su Lu, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the interrogation room with his body slightly bent. Watching the old man's figure walk past him, Su Lu felt as if there was a strong wind blowing past. The wind speed was extremely slow, but it contained endless power. He knew that he should stand up at this time, but the complicated feelings of shock and relief in his heart made his legs somewhat weak. He had told a big lie about the chip replacement. In the end, he was actually able to fool the Federation's war god. Su Li's face was slightly pale. He sat in the chair, feeling both fear and relief. At this time, the old man suddenly turned his head and glanced at Su Lu. His gaze was like thunder and lightning. It fell on the incomparably hard table, as if it could directly penetrate and look below. Su Li's left hand had been carefully hidden under the table. At this time, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his wrist. Although he knew that it was caused by his state of mind, he could not help but feel great fear. He had always felt that this war god already knew everything in his heart. Fortunately, the old man did not do anything else. He only smiled and said, "I was not tricking you before. If you really know how to do those things, the Federal Army really needs you. If you can change the chip, you can naturally remove the chip. If you can remove the chip, you can go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the royal family." These words could not be said to have woken him up, although Su Lu also hated the Empire's invaders. After all, the war had not started for 10 years. He had not even seen a living person from the Empire, nor did he think about what he could do for this magnificent war. But when he heard these words, his mind still buzzed. He saw a ray of light in the distance. Why did the Empire have the seed plan? Because under the protection of the glory of the Charter, anyone without a chip would not be able to enter the Federation. Why was the Federation never able to obtain first-hand information about the Empire? Because all Federation citizens had a chip on the back of their neck. It was planted in them when they were infants and could not be removed for life. For the Empire, this was the biggest characteristic of the Federation people. Only Uncle Feng Yu, only he, seemed to be able to freely travel between the Federation and the Empire. If he entered the Empire, wouldn't he be able to do a lot of things for the Federation? This thought flashed through Su Li's mind, and he fell into silence. The sound of footsteps faded away. Su Lu stood up with some difficulty and turned his head to send off the backs of the old man and the young man. Above the deep corridor outside the interrogation room was a transparent dome. Sunlight shone in and fell on the old man and the young man. Li Feng was 17 years old this year. His back and waist could not be described with words. His tall and sturdy body contained incomparably terrifying strength. As he walked, every muscle under his military uniform tightened and stretched rhythmically like rocks. It was as if he was a great mountain that breathed in the morning wind. The old man beside Li Feng looked like an ordinary old man. Because of his age, the torment of the countdown to his life made his body slightly weak. Compared to Li Feng, he seemed a bit short. However, it was precisely this old man who slowly walked in the quiet corridor. The light falling from the dome seemed to be only willing to shine on his body. The soldiers on both sides of the corridor saluted with their guns. Their gazes were like the light from the dome, following this old man's movements. The soldiers in the military prison probably never thought that they would actually be able to see the face of the Federation's military god with their own eyes. They were so excited that they found it difficult to control themselves. Their faces were slightly red, and the hands that saluted with their guns trembled slightly. The old man was a true mountain, a mountain that bathed under the sunlight. Su Lu stood somewhat woodenly in the interrogation room. He watched as that mountain-like figure disappeared into the distance. He felt as if he was in a dream. He had thought that he would definitely die for killing Macklin, but Macklin was a spy for the Empire. Lady Tai knew his greatest secret, and the Bureau of Proclamation would definitely not let him go. Yet, this old man had appeared to see him. Because of the old man's appearance, he knew that he would definitely survive. Moreover, he would rely on the most extraordinary and magnificent mountain in the Federation. From today onwards, it was likely that no one would be able to use private actions against him. Perhaps even Lady Tai could only forcefully suppress her enmity toward him. The situation changed too quickly. Who could understand what it felt like? From this day onwards, Su Li's life in the military prison of Qingcheng became completely different from before. Although he was still imprisoned by strict security measures, the attitude of the prison's soldiers toward him became more amiable. He was allowed to watch television and read newspapers. What he wanted to eat every day, there was also a special chef who would prepare it for him. Although he still had to wear the electromagnetic shackles when he moved out every day, the remote-controlled electronic bomb sealed and the firmware had already been carefully taken out. Even the warden of the prison had to go outside his cell every day to have a heartwarming conversation with him. The interrogation of the Federation Investigation Bureau came to an abrupt end. However, the military court sent over the relevant legal documents. Su Lu handed over all the legal issues that needed to be dealt with to Su Songzi. He didn't care about it, because he knew that it was all just a formality. The sudden change in prison life was naturally due to the 2 consecutive visits, especially that day when Li Pifu came and talked in the secret room. The military god had made his stance known. The entire Federation had to wash their ears and listen to where the wind was blowing. On a sultry day in June, Su Lu lay on the bed, enjoying the cool and fresh air through the vent. He was eating a bunch of grapes with his left hand and casually flipping through a paper book with his right hand. He was thinking about how he should deal with Shi Qinghai. At this moment, he heard the warden's extremely gentle voice from the intercom. Chapter 316. This was Su Li's last night in Qingcheng's military prison. He stood by the window and looked at the wild grass outside. He thought about the ups and downs of this period of time and couldn't help but feel emotional. With a different state of mind, the scenery in his eyes would naturally be somewhat different. His biggest worry after escaping from Donglin had been resolved, just like that. Was he going to regain his freedom soon? The Lees of Philadelphia was a towering mountain. Su Li knew that the reason he could stand on this mountainside and look down at the scenery peacefully was all because of that uncle whose life he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Even if he was a Real Rock, after experiencing so many things, if he still couldn't make a reasonable analysis of his life as a fugitive these past few years, then it could only be said that he was a stupid rock. However, Su Li was not stupid. The identity chip behind his neck had been changed, and he was arranged to enter Yua University. The chip's authority allowed him to enter H1, and from there, he got to know the Tai family's young master. From there, the young fugitive bumped into the highest circle of the Federation. If it wasn't for Su Lu always having a strong desire to kick the uneven parts of the road, if it wasn't for the dark corners of the alleyways that made him feel a little depressed and wanted to light a fire, and if it wasn't for the path that Feng Yu had planned for him, he probably would have already become one of the Federation's youngest lieutenant colonels, a first-class technical supervisor of the Nutshell Company, had a close relationship with the Tai family, and hooked up with the Lees of Philadelphia. It could really be said that his future was bright. However, how could Feng Yu not know Su Li's character? Perhaps the later developments of this story were all within his predictions. Su Lu silently thought about this point, and couldn't help but feel slightly perplexed. What kind of place was the Lees of Philadelphia? How could these 2 brothers who lived in the light and darkness be so powerful to such an extent? Their intelligence, their bearing, their extremely terrifying strength. Where did they learn it from? Other than Madman Lian himself, he didn't seem to have found anyone else in the Federation who would shiver all over in the summer and transform into some kind of monster. His thoughts were in a mess, and he fell into a light sleep. The night ended without a word. Facing the dawn of dawn, Su Lu walked out of the cell under the escort of the officers of the Qingcheng military prison and the warden himself. He walked through a long and gloomy passage. Looking at the felons eating breakfast in the cafeteria through the transparent material, Su Lu habitually nodded to them. He knew that this prison only held the most heinous criminals. It was not like what was described in literature, where there was endless injustice and darkness. But after all, they had been separated by the bars for more than 20 days. Thinking of his not-so-innocent but somewhat cold experience, he wanted to say hello one last time. The heavy metal gate slowly slid past. After going through 4 strict scanning procedures, Su Lu walked out of the Qingqing military prison. He raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the gloomy sky. Then, he turned back to thank the warden and the others. Then, accompanied by 2 officers, he got into the military vehicle. With his hands behind his back, the warden of the military prison watched the military vehicle turn into a small black dot on the gray road. He could not help but sigh softly. As the warden, he was very clear about the traditions and stories of the Qingqing military prison. It was basically impossible for anyone who entered this prison to get out. But as long as a prisoner got out of this prison, he would definitely become a big shot in the Federation in the future. The small-eyed man who left today was probably no exception. After a 3-hour-long flight, the military plane landed at the military airport in the suburbs of the capital. After getting off the plane, Su Lu got into another dark green, semi-armored military vehicle. The officers in charge of escorting him along the way were not in a mood to chat. Su Li's shackles had been removed, but he did not have the urge to escape. He just squinted his eyes and greedily looked at the familiar streets of the capital outside the window, as well as the row of towering buildings in the distance. The military vehicle stopped without any warning beside the flat pool of grass in front of the Parliament Hill. "Please wait a moment. Someone will come to pick you up immediately." After saying this, the soldier on the military vehicle saluted Su Lu and then drove away from the street. Su Lu subconsciously returned the salute and then found himself in the core area of the Federation's capital. On the opposite side of the wide street was the majestic Parliament building and those familiar stone steps. The June sun was shining brightly in the sky. On the dark green grass beside them, there were people sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. Everything seemed so peaceful. He was wearing a military uniform without epaulets today and did not have any luggage. At this moment, he was suddenly all alone and standing in the middle of a crowd. He actually felt a little lost and helpless. From time to time, people would walk past him. Many people would take photos not far from him with the Parliament building as the background. No one noticed him, and no one would have thought that this young soldier who seemed to be waiting for someone was the terrorist who had caused trouble for the Federation for half a year. Half a year ago, when Su Lu was determined to kill Macklin, it was still snowing in the capital. Since then, he had not been free. When he was transferred from Fox Fortress to Qingqiang military prison, he, who had been in the dark for a long time, was once blinded by the sunlight that he had not seen for a long time. However, this was not the case today. It was just this change of time and space, this sudden arrival of freedom, that made him feel a little lost. When he left, it was snowing. When he returned, it was already late spring. It was sunny after the snow, and it was really sunny. More than 100 days had passed, but it was actually just a moment. In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear. A black official car slid in front of him, and a few special task force agents wearing black open lapels walked out of the car. One of them looked coldly at Su Lu and said, "We have arranged a place for you to bathe and eat. There is not much time. Mr. President still has a schedule in the afternoon. At noon, he will be waiting for you at the official residence." Su Lu nodded subconsciously. South of the capital, George Carlin Foundation Cultural and Arts Center. In the largest auditorium of the George Carlin Foundation, the Nebula award ceremony was being held. The award ceremony was supposed to be held in January, but because of the unfortunate death of the Peace Prize candidate, Senator Medellin, it had to be postponed to today. It had to be said that the demonstrations that had occupied Charter Square and the square in front of Parliament Hill for 4 months were one of the important reasons why the award ceremony had to be postponed. The Nebula Award was an official award of the Federation, and its authority and sense of honor were unquestionable. During the process of awarding the Basic Physics Award, Space Technology Award, and Biotechnology Award, the applause in the hall did not stop. All the guests who participated in the award ceremony did not hesitate to express their sincere congratulations to the scholars who won the award. When Governor Ross replaced Senator Medellin to receive the Peace Prize, the applause in the George Carlin Foundation reached its peak. Everyone collectively stood up and expressed their most sincere respect and condolences to the old man who had fought for the Federation all his life, who had bravely resisted the invasion of the empire, who had adhered to the principle of nonviolence for the rest of his life, and who had finally died at the hands of fanatical nationalistic terrorists in Green Dragon Mountain. This mood continued until the chairman of the Nebula Award Committee raised his voice and invited President Pabre to come on stage to give speech. Then there was a slight change. The guests who had just sat down all stood up again to welcome the arrival of the president of the Federation. Over the years, in the upper class of the Federation, the guests who were qualified to appear in the George Carlin Foundation were always somewhat disdainful or indifferent to this dark-skinned politician who came from the lowest class of miners in society. However, Mr. Pabre was now the president of the Federation, so they had to cover up their feelings very well. Especially in the past 6 months, President Pabre led the government cabinet and dealt with the chaos caused by Senator Medellin's death with extreme force and means, ensuring the smooth operation of the Federation. He demonstrated his extremely powerful political wisdom and means. The people in the upper class of the Federation had begun to accept and respect this dark-skinned, middle-aged man from the bottom of their hearts. The guests looked at President Pabre on the podium and couldn't help but think about the commotion caused by the Federation government in the past few months in response to Senator Medellin's death. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The Federation government announced the results of the investigation in the shortest time possible and appeased some people. Meanwhile, President Pabre personally went to Lehigh State University City to talk to the excited students. It was said that at the scene of the conversation, President Pabre's tone was calm and his attitude was firm. However, everyone knew that President Pabre had never stopped praising George Carlin. Even the award ceremony of the Nebula Award was held at the George Carlin Foundation Cultural and Arts Center under his arrangement, 2 hands at the same time, one to appease, the other to be firm. When the fanatical Senator Medellin's youth army in the Federation occupied the square and attacked the Parliament building, and when S2 entered the factory to call for a general strike, President Pabre responded in a way that no one would have thought possible. The 3 major unions, which had been silent for nearly 2 years, came forward. The members of the 3 major unions in the Federation were countless. They represented the ordinary workers and had fought for countless years against the capitalists. They cooperated with the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain from afar, and their influence among the lower-class people and industrial workers was extremely far-reaching. No one would have thought that the 3 major unions would unite and stand on the government's side this time. It was only now that many people realized that President Pabre was born in a family of miners. In the past few years, he had been the chief lawyer of the 3 major unions until he officially stepped into the political arena. During those years, Mr. Pabre and his subordinates, who were still lawyers, had fought countless public interest lawsuits for the 3 major unions. They had fought for countless benefits for the lower-class people who had been harmed and insulted. Now, the 3 major unions had begun to help Mr. Pabre. With the support of the 3 major unions and the support of the families led by Lady Tai, S2 did not have a general strike like last year. The situation in S1 also quickly calmed down. There were some very subtle changes in the people's inclination. Today, although there were still many people in the Charter Square who were protesting, they could no longer affect the foundation of the Federation. Chapter 317. President Pabre was very different from his predecessors. For this politician who was born at the bottom, the inherent traditions of the Federation were definitely not an untouchable iron curtain. Of course, as the current leader of the Federation, he was not so stupid as to completely ignore compromise and balance and want to blow a strong wind in the universe. The changes he made were slow and careful. For example, The routine ball at the president's official residence for the Nebula Award winners was canceled. Instead, the president personally attended the award ceremony and gave a passionate speech. Reverence was because of the power and authority that the president represented. Reverence was because of the Federation's political traditions and the embodiment of the Federation's will. The guests looked at President Pabre on the stage, but did not stop them from becoming more and more confused. Why did the president make such a sudden and temporary change to the Nebula Award ceremony? The content of President Pabre's speech showed the real reason. The first half of the speech was like a very common speech, praising the scientists and artists who had made outstanding contributions to the progress of the Federation. However, the second half of the speech began to become more serious. The guests listened to the speech in disbelief. They could understand the president's criticism of the empire and his concern for the situation in the Westwoods, but they could not understand why the president chose today to attack the dead and well-respected Senator Macklin. Even if they were election opponents, even if they had different political views, Senator Macklin was dead, and he was remembered and respected by many people of the Federation. Why did President Pabre do this? Where did his most basic political IQ go? The second half of the speech did not mention Macklin's name, but everyone could understand who the president was targeting. Below the stage, the governor of Jingzhou, Mr. Ross, who was holding the Peace Prize, had an extremely heavy and angry expression on his face. However, President Pabre did not stop talking. He directly pointed out the investigation done by the Capital Daily last year. The dead were gone. Did President Pabre not know that this was a big taboo? The death of a person is not as good as the extinguishing of a lamp. The lamp has light, but the place it cannot illuminate is darkness. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. President Pabre looked at the guests who were looking at each other in bewilderment and said coldly, "Perhaps I am not a mature politician, but I am a devoted follower of the Federation's laws. If I die, you can dig up my grave and see what color it is inside. I have the same attitude towards certain dead people." The Nebula Awards ceremony ended in this strange atmosphere. President Pable's speech wouldn't be published in the newspapers, but it would definitely be circulated. As for whether it would cause another upheaval in the Federation, which had just been quiet, this was something that no one could predict. When the guests walked out of the George Carlin Center, the first thing they did was to collect the daily newspapers of the Capital Special District for the past week. The Federation seemed to want to do something about the dead Medellin. President Pabre mentioned the investigation of the Capital Special District Daily. Only then did people remember that President Bob and reporter Wood, who had just been discharged from the hospital, seemed to have returned to the newspaper that was famous for exposing the truth. The police car cleared the road, and the black presidential motorcade slowly drove into the official residence. As soon as President Pabre got out of the car, he began to talk to the secretaries beside him. His voice was low, but it was exceptionally clear and powerful. Just like him, it was filled with a steady vitality and trustworthy charm. After taking office for half a year, the change of personnel in the official residence was basically over. Now, the staff and officials closest to the president were some of Mr. Pabre's partners and subordinates when he was a lawyer. The burning dream of the past had become a reality today, and these people were his most loyal subordinates. There were also some officials recommended by various parties, especially those recommended by the Madam. However, the officials recommended by the Madam were mainly in the various departments and committees, and only one was left in the official residence. The office manager of the official residence, Bryn, came up to the president and whispered a few words in his ear. President Pabre's slightly thick lips curled up in a somewhat honest smile, making no effort to hide the joy in his heart. President Pabre walked into the oval-shaped office on the west side of the official residence, sat down on a chair, and carefully reviewed the prepared documents on the table. He signed his name, made a data save and authorization confirmation, and only then did he raise his head to look at the young man standing in front of the table. With a slight smile, he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Lu. It's my honor." Su Li's throat was a little dry as he stood ramrod straight. Looking at the president of the Federation in front of him, he replied, "It's my honor." For the matter of the new standards for the MX Mecca, he had once come to the president's official residence, but at that time, he had only waited in the lounge for a night. Now, he was actually standing in the legendary oval-shaped office, facing the most powerful man in the Federation. Fugitive, criminal, then meeting the president of the Federation face to face. Even with Su Li's steady and resolute nature, he could not help but feel a sense of epiphany. He looked at the dark-faced President Pabre and knew that it was this president who had insisted on pardoning him. Thinking back to the many subtle connections he had with the presidential election in the past 2 years, he could not help but develop an extremely sincere and good impression of this middle-aged man. President Pabre leaned back in his chair and looked at the young man before him with great interest, his thick palms pressed together. He had already read too much of Su Li's files. On one hand, he was shocked by the deeds this young man had done, but on the other hand, he could not help but be a little puzzled. He clearly had a bright future ahead of him. Why would this person be willing to violate the laws of the Federation and kill Macklin? But when he saw Su Li, he knew that he did not need to ask this question. This was because this young man's eyes were calm and honest, and his normal face naturally showed a look of determination and sincerity. He looked just like himself from many years ago. How many important figures of the Federation would think of their own past when they saw Su Li? Would they think of their own clean and untainted past? The door of the office was pushed open, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, walked in under the guidance of Director Breen. In his hand was a small box wrapped in a sky-blue flannel cloth. General Miles looked at Su Li and smiled, then walked to President Pabre's side and handed the box over. President Pabre stood up, opened the box, and took out a medal inside. He walked to Su Li and put it on his left chest. He then patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Before you go out, remember to hide the medal. A hero like you probably won't be able to see the light of day for many years." Seeing the president himself, Su Li self-deprecatingly realized that he was still nervous. At this moment, when he discovered that he had been awarded the Purple Star Medal, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and the hands hanging outside his sleeves subconsciously clenched tightly. Killing Macklin, the Empire's most well-hidden spy, was naturally a great service to the Federation. However, he had never expected that, other than pardoning him, the military would also award him with an incredibly valuable medal. The MX Mecca was a success. I remember that you also have a medal. You can wear that one. President Pabre noticed Su Li's reaction and couldn't help but find it somewhat interesting. In a deep voice, he said, "Do well in the military from now on and resist the Empire's invaders. The Federation needs people like you." Su Li glanced at the medal on his chest out of the corner of his eye. Thinking back to his conversation with Li Pifu in the prison that day, he vaguely understood the meaning of this medal. However, looking at the situation, even the president in front of him didn't know about the complicated relationship between himself and the Lis of Philadelphia. He stood at attention and saluted the president. President Pabre was the first president to come from Donglin. He didn't know that the young man in front of him was a fellow countryman, only thinking that Su Li had once been a mine maintenance soldier in Donglin. Naturally, he couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. Smiling, he asked, "The military court sentenced you to 732 years in prison, but I never thought that what you did was wrong. The Federation can't give you glory under the sun, and I don't think you'll ask the Federation to compensate you for the 100 days you spent in prison. If you have any thoughts, you can say them now." General Miles stood to the side and smiled at Su Li. He didn't know what kind of request this young man would make to the president. The assassination of Macklin wasn't done by me alone. Su Li didn't hesitate and blurted out, "I also have a partner. His name is Shi Qinghai. He played a very important role in killing Macklin. He should still be imprisoned in Fox Fortress right now. I sincerely ask that Mr. President grant him special amnesty." As soon as these words were said, the originally relaxed atmosphere in the Oval Office suddenly changed. General Miles frowned and glanced at Su Li. President Pabre walked back to his desk. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I remember correctly, This person called Shi Qinghai is an intelligence agent for the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain. I know, but I saw the news yesterday. I heard that Mr. President is preparing to restart negotiations with Green Dragon Mountain. Su Lu replied with his head lowered. The invasion of the Empire is imminent. The Federation needs to be united internally. I do intend to invite the leader of Nanshui to the capital for negotiations. 2 years ago, Mr. Pabre, who was still a member of Parliament, had reached an agreement with the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain. Now that he was the president of the Federation, he naturally had to carry out this agreement. Although the government attributed Macklin's death to the fanatical terrorists of Green Dragon Mountain, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. President Pabre didn't need to explain anything to Su Lu, but for some reason, looking at his resolute eyes, he admitted to this point. The winter before last, when you went to S2, as well as the information transfer and negotiations, it was all facilitated by Shi Qinghai. Su Lu added another bargaining chip. You insist. President Pabre looked at him with a heavy expression and asked. I insist. Su Lu raised his head and answered very seriously. Chapter 3:18. President Pabre was very different for his predecessors. For this politician, who was born at the bottom, the inherent traditions of the Federation were definitely not an untouchable iron curtain. Of course, as the current leader of the Federation, he was not so stupid as to completely ignore compromise and balance and want to blow up a strong wind in the universe. The changes he made were slow and careful. For example, the routine ball of the Nebula Award winners at the president's official residence was canceled. Instead, the president personally attended the award ceremony and gave a passionate speech. Reverence was because of the power and authority that the president represented. Reverence was because of the political traditions of the Federation and the embodiment of the will of the Federation. The guests looked at President Pabre on the stage, but it did not prevent them from becoming more and more confused. Why did the president make such a sudden and temporary change to the Nebula Award ceremony? The content of President Pabre's speech revealed the real reason. The first half of the speech was very common. It was warm praise for the scientists and artists who had made outstanding contributions to the progress of the Federation. However, the second half of the speech began to become heavy and pointed. The guests listened to the speech in disbelief. They could understand the president's criticism of the empire, his concern for the situation in the West Woods, and his deep hatred for terrorist activities. However, they could not understand why the president's speech was not directed at the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain, but vaguely pointed at the dead senator and the special investigation that had once taken place. Even if they were election opponents, even if they had different political views, Senator Macklin was already dead. Furthermore, he was remembered and loved by many people in the Federation. Why did President Pabre do this? Where did his most basic political IQ go? After the speech, there was no mention of Macklin's name at all. However, the obscure and direct meaning could be understood by anyone. Below the stage, the governor of Jingzhou, Mr. Ross, who was holding the Peace Prize, had an extremely heavy and angry expression on his face. The dead were gone. Did President Pabre not know that this was a big taboo? The death of a person is not as good as the extinguishing of a lamp. The lamp has light, but the place it cannot illuminate is darkness. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. President Pabre looked at the guests who were looking at each other in bewilderment and said coldly, "Perhaps I am not a mature politician, but I am a devoted follower of the Federation's laws. If I die, you can dig up my grave and see what color is inside. I have the same attitude towards certain dead people." The Nebula Award ceremony ended in this strange atmosphere. The staff in the office were stunned and immediately started to work to ensure that Mr. President's speech would not be published in the newspapers. However, with so many guests present, the content of the speech would definitely be leaked out. As for whether it would cause any unrest in the Federation that had just been quiet, this was something that no one could predict at the moment. The guests and officials with serious expressions walked out of the George Carlin Center. The first thing they did was to collect the Capital Special District Daily for the past week. The Federation seemed to want to do something about the dead Macklin. President Pabre mentioned the Capital Special District Daily's investigation. Only then did people remember that Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood, who had just been discharged from the hospital, seemed to have returned to the newspaper that was famous for exposing the truth. The police car cleared the road, and the black presidential motorcade slowly drove into the official residence. As soon as President Pabre got out of the car, he began to give verbal instructions to the secretaries beside him. His voice was low, but it was exceptionally clear and powerful. Just like him, it was full of a steady vitality and trustworthy charm. After taking office for half a year, the change of personnel in the official residence was basically over. Today, some of the staff in the official residence were Mr. Pabre's partners and subordinates when he was a lawyer. The burning ideals of the past had become a reality today, and their loyalty and execution were unquestionable. There were also some officials recommended by various parties, especially the officials recommended by Lady Tai. These officials have been doing official work for many years, and their abilities were outstanding. They were also very experienced in dealing with the Senate, the media, and various organizations. However, the officials recommended by Lady Tai were basically arranged in important departments and several major committees. There was only one person left in the official residence. The office director of the official residence, Bryn, came up to Mr. President and whispered a few words in his ear. President Pabre's slightly thick lips slightly opened, and he smiled. He quickly walked into the oval-shaped office on the west side of the official residence, sat down on the chair, and carefully reviewed the prepared documents on the table. He signed his name, did the data storage, and confirmed the permissions. Then, he looked up and smiled at the young man standing in front of the table. He said, "Nice to meet you, Sula." "It's my honor." Su Li's throat was a little dry as he stood straight and looked at the president of the Federation in front of him. He had come to the official residence for the matter of the MX Mecha's new standards, but at that time, he had only waited for a night in the lounge. At this moment, he was standing in front of the most powerful man in the Federation and was only 3 steps away. The previous strict inspection and the cold gaze of the only person who knew the inside story, the director of the Special Task Force, made Sulu understand more deeply what it meant to meet Mr. President. A fugitive, a criminal, and then a personal meeting with the president. Even if he had a calm and determined temperament, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He looked at the tanned President Pabre and thought of Mr. President's respectable past. He then thought of the many subtle relationships he had with the presidential election in the past 2 years, and how it was this president who insisted on pardoning him. He couldn't help but feel very sincere affection and respect for him. President Pabre leaned against the back of his chair and looked at the young man in front of him with great interest. He put his thick palms together. He had read too much about Su Li's files. On the one hand, he was shocked by the young man's abilities and achievements. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He clearly had a bright future ahead of him. So why was this person willing to violate the laws of the Federation and kill Macklin? But when he saw Sulu, he knew that he didn't need to ask this question. This was because this young man's eyes were calm and honest, and his normal face naturally showed a look of determination and sincerity. He looked just like himself many years ago. How many big shots in the Federation would think of their own past when they saw Sulu? Would they think of their own clean and untainted past? The door of the office was pushed open, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, walked in under the guidance of Director Breen. He was holding a small box wrapped in a sky-blue velvet cloth. General Miles didn't look at Sulu. He walked straight to President Pabre's side and handed the box over. President Pabre stood up and opened the box. He took out a medal from inside and walked over to Sulu, placing it on his left chest. He then patted Su Li's shoulder and said casually, "Before you go out, remember to hide the medal. A hero like you probably won't be able to see the light of day for many years." Seeing the president himself, Su Lu found self-deprecatingly that he was still nervous. Now that he found that he had been awarded the Purple Star Medal, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, and the hands hanging outside his sleeves subconsciously clenched into tight fists. Killing Macklin, the Empire's most well-hidden spy, was naturally a great service to the Federation. However, he felt that he had only done it by accident. He would never have thought that, other than being pardoned, the Federation would also award him with an incomparably valuable medal. You've done a great service to the Federation in developing the MX Mecha. I remember that you also have a medal. You can wear that one. President Pabre noticed Su Li's reaction and couldn't help but find it interesting. In a deep voice, he said, "Do well in the army from now on. Resist the Empire's invasion. The Federation needs people like you." Su Lu glanced at the medal on his chest from the corner of his eye. Thinking back to his conversation with Li Pifu in prison that day, he vaguely understood the meaning of this medal. However, it seemed that the president in front of him didn't understand the complicated relationship between himself and the Lees of Philadelphia. He stood at attention and saluted the president. President Pabre was the first president to come from Donglin. He didn't know that the young man in front of him was from his hometown. He only knew that Su Lu had once been a mine maintenance soldier in Donglin, so he naturally felt a sense of closeness. He smiled and asked, "The military court sentenced you to 713 years in prison, but I've never thought that what you did was wrong. The Federation is unable to honor you under the sun, and I don't think you'll ask the Federation to compensate you for the 100 days you spent in prison. If you have any thoughts, you can say them now." General Myers stood to the side and looked at Su Lu. He didn't know what kind of request this young man would make to the president. The assassination of Macklin wasn't done by me alone. Su Lu did not hesitate and blurted out, "I still have a partner. His name is Shi Qinghai. He was able to kill Macklin. He played a very important role in the middle. He should still be imprisoned in Foxford. I plead for Mr. President to pardon him." As soon as these words were said, the originally relaxed atmosphere in the Oval Office suddenly changed. General Myers frowned and glanced at Su Lu. President Pabre walked back to his desk. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I remember correctly, this person called Shi Qinghai is an intelligence agent for the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain." "I know, but I saw the news yesterday. I heard that you're preparing to restart negotiations with Green Dragon Mountain." Su Lu replied with his head lowered. "The invasion of the Empire is imminent. The Federation needs to be united internally. I do intend to invite the leader of Nanshui to the capital for negotiations." 2 years ago, Mr. Pabre, who was still a member of Parliament, had reached an agreement with the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. Now that he had become the president of the Federation, he naturally had to carry out this agreement. Although the Federation attributed Macklin's death to the fanatical terrorists in Green Dragon Mountain, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. President Pabre didn't need to explain anything to Su Lu, but for some reason, when he looked at Su Li's determined eyes, he admitted to this point. 2 years ago, when you went to S2, as well as the information transfer and negotiations, it was all facilitated by Shi Qinghai. In order to save Shi Qinghai, Su Lu had no choice but to reveal this little secret. Although Mr. Shi had once shouted that this was their president, as the president of the Federation, who would really care about these small details of the past. "You insist?" President Pabre looked at him with a heavy expression and asked, "I insist." Su Lu raised his head and answered very seriously. Chapter 319. President Pabre did not promise Su Lu anything. Although he personally announced that Su Lu was a Federation hero who could not see the light of day, he could not let Su Lu ask for too much. Amnesty was not a small matter, not to mention that the target of the amnesty was an intelligence agent of the anti-government army. Mr. President had to consider the possible political risks this matter could bring. In another office of the president's residence, Su Lu kept his head down as he signed legal documents. The Federation law allowed the president to grant amnesty, but the relevant legal procedures were extremely complicated. Although the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of National Defense had full authority to represent him in these legal procedures, the final signing and certification was not a small task. After signing the legal documents that were more than 10 centimeters thick, he was brought to another office. On the smooth black table, there were two thin documents. General Miles sat to the side, smoking a thick cigarette in his mouth. Several officers of the Ministry of National Defense were waiting for him. Sulu knew that only by signing these two documents would he be able to truly regain his freedom. He walked forward and carefully read the two thin documents. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of doubt. After the conversation in prison, he originally thought that Army Godly Pifu had already seen through all of his details. The reason why the military supported the president's amnesty was because the military needed his special ability to enter the empire as a spy and act as a suicide squad in this magnificent space war. However, he did not expect that these two documents did not include any content in this regard. They only required him to give up some related rights and accept any orders from the federal military at any time. Perhaps this clause already hid that meaning? He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the documents and thought that by signing these documents, he would become a soldier of the Federation for life. Not only would he have to obey military orders to the death like a soldier, but he might also be arranged to do some very strange things. He did not feel that this was unfair. 713 years of imprisonment was erased by Mr. President. It was natural for him to do something for the Federation. On the contrary, he felt that these conditions were too generous. You have a month's leave, then report to the Ministry of National Defense. As for who to report to, you know best. Admiral Miles put down the cigarette in his hand and said, I don't know why the commander appreciates you so much, but I don't want to see you die anyway. Sign the document and leave quickly. Sure, Qinghai. Sulu still didn't let go of this issue and said seriously, even if I sign the document, I may not fulfill my duties. If you don't fulfill your duties, the pardon will be automatically revoked, and you will be locked up in Fox Fort for 713 years. General Miles stared into his eyes like an eagle. I'm not afraid of being shut off. Sulu smiled bitterly and began to write. After signing the thin document that was similar to a slave contract, it was obvious that both General Miles and the officers of the Department of Defense were relieved. As the number one figure in the federal military, whether it was giving Sulu an award, a special pardon, or signing the document at this time, General Miles should not have appeared at all. However, this was the task that his teacher had personally given him over the phone, so he had to be cautious. Kid, you are free, and you will never be free again. The officers of the Department of Defense took the document and walked out of the office with solemn expressions. General Miles walked out of the door and said in a deep voice, at the entrance of the president's official residence, General Miles left first. He had come to the Capital Special District from the 1st Military Region just for Su Li's matter. Su Lu stood alone by the grass at the entrance of the president's official residence. He looked up at the sun in the sky and smelled the faint green fragrance of freshly cut grass. He was a little confused. After a while, he took off the medal on his chest and put it in his pocket, then walked out of the official residence. The Special Task Force agents in black formal suits around him did not know that this young soldier was the terrorist who hurt many colleagues at the S2 Foundation building half a year ago. After looking at him vigilantly, they watched him leave. Oh, he had no luggage on his back. He had no keys, no wallet, no bank card. He had nothing but a medal. He stood at the entrance of the president's official residence. The people coming and going did not recognize him. He did not know where he was going because he did not even have the money to take the subway. Sula looked up at the sky and thought for a while with narrowed eyes. Should he first contact Tai Ziyuan or Zhou? The problem was, did he have to go into the official residence and borrow a phone from the president? At this time, a black car without a logo slowly drove over. The pass on the window made the security personnel around the official residence not have any emotional reaction. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Tai Ziyuan's pale and thin face. He smiled and said, "Lost? Well, a little." Su Lu smiled happily and opened the door. Tai Ziyuan waved his hand and said, "You drive." Sulu was slightly stunned. He got into the familiar driver's seat and gently stroked the perfect steering wheel. He looked at the mini radar display window on the car computer and realized that it was his car. "Where are you going?" Tai Ziyuan was wearing a military uniform today. He leaned against the window and asked, "I want to go home and have a look." Su Lu started the car and, at the same time, reached out his hand. "But I want to make a call first." Tai Ziyuan handed over the phone. Su Lu dialed a familiar number. After pausing for a moment, he said into the phone, "Yuzi, I'm out." Tai Ziyuan, who was looking out the window, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was blinded by the blazing sun above the capital. Su Lu did not care about his reaction. He said softly to Zhou Yu on the other side of the phone, "I'm sorry. That hooligan is still locked up, but they promised to do their best. Maybe he will be released soon." In the end, he said very seriously, "Thank you." The black car passed through the number 2 highway. Accompanied by the slight hum of the engine, the sunroof opened. The sun and the warm wind of late spring came in and sprinkled on Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan's upper bodies. The wind blew their hair. "It's easy to get sick when you're exposed to too much wind," Tai Ziyuan said. "You've been in the army for so long. Isn't your body stronger than before?" From Tai Ziyuan's military uniform and slightly changed temperament and facial color, Su Lu had long guessed where this guy had been hiding for more than a year. Su Lu had never cared about Tai Ziyuan's identity. He was the crown prince who was worshipped by most people in the Federation. He was only his friend and the weaker one among his friends. This was because the crown prince's body was not very good. He had fainted in his arms before. "I can't believe you were promoted to a major so quickly. I've done so many things, but I'm still just a captain. I was trained in the military. In the Lufeng Slow Club, the lieutenant colonel epaulets were already prepared for you. But in the end, you ran to S2 to play the role of a lone hero." A faint mockery seeped out from Tai Ziyuan's hairy upper lip. He was younger than Su Lu, but that weak and inexperienced feeling had long been blown away by the wind and smoke of Green Dragon Mountain. All that was left was calmness and confidence. Su Lu raised his eyebrows and said, "I never wanted to play the role of a hero. Who knew that Macklin was actually a spy for the Empire? I admit, I'm just a guy with too much luck." He took out the medal from his jacket pocket and threw it over. Tai Ziyuan looked at the shining purple star medal in his hand and said with a sigh, "When Li Pifu was your age, he only had 2 purple stars on his chest." Su Lu smiled and didn't continue to discuss his own matters. He began to ask Tai Ziyuan about his life in the military for more than a year. He hadn't seen blood. Had he ever fired a gun? How did he get first place in the anti-terrorism exercise? And if there were any other girls besides Bai Qi? In the black car, cheerful laughter gradually sounded. Traveling in the free wind and sunshine, a young man had forgotten the darkness of blood and fire, and a young man had forgotten his identity and status. Just like in H1 a long time ago, through the intercom, they were talking about very interesting things. At the corner of the corridor, Su Lu took out a key and opened the door of Wang Du's apartment. This was the first time Tai Ziyuan had come to this apartment. Like the owner of the place, he walked straight to the sofa and sat down. He seriously looked at the size and layout of the room. The air circulation system of the apartment had always been working well. Although no one had lived here for more than half a year, there was still no dust or dirt. Su Lu poured a cup of tea for Tai Ziyuan and then walked to the balcony. He looked at the green vines and leaves that had regrown and smiled slightly. Yuzi lived here after she got pregnant? Tai Ziyuan put down the teacup and suddenly asked. Yes, in June, the Zhou family took her back. Su Lu didn't turn around and said, "The key I took just now was prepared for her. She always likes to forget to bring her key when she goes out." "Zhou Yuhua, I want to take a look. The little guy is quite good looking." Tai Ziyuan's voice was like a riverbed that had been washed by water. It was a little rough. "You said it's not yours. Then it's sure Qinghai's?" Su Lu turned around and said seriously, "You have nothing to do with Zhou Yu, right?" After a moment of silence, Tai Ziyuan smiled and said, "Indeed, but can you speak to me more politely? Although I didn't help you much this time, and Li Pifu inexplicably took a fancy to you, but after all, I did want to do something. Is everything okay between you and your wife? We had a quarrel, but it's not a big problem. I didn't go back to Macho Mountain. Mother and son need to calm down for the time being." Tai Ziyuan said lightly and lightly, but Su Lu was very moved. In the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything related to gratitude. His smile gradually disappeared. He didn't need to think about what he would do after regaining his freedom or what the federal military would arrange for him. But he always remembered one thing and one person deeply. Can you help me investigate a person? Boo, by Yulan. After a moment, Tai Yuan put down the phone, looked at him, and said slowly, your secretary is in the capital. She's a member of Whitewater Group 7. She's holding a wedding ceremony tonight. Sulu was silent for a moment. He walked into the kitchen and began to carefully grind a 3-pointed fine-edged knife. Chapter 320. Tai Yuan walked to the door and saw Su Lu sharpening the knife by the sink. He frowned and said coldly, you're going to make dinner for me personally? Should I feel honored? He knew what Su Lu wanted to do, so he deliberately said this to dispel his thoughts. Su Lu also knew what he meant, so he didn't stop his hands. He lowered his head and let the thin water flow on the tip of the knife. He said softly, I have something to do tonight, so I won't accompany you for dinner. Don't be so naive. You should think about why President Li Pifu Pabre is willing to stand up for you, instead of making a scene at the wedding to avenge yourself and Shi Qinghai. Tai Yuan frowned and said disapprovingly, I don't want to make a scene. I just want to ask him face to face, and then he has to give me back what he should give me back. Sulu paused for a moment and said seriously. Tai Yuan looked at the firm lines on his side face and sighed softly. He thought that this guy's character hadn't changed at all. Even after experiencing so many major events and being locked in a dark prison for so long, he still didn't change at all. Once he set his mind on something, he would do it. He didn't look like a person who had just gotten freedom, who should be happy but still be afraid of self-control. In the evening, the capital special district was bathed in the western sunset glow. The gentle spring breeze and blooming flowers and trees were showing off on both sides of the street. At the end of Lixing Avenue, one could faintly see the high-rise buildings in the city center in the distance and the aircraft gliding by from time to time. All kinds of cars were parked outside a seemingly inconspicuous hotel, and the three-dimensional ray color map at the entrance was constantly changing words and graphics. A black car was parked on the opposite side of Lixing Avenue. The window was rolled down, and one could faintly hear the wedding MC's voice and soft music. Sulu squinted his eyes and looked over there. He noticed that most of the cars outside the hotel were military vehicles with special license plates of each state. The vehicles were covered with dust, so they must have just come here after a long journey. On the small light screen at the entrance of the hotel, in addition to the changing images and words, there was a row of words that had never changed. Congratulations to Mr. Ning He and Miss Bao Xiaoli on their wedding, and may they grow old together. Ning He is by Yulan's sworn brother. They are both from the 17th Armored Division. Back then, on the mining planet in Bermuda, they saved each other's lives. Therefore, when Ning He gets married, your secretary has to be present. Maybe he doesn't know that you've been released from prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back so openly. Tai Yuan put down the phone and told Su Lu what he had just heard. As the crown prince of the Tai family, even though he had a huge conflict with Macho, it was very easy for him to know the files and past of most of the people in the Federation. Sworn brothers. When Su Lu heard these 4 words, he thought of the train trip he and Bai Yulan took from the capital to Hong Kong every week last year. He thought of the seamless cooperation they had when they were developing the MX Mecha. He thought of the rashness at the Old Moon base and the silence outside the S2 Four States Peace Foundation building. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Tai Yuan's gaze lightly swept past the dusty license plates of the military vehicles at the entrance of the hotel. With his status, accompanying Su Lu to this place was already giving him enough face. However, when he thought of Su Li's personality, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Bai Yulan was expelled from the military court, so he joined Whitewater. But Ning He is different. He has always been in the military and is doing very well. Today, there should be quite a few officers from the 17th Armored Division here. These people have a good relationship with Bai Yulan. And those people from the 7th Armored Division. Bai Yulan isn't in active service, but after the incident with the 7th Armored Division, Bai Yulan took all the responsibility. The others didn't have anything to do with it. These people all follow Bai Yulan's lead, so I think they're all willing to give their lives for him. He pointed at the military vehicles and said, most of them are from the 1st Armored Division. Although they have returned to their respective units and become the trump cards of their respective units, they are still very much alive. But I think if anything happens to Bai Yulan, the speed at which they pull out their guns won't slow down at all. Sula knew that Tai Ziyuan was warning him. In the Federation society, no matter how strong one's background was, if they were to encounter a group of red-eyed active-duty officers, they would only be unlucky. This was also why Zhou Yu dared to order the guards to open fire in Linhai State, while the second generation of the seven great families were much more cautious. Since ancient times, the barrel of a gun had its own unique power and magic. I just wanted to ask him a few questions, Su Lu explained again. Tai Ziyuan thought to himself, "Then why did you sharpen your knife so hard?" He said softly, "The young officer is someone that many people want to win over. Bai Yulan is not an active-duty soldier, but he has enough influence in this circle. Of course, this is what he deserves, because he has taken the blame from many of these soldiers, taken the blame, and saved their lives. I heard that Shunli sent a gift, so it seems that Bai Yulan's appearance is something that my mother has acquiesced to. I won't get involved in this matter, so be careful." Sula nodded, opened the door, and walked out. He avoided the roaring cars on Lixing Avenue, walked past the dusty military vehicles, and stopped at the side door of the hotel. He raised his head and looked at the rotating words of blessing on the three-dimensional hologram. Through the glass, he looked at the couple on the stage who were smiling happily. His heart warmed slightly, and he decided to wait outside so as not to disturb some irrelevant people. The hotel where the ceremony was held was not very eye-catching, but the wine and food at the wedding banquet were quite good. The wild beef bought from the black market was served as complex protein meat, and the guests tasted it with satisfaction, tacitly silent. The HDD Bureau of the Federation still seemed to strictly enforce the wildlife protection law, but in fact, in many occasions, especially in many occasions in the capital, this law had become a cover. Major Ning, he was 31 years old this year. 2 years ago, he was transferred from the 8,384th Unit, which was the 17th Armored Division, to the office of the 1st Military Region's General Staff Officer. Now, he was already a Level 2 Combat Staff Officer. Although he was not a big shot, he had a very good future. At his wedding banquet, many important people from the military region were invited. In this kind of occasion, the HDD Bureau would not blindly carry out official business. According to the tradition of the Federation, Ning He and the bride drank wine and fed each other a piece of soft deep-sea shellfish meat, which represented their affection. The ceremony was almost done. After the chief made a speech on behalf of the staff officer's office, the guests began to eat happily, waiting for the couple to come forward and toast. After a busy day, Ning He felt a little tired, but as the groom, he couldn't let this tiredness show. He whispered something to the bride, then turned his head and saw a familiar figure in the side hall. A sincere smile appeared on his face. He and Bai Yulan had been comrades for many years. They were comrades who had squeezed into the same Mecca and trusted each other in life and death. Although the two of them had not seen each other much in the past few years, and because of the Whitewater Company case, Bai Yulan had deliberately distanced herself from them. But Ning He admitted that he still saw Bai Yulan as his most trusted partner. Today was his wedding day. If Bai Yulan was not here, it would be a regret that could not be made up for. Fortunately, he had rushed back. Ning He raised the empty glass in his hand towards the side hall and smiled. He noticed that Bai Yulan's smile was as calm as usual, but there was an unusual hint of heaviness between her brows. Ning He frowned slightly. He knew that Bai Yulan seemed to have been on some secret mission and caused some trouble. However, with his ability in the military region, he could not find any clues. The moment he turned his head, his gaze swept across the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. He saw a person standing outside the window and couldn't help but freeze. The young man outside the hotel had an ordinary face and was dressed plainly. His slightly squinted eyes were faintly visible. He gave off an amiable feeling, like a passerby waiting for someone. But for some reason, Ning He felt that this person was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. And the person he was waiting for was definitely someone at the wedding venue. Ning He, who had survived the battle with the Empire in Bermuda, would not feel the slightest bit of fear because of the appearance of such a person. He just did not want to be disturbed at his wedding. He waved his hand and called for an officer in the side hall. He whispered a few words, and the officer's eyebrows twitched slightly. There was a hint of disdain and hatred in his eyes as he nodded. Sulu did not want to disturb the most important day of a newlywed's life, so he obediently waited outside the hotel. He deliberately put some distance between himself and the entrance of the hotel. However, he did not know that his presence had already disturbed the other party. The sky gradually darkened, and the guests in the hotel had basically all left. Only a few tables of officers in the side hall, the soldiers who had gone through life and death with the groom, were still drinking. After going through all this with great difficulty, Ninghe smiled bitterly and cupped his hands in farewell. Surrounded by a group of people, he walked to the main entrance of the hotel and prepared to board the limousine and leave. Ninghe glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that the eye-catching young man was still waiting in the distance. He lowered his head and said to the officer beside him, "I don't want to upset Xiaoli, so I'll go with her first. You let Xiaobai leave through the side door." Laobai drank a little too much and won't leave, the officer said disdainfully. "What are you afraid of if you go through the front door? Today is your big day. I'll kill whoever dares to cause trouble. Don't worry, I'll take care of this." Ninghe smiled and said, "I'm just afraid that you'll make a big deal out of this." The officer beside him was called Xiong Linquan. He was the gunner of Team 7 back in the day. He had followed by Yulan to those remote mineral planets and killed countless pirates and Imperial Special Forces who had infiltrated. This person was fierce, and his methods of dealing with trouble were unusually direct and efficient. Ninghe had absolute faith in his abilities. It was just that this was a special day, so he said a few more words. From the bottom of their hearts, these soldiers did not think that the man in the distance was any real trouble, so they were not very worried. After a few words of idle chatter, the groom got into his wedding car and left amidst the cheers and jeers of the bride sisters. Watching the newlyweds' motorcade leave the hotel, Sulu, who had been standing there for a long time, sighed softly. He did not feel too much regret, but he did feel a little envious. 2 years ago, he had made a lot of warm life plans. He wanted to marry Zhang Xiaoming, have children, buy a house, and work. Who would have thought that his life would turn into such a strange shape? He had become a stranger to that beautiful girl and he rarely thought of her recently. Earlier, too many guests had come out of the hotel, so he had retreated to the corner of the street. At this time, he was about to take a few steps toward the front door when he unexpectedly saw a few officers in dark green military uniforms walking directly toward him. "What do you do?" Xiong Linquan asked with a cold face. The coldness and arrogance in his bones were obvious, and he had not trimmed them in the slightest. "I'm waiting for someone," answered Sulu. "Who are you waiting for?" Sulu said with a smile. "By Magnolia." After a moment of silence, the officers frowned at the same time. No matter how unreasonable a soldier was, it was impossible for them to directly wave their fists and hit someone on the streets of the capital. So Xiong Linquan suppressed his temper and asked a few questions. He did not expect this person to answer so simply and directly. It turned out that this guy was really here to cause trouble for Laobai. After confirming this, Xiong Linquan and the officers beside him did not have the slightest bit of vigilance. Instead, they felt a little happy. There were not many opportunities to solve problems for Laobai. If it were based on their nature, they would be willing to knock this young man to the ground, step on him a few times, spit on him, and then drag him to the hotel like a dead dog and let him lie at Laobai's feet. However, before Ninghe left, Xiong Linquan had already told him not to do anything, so he did not do anything. He only coldly raised his chin and lightly waved the index finger of his right hand. "Today, we're holding a joyous occasion here. You don't have to wait anymore. If you want to die for Laobai, come back another day." These soldiers could feel the danger that Su Li's calm represented, but they did not care because their lives were always accompanied by danger. Moreover, today the 17th Armored Division and the fierce figures of the 7th Squad were gathered in the hotel. If Ninghe was personally handling this matter, perhaps he would not have added those last provocative words. But Xiong Linquan was not this kind of person. Sulu did not react to these words. only smiling. As the technical director of the 7th Squad, although the 7th Squad had long been in a semi-disbanded state, and although he had not seen a single member of the squad, he had seen the files and knew the character and ability of this officer in front of him. His calmness in front of Xiong Linquan was a provocation. Xiong Linquan tilted his head and moved extremely close to him. He extended his right index finger and pointed it at the other's eyes. He said softly with a smile, "If I had a gun, I would have shot you. The problem is that I'm here to attend a wedding. According to the rules, I can't bring a gun, so I can't shoot you. If you make a move, I'll smash you into pieces. The problem is that you're definitely going to dress as a woman, and there are also Federation laws, so I can't beat you up." Xiong Linquan straightened his body, looked at Su Lu with slight mockery, and said, "What happens next will definitely be a little interesting." After saying this, he tidied up his military uniform, turned around, and left, not paying any more attention to Su Lu. Su Li's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at this person's back, a trace of alarm appeared in his heart. With a loud roar of the accelerator, a dark green military vehicle suddenly started. It vibrated and rushed directly from the road onto the sidewalk, brushing past Xiong Linquan's side and crashing towards Su Lu. The military vehicle started so violently that the dust on the dark green body of the vehicle trembled. Like an arrow released from a bow, it slammed into Su Li's body. In an instant, the hard lines of the vehicle were only a few meters away from Su Lu. He couldn't shoot, so it was inconvenient for him to make the first move. Then, a traffic accident would happen. In this instant, Su Lu understood what the other was trying to do. His pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the military vehicle coming toward him, but his feet were as steady as iron and didn't move at all. Accompanied by the smell of burning and the sharp and short sound of brakes, the dark green military vehicle came to an abrupt stop. The bottom metal plate at the front of the vehicle was less than half a meter away from Su Li's knees. Su Li didn't move. It wasn't because he didn't react in time, but because there was probably no one in the Federation with a faster reaction time than him. It wasn't that he wanted to pretend to be calm and indifferent and ignore the dangerous aura of the military vehicle just now. It was because after experiencing so many major events, his state of mind was strong enough to know that the other was just trying to scare him. Most importantly, he knew his own body well. This body was becoming more and more like the #1 machine that the uncle had once mentioned. Even if the military vehicle didn't stop just now, he had enough time to dodge or even counterattack. Xiong Linquan and the other officers turned around with disdainful smiles. They were prepared to see Su Lu fall to the ground in fear, or even go limp. However, they didn't expect to see Su Lu still standing in front of the military vehicle. He didn't move at all. Other than his eyes narrowing even more than before, there was no reaction at all. The expressions of Xiong Linquan and the other officers suddenly became serious. Previously, they weren't worried that there would be any accidental injuries because the one driving the military vehicle now was Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao was in charge of all the transfer procedures of Team 7. There was nothing that he didn't know how to drive or that he couldn't drive. However, they didn't expect that Su Lu wouldn't react in the slightest under the threat of a military vehicle driven by Lu Jiao himself. Earlier, on the other side of the street, Tai Ziyuan had mentioned these military vehicles to Su Lu. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the stern face of the thin officer in the driver's seat through the glass window. He tried to compare the other person with Team 7's files. There were many special passes pasted on the dark green military vehicle, which meant that this military vehicle could be arrogant and fearless. At this time, the vehicle and the people were almost touching. The military vehicle was still roaring non-stop, arrogantly charging forward and stopping. It was like a fierce tiger preparing to leap out of the grass, as if it was ready to knock Su Lu down to the ground and crush him into a pulp. A loud roar sounded in front of them. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the military vehicle in front of him. He immediately recognized that the engine of this military vehicle was the V-25 model, and it had been modified. It didn't use a hybrid power output, but used a pure concentrated fuel system. Its acceleration was extremely fast, and the body frame of the vehicle had 3 levels of reinforcement. Under certain special circumstances, it could even be used as an armored collision vehicle. If such a military vehicle were to crash into a person's body, what would the consequences be? Amidst the roaring sound of the accelerator, Su Lu glanced at Xiong Linquan, who had already turned around. He noticed that this person's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. At the same time, Lu Jiao's expression also turned cold in the military vehicle. They confirmed that Su Lu was a dangerous program, and they confirmed that this person was here to cause trouble for Lao Bai, so their hearts suddenly turned cold. They wanted to help Lao Bai get rid of this trouble before it happened. It seemed that all they needed to do was to step on the accelerator. Su Lu had to admit that the driving skills of the person in the military vehicle in front of him had reached the pinnacle, but he also had to admit that the original members of Team 7 were very capable and qualified to be arrogant. Hearing the roaring sound of the accelerator, feeling the arrogance and coldness of the other party, and feeling the danger, Su Li's back faintly felt numb and itchy, as if all 56,000 hairs on his body were standing on end at the same time. This feeling instantly turned into a burning sensation that filled Su Li's entire body. He took a step back without thinking, and then, under the gazes of the officers in front of him, he raised his right leg and kicked down. When a military boot landed on the military vehicle, a crack appeared on the sole of the boot. As the crack slowly expanded, a loud boom was heard from it. The dark green military vehicle was slightly shaken by the kick, and the hard front panel was slightly deformed. The central control computer on the vehicle let out a sharp warning sound, and the hood of the vehicle suddenly tilted up and slammed into the sky. White smoke rose from the front engine compartment, and the engine was immediately turned off. The next moment, Lu Jiao ran down from the military vehicle and slammed the door with force. She ran to the front, not paying attention to Su Lu, who had just retracted his leg. She just stared dumbfoundedly at the place where the white smoke was everywhere. She did not think that she had wanted to kill that guy earlier. She only felt that her mind was a little confused, and she felt that everything she saw was fake. The expressions of Xiong Linquan and the other officers also became very interesting. In an instant, their faces turned white and then black as iron. They were different from Lu Jiao. They were all combat personnel. Although they were shocked by Su Li's terrifying kick, they immediately thought of preparing for battle. Who the fuck is this person? What kind of leg is this? Xiong Linquan thought in his heart. After being in the military for so many years, he had seen many powerful special forces soldiers. However, other than the few people who were rumored to be gods of the front line of the Westwoods, where had he seen such a fierce person in real life? Although he was a little confused, his hands did not slow down. He had already reached for the gun at his waist. The Federal Army regulations strictly prohibited the carrying of firearms when going out in private. However, he was a gun fanatic and still carried a pistol. At this moment, he was a little doubtful that he could knock down the person in front of him with just a pistol. It seemed like he should have brought a Qian over. Seeing that the soldiers in front of him were preparing to take out their guns, Su Lun narrowed his eyes. The muscles behind his calves bunched up. Just as he was about to pounce over and knock down the person, he heard a familiar voice. "Put away your gun. If you don't want to die, this is the officer." He had not heard this voice for half a year, but it was still so soft and gentle. Just like every day last year, she stayed by Su Li's side, asking him what kind of tea he wanted to drink and where to put his clothes.
Chapter 873. Another battle? Die. Lin Ling gathered 10 million points of strength in his right hand as he grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck and slammed him into the ground. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as cracks appeared on the crystalline martial stage. It was extremely dazzling. Amazing. Many people's eyes widened. What kind of power was that? Even the martial stage cracked with a single smash. Lin Ling slowly turned around and left the martial arts platform. On the martial arts platform, the cracks formed a huge, gorgeous flower. In the center was Xiang Tianxiao, who had been smashed to death. Then the cracks slowly disappeared. This was the advantage of the glazed martial arts platform. It could be repaired when it was damaged. The crowd looked at the cracked flowers from blooming to disappearing. They felt even more complicated. Out of the 20 Sky Prides, 2 had died in 2 battles. The remaining Sky Prides looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The previous battle had let them know that Lin Ling's defense was extremely terrifying. He could withstand a 7th-grade emperor-ranked martial art. Of course, Xiang Tianxiao was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So, if they were to use a 7th-grade emperor-ranked martial art, Lin Ling would not dare to take it head-on. "Lin Ling, are you alright?" Hong Er asked worriedly after Lin Ling returned. "I'm fine." Lin Ling smiled brightly as if the merciless killing god from before was not him. However, Hong Er was relieved when she saw Lin Ling's smile. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be injured after receiving Xiang Tianxiao's attack. That would be disadvantageous for the upcoming competition. So far, no one has admitted defeat and been eliminated. The losers are all dead. There are still 18 Sky Prides left. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd quickly regained their composure and looked up at the sky again. Rumble. The third lucky person appeared in the sky. It was Han Sanyun. Among the remaining Sky Prides, a young man who was sitting cross-legged like a stone statue opened his eyes. A murderous aura flowed out from him as a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect to be so lucky as to draw a lot. Originally, I wanted to let others draw lots to see which short-lived guy would dare to challenge me. But now it's my turn to choose my opponent. The young man stood up and the bones in his body crackled. This person's life was rather strange. His legs were thin, but his upper body was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were thicker than his legs, and they were filled with a sense of majestic power. His innate king body was also incomparably mysterious. In his hand was a large saber that was as tall as a person. It was his weapon. This saber was like a machete shining with a cold light. The back of the saber was as thick as an adult's fist. It was obviously very heavy. It should be a weapon that was not weak. The remaining Sky Prides were waiting coldly. They wanted to see if Han Sanyun dared to challenge them. The crowd was also looking forward to seeing who Han Sanyun would challenge. Moreover, judging from Han Sanyun's confident tone, he would most likely challenge even more powerful Sky Prides. There's a huge loophole in the elimination round. Those who have fought before will have to fight again at any time. There's no chance for them to recover. However, I like this loophole very much. Han Sanyun's cold voice rang out, causing the crowd's heart to tremble. Han Sanyun did not challenge a very powerful opponent. It seemed like he wanted to challenge those who had fought before. In this way it would be easier for him to win. Previously only 2 people had fought. One was the second dream and the other was Lin Ling. The answer was obvious. Han Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. It's so unfair. Lin Ling has just fought and now it's his turn. Many people from the Fire Ancient clan shouted. This was too unfair. Did they all think that Lin Ling was a soft persimmon? On the other hand, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Consecutive battles. He was a little surprised by this result. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. After all, Han Sanyun was a Sky Pride. Although he said that he was not afraid of any opponent, he still wanted to win. Therefore he wanted to eliminate the weak. But he was the weakest? After his previous battle, it would be easier for him to win if he fought again? You can die now. Lin Ling did not say much. He stepped on the crystal platform again and waved his hand at Han Sanyun. Get up here. There was no need for formalities or nonsense. He directly asked Han Sanyun to get up here. After all, Han Sanyun did not want to let him rest and wanted to take advantage of him. Lin Ling did not want to give him any face. Haha, you are in a hurry to die. Han Sanyun was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh. However, his laughter was very cold. He took a step and shot towards the platform like a cannonball. Then he landed heavily on the ground. Lin Ling, you are so pitiful. Everyone has broken through, but you seem to be the third one who has not. In addition to the previous battle, I am afraid that you can only use 70% of your strength now. You might be injured. No wonder Han Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. He has a good plan. The crowd started to discuss. If Lin Ling was indeed injured, it would be even harder for him to win. Whether I am injured or not, we will know in this battle. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were cold. Actually, there's another reason why I'm challenging you. I like your sword. So if I kill you, your sword will belong to me. After all, my mountain chopping blade is only a high-level weapon, while yours seems to be a spiritual weapon. It would be a waste for such a good weapon to fall into your hands. Han Sanyun stepped on the platform and a dull sound rang out. The king body behind him shone brightly. It turned out to be a giant red bear. This bear seemed to have the ability to reach the heavens. It beat its chest and roared. The king body of the beast increased strength. It was not pure physical strength but a combination of spiritual qi and strength. It was different from the martial Tao of the Water Moon Holy Land. Where is your sword? If you don't use it now you will not have a chance. Hun Sanyun held the blade in his hand and his aura became even stronger. The aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm and the saber intent made him look like the saber king of bears. However, his attainments in the saber intent were not high. What he was good at was his attacks. The sword must be used when it is needed. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his right hand. He slowly stretched out his fingers and looked at Hun Sanyun coldly. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better use your full strength or you will not have a chance. How arrogant! The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made Hun Sanyun use his full strength before he even made a move. Lin Ling was indeed more arrogant than he was in the previous competition. You are only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Do you think you are qualified to make me use my full strength? Hun Sanyun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He took a big step forward, held the machete with both hands, and slashed at Lin Ling as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Pa pa pa. The saber slashed through the air and a huge saber appeared. It was dazzling and terrifying. It was a very sharp saber with great strength. Moreover, it was not a saber attack formed by the saber intent. It was a pure power. Lin Ling is good at physical strength and so is Hun Sanyun. However, Hun Sanyun does not use his physical strength. He uses his king body. Not many people can withstand that attack. Chapter 874. A one-hit kill. They were not the only ones looking forward to it. Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords and the 4 desolate races were looking forward to it. Among them Auntie Amo frowned slightly. She knew that Lin Ling's body was very strong, but according to her estimates, Lin Ling's body should not be able to withstand that saber strike. Unless Lin Ling's body had increased in strength again while he was on the Bodhi ancient tree. Astral winds blew, causing Lin Ling's clothes to flutter. He still had one hand behind his back and his right hand stretched out. His open palm moved slightly, and 20,000 small worlds jumped up at this moment, filled with endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling has gone mad. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still standing on the stage, motionless. If this wasn't madness, what was it? What is he doing? Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords could not see through Lin Ling's actions. Was Lin Ling still not going to attack? Linger. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes were filled with worry. Although he believed in his grandson, was his grandson planning on not doing anything against a strike at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm? At this moment, just as the gigantic saber was about to reach them, a crisp sound finally rang out. Countless people saw that Lin Ling's right hand had finally clenched into a fist. An invincible fighting spirit surged out as his right foot stomped on the stage, causing layers of cracks to appear. Following that, he punched at the saber that was slashing down from the sky. He's using his fist to resist. The crowd finally understood Lin Ling's intentions. His motionlessness was not because he was unable to retaliate, but because he was crazily using his fist to block the punch. What? The second dream and the others were sitting cross-legged, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. However, at this moment they all stood up. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Under countless gazes, that simple punch seemed to shatter the heavens. It was accompanied by a cold voice. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Legend had it that when the fiery fist was unleashed, it could destroy cities and burn the heavens. However, the current fiery annihilation did not have flames, only fists. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. In the air, the fist and the huge machete collided. It was like a peerless battle in the void, a clash of pure violence. Ping ping ping. That massive machete carried with it a boundless and merciless strength, but when it came into contact with the fist, it instantly cracked and exploded, turning into countless sparkling fragments. His fist still went straight for the root of the problem. After breaking the saber, it was time to break the 3 clouds. Behind the saber, Hun Sanyun's eyes widened. There was no heaven and earth in his vision, only a fist, the fist of a god king that looked down on the world. This fist contained a power beyond his imagination. Earlier it had destroyed his weapon, but now it was here to kill him. His mind was buzzing. He had never seen anyone with such terrifying fists and such powerful physical strength. It seemed that he was invincible just by relying on his physical strength. How could he know that when Lin Ling's strength reached 10 million, he was invincible within the same boundary, and could even kill a martial artist 1 step higher? But now, with his strength at 20 million, how could he underestimate that fist? No. Retreat. Hun Sanyun quickly retreated, but it was too late. He could only watch as the fist hit his abdomen. In fact, he could block this fist, but he had underestimated Lin Ling, so he did not use his full strength. Now it was too late to block it. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. You'd better use your full strength, or you won't have a chance. Han Sanyun understood what this meant. Because he did not use his full strength, he had no chance. That fist was a sure kill. Am I going to die here? Thought. In this short moment, this was the only voice in Han Sanyun's mind. He thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, and with the previous battle, it should be easy to defeat Lin Ling. However, he did not know that it would be difficult to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, it was not difficult, but he did not have a chance. He had wasted a lot and chosen the wrong opponent. Boom. Under countless gazes, Han Sanyun was blown to pieces by the fist. It was a shocking scene. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly walked down the fighting ring. Lin Ling wins. Results. The announcement of the results rang out at the same time, causing the remaining geniuses to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses. First place was Xiang Tianxiao, who was at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. His cultivation level wasn't that high, but second place was Han Sanyun, who was at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling was even more decisive. He killed Han Sanyun with a single punch. It was as if he was warning them that if they wanted to take advantage of him, Lin Ling, after the battle, then they would have to wait to be killed with a single punch. Is he really at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm? Yes. The geniuses who were watching the battle murmured to themselves. Han Sanyun's strength was obvious to all. In this realm, he had killed 80% of the geniuses with his king physique. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, but he had killed his opponent with a single punch. What kind of punch was that? What level had Lin Ling's physical body reached? This kid seems to have used the Bodhi liquid's effect on his physical body. The eyes of some powerful cultivators flashed. According to Lin Ling's previous battles, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he definitely wouldn't be able to block Han Sanyun's palm. But now he had blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's physical body had improved again. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. The geniuses who hadn't fought yet didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least if they drew a lot, they wouldn't dare to casually challenge Lin Ling. Sure enough, Nangong Xiong was the next to draw a lot. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged with a confident smile on his face. It was as if he was saying, "Come and try me if you dare." A challenge Wu Shuangning. Yes. Nangong Xiong finally chose his opponent. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling's punch had indeed made many people afraid to challenge him. Bastard. On the side of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lord Long gritted his teeth. Long Aoxiang was also the same. Could it be that they could only watch Lin Ling rise step by step and gradually surpass them? Nangong Xiong and Wu Shuangning's battle lasted for half an hour. Both of them had king body talents, but both of them had cultivated their martial intent to 90%. It was shocking. In the end, Nangong Xiong won. Li Luo. Another prodigy drew a lot. It was a young lady who seemed to be keeping a low profile. When she walked out, her determination was firm. Tang Tianshu. The crowd was surprised. Li Luo seemed to want to challenge the second strongest genius, Tang Tianshu. I knew it. Tang Tianshu was not surprised as he walked out elegantly. His brilliance made the hearts of many of the young girls flutter. Li Luo, the descendant of the famous Fian sect. On that day, the Fian sect was completely eradicated. The leader was Tang Tianshu of the Great Tang Empire. It seems like Li Luo is the last descendant of the Fian sect. She must be here for revenge. Some people could see that Li Luo had a king body talent. It was a mysterious swallow type, so they guessed her origin. Graceful swallow flight. On the martial stage, the battle began. Li Luo was able to reach the last round. Her strength was also extremely terrifying. Her martial intent had reached 90%. With each step, thousands of swallows danced around the martial stage. It was as if the swallows were returning to their nest after the rain. Each swallow would take away a portion of the opponent's spirit chi until the opponent's spirit chi was exhausted. Chapter 875. True Intent of Rupture, Heaven and Earth Emperor Cauldron. Unfortunately, Li Luo's opponent was Tang Tianshu. His hands were behind his back as monarch elixir fire gushed out, making him look like a golden volcano. The fire hovered in the sky, forming a giant cauldron. He's an alchemist, but he's treating his opponent like an elixir. Although Li Luo's graceful swallow is powerful, if she falls into the cauldron she won't be able to escape. The principal of the martial arts palace looked at the stage and said, Tang Qianshu's innate king body was very strong and was of the 9th grade, which surpassed Li Luoluo's. Although Li Luoluo had 90% martial intent, her innate king body was weaker and her advantage was weaker. After being refined by the flames, Li Luoluo finally spat out blood and lost. On the day of the competition, I won't kill women. Admit defeat yourself. Tang Tianshu said indifferently, which made Li Luoluo grit her teeth. Because it was a competition, he wanted to leave a good impression, so he didn't kill her? Tang Tianshu, you're heartless. One day you'll kick an iron plate. Li Luoluo shouted unwillingly. She was the next genius to be eliminated. Tang Tianshu is so strong. He's the only one who didn't break through, but I don't know why, but I feel like he's hiding something. The crowd's hearts trembled. Tang Tianshu won too easily. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. His soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed that Tang Tianshu had broken through, but was hiding it. Obviously, Tang Tianshu wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he'd better not meet Lin Ling, or else Tang Tianshu wouldn't be surprised. Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu's feud would end in the semi-finals. Next round, Zhong Lingshan. Another genius who was lucky enough to draw a lot. He was already very strong before going to the Bodhi ancient tree, but now he's even stronger. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their eyes twinkling. Another domineering genius. Ah, luck treats me well. Zhong Lingshan walked out step by step, looking at the remaining geniuses. Including himself, there were only 15 geniuses left, which meant that there were 5 more geniuses who would be eliminated. Who could it be? Many people also noticed this and their hearts were surging. Lin Ling. Zhong Lingshan suddenly chuckled, causing the faces of the crowd to stiffen. During the speed test, Zhong Lingshan had tricked Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would seek revenge on him, so he decided to end the grudge ahead of time. However, in the next moment, Zhong Lingshan's voice sounded out. Ah, I'm just playing around. Seeing that you're so scared that you don't dare to speak, don't worry, you're too weak. Sooner or later you won't be able to go far. I don't care to eliminate you. Song Yang, get out here. It turned out that everything before was just a joke. He wanted to make Lin Ling nervous and afraid, but Zhong Lingshan's real opponent was Song Yang. Idiot. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Playing with him? He couldn't wait to immediately take Zhong Lingshan's life. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and didn't draw the lot. Song Yang, the Sky Pride, ranked first in the defensive assessment. At this moment, the crowd was looking at a tall and sturdy young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged and looked as calm as a bell. After hearing the voice, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After the battle in the Purgatory battlefield, the grudge between you and me has ended. Let's decide who will win and who will lose. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he strangely appeared on the martial platform. At the same time, Zhong Lingshan also appeared. The wind blew past the martial platform, and the aura on the martial platform was tyrannical. Both of them were extremely powerful sky prides. Their cultivation bases were both at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, and their talents were similar. However, it was unknown who was stronger in terms of martial intent. The earth has the rules of the earth and the sky has the momentum of the sky. The god-breaking halberd, break the laws, form the momentum. Rumble. On the martial platform, Zhong Lingshan's hand stretched out in the air, and a pitch-black and dazzling halberd appeared, making him look like a god descending to the mortal world. 5 Mountain Tai bell shakes heaven and earth. Song Yang's powerful king body was also displayed. It was a simple and mysterious ancient bell. Fight. The flames of war between the two surged. They approached from afar and clashed in the center of the martial platform. Bang, bang, bang. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This intense battle was simply the strongest battle in the Emperor's spirit realm. Void-shattering spear. Bus, bus, bus. Zhong Lingshan's halberd transformed into a spear was extremely terrifying. When the spear struck out, circles of ripples appeared in the air, and its speed was so fast that it could break through the void. Get back. Song Yang's hands moved rapidly, and as if he was pushing the sea, he struck out with his palm. Water demon dragon, boundless sea. Crackle. The two great martial intents crazily clashed, and the degree of ferocity reached 90%. It was extremely ferocious. Is this all you've got? Zhong Lingshan's spear failed, and his body swam around the martial platform like a dragon. The halberd in his hand swept out as if it was sweeping away an army of 1,000. A huge waterfall slashed out like a crescent moon in the sky. If there were 100 Emperor's Spirit Realm martial artists present, This move would be able to kill them all. This was the halberd of 1,000 people. Void-shattering strike. The most terrifying thing was that this attack carried the charm of heaven and earth. It seemed far, but it also seemed close, making it impossible to guard against. Fire divine dragon, heaven-piercing flames. Song Yang's long hair fluttered, and he was as calm as a bell. He specialized in defense, but defense could also kill enemies. It was extremely powerful. Thick earth dragon. No evil can invade. What evil dragon? Time-withering glory? Arrogant voices rang out continuously in the square, making everyone's blood boil. Song Yang's innate king physique was the 5-element psychic bell. He specialized in all 5 elements. Fire dragon soaring sky, earth dragon 100 evils, wood dragon withering glory, 3 dragons cauldron. Bang, bang, bang. Even more terrifying explosions rang out on the martial platform, and it seemed like the martial platform was about to explode. A large number of sky prides swallowed their saliva. The Bodhi ancient trees group, these former junior brothers, were all above them now. This made them feel very uncomfortable. All of them have 90% martial intents. Amazing. I wonder what kind of martial intents they have. Among the sky prides, Hong Er looked at the martial platform with a serious expression. Indeed, there was no strongest, only stronger. Song Yang's innate king physique is the 5 elements intent. It leans towards earth and metal, so it specializes in defense. As for Zhong Lingshan, he specializes in the rend intent. His attacks can rend the void and reduce the opponent's attack and defense by 30%. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hong Er's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was so strong. She was shocked and said, "Between them, who will win? 1 attack, 1 defense. According to the norm, it should be the defense that wins." Unfortunately, Zhong Lingshan's martial intents are too strange. It seems like he didn't attack Song Yang, but in fact, the martial intents are constantly transmitted to Song Yang's body through the rend. Although Song Yang's defense is strong, his innate king physique's defense is strong. His physical body is ordinary. Lin Ling evaluated. Really? Hong Er didn't believe it. After all, Song Yang's innate king physique was very special. When the 5 elements divine dragon appeared, the ancient bell wouldn't be defeated. PFFF. The battle on the martial platform lasted for 2 hours. It was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Finally, Song Yang vomited blood and admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. This battle was the most intense battle since the start of the tournament. It was only at the last moment that the victor was decided. "I admit defeat." Song Yang's face was pale. It was obvious that he was injured by Zhong Lingshan's martial intents. Chapter 876. A new round. Even if he admits defeat, he will still be killed? Many people widened their eyes. Zhong Lingshan was ruthless. Obviously, he wanted to use the competition to take Song Yang's life and not leave any future troubles. The sky was silent for a long time, as if they thought that Song Yang had admitted defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still killed him. This move was too despicable. But in the end, they remained silent. Song Yang didn't leave the martial stage. If he left the martial stage and Zhong Lingshan still killed him, it would be considered as revenge. If he was killed on the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan could say that he didn't hear Song Yang admit defeat. Zhong Lingshan wins. The result was finally announced. Zhong Lingshan slowly walked down and licked his lips. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Lin Ling. In this semi-final, he had 3 enemies. The first was Song Yang, who was stronger, so he killed him first. The second was Nangong Xiong, who also had a deep hatred. The third was Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't have much hatred for this person, but he had harmed Lin Ling before. He knew that Lin Ling would take revenge, so in order to prevent future troubles, he would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling also knew this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "Lin Ling, do you have a way to break his true intent of rupture?" Hong Er was a little worried. Zhong Lingshan was a ruthless person. Sooner or later, he would have to face Lin Ling. No. Lin Ling shook his head and Hong Er's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was even more worried. But soon she heard Lin Ling's smiling voice, "Just kill him directly." His laughter was very light, as if he was talking to a friend, but his words were very cold. There were 4 more rounds and the lots were drawn one by one. However, they were all challenging some of the weaker geniuses. No one dared to challenge Zhong Lingshan and Yu Fanren. Lin Ling was also considered by the geniuses. But perhaps because Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses in a row, it left a shadow in their hearts. So in the end they didn't challenge Lin Ling. Until the last round, Hong Er was the one who drew the lot. She did not hesitate and chose Hui Yi of the Great Serpent Mansion as her opponent. This was what she had promised Lin Ling before. Lin Ling, you have many opponents. Hui Yi, I'll help you take care of him. Hong stood up, her words causing many people's eyes to sparkle. This Lin Ling was truly enviable. After the red-clothed woman drew the lot, she didn't choose a weaker opponent but instead helped Lin Ling eliminate his enemies. No need. You can choose a weaker one. Lin Ling's heart was filled with gratitude, but he stopped her. Hee, look at how many of them are weak. Senior apprentice Sister Hong smiled, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. That's right, the remaining geniuses were getting stronger and stronger, and the weak ones had all been eliminated. I'll say this first. If I win, you have to teach me how to refine pills. I'm very curious about your cauldron-less refining method. Also, you have to agree to go on a date with me. Hong stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling's nose, causing the corners of Lin Ling's eyes to twitch. He was extremely speechless. This fellow. As for Hui Yi, his expression was ugly. Hong seemed to like Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she had challenged him. Hui Yi, kill that woman. Far away, the people from the Great Serpent Mansion had cold expressions. Among them, Hui Yuan roared with monstrous killing intent. Naturally, Hui Yi stood up as cold as a snake. As for Hong she leaped towards the square. Her red robes were like fire, making her look extremely valiant. The two of them looked at each other on the stage. Without saying a word, they each attacked. Serpent Shadow Cup. Hui Yi's king body was extremely strange. After it erupted, a green giant snake appeared. It hovered behind him, its strange eyes staring at Hong. The Great Serpent Mansion has a 1,000-year-old bloodline. It is said that this bloodline did not originate from the rainforest sacred land, but from another domain. From the way he attacks, it is indeed different from the rainforest sacred land. An old man from the 4 desolate races said, "Are you the only one with a king body?" Double-headed WRM Phoenix. However, Hong did not speak out. Her king body also erupted. It was an extremely mysterious beast form, a WRM and a phoenix. The WRM was fire while the phoenix was law. Hong seeing the king body illusion in the square with surging spiritual energy, Long Danlong's pupils constricted. His disciple seemed to have awakened the king body talent. The Bodhi liquid was truly powerful. Lin Ling's pupils also constricted. Hong's king body talent was even higher than his vermilion bird flames. It had reached the 10th grade. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Bodhi elixir had allowed one to be reborn. Every prodigy had become stronger while his talent had become the weakest. This also meant that his bloodline couldn't compare to the prodigies from the rainforest holy land. Of course, back in the Water Moon sacred land, his martial uncle had mentioned that he had a king body talent, the eyes. That was an even more terrifying existence. What was this king body talent? Why could he not control it at all? Was it because his strength was too low? If that was the case, it was probably an existence that surpassed the king body talent. Rumble. At the same time, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. One flame, one meow, no regrets in the world. Hong became braver as she fought. The WRM was the flame, the phoenix was the meow, and the phoenix was the most terrifying. It was good at music. After the sound wave attack, Hui Yi's king body talent paled in comparison. Hui Yi is going to lose. Some powerful warriors could see the situation. Die. Sure enough, Hong's cold voice came from the martial stage not long after. The double-headed WRM Phoenix killed Hui Yi, causing the people from the Great Serpent Mansion to roar. Lin Ling had allowed his senior sister to kill their bloodline. Hong walked down from the martial stage. Her face was extremely pale, as if she had exceeded her limit. Lin Ling quickly went to support her, allowing her to sit cross-legged to recover. Although Hong had killed Hui Yi, she had clearly paid a price. It would be difficult for her to fight again in a short period of time. There are only 10 people left. The final battle is getting closer and closer. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd looked at the remaining 10 geniuses. After the previous elimination, 10 of the 20 top geniuses had been eliminated. The ones left were the elites at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Some of the warriors at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm looked at the remaining 10 and sighed. These people were all very young, the youngest not even 20 years old. However, they had already walked the path that would take them a lifetime to complete. Now they were all above their heads. This made them sigh with emotion. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. The second dream is still mysterious. Young Master Tang also saved his trump card for the end. Yu Fan is still as low-key as before. No one can see through him. Zhong Lingshan's strength has increased greatly. Lin Ling seems to be the weakest, but he still hasn't been eliminated. These people are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm looking forward to the final battle between the Second Dream and young Master Tang. The others, like Duan Wuji from the Justice Duan family, are also very strong. Anyway, the final battle is getting more and more exciting. Many people were excited, staring at the 10 people sitting cross-legged. Chapter 877. Drawing lots. Lin Ling hasn't shown much of his strength yet. Maybe he can go further. The Sword Elder, the Fire Ancient clan, and the others were excited. Lin Ling had shown his physical strength and hadn't used his sword yet. They were looking forward to it. The rules for the last 10 people have changed. No one has to fight 2 rounds. If they lose both rounds, they will be eliminated. The ancient voice sounded in the sky. The rules had changed. It was still a drawing of lots, but each person had to fight 2 rounds. If they lost, they would be eliminated. Obviously, the remaining people were elites, so they were given 2 chances. Rumble. Soon, clouds began to appear in the sky, forming 2 big words, Hong-er. Hong-er had drawn the first lot. She was very lucky. At least she was the one who chose her opponent. It wasn't her opponent who challenged her. Meh. Hong-er's eyes narrowed. She was very surprised. She had drawn the lot twice. Her luck was too good. Her luck isn't very good. She won against Hui by luck. Her energy and spiritual chi haven't recovered. If she fights again, she will definitely lose. Many people looked at Hong-er and said, she was very lucky to have drawn the first lot. However, if her strength hadn't recovered, the first lot would be wasted. At this moment, Hong-er's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Indeed, her situation was as everyone had guessed. Her strength hadn't recovered, so it would be difficult for her to win no matter who she challenged. Moreover, the remaining opponents were each stronger than the last. There was only one choice left for her. Give up. Challenge me. However, at this moment, a soft voice sounded in Hong-er's ears. Hong-er was stunned. The person who spoke was Lin Ling. Challenge me. I'll let you win. Then you can go further and have a chance to rest. Lin Ling looked at Hong-er and smiled. Hong-er's mouth was wide open, but she couldn't say anything. Did she want to challenge Lin Ling? Lin Ling is crazy. Many people heard Lin Ling's decision and thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, Lin Ling was wasting his chance. It's okay. I just need to lose 1 round. I won't lose the second round. Lin Ling said resolutely, ignoring the thoughts of the people around him. I will. Hong-er hesitated. In the end, when she saw Lin Ling's resolute gaze, she nodded her head. The 2 of them stepped onto the martial stage, and Lin Ling admitted defeat very quickly. This made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling had given up 1 chance, and if someone challenged him in the future, he would be eliminated if he lost again. Hong-er wins, Lin Ling loses. The announcement of the results spread out, causing some of the people who had grudges against Lin Ling to sneer. Lin Ling had spun a cocoon around himself. He was too confident. The second round arrived very quickly, and it was Nangong Xiong who drew the lot. His gaze swept across the side of the martial arts platform, and in the end he chose Zhong Lingshan. I knew it was me. Looks like your confidence has swelled after defeating Wu Shuangning. Zhong Lingshan leaped onto the martial stage, and a halberd appeared in his hand. He sneered at Nangong Xiong, and Nangong Xiong's body was also filled with killing intent. He had to kill Zhong Lingshan. In the past, you killed my junior brother. Today you didn't expect this result, right? Result? What result? Is this the result of your death? Zhong Lingshan fiendishly grinned. The god-breaking halberd turned into a beam of light as it slashed out. The true meaning of rending appeared, space-rending strike. The void shook and split open, transmitting the message to Nangong Xiong. Lingshan, kill him. On the edge of the square, an old man coldly said. This person was Great Sun Elder. Zhong Lingshan was her disciple, and of all her disciples, he was the one she doted on the most. She had even obtained a spirit artifact, the god-breaking halberd, for Zhong Lingshan. As for Nangong Xiong, he was the disciple of 7 profound martial houses Elder Qing. She and Elder Qing had always been at odds, so she knew why Nangong Xiong had challenged Zhong Lingshan. Nangong Xiong, bring honor to your master. On the other side, Elder Qing also coldly said. Peng ping peng. On the martial stage, the crazy battle continued. Nangong Xiong's strength was extremely fierce, but after this battle, he discovered that Zhong Lingshan was fiercer than he was. The true meaning of rending was not 90%, but 100%. This meant that in the previous battle, Zhong Lingshan had been hiding a hidden card. This boy is really the strongest dark horse of the semifinals. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. Every time I think he has reached his limit, he will reveal another hidden card, making it impossible for others to see through him. The crowd was shocked. Zhong Lingshan had been strong from the start, but when others thought that he was only this strong, Zhong Lingshan had once again revealed an even more terrifying method. And now, 100% true meaning of rending had appeared. The martial stage was so shocked that it cracked open. 100% true meaning of rending. This alone proved that Zhong Lingshan had stepped into the circle of the strongest peak emperor spirit realm. On the edge of the martial stage, Yu Fanren, Tang Tianshu, and the other peak proud children of heaven had solemn expressions. Zhong Lingshan was truly worthy of being called the greatest dark horse. Admit defeat. Finally, Elder Qing's unwilling voice rang out. He had no choice but to have his disciple admit defeat. If this continued, then Nangong Xiong would die. But now that he had lost, Nangong Xiong still had a second chance. God-vanquishing strike. However, Nangong Xiong seemed to want to admit defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still attacked with a killing blow. He even used his strongest trump card to avoid future troubles. Zhong Lingshan, you dare! Elder Qing angrily shouted. Nangong Xiong was his proudest disciple. How could he allow him to die in this tournament? But he didn't dare? Zhong Lingshan had always cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. Why wouldn't he dare? You are courting death. Elder Qing couldn't help but stand up. His powerful aura erupted, wanting to stop Zhong Lingshan. After all, this boy was just too hateful. This is the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. Elder Qing, don't lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Great Sun Elder's massive aura also erupted, blocking Elder Qing. On the martial stage, Nangong Xiong was obliterated by Zhong Lingshan. This caused Elder Qing's eyes to turn red. His disciple Nangong Xiong had already been reborn, and his future achievements were limitless. However, he had fallen in the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. The most hateful thing was Great Sun Elder. This insidious old woman had actually blocked him. Lingshan, well done. Great Sun Elder then sat down, smiling as she nodded. Zhong Lingshan was becoming more and more important to her. In time, Zhong Lingshan's name would shake the entire rainforest holy land, and her face would also rise. Thus, she planned to wait until the tournament ended before focusing on cultivating Zhong Lingshan. What a ruthless method. These proud children of heaven have all experienced the tempering of the Bodhi liquid. Their future is limitless, but because their opponent's potential is terrifying, they have the strength to obliterate their opponent so that they can avoid future troubles. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their hearts fiercely trembling. Then they looked at Great Sun Elder. This old Xian was also ruthless. He had made Elder Qing watch as his disciple died in front of him. Unfortunately, Elder Qing was helpless. After all, this was the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. How could he overstep his authority to save someone? Haha, there's one less competitor. On the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan couldn't help but laugh in excitement. The more proud children of heaven died, the more fame and fortune he would obtain in the future. After all, no one could compete with him. Then he proudly left the martial stage. His eyes swept over the remaining proud children of heaven, causing them to have dignified expressions. Zhong Lingshan was arrogant, but it was undeniable that his strength was terrifying. He had actually hidden 100% of the true meaning of Rend. And now, of the 10 strongest proud children of heaven, only 9 remained. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky billowed, and a new name appeared. This time the sky was silent and the earth was silent for a long time. Chapter 878. Let you rest, Lin Ling, you're finally lucky for once. The crowd cheered. Lin Ling gave off a strange feeling. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he had somehow made it to the final round. And now he was going to fight. Lin Ling gave Hong a round before. He must fight this round and he must win. Otherwise he will be eliminated. Then some people realized. This meant that Lin Ling had no choice. He could only win and not lose. There were 9 remaining opponents and none of them were weak. Who would Lin Ling choose? He can choose Hong Er. Yes, he must choose Hong Er. Some people guessed. Hong Er won 1 round, but she could still lose 1. If she gave Lin Ling 1 round, Lin Ling would be lucky enough to pass. Without a doubt, Lin Ling would definitely choose Hong Er. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling rubbed his nose. He was finally lucky. He had been waiting for this draw for a long time. Then, his gaze swept across the remaining people. Zhong Lingshan, you can die now. What? The crowd was shocked. At the same time, in the direction of the main city, millions of people were watching the battle. But at this moment they were also in an uproar. Was Lin Ling stupid? He had the chance to challenge Hong'er. As long as Hong'er admitted defeat, he could safely pass this round. However, Lin Ling gave up this chance and challenged Zhong Lingshan instead. Zhong Lingshan's strength was obvious to all. He had comprehended the true meaning of rupture. How could Lin Ling fight him? Zhong Lingshan was also stunned. According to his guess, he had erupted with terrifying strength in the previous 2 battles. He had become an existence that could not be underestimated among the remaining Sky Prides. No one would dare to challenge him easily. However, Lin Ling had challenged him. He had really challenged him. Lin Ling, you're courting death. What, you don't dare? Lin Ling looked at Zhong Lingshan indifferently. Don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I can't wait to fight with you. If I win, I'll win both battles and pass this stage easily. Zhong Lingshan smiled and shook his head. In order to prove whether he dared or not, he jumped onto the stage faster than Lin Ling. Then he waved his hand at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. As a reward for challenging me, I won't let you lose within 3 moves. After all, it wasn't easy for you to come this far. You still have to shine before you die." Lin Ling nodded. He naturally knew that Zhong Lingshan wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill him. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body moved and landed on the martial platform, causing many people to be filled with anticipation. Lin Ling had fought 3 battles so far. The first 2 were shocking, his body was invincible and he obliterated his opponents. The 3rd battle was given to Hong'er. Now it was the 4th battle, but his opponent was not weak at all. Would Lin Ling be able to resist his opponent with his body alone? Take a rest. Just as his feet landed on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling said softly. Zhong Lingshan was stunned. Many people around were also stunned. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest. What did he mean by that? You have just finished a great battle, and your spiritual qi has not recovered, so I want you to take a rest. Lin Ling said lightly again. Crazy. Many people gasped. They finally understood what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest first, so that Zhong Lingshan would not be able to exert his full strength. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? One should know that Lin Ling was in the last battle. If he lost, he would be eliminated. He did not seize the opportunity and instead let his opponent rest. This boy is so heroic that it is admirable. Some top experts could not help but nod. Not bad, interesting. Zhong Lingshan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Ling could not see clearly. If he wanted to recover, why didn't he recover? Time passed quietly. Not long after, Zhong Lingshan stood up again and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. In order to repay you for choosing me, you will die in the 4th move. Pop pop pop. The broken god halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd turned into a spear and pierced towards Lin Ling, void-piercing spear. A spear with 90% Ren true intent. Many people widened their eyes. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would block it. Would he still dare to use his fist to block it? Swish. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was finally revealed. It was majestic and domineering. He's finally using his sword. It's Lin Ling's first time using his sword, but can he block 90% of the true meaning of split? More people were looking forward to the battle. Even in the main city, millions of people were watching nervously. Lin Ling was the dark horse of the previous assessment, the most dazzling dark horse. But after the Bodhi Ancient Tree expedition, Zhong Lingshan had become the strongest dark horse of the semifinals. His strength was clear for all to see. When these 2 dark horses collided, it was unknown who would be the darker one, the more dazzling one. Sword Overlord soaring sky. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was the sword move of the Overlord sword art. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. Without releasing any spiritual qi, he used his sword to block the void-piercing spear. What? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling blocked 90% Ren true intent with a single sword move? One had to know that in the previous battle, no one dared to block the Ren true intent without relying on martial arts. You have some skills, but can you block my Ren? Ren. Zhong Lingshan maintained the posture of his long spear thrusting forward. His eyes turned cold as the formless and colorless crack vibrated towards Lin Ling, causing the martial stage to crack. It's useless. Lin Ling's body shook like a fierce tiger. The vibrating Ren true intent was shattered by him. His body was as solid as diamond. Idiot, everyone knows that I used the Bodhi liquid to refine my body. Do your tricks work on me? After shattering the Ren true intent, Lin Ling said lightly. Zhong Lingshan's eyes narrowed. Linling, what a strong defense. If you only have this much skill, I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, when I attack, you won't have any chance. Linling smiled gently. His smile was so bright and so confident. It was still the same sentence. If you don't use your full strength, you won't have any chance. I realized that we seem to have underestimated Linling. Many people stared at the confident figure, and their hearts beat violently. They had evaluated the second dream, young Master Tang and Yu Fan, but they seemed to have forgotten to evaluate Linling's strength. Your physical body is strong, but you are 2 realms away from me. No matter how strong your physical defense is, it can't make up for the gap between realms. Ren space. Zhong Lingshan's eyes stared at Linling. His body emitted a strong aura. He knew that he had underestimated Linling. Therefore he had to erupt with a stronger strength. Pop, pop, pop. The halberd in his hand turned into a beautiful trajectory and slashed out in the air. With him as the center, the half-moon radiance slashed out in all directions, causing the void to explode. This was the even more powerful Ren true intent. Earth-shattering sky. The terrifying Ren space slashed out, causing Linling's eyes to flicker. This move was quite powerful. If he hadn't gone to the Bodhi ancient tree, he would have to use more trump cards to face it. But now, with the 20,000 small worlds in his body and the 10 million tyrannical song sword, it was enough to resist everything. Clang, clang. Under countless gazes, Linling gave up holding the sword with his left hand. Instead, he held the sword with his right hand. The storm-like sword slashed out. There was still no spiritual energy attack. It was purely a defense of strength. This kid is blocking it with one hand. The crowd's eyes widened. Linling's sword was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was too sharp. Bang. Chapter 879. Why wouldn't he dare? After he used his sword, his strength increased by a terrifying amount. Wow. Many people stared at Linling, their expressions extremely wonderful. That man and sword finally bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Mad God Linling had finally held his sword in the semifinals. With just a sword, he had destroyed a 90% true martial intent. This was too dreamy, too ethereal. How could they know that there was no true martial intent in the Watermoon Holy Land? But the cultivators there were not weak at all. This meant that once one's physical body was strong enough, they could also resist true martial intent. I'm sorry, but I still broke your move with a difference of 2 realms. Now, what right do you have to be confident? A soft voice floated out from Linling's mouth. It was still as proud and frivolous as before. Nangong Xiong and Song Yang couldn't take the move, but he, Linling, could. Previously, Zhong Lingshan had said that Linling was 2 realms weaker than him and couldn't make up for the gap between realms. But now Linling had told him why he couldn't? At this moment, Zhong Lingshan's pupils were tightly focused. He had 3 enemies. One was Song Yang, one was Nangong Xiong, and the last one was Linling. He thought that Linling was the weakest and that after killing the first 2, no one would dare to have any enmity with him. But who knew that the last enemy was the most terrifying? You said that you would let me release my last light before killing me. This sentence was actually left for you. You've already released the light of 2 moves. There's still one more. Hurry up, once it's over you can die forever. Wow. Linling calmly held his sword and walked forward step by step. Zhong Lingshan wasn't a good person. Before, he had constantly killed his opponents, cutting the weeds and removing the roots. Since he liked to cut the weeds and remove the roots so much, then Linling would cut the weeds and remove the roots. Impossible, you're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could you block 2 of my moves? I won't lose, I'll kill you. Zhong Lingshan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In truth, after 2 moves he had already realized how terrifying Linling was. It was as if there was no limit and he couldn't see through him at all. He even thought that Linling was also at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. God-slaying strike. A thunderous voice came out of Zhong Lingshan's mouth. He could not lose, so he finally used his strongest trump card. He used his strongest trump card to kill Nangong Xiong. His god-shattering spear became illusory, and the spatial void rippled. Ripples spread out, and anything that got close to the ripples was shattered. This was the true intent of rupture, and it had reached the peak of 100%. This move was his proudest move so far. Fissure was also a type of power. Earth fissure, mountain fissure, and air fissure were all types of fissure. In fact, fissure was also a type of vibration. It was also a type of true meaning of martial arts, but it was more ferocious. It could tear apart the enemy, the earth, and the air. 100% Ren true meaning. I've already begun to grasp the profound meaning. Although Zhong Lingshan is vicious, he is indeed a terrifying prodigy. The crowd looked at the terrifying ripples that appeared on the martial stage. The martial stage seemed to be deformed by the vibration and it was distorted. 100% Ren true meaning, then let's try 100% sword true meaning. Lin Ling stepped on the martial stage and he was as steady as a mountain. He finally grasped the sword in his hand tightly. The sword was faintly jumping and a terrifying murderous aura surged out. It was vast and mighty like a sea of blood. The sword let out a deafening sword cry, which made many people's eardrums hurt. What is that? A large number of people looked at Lin Ling. They finally realized that this was the first time Lin Ling had used spirit chi since the semifinals of the strongest. And after using it, it was very terrifying. That was the true meaning of sword. Another 100% sword true meaning. The 7 martial arts hall masters stood up one by one, and their eyes were wide open. Zhong Lingshan had comprehended 100% Ren true meaning and so did Lin Ling. They even had a feeling that Lin Ling's true meaning of sword was even more terrifying. First, murderous aura. The murderous aura from killing 100,000 people merged into the sword, making the sword even sharper. Second, physical strength. The powerful physical strength allowed Lin Ling to withstand 90% martial true meaning, and now that it had merged with the true meaning of sword, there was no doubt about the increase. Xiao Xia. A hoarse voice sounded on the martial stage. It actually caused the deformed martial stage to revert back to its original form. A blood-red sword appeared on the martial stage, causing the crystal martial stage to reflect a dazzling light. It was as if there was only one sword left in this world. Xiao. The sword slashed out as if it was cutting through the void. Kacha. The halberd that was filled with the true meaning of Ren shattered like glass, turning into countless crystal lights. True meaning collided with true meaning. The true meaning of sword cut through everything. Impossible. Zhong Lingshan's entire body trembled. He even felt that he couldn't hold onto the god-slaying halberd anymore. He never imagined that Lin Ling would be so powerful. It even made him recall the scene in the speed test. Because Lin Ling surpassed him, he tried to frame Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would kill him, but he wasn't afraid. Because he knew that if Lin Ling dared to come, then Lin Ling would die for sure. However, Lin Ling came and the result was that he would die for sure. They were all top geniuses, but who said that a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator couldn't kill a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator? Stop. Stop. At this moment, a fierce roar rang out, causing the space to tremble. It was the Great Solar Elder. Lin Ling was the disciple that she was most proud of. Now that he had been forced into a corner by the true meaning of sword and was about to be cut down by the sword, how could she allow Lin Ling to do as he wished? Her disciple would bloom with a dazzling light in the future. He could not die here. The voice caused the decisive sword to pause, and it began to resist the powerful aura in the air. At the same time, a tyrannical voice sounded out, Zhong Lingshan admits defeat. Lin Ling, you win. The Great Solar Elder admitted defeat for Zhong Lingshan. How unfair. As many people heard this voice, their eyes flashed. When Nangong Xiong had been killed, Elder Qing had stepped forward to stop him, but the Great Solar Elder had blocked Elder Qing. Now that Zhong Lingshan was about to die, the Great Solar Elder had stepped forward to stop Lin Ling. How shameless. Great Solar Elder, this is the semi-finals for the strongest. Do not lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At that moment, Mr. Qing's voice resounded in the air. His powerful qi was like a blade, cutting off Mr. Dong's qi. Mr. Dong shouted furiously, Mr. Qing, you're courting death. Elder Qing coldly smiled. When Zhong Lingshan had killed his disciple, it was the Great Solar Elder who had stopped him. Now he would return the favor. Then he said to Lin Ling, do what you want to do. What he wanted to do was to kill Zhong Lingshan. Lin Ling, you dare? The Great Solar Elder suddenly erupted with a shrill roar. Lin Ling wanted to kill her disciple in front of her? I don't dare? When Zhong Lingshan killed the other proud sons of heaven, why didn't you say you didn't dare? So, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. However, a cold voice sounded out from the martial stage. The sword cut down once more with unprecedented firmness. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. All around the square there was silence. There was nothing that Lin Ling didn't dare to do. Shua. On the martial arts platform, a sword mark appeared on Zhong Lingshan's head. Even the terrifying sword mark slashed at the edge of the martial arts platform. The void was also split into 2. It was a very sharp sword that revealed its killing intent. Your 3 moves of light have ended. I will kill you with a single sword. Chapter 880. Not to be underestimated Pudong. Zhong Lingshan stared intently at Lin Ling's back before finally collapsing. He still had one more battle before he could win both battles. When Lin Ling challenged him, he believed that his luck had come, allowing him to win both battles. But in the end he died in the second battle. He died at the hands of the enemy he believed to be the weakest among his three enemies. Furthermore, that enemy did not use his sword, but when he did, one strike was enough. That strike was dazzling and it contained 100% sword intent. It had destroyed everything he had. The square remained silent. Elder Great Sunchild stared intently at the dead Zhong Lingshan. The disciple she was most proud of had died under Lin Ling's sword. Her backing was gone, and the work she was proud of was gone. Lin Ling still dared to kill under her threat. He was still resolute and decisive in killing. Lin Ling. Elder Great Sunchild's eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. She roared angrily with killing intent, "Die!" Lin Ling had spoiled her plans several times. She could no longer tolerate Lin Ling. She had to kill Lin Ling. Phew. A figure filled with billowing killing intent shot towards Lin Ling, who had left the stage. It made Lin Ling frown. Elder Great Sunchild wanted to kill him in front of so many people? Elder Great Sunchild has gone mad. Everyone also sensed Elder Great Sunchild's intentions as they drew a cold gasp. Today's competition was being watched by millions of people. Elder Great Sunchild's actions were too bold. Kill Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes shimmered with a strange light. It was rare that he did not stop it. It was as though he did not see it. Furthermore, there was a voice in his heart. It was as though he wanted to see Lin Ling die here. Other than him, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, Duan family, Great Serpent Manor and other large factions were sneering. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Today someone was going to kill Lin Ling. That was for the best. Courting death. Among the four desolate races, Auntie Mo's face was extremely frosty. Around her body, a terrifying mist appeared, making her look mysterious and vast. However, at that moment, a blinding light shot down from the sky, causing everyone to feel pain in their eyes. After that, a painful cry rang out. Countless people looked over, only to see Great Sunchild Elder's right arm being chopped off. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And on the ground there was a leaf stuck there, incomparably dazzling. A leaf fell from the sky and sliced off Great Sun Elder's arm. This leaf was just too terrifying. Many people suddenly looked up at the sky. The leaf came from the sky, it seemed to be the leaf of the Bodhi ancient tree. In that case, the person who severed the right arm of Great Sunchild was someone from the Bodhi Sacred Palace. I'll take your arm as a lesson. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you immediately. A majestic voice rang out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to thump in fear. It really was someone from the Sacred Palace. Great Sunchild Elder looked up at the sky, her face filled with malevolence. Her left hand stroked her severed right arm, where a massive amount of blood was constantly gushing out. She had tried to kill Lin Ling, but not only had she not killed him, but she had also lost an arm. Today she had gone for wool and come home shorn. Unfortunately, she was facing the ancient Bodhi Sacred Palace. She had no strength to fight back. Serves you right. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold and mocking voice floated out like the wind, causing Great Sunchild Elder's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was gloating over her misfortune, saying that she deserved it. Great Sunchild Elder spat out a single word. If looks could kill, she would have already killed Lin Ling hundreds of times. Unfortunately, she could not, and she did not dare to. 7 Profound Martial House Master Skylin, are you not going to say anything about this matter? Lin Ling's eyes turned, coldly looking at Martial House Master Skylin. He knew that Skylin was aware of this, but he had chosen to turn a blind eye to it. Now, how could Lin Ling allow him to sit there as if this matter had nothing to do with him? Lin Ling. Martial House Master Skylin's pupils constricted into a thin line as he looked at the youth standing on the martial stage. Lin Ling actually dared to question him? Here, within the 7 Profound Martial House, the one who acted was Old Shen of the 7 Profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master of the 7 Profound Martial House, do you think you have no responsibility? Lin Ling icily shouted. His eyes collided with Martial House Master Skylin's in midair, blooming with invisible sparks. Today's tournament was the focus of all eyes. Not only that, but the mastermind was no longer the 7 Profound Martial House, but Bodhi Sacred Palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not fear Martial House Master Skylin. What great courage, Lin Ling even dares to reprimand his own Martial House Master. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was fearless, he had the pure and innocent heart of a child. Martial House Master Skyland's complexion constantly changed. Now countless eyes were looking at him. How could he not speak? This matter is within my jurisdiction. Before, I did not protect the order of the tournament, that was my dereliction of duty. Martial House Master Skyland stood up and lightly said to the entire world. These words could be considered an apology for his dereliction of duty, and also an apology to Lin Ling. He had no choice but to apologize. This was because the tournament was being held within the 7 profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master, he shouldered the responsibility of protecting the tournament. How could he escape this responsibility? Elder Great Solar Child, enter the demon abyss of ice and fire, and be punished for 1 year. Martial House Master Skyland coldly said. Demon abyss of ice and fire. Elder Dark Child anxiously shouted out. That was the most severe punishment of the 7 profound Martial House. It was an abyss tens of thousands of miles underground, where ice and fire intersected all year round. Ordinary people simply did not dare to enter. But she had been punished to go there for a year, and this year would be like a year for her. Martial House Master Skyland's face was cold and indifferent. He sat down again, but his heart was filled with a cold chill. Lin Ling had forced him to move against Elder Dark Child, and Lin Ling had forced him, the powerful Martial House Master. How hateful. Lin Ling. Elder Dark Child also looked at Lin Ling. She wished she could kill Lin Ling, but the green leaves on the ground made her not dare to act rashly. She could only leave step by step. In her heart, Lin Ling had grown up step by step, and had become a great calamity. Today not only had he killed her disciple, but he had also cut off her arm. Most importantly, she had to suffer the punishment of ice and fire for a year. After a year, just what degree would Lin Ling grow to? At that time, it would be even more difficult to make a move against Lin Ling. This episode did not affect the semi-finals, but it made many people feel complicated, especially the ancient countries like the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They also felt that the semi-finals had allowed Lin Ling to rise, and he even had the qualifications to hurt them. How powerful 100% sword intent. So this is Lin Ling's trump card. As for the peak geniuses of the various martial arts halls, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They thought that Lin Ling's body was strong, and this was his trump card. However, they were wrong. Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying. 100% sword intent, just a step away from reaching the peak of Lin Ling's sword. Such strength was completely qualified to compete with the second dream, young Master Tang. Lin Ling's harvest from the Bodhi ancient tree trip was not the smallest. The remaining geniuses looked deeply at Lin Ling. Currently, there were only 8 people left. Lin Ling's battle had made him famous, and his position among the 8 was not to be underestimated. Lin Ling is still strong. He is the most dazzling dark horse. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 881. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, a new name appeared, Greedy Wolf. This person was famous for his savagery. In the previous tournament, no one had dared to challenge him. He was a powerful proud son of heaven on the same level as Lin Ling. His opponent was quickly chosen. It was a proud son of heaven named Heavenly Star Cultivator. This person was an extremely low-key proud son of heaven, but his powerful aura made everyone know that he had been patiently waiting for the final battle to amaze the world. The battle between the two broke out under countless gazes. Greedy Wolf was a proud son of heaven with average talent, but he seemed to have obtained a powerful cultivation method that had been lost in the rainforest Holy Land. He could constantly awaken, and every time he awakened, his strength would greatly increase. A total of 7 awakenings. They were Burning Life, Annihilation, Creation, Metamorphosis, Void Spirit, Yang Essence, and the Pinnacle of Void and Reality. Greedy Wolf's 7 Revolution Secret Art. Every time he awakens, his strength will double. This Greedy Wolf has really hidden himself deeply. Some powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. The world was vast, and the path of martial arts was vast and broad. A 7 Revolution Secret Art was extremely rare. Hold on, Heavenly Star Cultivator is surnamed Tian. As for the other opponent, many people suddenly realized something. Heavenly Star Cultivator was surnamed Tian. In the 7 Profound Martial House, this meant that he was related to the Martial House Master, Skylin. In the 7 Profound Martial House, no one dared to be surnamed Tian. Among the watching proud sons of heaven, the second dream's beautiful eyes constantly twinkled. Only she knew that Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son that her master had secretly raised. If it weren't for this semi-finals, perhaps Heavenly Star Cultivator would not have surfaced. but regarding Heavenly Star Cultivator, she had only seen him 3 times. She only knew that this boy was very mysterious. He often went out adventuring and had even left the rainforest Holy Land. Using a saber? The second dream faintly stared at Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber. That saber was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to return to simplicity. It seems that he is a martial arts fanatic. His master is the sky. The second dream's final evaluation. Although she was also a disciple of the martial house master, she was different from Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator regarded martial house master Skylin as the sky in his heart. He was the most sacred existence in his heart of martial arts. However, second dream was different. She was even more ambitious. 7 killing saber. On the martial platform, saber chi gushed out as if it wanted to slash apart the world. Each saber was brighter and fiercer than the last. It was as if it could slice apart the world. Voracious Wolf used the 7 revolutions cultivation method to continuously raise his own strength, but the Heavenly Star cultivators used the 7 slaughters saber, 7 slaughters under heaven, to continuously raise the true meaning of the saber, and among them was a dense murderous aura. I admit defeat. Under the 7th slash, Ravenous Wolf finally conceded unwillingly. A Heavenly Star cultivator's saber was too frightening. The final slash had reached 100% saber true intent, and there was even a great deal of killing intent within. Another Heaven's Chosen with 100% mastery of the true meaning of martial. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star cultivators. Currently, 2 great geniuses with 100% true meaning of martial arts had appeared. One was a sword and the other was a saber. They did not know who was more powerful. On the martial arts platform, the corner of the Heavenly Star cultivator's mouth revealed an indifferent smile. He sheathed his saber and stood. Currently, the final battle was getting closer and closer, and he did not need to hide any trump cards. Then, his gaze turned towards Lin Ling, and the saber intent in his eyes blossomed. I want to test your sword. An arrogant voice floated out, causing a commotion in the entire square. Indeed, the saber wanted to battle the sword. If you have the chance, you can fight me. Lin Ling's eyes also blossomed with a strong desire to battle. 100% true meaning of martial arts, he also wanted to test his opponent's strength. Next, another lot was drawn, and the second dream's name finally appeared in the sky. The weak will be eliminated first. The second dream's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. His words puzzled many people. Eliminating the weak first? Currently, other than Ravenous Wolf and Lin Ling who had each lost 1 battle, the others had 2 chances. In that case, the second dream would eliminate one of the 2. Ravenous Wolf. The second dream's voice was quickly heard, causing Ravenous Wolf to grit his teeth. The opponent he feared the most was the second dream. If I fight to the death, I might be able to win. On the martial arts platform, Ravenous Wolf knew that he could not avoid this, so he might as well fight with all his strength. Therefore, he used the 7th transformation right from the start, increasing his strength tremendously. You have just fought a battle, so you should be resting. But in fact, it makes no difference whether you rest or not. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. Her small Hongyan mouth gently spat out 2 words, driving shadow. Something strange happened. Ravenous Wolf unleashed a powerful strength, but he could not move. It was very mysterious and scary, as if he was being controlled by someone else. I admit defeat. Even his speech was controlled. Ravenous Wolf admitted defeat, but in fact he did not want to admit defeat at all. He did not even know what had happened. The second dream left slowly, not bothering to explain anything. The crowd was in an uproar, and their voices seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. What ability did the second dream use? Her talent is the Imperial Body, driving shadow body. She can control the shadows of others, and through the shadows she can control a warrior's body. Therefore, Ravenous Wolf was controlled by the second dream and admitted defeat. The second dream's imperial body is like a goddess under the night sky. No one can violate her. Among the 4 desolate races, a powerful elder said lightly. It made many people draw a cold gasp. This natural king body was too heaven-defying. Was this the Night King? Ravenous Wolf had lost 2 battles and was completely eliminated. Out of the 8 final elites, 7 were left. The next lot was drawn and countless people were looking forward to it. Hong-er. A huge name appeared in the sky, making many people sigh. Hong-er was very lucky to have drawn 2 lots consecutively. As for Tang Tianshu, Yu Fanren and the other elite elites, they shook their heads. Until now they had not fought, but they were not in a hurry. After all, what would come, and the later they fought, the stronger their opponents would be. Therefore they were looking forward to it. Hunger had drawn a lot, but she did not know who to choose. Her opponents were all extremely powerful, and she could not challenge Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling lost again, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. Who should she choose? Heavenly Star Warrior. Hunger finally gritted her teeth and said. This made the Heavenly Star Warrior smile, and he walked out step by step with his sword on his back. You are Elder Long Dan's disciple. Long Dan Long seems to be very close to the D family. I represent the Tian family, so in this battle, I will let everyone related to the D family know the strength of the Tian family. The D family can only dream of regaining their former glory. Clang. Bold words floated out, and a sword that could hold up the heavens appeared on the martial stage. It was dazzling, as if a monarch had descended upon the world. That sword seemed to represent the Tian family. At this moment, many people finally knew the origin of this Heavenly Star Warrior. This person represented the Martial House Master. What was different from the second dream was that he represented the Martial House Master's pride. He was surnamed Tian, and also represented the Martial House Master's heart of martial arts. In this battle, the Tian family would rise. They would tell everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land that the Tian family bloodline was the true master of the seven profound martial house, and that the D family bloodline of the past was nothing but trash. The Tian family would also be able to clear their name. Chapter 882. Heavenly Star Cultivator's Conviction. Many people quietly looked at Martial House Master Heavenly Lin. They discovered that Martial House Master Heavenly Lin was sipping his tea, but deep in his eyes there was a touch of pride. Those who knew of Martial House Master Heavenly Lin's origins were well aware that Heavenly Lin was once a disciple of the previous Martial House Master. Afterwards, he was unwilling to be an ant for the rest of his life, so he joined forces with others to severely wound the previous Martial House Master. In Old Shin's great battle for the position of Martial House Master, he finally obtained it. Moreover, Martial House Master Heavenly Lin had seized the talent of the previous Martial House Master's son, Di Wuji. This action was very ugly. Although no one in the seven profound martial house dared to say this, many ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that this was a thorn in Heavenly Lin's heart. Thus, in these past years he had constantly wanted to prove himself, to clear his name, to tell everyone that he, Heavenly Lin, had become the Martial House Master. This was the will of the heavens, and he had not obtained the position of Martial House Master through schemes and machinations. But now, his adopted son had cleared his name, and he had used a shocking method to clear his name. Perhaps this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's only conviction, and also the conviction of his blade. On the martial stage, two figures quietly stood. Ruby's face was dignified as she looked at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. She did not dare to underestimate him. Use your strongest attack, otherwise you will not have a chance. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's calm voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to flash with a strange light. These words were what Lin Ling had constantly said before, and now the Heavenly Star Cultivator was actually saying that he was competing with Lin Ling. Two-headed Flood Dragon Phoenix. Calm. Ruby did not speak. She immediately erupted with her powerful innate king body, and her Flood Dragon Phoenix unparalleled appeared. Weak, go back and tell your master that the Martial House Master is his best choice, not the Sword Elder. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator lightly said. He raised the blade in his hand, and a saber intent cut out in all directions like an astral wind, a murderous aura gushing out. Murderous aura? Come. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword had a murderous aura, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber also had a murderous aura. In addition, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had said what Lin Ling had said before. This meant that he wanted to crush Lin Ling from every angle. What Lin Ling could, he could. What Lin Ling could do, he could do Lin. 7 killing heaven. Heaven. Whoosh. His right arm slashed out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was pitch black in color. The saber's surface was simple and unadorned, for Chi 3 Cun. It did not release any light, but only a true powerhouse would know that was a killing saber. A killing saber did not need to be too dazzling. This saber was named Eternal Peace. This signified that the Heavenly Star Cultivator's swords supported the Heavenly Forest swords. All voices of dissatisfaction were beheaded, so as to achieve the effect of eternal peace. Rumble. With one saber strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The true intent of the saber burst forth. There was no need for any shocking attack. All he needed was one saber strike. Pop, pop. The flood dragon behind Hong shattered, causing her to spit out blood. And below the martial platform, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade was indeed very frightening. If he had not increased his strength in the Bodhi ancient tree, perhaps his sword would not have been able to block the Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade. 7 mysteries forever. The cold voice rang out again and another slash was made. Pop, pop. The phoenix head behind Hong was chopped off. The true intent of the saber and the sword was different from the others. It was the most straightforward and its purpose was to behead the enemy. And the other true intent of the saber had other effects, such as strengthening oneself or influencing the enemy and so on. 2 sabers were enough to cripple Hong. This was a Heavenly Star Cultivator. What a powerful saber. Many people discovered that at the end of the semi-finals, Lin Ling was not the only dark horse. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was also a dark horse, so dark that it was dazzling. Hong has lost. Many people said soon after. I admit defeat. However, something unexpected happened. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had clearly won, but he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. This shocked everyone, and they did not understand why the Heavenly Star Cultivator would do this. That was a challenge to Lin Ling. Everything that Lin Ling has done, the Heavenly Star Cultivator has also done. Lin Ling let Hong win, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator also let her win. How arrogant. The crowd immediately realized the reason. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was using a shocking method to prove his strength. This was also a provocation to Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the descendant of the D bloodline, no wonder. The Sword Elder and the rest understood the meaning behind the Heavenly Star Cultivator's admission was actually a humiliation to them. It was as if he was saying, I can win, but I won't because I want to ruthlessly trample the pride of the D bloodline under my feet. This feeling was like 2 enemies fighting. One lost, but the other did not kill him, giving him a chance to fight again. In fact, this was a humiliation. If one respected the other, they would have killed him directly. Killing was the respect for the opponent. On the martial arts platform, Hong stared at the Heavenly Star Cultivator, her heart filled with disbelief. Scram. A cold word floated out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator looked at Hong as if he was looking at an ant. He currently had 1 win and 1 loss, so he did not pass. He still had to continue fighting. On the contrary, Hong had won both battles, so no one could challenge her now. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's goal was very simple. He wanted to win that battle to fight Lin Ling. The remaining proud children of heaven also knew his intentions. They all smiled but did not oppose him. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He came to the edge of the martial arts platform and supported Hong as they walked back. At the same time, he coldly said, You want to usurp the role of the host to prove yourself. You want to help Martial House Master Tianlin conceal his ugly actions. Don't you think this is too much? This is my heart of martial arts. The Martial House Master is my sky and I am his saber. Anyone who dares to offend the Martial House Master will be cut down by this saber. I am so shocked to tell everyone this because I want everyone to know that the Tian bloodline is the true royal family of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's lips moved as he lightly replied. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Unfortunately, the person you chose is wrong. Lin Ling's voice became increasingly cold. He returned to his resting area and looked at Hong with a questioning look. It's nothing. He was too arrogant and thought of me as an ant, so he didn't give me any great injuries. Hong smiled and shook her head, but deep in her eyes there was unwillingness. It's just that he didn't hurt my body, but he did hurt my heart. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had won, but he had admitted defeat. This was a great humiliation to Hong. I will make him pay the price. Lin Ling took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. He looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue. Faintly he could see Senior Di Wuji. Senior Di Wuji was still shouldering a great injustice. In the 7 profound martial house, no one dared to speak of him. Everything was hidden from him by his tyrannical power. Senior Di Wuji's life had been miserable. He had trusted his senior apprentice brother, but after his death he had left behind a nameless name. No one dared to mention his name. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky began to change. 2 dazzling characters appeared, Lin Ling. A new draw had appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? The square fell silent and the millions of people in the main city fell silent. The entire world seemed to freeze in time. Lin Ling had drawn the lot. It was unknown if this was the intention of the Bodhi Saint Palace, or if it was destined by the heavens, but this meant that Lin Ling would represent the D bloodline in battle. Lin Ling, it's you? Chapter 883. Battle of beliefs pa pa pa. In Lin Ling's body, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His bones seemed to be boiling with fighting spirit. A confident smile appeared on his face. The battle between the sword and the saber had begun. Heavenly Star Cultivator, you don't need to come down. Shio. A figure flew towards the crystal stage, landing heavily on it. Everyone's breathing quickened. As expected, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator represents Tian Lin. He has complete saber intent, and his heart of martial arts is to restore Tianlin's name and bring peace to the world. Lin Ling represents the D clan, and he also has complete sword intent. His heart of martial arts is to restore the D clan's pride. Between the two of them, who will win? The crowd began to discuss, their blood boiling. Even some of the top geniuses were rubbing their palms. The battle between the two was already one of the strongest in the Emperor Spirit realm. Heavenly Star Cultivator, prove your pride. Kill him. Headmaster Qinlin's pupils were ice cold. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son he had secretly nurtured to guard against the D clan's bloodline. Originally, he did not want to allow the Heavenly Star Cultivator to surface, but this time semifinals had changed. With the Bodhi Sacred Palace watching, this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's chance, so he allowed the Heavenly Star Cultivator to rise. Heavenly Star Cultivator and the Second Dream were both his pawns. The difference was that one was in the dark and the other was in the light. On the other side, Sword Elder and the others were looking at the martial stage with serious expressions. Lin Ling was not a member of the D bloodline, but he had shouldered Di Wuji's faith. Now that Di Shirtian had been crippled, the only person who still held the flag was Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely win. This was a battle of beliefs and also a battle of wills. On the stage, two slender figures stood a few hundred meters apart. The wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. It was as if one of them represented the saber, and the other the sword. You have 100% sword intent while I have saber intent. However, I'm only at the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm, while you're at the middle stage. The increase in your cultivation level will greatly increase the power of your martial intent. You won't be able to withstand my saber. After a moment of silence, a gloomy voice floated out from the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth. His appearance was very ordinary, and if it were not for walking here, no one would have known that this person's strength was so terrifying. However, it was precisely because he was ordinary that this person could not be underestimated. Pa pa pa. After he spoke, the saber in his hand leaped up as if it was boiling. Countless saber chi formed a strong wind that blew around him from all directions. The entire crystalline martial platform was filled with sabers, and it was incomparably terrifying. If it was a peak-level Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy on the martial platform, he would have been killed by the saber without any accident. The saber was mainly used for attacking and killing. It did not need to be flashy. It only needed one slash, and that was the reason for the saber's will and existence. A powerful saber cultivator was incomparably terrifying. Their saber could split mountains and break the sky. They could use their extreme will to kill any top cultivator of the same level. Those who used the saber were all cultivators with strong wills. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. At this moment, they realized that the Heavenly Star Cultivator already had the strength to fight with the Second Dream. This dark horse had hidden his strength too deeply. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Their true meaning of martial arts was the same. On the surface, Lin Ling did not have any chance of winning. I am not at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. From his slender body, a powerful aura finally erupted. In the battle with the Heavenly Star Cultivator, he had finally used his trump card. This was because he knew that the Heavenly Star Cultivator was very strong. This person did not know any powerful martial arts, but he knew how to use the saber. With a single saber he could dominate the world. What? Lin Ling hid his cultivation? Seeing the strength displayed by Lin Ling on the martial platform, many people's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's expression changed slightly. With this, Lin Ling was one step closer to him. However, you are still not qualified. You will bring shame to the D family. After a moment of shock, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said indifferently, "You are a saber user. You should understand that the strength of the saber and the sword does not depend on the strength of one's cultivation. Instead, it depends on one's will, on one's heart of martial arts." Lin Ling raised his sword. On the huge blade, wisps of mist drifted out, rolling with killing intent. Clang. The sword was leaping, the sword wanted to fight. What a terrifying sword. After reaching the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, Lin Ling's sword is even more powerful. The crowd gasped. There were many swordsmen around the square. At this moment, the swords in their hands were leaping as if they were summoned by the sword. They wanted to jump out of their scabbards. At this moment, their swords occupied the other side of the martial platform. Sword chi filled the sky. You have some skill. In a battle of the saber and the sword, victory will be decided in one move. Only then will you know how wrong you are. The heavenly star cultivator smiled. He raised the saber in his hand. Like a vast ocean, colorful, domineering, tenacious, cold, the entire martial platform was a saber. Your heart of martial arts is Mansion Master Tianlin. You support him. This is your way of the saber. However, you do not know what Mansion Master Tianlin has done. You only know how to blindly support him. This saber is soulless. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword leaped, killing intent gushed out. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong, but your choice is wrong. Wrong or right, we will know in one battle. The D family is going to fall. The heavenly star cultivator's face turned cold. Lin Ling's aura continued to rise, turning more than half of the martial platform into a world of swords. Thus, the heavenly star cultivator gripped his saber. When the saber was unsheathed, the world of sabers on his side exploded. All the sabers of true intent were aimed at Lin Ling. The heavenly star cultivator unsheathed his saber. For the pride of Mansion Master Tianlin, for his way of the saber. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one strike. Boom. Saber chi shot up to the sky. Those who were close to the martial platform were cut by the saber. The terrifying true intent of the saber seemed to want to cut the world in half. One had to know that this was a crystal martial platform that could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the true intent of the saber still affected them. This meant that the saber was terrifying. This kid has already touched the door of profound meaning. Many experts' faces turned serious. That world of sabers had the power to kill any expert. This was the profound meaning. The profound meaning turned into a world. Anyone who was in the world would be killed by the saber. Pa pa pa. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword was unprecedentedly firm and unyielding. On the Tyrant Song sword, a blood-red murderous aura spread out like a tide, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn blood-red. This was the sword of killing. This sword not only represented Lin Ling's way of the sword, but also Di Wuji's pride. Thus he could not be defeated. Even if he died, he had to raise the pride of the Di family. Fight. A cold shout floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword slashed out. In the semi-finals of this year's strongest, the strongest swordsman and the strongest saber artist clashed. The brilliance of the geniuses bloomed, shocking the sacred land of the rainforest. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the two figures clashed in the middle of the martial platform. Then they disappeared, leaving behind only a sword and a saber. Pa pa pa. Endless sword chi and saber chi slashed in all directions. Cracks appeared on the martial platform. What a terrifying slash. The crowd gasped. Chapter 884. Peak sword intent, Lin Ling, you can do it. Over at the Fire Ancient clan's side, everyone clenched their fists. In the clash between sword and saber, if Lin Ling's aura weakened by even a bit, then Lin Ling would be killed. Let's see whose aura was stronger and who could last longer. At this moment, the advantage brought about by the cultivation realm began to appear, especially in the face of evenly matched martial intent. This was even more obvious. Cha-cha-cha. Behind Lin Ling, the sword world kept shattering, and a large number of swords were cut apart by the saber. What a terrifying saber. Boom. Finally, with a violent explosion, the huge crystal martial platform exploded. The battle between the two became the first prodigy to destroy a martial platform. Are these still Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies? All the top experts sucked in a breath of cold air. These two were too powerful. Lin Ling is going to lose. His sword intent keeps weakening. It seems that the weakness of his cultivation realm is constantly magnified. Then those experts looked at the battle in the center and said with a serious expression. That place had already turned into a world of swords and blades. The clouds in the sky were parted, and a huge crack created by the swords and blades appeared. Under the crack, two youths appeared. However, the world of swords behind Lin Ling continued to crumble, and his sword will was also disintegrated. His weak cultivation realm caused this situation. If Lin Ling loses, then he will be killed in one slash. The crowd's heart trembled. The battle between sword and saber was so straightforward. There was no entanglement. Block the incoming enemy and kill. If you couldn't block, you would be killed. The battle between sword and saber was also a battle between men. There was no dragging out an ignoble existence, no battle to preserve one's strength, only a battle with one's back to the river. Everyone who knew Lin Ling shouted. They could also see that Lin Ling's sword intent was weakening. Xiao. In front of his forehead, a wisp of hair fell, cut by the sword intent. Lin Ling's mouth was bleeding. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was very domineering, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a terrifying saber user. This is your heart of martial arts? The D family has already declined and the Tian family is everything. I don't understand why you're still so stubborn. Just give up, you're no match for me. On the other side of the sword, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said with a cold expression. His heart of martial arts was even more resolute than Lin Ling's, and his saber true intent was even prouder than Lin Ling's. Could Lin Ling compete with him for glory? It's hard to say until the last moment. Have you ever seen a swordsman give up? Lin Ling's firm voice sounded. Then just wait to be killed. After I kill you, I will seize all of your glory. The corner of the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth curled into a sinister smile. It was so tyrannical, so self-confident, just like his saber. Even if it was the heavens, he dared to slash. 7 kills the world. Rumble. An even more frightening true will of saber burst forth, as if it was about to break through this world, causing the sword world to grow dimmer and dimmer, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. There was only the sword and nothing else. But was he going to lose? The powerful true will of saber suppressed him, causing him to feel somewhat lost. Child, go all out and fight. No matter if you win or lose, I am proud of you, because you are the only disciple who has raised the flag for me. In a hazy state, Lin Ling heard a kind voice. It was Senior Wuji, whom he had only met once, but who had given all of his faith to him. Yes, Lin Ling was the only one who had carried the flag of the D family on his shoulders. Go all out and fight. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The D family had been cursed for over 200 years, and he had unintentionally stepped into it. He had shouldered the final flag, shouldered everything, so how could he fail here? He couldn't lose. The sword had its own will, and Lin Ling also had his own will. He had promised Di Wuji, so he would definitely do it. There was no other reason than that disciple. The Tyrant Song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji. I have been using it all this time, but I didn't know its heart. It's time for me to know the soul of the sword. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The suppressed sword in his hand started to jump crazily at this moment. The soul of the sword seemed to have been awakened at this moment. Lin Ling's true will of sword was cultivated by himself, but he had never become one with the sword, never become one with the sword. Perhaps, this was the most important step in reaching the pinnacle of the true will of sword. Tyrant Song sword, raised the flag of the D family. The shout resounded in Lin Ling's heart. The sword in his hand jumped violently. At this moment, Lin Ling's true will of sword had reached the pinnacle of 100%, advancing at the same time as his true will of fire. Lose? At this moment, the Heavenly Star Cultivator was holding the sharp saber in his hand. His body emitted a radiance like a sea urchin, and his saber will gushed out. He knew that Lin Ling's true will of sword had weakened, and he wanted to kill Lin Ling in one go. The one who will lose is you. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and clashed with the Heavenly Star Cultivator's Yong'an saber. He lowered his head slightly and slowly raised it up. A cold voice floated out from his mouth, and behind him, the true will of sword that was constantly being shattered bloomed with a dazzling light. It was tenacious and domineering, as if it had been revived from the ashes. What? The Heavenly Star Cultivator's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's true will of sword seemed to have become stronger. Could it be that it had reached the pinnacle of the true will of sword? Pa. The true will of sword went crazy. That world was stirred up and shook. What is that? At the same time, the entire plaza and the entire main city was in an uproar. An incomparably terrifying true will of sword burst out. This represented the will of the sword, the belief of the D family. Xiao. The swords in the hands of those swordsmen could no longer hold back. They all flew out, rushing towards Lin Ling's world of swords. Xiao. In the direction of the main city, millions of swordsmen also shot out the swords in their hands, forming a colorful and gorgeous epic scene. The sky became a sea of swords. Palace Master Tianlin was drinking tea. He had already seen Lin Ling's true will of sword crumbling, but at this moment he saw something. He saw the pinnacle of the true will of sword, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. The pinnacle of the true will of sword, man and sword as one. The various palace masters and experts all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling's cultivation realm was weaker than the Heavenly Star cultivators, and their true wills of sword were comparable. However, if Lin Ling raised his true will of sword to the pinnacle, this would be able to make up for the difference in cultivation realm. Shwa. The sword came out, cutting through everything. The endless swords turned into a huge sword of killing intent, fiercely slashing out. Boom. The world of sabers collapsed and countless sabers turned into dust. A painful voice sounded in the air. Silence. The entire rainforest's sacred ground quietened down. 111. Countless swords floated in the air, and below the ground, a slender figure holding a huge sword stood coldly. At this moment, that figure was incomparably dazzling. That blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, making it impossible for people to see through it. Especially that sword, which was even more terrifying, releasing a dazzling light, as if it was the light of the profound. The sea of swords in the sky, the youth holding the sword on the ground. This formed an incomparably beautiful scene. Was it the sword monarch? You've lost. A calm voice suddenly sounded in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that on the other side, the Heavenly Star cultivator was sitting on the ground. His right hand was cut off, and his saber was also shattered. He had lost. The strength of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, with 100% true will of sword, but in the end he could not block the sword at the pinnacle. Chapter 885. 18th Young Master Tang Tu. You comprehended the realm of one with the sword at the crucial moment. The corner of the Heavenly Star cultivator's mouth had blood, and his heart was shaken. The realm of one with the sword, he had also been pursuing it. However, he had always failed, but today Lin Ling had reached the final step of the true meaning of sword in front of him. The sword has its own will, the saber has its own will, but when the wills are the same, it is one with the sword. Yes. Lin Ling gently raised the sword in his hand and stroked it with his left hand. His lips curled into a proud smile. The previous battle was not only a battle of beliefs, but also a battle of wills. Your will is very strong, your beliefs are very firm, but you do not know what you are firm about. So, you have lost in the battle of wills. The battle of wills, I have lost. The Heavenly Star Master's face was incomparably pale. He had lost in the battle of wills. I have said before, your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Your mistake is in your choice. Lin Ling slowly turned around and did not kill the Heavenly Star Master. The latter was very proud, using a shocking method to announce Tian's pride. This was the Heavenly Star Master's stubbornness, and also his heart of martial arts. But in reality, the Heavenly Star Master himself did not know why he was so persistent. So Lin Ling did not kill him, but let him know that his pride, his Tian, was nothing more than this. Mansion Master Tianlin wanted to use the Heavenly Star Master's rise to clear his name. But today the more he tried to smear, the darker it became, and it became a disgrace. Shwa. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised the sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the blue sky as if he was smiling at Di Wuji. The flag did not fall. He, Lin Ling, held it firmly and would walk on even more resolutely. Lin Ling. Mansion Master Qinlin's face was incomparably ugly. Tian had lost, this also meant that he wanted to clear his name. He wanted to trample the D clan under his feet, but he had also failed. He was still ugly and people still remembered his actions in the dark. Poor Heavenly Star Master, flaunting his prowess a moment ago to prove how powerful Tian was, but now his saber was broken. The crowd also began to discuss the battle between the D clan and the Tian clan. In this battle the D clan had won, but they were still proud. Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of the sword elder's eyes, and he couldn't help but shout out loudly. The flag still didn't fall, and today their name had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land, making even more people remember the D clan. Their flag. Lin Ling had used his sword to defeat the adopted son of Manor Lord Tianlin, defeating the pride of Manor Lord Tianlin. Good job, little guy. Up in the sky, Lin Ling seemed to see Di Wuji's benevolent face proud of him. This made his smile grow even wider. In fact, he could have used the true meaning of fire to defeat a Heavenly Star cultivator, but he didn't. He wanted to use a sword, the tyrannical song sword that Di Wuji had left him. All of this was to tell Di Wuji that the flag was still in his hands. I lost. Although my heart of martial arts is firm, I don't even know what the heart of martial arts is. Compared to Lin Ling's brilliance, the Heavenly Star cultivator at this moment appeared incomparably dim, completely different from that prideful scene from before. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't kill him, just like how he treated Hong Er. Lin Ling won but didn't kill him, leaving him with a huge humiliation. Heavenly Star Cultivator, pull yourself together. This is just a battle. Manor Lord Qinlin's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was so hateful. He didn't kill the Heavenly Star Cultivator, but he caused the pride that he had cultivated for so many years to fall. His heart of martial arts seemed to have collapsed, and most importantly, he didn't seem to believe in himself anymore. The Heavenly Star Cultivator stood up, looked at Manor Lord Tianlin with a complicated expression, and finally left silently. Maybe he was Manor Lord Tianlin's Yong and saber, but he didn't know why he used a saber. But now he had a feeling that he was inferior to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling knew why he used a sword and he only used a saber blindly. Therefore, in the battle between sword and saber, he lost in terms of willpower, lost in the heart of martial arts. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Manor Lord Tianlin's face was full of veins, and he was furious again. However, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had already disappeared without a trace. The other Manor Lords looked at him mockingly. Tianlin had lost all his face today. Not only had the Heavenly Star Cultivator lost, even his disciple had abandoned him and left. Then all the Manor Lords looked at Lin Ling. That youth was so powerful, he had actually comprehended the true meaning of sword to the pinnacle stage. In this way, the following top-notch competition would be even more exciting. Currently, there were only 6 people left, and one of them, Hong Er, was lucky enough to make it to the end, so there were only 5 people left. The strength of these 5 people was obvious to all. Without a doubt, the second dream and Tang Tianshu would make it to the end, and the remaining 3 would depend on their strength in the end. After Lin Ling walked back, the remaining geniuses all looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. As the competition progressed, Lin Ling continuously revealed his trump cards. First, it was his powerful physical body, then it was his 100% true meaning of sword, then it was the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and finally it was the pinnacle stage of the true meaning of sword. No one dared to look down on Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling seemed to have gained quite a lot from his time in the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Lin Ling is already so strong. I wonder about the second dream. Young Master Tang, how strong is you fancy? The crowd was even more excited. From Lin Ling's crazy growth, they could feel that the strength of the top geniuses of the second dream was even more terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's record was 1 win and 2 losses, so it was time for the other geniuses to take the field. The second dream. Young Master Tang. All around the square, the cheers were so loud that it was as if the sky was about to be torn open. A huge name appeared in the sky, Tang Tianshu. After a moment of silence, the cheers became even crazier, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and earth. Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 young masters, currently displayed the strength of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, and was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree, he should have soared to the heavens, surpassing many of the older geniuses. I wonder if his strength has reached the level of the leader of the 18 young masters. In the crowd, a young man with a cold expression said. He was the leader of the 18 young masters, Jun Wu. In the past, he was the young master above Tang Tianshu, but now he was not so confident. After all, the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree was enough to change everything. This could be seen from the rise of Lin Ling. Duan Wuji. Standing proudly on the spot, Tang Tianshu's gaze finally landed on one of the geniuses. This person had the bloodline of the Justice Duan family, the Qilin bloodline. He also wanted to see how powerful this person who had the bloodline of the 5 great ancient kingdoms was. Currently, there were 5 people he could challenge. Among them, Lin Ling and Hong Er had already fought several times, so it was not appropriate for him to challenge them. As for the second dream and Yu Fanren, he felt that Duan Wuji should be eliminated first. You want to challenge me? Duan Wuji was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He did not even watch Lin Ling's previous battles, appearing extremely arrogant. However, after hearing Tang Tianshu's words, he finally opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I see you're challenging me on behalf of your cousin. Chapter 886. Green Flame Sparrow King. Then Duan Wuji suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his right hand and pointed it at a young man in the distance. That person was also of the great Tang bloodline. His name was Tang Jin, and he was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Plane. He was ranked 15th on the genius list and had often protected Tang Tianshu. Duan Wuji and Tang Tianshu had clashed several times, but he couldn't do anything about the latter. Tang Tianshu was too strong. He was a top genius on the genius list. Duan Wuji, do you want to die? A young man in the audience said coldly. Duan Wuji was facing him with his palm in front of so many people. How dare someone who had lost to him be so arrogant? Fire-stepping Qilin. Duan Wuji shook his head and said coldly. A large amount of spiritual qi gathered in his palm and a majestic qilin was sent flying towards the young man. What? The crowd gasped. Duan Wuji was actually attacking Tang Jin? Was he looking for death? Tang Jin was even stronger than Tang Tianshu in the past. He was a top genius on the genius list. You're too bold? Tang Jin shouted coldly. At the same time the fire-stepping qilin rushed over. Tang Jin's pupils constricted. What a terrifying aura. Bang. He couldn't block it and was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. He can't block a single attack from Duan Wuji. Many people's eyes widened. In the past, Tang Jin was ranked higher than Duan Wuji, and Duan Wuji was only ranked around 100th on the genius list. But today, Duan Wuji had easily defeated Tang Jin in front of so many people. It was as if he was telling everyone that he, Duan Wuji, had risen. It's the opportunity of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. Many people realized. 10th grade king body realm stepping qilin? Tang Tianshu murmured. He knew that Duan Wuji was showing his strength to make Tang Tianshu admit defeat. Let's fight. Tang Tianshu didn't say much. He took a step forward and landed on the crystal arena. Sai, you just had to embarrass yourself. I can tell you that apart from Second Meng, no one else is a match for me. Duan Wuji shook his head. A cloud appeared beneath his feet as he floated towards the martial stage. How confident. Many people looked at Duan Wujideo. This person didn't seem to put the other geniuses in his eyes. Only the second dream was his opponent. Who would be the stronger one between him and Tang Tianshu? Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the semi-finals whose strength had increased greatly. The others seemed to have also advanced crazily. I don't want to say anything more. Let's fight. On the martial arts platform, Tang Tianshu's clothes fluttered in the wind. A scorching flame aura spread out and shot up into the sky, causing the entire martial arts platform to shine with golden light. The flames formed a storm and wrapped Tang Tianshu in it. It was a domineering flame. Emperor Pillfire, this was a 9th grade king physique. The true meaning of fire has actually reached the realm of 100%. The true intent of fire was much harder to comprehend compared to other true intents. After all, fire was the most tyrannical and majestic, the most powerful of all. Flame, let me test its power. On the other side, Duan Wuji said indifferently. A huge qilin appeared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, and his king body was even stronger. It was of the 10th rank. Cloud-stepping qilin. Behind his right hand, he opened his palm as if he was opening the entire sky. Then a qilin with rolling clouds slammed towards Tang Tianshu. Rumble. As the two of them clashed, a deafening sound erupted. The battle platform shook violently. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the Emperor Elixir Fire, and cracks appeared on the flames. Tang Tianshu took a small step back. It seemed that he was weaker than Yi Futian in their first clash. The great Tang bloodline is only this much? Duan Wuji looked at Tang Tianshu arrogantly. His king physique was of a higher grade than Tang Tianshu's, so he could suppress him. It seems like I can't hide my strength anymore. Tang Tianshu shook his head. Then the aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm finally burst out, causing the golden flames on the martial arts platform to become even more violent. A huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Pa pa pa. The martial arts platform turned into a world of flames, incomparably hot. What? Duan Wuji's expression changed. Tang Tianshu had actually hidden his strength when facing him. How despicable. Heaven as cauldron, earth as furnace, refine all. A cold voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. The entire martial arts platform turned into a cauldron of flames. He wanted to refine Duan Wuji. Then, a massive amount of flames billowed out, occupying the heavens and earth. It was as if they had locked onto hell, forming a cauldron of flames that began to refine everything. In your dreams. A thick pressure assaulted him, causing Duan Wuji's expression to turn ugly. Currently, Tang Tianshu's cultivation realm was the same as his. Although Tang Tianshu's innate king's physique was slightly weaker, his true intent of fire was much stronger. It made him feel as if he was about to be refined. Realm-treading qilin. A realm-treading qilin had the ability to step on the void. With a single step, the heavens and earth would collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Bang! A massive qilin appeared. Wind, fire, clouds, and lightning appeared beneath its feet. It heavily stomped down as if it wanted to break the earth. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Not only did it shake the martial arts platform, but even the entire 7 profound martial house shook. Fierce, too fierce. The crowd stared at these two peak proud sons of heaven. The strength that these two had erupted with was the most spectacular of the semi-finals. Could even be said that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. But the various martial arts hall's top proud sons of heaven all had dignified expressions. Were these the rising stars of the younger generation? Their combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The realm-treading Qilin heavily stomped down. It wanted to break the heaven and earth emperor furnace, causing countless flames to sputter out in all directions. Break for me. Duan Wuji's pupils were ice cold. If Tang Tianshu wanted to refine him, he was still lacking by a tiny bit. Pa pa pa. The massive golden cauldron on the martial arts platform began to crack, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Was the heaven and earth emperor furnace about to explode? It seems that everyone's strength has increased by a great deal. However, at this moment Tang Tianshu's light voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. What did Tang Tianshu mean? He didn't seem worried at all. Could it be that he was still hiding a card in his hand? You used the advantage of the king body to suppress me, but you forgot that I also came from the great Tang ancient country. I also have a noble bloodline. Tang Tianshu muttered to himself, causing Duan Wuji's expression to change again. Indeed, Tang Tianshu had erupted with the Fire King body, but he had not displayed the great Tang ancient country's king body. Duan Wuji had forgotten about that. Far away, a large number of people were watching the competition. Among them, a youth dressed in black smiled and said, "The great Tang ancient country is backed by the Sparrow clan, one of the 4 wild clans. Although Tang Tianshu's bloodline is not orthodox, he is not someone that anyone can bully. Don't you think so, Princess Yuyu?" Beside him stood a beautiful young girl. At this moment, her pretty face was calm as she looked forward. She slowly nodded, but her gaze was mostly on the young man in the blue and white robe at the edge of the martial platform. "Brother Linling, do your best. Yuyu is here to watch your competition." Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's body bloomed with an even more domineering aura. Countless new flames spiraled out like flowers of green flames. Behind him, a green peacock king appeared. It opened its wings and a green light shot into the sky. Chapter 887. The Lost Bloodline. Sealed gate. A cold voice came out of Tang Tianshu's mouth, making the crowd forget how to breathe. They stared at the stage as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Tang Tianshu once again revealed his trump card. It was the great Tang ancient nation's innate king physique, Sparrow. With the addition of the sacred and noble green flame, the heaven and earth imperial cauldron suddenly emitted a blinding light as if it wanted to refine the world. Then, with a boom, the martial platform exploded. The martial platform was refined. "I admit defeat." At the same time, Duan Wuji's voice rang out. He had lost. In terms of talent, martial arts intent, and battle awareness, Tang Tianshu had surpassed him in every aspect. He was the perfect heaven's pride, so he had to admit defeat. Wonderful, wonderful. Many people looked at the green flame peacock king. They were so nervous that they forgot how to breathe. The 2 geniuses on the martial stage were very terrifying. One had the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, which had the power to trample on a world. The other had the Sparrow bloodline of the great Tang ancient country. Once the green flame appeared, it could refine the heavens and the earth. The 2 of them clashed. Finally, after Tang Tianshu used his 2 trump cards, Duan Wuji admitted defeat. As for Duan Wuji's strength, he had already proven that even the top geniuses of the older generation were no match for him. However, he had still been defeated. This meant that Tang Tianshu could enter the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll. Being in the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll was a terrifying achievement. This was what it meant to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The Sparrow race's innate king physique is probably beyond the 10th grade. Only Tang Tianshu's true meaning of fire is slightly weaker than mine. Everything else is stronger than mine. At the edge of the stage, Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously, his heart heavy. Tang Tianshu's rise at the Bodhi ancient tree made it even more difficult for others to underestimate him. "Lin Ling, it looks like it'll be very difficult to get first place." At the side, Hong Er also said with a solemn expression. She had released a dazzling radiance before, but after Tang Tianshu came out, she realized that her radiance was just the light of a grain of rice. "Sooner or later he and I will fight," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Hong Er's beautiful eyes to widen. Tang Tianshu had displayed such terrifying talent, yet Lin Ling was still not afraid to fight. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was so firm. After the battle between Tang Tianshu and Duan Wuji ended, countless people's blood boiled with excitement. Even the semi-finals had reached a climax. Many people also had a ranking in their hearts. The second dream was still mysterious and was ranked first. Tang Tianshu was most likely ranked second. As for the third and fourth place, it would depend on the competition between Duan Wuji and Yu Fanren. Those in second and third place would be able to obtain the Bodhi liquid, and those in first place would be able to head to the Bodhi ancient tree to cultivate again. This reward, in addition to the dazzling brilliance of the competition, would undoubtedly make the remaining people even more competitive. Soon huge words appeared in the sky. A new battle had begun, and the one to fight was Yu Fanzi. Yu Fanzi. The crowd was excited. So far they had seen Lin Ling, Duan Wuji, Tang Tianshu, and Hong Er display their achievements in cultivating the Bodhi ancient tree, but Yu Fanzi had not. This person was an existence that could not be easily provoked from the start of the competition. Now they wondered what kind of brilliance he would display. I don't have many opponents to choose from, so I can only choose you, Duan Wuji. Yes. Yu Fanzi was a tall and slender man. He didn't care about his appearance as if he was a wandering martial artist. He walked out with a faint smile. You can fight after you recover. Yes. Yu Fanzi's calm but proud voice floated out from his mouth. Yu Fanzi gave off the feeling of a hidden expert, but he also had his own tyrannical nature and his own heart of martial arts. When facing a competitor, he would not lose his imposing manner. This was also an essential attitude for a martial artist. 30 minutes is enough. Yes. Duan Wuji said with a cold expression. He had lost to Tang Tianshu, and he accepted it wholeheartedly, but could he not defeat Yu Fanzi? He was determined to get third place in the semi-finals. These geniuses' strength have all increased. I wonder what Yu Fanzi's ranking will be on the prodigy roll? Many people were even more expectant as they quietly watched the battle stage. Soon two figures appeared. Your innate king physique is very strong, but unfortunately your other areas are too weak. Therefore you have no chance of winning against me. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took out a wine jug from somewhere and took a sip. He gave off the feeling of an emperor on an inspection tour, free and easy, but also had an inviolable dignity. No chance at all. You think too highly of yourself. Sigh. Duan Wuji laughed coldly. He did not underestimate Yu Fanzi, but Yu Fanzi had no chance at all. Yu Fanzi's self-confidence was too inflated. Whether it is true or not, you will know after the battle. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took another sip of wine and his aura changed. It became sharper, more domineering and sharper. Even looking at him would cause one's eyes to hurt. What a terrifying aura. Based on this aura alone, I think it is possible for him to rush into the top 5 of the prodigy roll. Sigh. Many people gasped. As expected of the semi-finals, it was already comparable to the prodigy roll of the 7 great martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Then let's fight. Sigh. Boom. Under Duan Wuji's cold shout, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Smoke filled the air, and the giant ancient Qilin once again descended into the world. It had the power to step into the world, and currently, it was only inferior to Tang Tianshu's terrifying innate king physique. I said it is useless. Sigh. Yu Fanzi's eyes were even colder. His hands moved rapidly, and an ancient aura filled the air between his hands. It was as if he had opened a taboo of heaven and earth, causing a giant ancient bronze door to appear behind him. Sealed door, seal all innate talents in heaven and earth. Heavenly. A voice that was like the might of the heavens floated out from Yu Fanzi's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. At this moment, Yu Fanzi was even more like a sovereign divine king, sealing all innate talents in heaven and earth. Rumble. The giant Qilin swayed and let out a terrified cry. It was as if it had been conferred a title by the heavens, causing it to turn into a ray of light and be sucked into the giant ancient bronze door. His innate king physique had been sealed. What? What? Duan Wuji's eyes widened. He sensed that his ability had disappeared. Trash who only knows how to rely on his innate king physique has a weak martial arts foundation. How can you reach the end? Admit defeat yourself. Yu Fanzi said softly. I lost. Duan Wuji frowned. Yu Fanzi had said that he had no chance, but now it seemed that there was indeed no chance. Yu Fanzi, your sealed door is too heaven-defying. However, Duan Wuji was not willing to accept this. Many people also had the same thought. Sealing someone's innate king physique was too heaven-defying. The sealed door depends on whose innate talent it seals. The stronger the innate king physique, the harder it is to seal. Moreover, how can a martial artist only rely on his innate king physique? Martial arts are actually the foundation. For example, Lin Ling's sword intent was ineffective against the sealed door. Yu Fanzi slowly left the martial arts stage.
I see.
Many people suddenly understood. Although it could only seal the innate king physique, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was simply the nemesis of all martial artists. Chapter 888. Invincible Hong Lin Ling Tang Tianshu Yu Fanren The Second Dream. There are only 5 left. Many people looked up at the sky. The final battle was getting closer and closer. I forfeit. At this moment Hong Er's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned for a moment, but they were not surprised. Hong Er was no match for the remaining Sky Prides, so it was reasonable for her to forfeit. In this way, it would become a competition between the top 4 Sky Prides. The Second Dream, who had displayed the ability to control other people's shadows, was extremely terrifying. Tang Tianshu, who had 2 king physiques, one of which was the ancient bloodline of the great Tang ancient country, was also extremely powerful. Yu Fanzi, who had the sealed door, was able to suppress all other king physiques, like a god king. Lin Ling, who was the only swordsman in the semifinals, had the ultimate sword intent, and could control millions of swords. All 4 of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Now that they were invincible, let's see who was more invincible. Rumble. The sky began to change and a dazzling name appeared, the Second Dream. Boom. Around the square, millions of people in the main city felt their blood boiling. The Second Dream was going to battle again. As for the Second Dream, many people felt that it was as mysterious as the night sky. Although the Second Dream had displayed the ability to control shadows, how could the Second Dream's strength be limited to that? She must have more powerful techniques that could make her laugh at all the Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators. If we, the Sky Prides, are invincible in the Emperor's Spirit Realm, then the Second Dream is invincible among invincible. The top Sky Prides of the various halls said solemnly. Through the battle they already knew that the Second Dream was stronger than them. The sealed door is not the king physique of the rainforest sacred ground. I'm very curious about this king physique. Yu Fanzi, let's battle. The Second Dream's cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. The Second Dream challenged Yu Fanzi. The final battle has been brought forward? Very well, let me see how powerful the most perfect girl is. Yu Fanzi was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate the Second Dream. Swoosh. 2 figures landed on the crystal-glazed martial arena one after another. A wind blew across the stage and an oppressive aura permeated the air. It was as if time had stopped. The surrounding people breathed heavily. The battle had not even begun, but they could already feel that a storm was coming. You're very strong, so I don't intend to hold back. Yu Fanzi's eyes turned cold and the wine pot in his hand shattered. This was the first time he had been so serious since the semifinals began. Sealed door. Rumble. The space started to tremble and explode. Behind Yu Fanzi, a huge bronze door slowly appeared. The door slowly opened and an unparalleled suction force was generated, sealing away all king physiques. Interesting. The Second Dream wore a long black dress and remained unmoved. At the same time, her king physique turned into endless black light and was sealed away by the sealed door. The Second Dream is so confident. She actually asked Yu Fanzi to seal his own king physique. The crowd looked at the Second Dream proudly and their pupils constricted. The Second Dream was indeed the most mysterious existence. Her courage was extraordinary. The sealed door can seal away king physiques, but it can't seal away martial arts. The Second Dream's cold voice floated out. She seemed to want to use her true martial intent to battle Yu Fanzi. Shadow Doppelganger, Shadow Palm. A majestic voice resounded once again. Under countless gazes, strange black shadows walked out from the Second Dream's back and pounced on Yu Fanzi. They were so dense that it shocked the heavens and earth. Sword of Destruction. Looking at the black shadows pouncing on him, Yu Fanzi's pupils became more serious. The Second Dream was indeed powerful. Even with her king physique sealed away, she could still use powerful martial arts. Was that the true martial intent of shadows? Must have reached 100%. Shio. A yellow sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, 100% true martial intent of destruction burst out. It was like an avalanche layer upon layer. Pop, pop, pop. A large number of shadows were destroyed by his sword. Although that slash was not as powerful as Lin Ling's true martial intent of sword, it was still extremely sharp. The Second Dream's countless shadows could not even get close to Yu Fanzi. Shadow Escape. The second dream's eyes were still calm. Her slender fingers drew a mysterious pattern. A dazzling black light appeared and she mysteriously disappeared under the sky. The entire stage was filled with shadows, but the second dream seemed to have disappeared. What? Eufanzi's expression changed. He took a step back and frantically retreated. The second dream wanted to fight in close combat. However, her shadows were the most difficult to deal with. There was no difference between real and fake shadows. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had to put some distance between himself and the second dream. Sword of lone desert smoke, yellow crane setting sun. While frantically retreating, Eufanzi lightly shouted. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the smoke of the yellow springs. With a destructive aura, it was released and majestic. Once again, it destroyed a large number of shadows in front of him. The battle between the two of them is so dazzling. The crowd looked at the colorful scene on the stage and their hearts trembled violently. The battle between the two of them was terrifying. Although it was not majestic and grand, it was a battle of pure martial arts and techniques. It was not to be underestimated. Many people realized that Eufanzi's martial arts were also incomparably powerful after removing the terrifying gate of sealing. Both of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. It was indeed the most exciting battle. Shadow meld appear. At this moment something strange happened. The second dream had been trying to get closer to Eufanzi. It seemed to know that Eufanzi's defense was weak. While Eufanzi kept increasing the distance between them, he continued to block the second dream's attacks. However, this time, a cold voice came from under Eufanzi's feet. Eufanzi's shadow had turned into the second dream. What? The eyes of the elders and students of the various halls narrowed. Even with their strength they could not see through this. The second dream's strength was almost on par with theirs. Bang! The black palm struck out. It was so dazzling and so mysterious. Eufanzi's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to defend himself. After the palm strike, his body exploded into pieces. Eufanzi's only weakness was his defense. Is he dead? Many people's hearts were pounding. The second dream also appeared on the battle stage. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Amazing. You turned into my shadow. That palm strike seemed calm, but it contained 100% of the true meaning of shadow. As expected of the second dream. At that moment, a voice filled the atmosphere. The crowd was astonished. It was Eufanzi's voice. He wasn't dead yet? Impossible. The second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. That palm strike of yours was very powerful. It contained all the strength in the darkness. With my defense, I would not have been able to block it. I would have died without a doubt. However, that's not all there is to my sealed door. Boom boom boom. A silhouette slowly walked out from the bronze gate of the martial stage. It was as if he had come from hell, but at the same time, it was as if he had come from the sky. The gate of reincarnation. A proud voice sounded. Eufanzi appeared in front of the crowd again. Chapter 889. Master Jean Tang. Even the second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. She was surprised by Eufanzi's king body. First, Eufanzi had the gate of sealing, then the gate of reincarnation. Could it be that Eufanzi was invincible? Then, her gaze landed on the towering bronze door. Hongyan's little mouth curved into a smile. Looks like if I want to defeat you, I'll have to break your seal first. The second dream said softly, causing many people to come to their senses. Indeed, defeating Fanzi was useless. This person could walk out of the sealed door after he died, but if the sealed door was broken, would Fanzi still be able to come out? Eufanzi's pupils constricted. You are right, but it seems like you don't have a chance anymore. That shadow trick from before was ineffective after the first time. If you use it again, I won't be fooled. You lost. The second dream smiled gently. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations. Many people's eyes flickered. They could faintly sense that this was a smile of victory. Shadow burial. At the same time, something terrifying happened. A large number of phantoms appeared around the square, dancing like demons. Those were the phantoms of the people around the square. The phantoms seemed to be sucked into the phantoms and were sucked into the second dream, controlling the shadows of others, and the shadows of tens of thousands of people. Eufanzi's eyes widened. What kind of ability was this? Furthermore, the second dream's king physique had been sealed, but it could still control tens of thousands of people. If the king physique had not been sealed, what would the situation be like? Rumble. Countless shadows flew toward the second dream and landed on the stage. They turned into the second dream, and the stage was filled with the second dream's shadows. I admit defeat. Eufanzi shook his head helplessly. Even if he was immortal, he would not be able to stop so many shadows. Was this the trump card of the second dream, shadow burial? He admitted defeat. Many people stared at the martial platform in shock. However, they were not surprised at all. After all, the second dream was too strong. It could control the shadows of tens of thousands of people. It was simply the king of the night. The second dream nodded and turned around to leave. The shadows on the martial arts stage exploded one after another. The martial artists in the square also returned to their original forms, but they were still incomparably terrifying. As of now, Yu Fanzi had also lost. Only Tang Tianshu and Lin Ling were qualified to fight him. I'm really looking forward to the start of that battle. I hope the next draw is me. Tang Tianshu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Currently, he and the second dream were the only ones who had not lost yet. Even Lin Ling had lost once, and that was because he had given Hong Er a chance. This meant that the final focus of the semifinals would be him and the second dream. Rumble. In the skies above, a giant name appeared once more. Because Hong Er had given up, only one of the four would draw the lot. Lin Ling. The dazzling name made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Lin Ling was finally going to fight. Who would he challenge? Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Had the battle of the Emperor's Spirit Realm begun? Tang Tianshu, come on up. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. He was going to challenge Tang Tianshu. What? Lin Ling versus Tang Tianshu? Many people's hearts trembled violently. According to Lin Ling's strength, he should challenge Yu Fanzi. After all, Yu Fanzi had lost once, so his strength should be the weakest among the three. Tang Tianshu, on the other hand, had not lost a single battle. His strength was clear for all to see. How could Lin Ling be his opponent? Tang Tianshu was also stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed coldly. Right now, he was getting closer and closer to the final battle. His opponent was the second dream. The others were all ants, but Lin Ling dared to challenge him? Why bother? Your king's physique is no match for mine. What a waste of time. Tang Tianshu said lightly. He also wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but it was obviously not the time. After all, he wanted to fight the second dream and shine brightly. Therefore, other things could be put aside for now. Then may I ask, are you currently number one? Lin Ling asked softly. Tang Tianshu was stunned and speechless. If you are not number one, how can you be so sure that you are wasting time? Lin Ling said again. The light of a grain of rice? How can it compete with the light of the moon? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tang Tianshu finally shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the final battle had to be put aside for now. He had to deal with Lin Ling first. Then he moved his body and appeared on the battle stage. He waved at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. After I deal with you, I will save my strength for the second dream." He was very confident and proud. Lin Ling was like an ant to Tang Tianshu. However, many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the pinnacle of sword will. However, the 18th prince, Tang Wulin, had two king bodies, one of which was the bloodline of an ancient nation. No matter how Lin Ling looked at it, he had no chance of winning. Your strength has increased tremendously. Unfortunately, you will always be below me. After Lin Ling stepped onto the battle stage, Tang Tianshu stretched out one of his hands. Rolling golden flames bloomed. He did not want to waste time, so he quickly made his move. Rumble. The Emperor Elixir Fire appeared. The rolling flames covered the entire battle stage, turning it into an Emperor Cauldron. It's so hot. There were many geniuses at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm around the square. However, they also felt the heat. It was as if the battle stage in front of them was not the battle stage, but a huge cauldron that fell from the 9 heavens. This shocked many people. Tang Tianshu was too strong. Other than the second dream, no one could compete with him. Tyrannical Song Sword, it's time to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. His blue and white robe fluttered in the hot wind. The large sword in his hand turned blood red and emitted a domineering and majestic aura. It actually blocked off the golden flames on the martial arts platform. First refinement. Tang Tianshu did not pay much attention to it. A soft voice floated out from his mouth. Rumble. The flames on the martial stage stacked up layer by layer, distorting space and surrounding Lin Ling. The refinement of heaven and earth had already begun. Lin Ling had already become a pill under the vast heaven and earth, tiny and powerless. Many people looked at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling would be defeated by Tang Tianshu's first move. Tyrannical Song Sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Rolling sword intent appeared under the tyrannical Song Sword. The sword began to emit endless killing intent, and a large number of ghosts floated around the sword. Lin Ling's sword is more domineering every time I see it. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, who was surrounded by flames, and mumbled to themselves. Lin Ling was not completely helpless. His sword was still terrifying. Swish. With Lin Ling as the center, 100% sword intent slashed out in all directions. The sword light was dazzling and domineering. Pop, pop, pop. The flames that were close to Lin Ling were all destroyed by the sword intent, causing a large number of flames to appear in the air. It was incomparably dazzling. Second refinement. Chapter 890. Flames collided. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more terrifying flame appeared on the martial stage. A golden light shined, and the flames rushed towards Lin Ling like a tidal wave. The emperor furnace of heaven and earth was even larger than before. The pressure billowed, causing Lin Ling to take a step back. He gripped the sword in his hand even tighter, and the true meaning of the sword crazily rose up like a tide, becoming fiercer and fiercer, sharper and sharper. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, countless crisp sounds rang out. In the square, the swords in the hands of all the martial artists jumped up, as if they had been summoned by something, and shot towards the martial stage. Clang, clang, clang. In the direction of the main city, as long as they were a swordsman, their swords would also be summoned. They flew towards the seven profound martial house like a tidal wave. What a terrifying true meaning of the sword. Man and sword as one. Many powerful martial artists' pupils shrank. Lin Ling had used his strongest card, the pinnacle of the true meaning of the sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Ice. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The martial stage instantly split open, and the void emitted an explosive sound. Swords filled the mountains and plains, and a sea of swords appeared, turning into a massive heavenly sword that slashed downwards. This sword, wild and tyrannical, looked down upon the world. Bang! A loud explosion shook everyone's hearts. An unprecedented sword slashed out, and all the golden flames on the martial stage were blown away. The massive emperor furnace of heaven and earth shook, and then cracks began to appear on it. What? The crowd stood up, their hearts shaken. How could Lin Ling not have the strength to fight? This pinnacle of the sword was terrifying. Tang Tianshu took a step back and a sword wound appeared on his cheek. He touched the wound with his hand and blood flowed out. He put the blood in his mouth and licked it gently. A thick flame of anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. You hurt me. A low voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. His ambition was the second dream, but Lin Ling had actually hurt him? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu indifferently and said softly. His words were full of sarcasm. Tang Tianshu said that he, Lin Ling, was the light of a grain of rice, but now this light of a grain of rice had injured Tang Tianshu. Of course, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. His sword intent was actually unable to defeat Tang Tianshu. This also showed that Tang Tianshu was indeed very powerful. Okay. Tang Tianshu nodded. An ancient aura was released from his body. Green flames shot up into the sky. It was demonic and mysterious. A beautiful peacock with green flames appeared behind him. Another trump card, the Green Flame Sparrow King, had appeared. That oppressive power made it difficult for people to breathe. The king physique that surpassed the 10th grade was like a true king that could crush everything. Lin Ling is going to lose. Far away, a youth from the desolate race said lightly. Only he knew how terrifying the sparrow race's bloodline was. Not necessarily. Beside him, a girl who looked like a jade lotus in the snow shook her head. Princess Yu, Lin Ling's sword intent is unable to break through Tang Tianshu's king physique, so he will definitely lose. The youth said with great certainty. The girl still shook her head, but she did not say anything else. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at the distant stage. At this moment, the ancient Sparrow King appeared on the stage. It was so sacred and majestic. The green flames and golden flames intertwined, making the golden flames seem to worship the green flames. And Tang Tianshu was like the ancient Sparrow King, controlling and dominating everything. An existence that surpasses the king physique? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that the moment the green flames appeared, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being depleted. That strange green flame had other means to deplete the opponent's spiritual energy. You will be in pain. Tang Tianshu raised his head. There was madness and brutality. His right hand stretched out like a hand that covered the sky. Following that, he clenched his fist. Rumble. A new heaven and earth emperor furnace appeared. It was even more terrifying and scorching. Even the sky was being refined. Chi. Sure enough, the clouds in the sky were also on fire, turning into nothingness. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. This flame was too terrifying. Could there be anyone who could defeat Tang Tianshu? Using fire to refine me? But you forgot I am also a fire elemental martial artist. However, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed in front of him. His indifferent voice floated out. The blood-red flames on his body majestically attacked. The vermilion bird fluttered, intimidating the heavens and the earth. The vermilion bird's flames were finally revealed in the competition. It was scorching hot and dazzling. Lin Ling still has other means? The crowd only felt that their hearts were fiercely pounded. It was the first time Lin Ling had revealed his king physique in a competition other than the sword. Moreover, it was a 9th grade king physique. 9th grade, just an ant struggling in the face of death. Tang Tianshu shook his head. A 9th grade king physique was too weak. Even Duan Wuji's king physique was stronger than Lin Ling's. Is that so? However, at this moment, a soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stretched out his left hand, causing countless people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? His king physique was not as good as Tang Tianshu's. Could it be that he wanted to use his flames to fight? 9 motifs true fire, the heart of the sovereign flame. Also known as the godly fire. The blood-red flames hovered around Lin Ling. The vermilion bird fluttered behind him. Then a vermilion bird flew and landed on Lin Ling's palm. It was so dazzling. Then a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 9 vermilion birds fluttered on Lin Ling's palm. They kept circling around and were incomparably dazzling. Gradually, a blood-red lotus appeared in the eyes of countless people. Lin Ling was holding the 9-petal blood lotus. At this moment he looked as if he had just walked out of a hell volcano. 9 motifs true lotus. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked step by step towards the center of the stage. And there was the heaven and earth emperor furnace. Crazy. Many people's eyes widened. What was Lin Ling doing? Could it be that he wanted to use the 9-petal blood lotus in his hand to fight against the heaven and earth emperor furnace? Courting death. Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu growled. He had the bloodline of an ancient country. How could Lin Ling's trash flames compete with him? Rumble. Under his angry roar, the heaven and earth emperor furnace rolled. The green flames seemed to have come from ancient times. It emitted a dense pressure that enveloped Lin Ling. It began to refine Lin Ling. The heat and pressure made it difficult for even the martial artists outside the stage to breathe. Its power had probably reached the Saint Spirit realm. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He seemed to know that only by breaking the heaven and earth emperor furnace would Tang Tianshu fail. Boom. He was getting closer and closer to the heaven and earth emperor furnace. With every step Lin Ling took, the ground burst into flames. It was incomparably terrifying. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling only had the 9th grade king body. How could he block his green flame sparrow king? What was so special about Lin Ling's flames? Then he opened his hands and an even more terrifying flame burst out, covering the entire stage in green flames. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling disappeared. There was only an endless stream of green flames left on the stage. Many people were puzzled. Had Lin Ling been refined by the heaven and earth emperor furnace? But in the next moment an even hotter flame burst out, shaking the heavens and earth. In the green flames an ancient blood-red flame bloomed as if it came from the horizon. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then the flame seemed to explode, and a huge blood-red lotus bloomed in the middle of the stage. Chapter 891. The Final Battle. At the same time, a huge flaming lotus burst out. Countless flames danced around like meteors, forcing everyone around the stage to retreat. What kind of fire was that? The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. Some ancient martial artists widened their eyes. The true meaning of fire had always been the hardest to comprehend because it was overbearing and powerful. But now they saw the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. What? Lin Ling actually comprehended 2 true meanings to the pinnacle. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling, this monster, actually hid his most terrifying trump card. Was the current Lin Ling the strongest Lin Ling? The pinnacle of the true meaning of sword was already enough to make Lin Ling invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling didn't only have one true meaning of martial that everyone dreamed of. He also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, and compared to the true meaning of sword, this fire was even crazier and more overbearing. the situation on the stage changed. The green flames were quietly burned away, and the blood-red flames went berserk. Although Tang Tianshu's ancient kingdom bloodline was more noble, he didn't comprehend the true meaning of fire. Although the Emperor Elixir Fire had the true meaning of fire, it was only at 100%. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's pinnacle. In this clash of flames, Lin Ling won. Boom. Following an explosion, the sky seemed to clear up. Countless eyes looked over and realized that the Emperor Furnace of Heaven and Earth had exploded. Shio. A figure appeared from the void and instantly appeared in front of Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu was already injured, but his eyes were wide open. He didn't believe that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was higher than his. This is what you call a waste of time? The slender figure stood in front of Tang Tianshu, and the indifferent voice drifted out, causing Tang Tianshu to tremble. He previously thought that the battle with Lin Ling was a waste of time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. This made the word, waste of time, even more ironic. Lin Ling was wasting his time? It was he who was wasting Lin Ling's time. Whoosh. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Without saying anything, he stabbed the tyrannical song sword in his hand towards Tang Tianshu. You. As the sword entered Tang Tianshu's chest, a terrifying suction force was generated, continuously absorbing the remaining flame energy in Tang Tianshu's body. Whoosh. Then the sword was pulled out. Along with the sword, an incomparably hot flame aura disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Tang Tianshu's ancient bloodline seemed to have been absorbed by Lin Ling's sword. The tyrannical sword had the ability to absorb other people's spiritual energy and energy. Tang Tianshu was a fire-type martial artist, so naturally he could be easily absorbed by Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, Tang Tianshu finally collapsed. His entire body's essence had been absorbed, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Images appeared in his mind. Lin Ling, an insignificant existence in the past, rebelled against him in the exquisite valley. This made him hate Lin Ling, but he always felt that a lowly commoner like Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him. However, today in the clash of flames he lost. He was utterly defeated. He had a noble bloodline and everything, but he didn't grasp that advantage. He allowed Lin Ling, who had an ordinary bloodline, to comprehend the mysterious true meaning of fire and defeat him. He wanted to fight the second dream, but he didn't have the qualifications to walk in front of the second dream. You've lost. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left the stage step by step. The crowd looked at that slender figure and felt that everything was incomparably surreal. Lin Ling had defeated young Master Tang. This meant that he was second in the semi-finals. Perhaps he had the strength to fight the second dream. Dark Horse, the strongest dark horse in the assessment not long ago. In the semi-finals he was still a dark horse. He was dark all the way to the end, becoming the most dazzling existence. Now, the battle between the pinnacle was between Lin Ling and the second dream. Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to walk to the end. This Lin Ling hid his strength very deeply. He had always used the true meaning of sword to confuse everyone, making them think that this was his strongest move. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Ling's trump cards were limitless. He also had the true meaning of fire. And now Lin Ling had exceeded his expectations. He had finally reached the highest peak. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, the cheers seemed to tear open the sky, shaking the earth. The outcome of the battle between the pinnacle had changed. Lin Ling had gone from being the weakest existence in terms of cultivation level to creating a legendary story. He didn't have an arrogant identity, nor did he have powerful talent. He didn't have a strong background, but he had managed to walk to the most perfect girl. In this battle between the pinnacle, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, his name would become an epic. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land in the 100 territories, the news of Lin Ling reaching the final battle spread like a rolling snowball. Tens of millions of people were looking forward to the final battle. He actually won. This kid's perceptivity is very impressive. Far away, the desolate race youth's eyes flickered. He never expected the situation to change so unpredictably. I knew he would win. The girl beside him, who looked like a jade lotus, said with a smile. She knew that Brother Lin Ling was creating an era that belonged to him. Furthermore, she believed that Brother Lin Ling would definitely succeed. Rest for 2 hours. The competition will continue. In the sky, an ancient voice sounded. It made even more people's blood boil. They were looking forward to the final battle. As for the second dream, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. She never expected Lin Ling to reach the peak of the true intent of fire during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. This Lin Ling was stronger than she had imagined. And now, Lin Ling had begun the second step of his revenge. It was very surreal. After the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, the second dream no longer thought highly of Lin Ling. She also thought that the second step of his revenge was a joke. But now Lin Ling told her that it wasn't a joke. Lin Ling was a man of his words. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. The flames in his body were surging. It was Tang Qianshu's bloodline talent, the flames of the green flame sparrow king. Refine it. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Back in the sacred region, he had used the 100,000 bloodlines of the sacred tribe to improve his imperial body. Now he was going to use Tang Qianshu's imperial body to improve it again. This mysterious technique was taught to him by the ancient flame demon. It could refine the flames of heaven and earth for one's own use, but it was also dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Ling's understanding of fire was very strong. Hence he was confident. Rumble. During the refining process, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. Many people in the square were stunned. Before the final battle, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. What kind of monster was this? Many people also noticed that the aura exuding from Lin Ling's body was similar to Tang Qianshu's green flame aura. This made them even more shocked. Tang Qianshu had a strong talent, but he didn't know how to use it. His understanding of fire was weak. Now that the flames appeared on Lin Ling's body, it was the best use of them. All of this was a huge insult to Tang Qianshu. Time passed quietly. 2 hours had passed. The final battle was about to begin. As if they knew that Yu Fanzi's battle would no longer attract attention, a dazzling name appeared in the sky. The second dream. Bodhi's sacred palace seemed to let the second dream choose this battle. Would it be the pinnacle battle or challenge other battles? Chapter 892. Battle of the Second Dream. Lin Ling, I've advised you not to fight with me, but you stubbornly insisted. Since that's the case, then let's fight. The second dream looked at Lin Ling calmly, her firm voice finally sounded. On the ground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, a smile on his face. Let's fight. Fight. The strongest battle had begun. The commotion caused by this battle shook the rainforest's sacred ground and the 100 territories. After all, this was the battle of the strongest in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and also the battle of the strongest geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. Lin Ling's battle with the second dream, could he win? Rumble. The crystalline glaze stage returned to normal, and 2 figures appeared on it, standing a few 100 meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, causing the entire plaza to fall silent. The rainforest's sacred ground is not my destination. The Bodhi sacred palace is my goal. I want to leave the rainforest's sacred ground and witness even stronger experts. Therefore, I must win this battle. Sigh. The second dream calmly looked at the handsome youth in front of her. This was her ambition and no one could stop her. Chapter 893. The 10-directional world lotus. When you caused my big brother to become a cripple, why didn't you say that you were constantly opposing me? The second dream, this world does not revolve around you. You want to step on others to become stronger, but you blame others for not cooperating with you. Don't you think that your mind is too twisted, too insidious? Slut. Lin Ling shouted out once more, his voice shaking the heavens. In the past, when he had been conferred the position of elder, Lin Ling had cursed the second dream as a slut. Today, in the Rainforest Holy Land's Heaven's Pride tournament, Lin Ling had once again cursed the second dream as a slut. It seems that there is no peace between you and me. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The second dream's beautiful face was icy cold. She no longer had her lovely and touching appearance. At this moment she was like a queen that controlled everything. You should have done this from the start. Lin Ling lifted the sword in his hand and pointed it at second dream. You represent the martial house master, Skyforest, and I represent Di Wuji. Today, if I win, the Di family bloodline will wash away the shame and humiliation they have suffered. The position of the 7 profound martial house master will be taken back by the Di family bloodline. If you win, the Di family bloodline will no longer interfere. Then the Di bloodline will disappear from this world. The second dream opened her hands, and it was like night had fallen. Driving shadow. Chi. Between the heavens and earth, everyone felt their minds become empty, as if they were being sucked in by something. Then they saw their own shadows break away from them and fly towards the martial stage. Densely packed and majestic, the entire world was filled with shadows. This innate king body was terrifying. Without the suppression of Yu Fanzi's sealed door, it was even more powerful now. It could control the shadows of 1,000,000 people. Shio. On the martial stage there were all sorts of strange and mysterious shadows. The second dream was like a queen of the night, coldly looking at Lin Ling. Your faith is strong but your strength is too weak. Kill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless shadows rushed towards Lin Ling. That terrifying aura made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Were those shadows the second dream? Kill. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He took a step forward and shot forward. At this moment, the sword became dazzling, as if it represented Di Wuji's determination. The pinnacle of the sword will bloomed. Whoosh. Wherever the sword passed, it was as if it came from the horizon. Pop, pop. A large number of shadows were distorted and split into two. But soon the shadows recovered. How could a shadow be severed? Lin Ling is in danger. Many people looked at the strange scene and muttered to themselves. The shadow that could not be cut was too powerful. Fire, come out. At this time Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was surrounded by countless shadows. He withdrew his sword and stood up. He stretched out his left hand and a taboo flame of the heavens and earth quietly appeared. The vermilion birds turned into flower petals that fell onto Lin Ling's hand. It's the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, 9 truths lotus. Many people's hearts beat violently. Lin Ling had revealed his strongest trump card. The sword could not sever the shadow but the fire could burn it. It's useless. My shadows are divided according to the strength of the master. If the master whose shadow is extracted is at the pinnacle of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the shadow will be the same but even more terrifying. After all, the shadow cannot be severed or burned. The second dream looked indifferently at Lin Ling in the middle of the martial stage and said coldly. Many people held their breaths. The second dream's king body was heaven-defying. The second dream was indeed worthy of the title of being favored by the heavens. 10,000 shadows strangulation. Boom. Rumble. The shadows wriggled like water and turned into darkness. Then they slowly shrank towards Lin Ling's silence, destruction, sealing everything. Lin Ling was wrapped in the shadows. It was as if he was trapped in the darkness. He could not block it. Lin Ling. On the side of the Fire Ancient clan, everyone shouted anxiously. However, they also knew that the second dream's king body was too strong. Although Lin Ling's king body was powerful, it was still only at the 9th grade. It had not even reached the 10th grade. It was impossible for him to block the second dream. And if he could not block it, he would die. Chi-chi. The shadows gradually shrank. In the next moment, Lin Ling was sealed by the shadows. There was only darkness on the martial stage. Lin Ling disappeared. Lin Ling is dead. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling was very pitiful. It was not easy for him to reach the final step, but he fell in the hands of the second dream. One had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a perfect monster. However, the second dream was even more monstrous than him. It was a monster with a king body. Lin Ling. Auntie Mo stared intently at the martial stage. Her eyes were moist. Had her relative died there? That relative of hers was very pitiful from a young age. He clearly had a noble bloodline, but because the desolate race did not think highly of him, he was abandoned and grew up in a tiny place. And finally, with his own perseverance, the youth walked step by step to become one of the strongest elites in the rainforest's sacred land. However, he died there. At this moment, Auntie Mo was extremely sad. She only had that bright smile in her heart. That shy figure that saw her made her roar angrily in her heart. Lin Ling. It's all over. Mansion Master Skylin sat in his chair, his heart finally relaxing. His greatest threat had been dealt with. However, at this moment, his gaze fell onto the martial platform. His pupils instantly constricted and the chair in his hand was subconsciously crushed by his grip. In the middle of the martial stage it was still pitch black. It was like the deepest night. However, a light appeared. What? The second dream also sensed it as her beautiful eyes focused. What is that? Many people saw it as they stared with their eyes wide open. That's right, it was a light. It was the light of hope under the night sky. It gradually bloomed and became brighter. Vaguely, people could see a slender figure appear. This person was handsome and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a heaven-earth taboo fire lotus in his hand, as if he was a fire god from ancient times. An existence that surpasses the peak of the true meaning of fire, 10 directions world lotus. The cold voice seemed to come from the void. It was ethereal and firm. Under the gazes of countless people, the blood-red lotus floated out and circled continuously. Wisps of ancient and scorching flames emanated from it. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the lotus no longer had 9 petals but 10 petals. The peak of the fire of a 10th grade king body. A few ancient experts felt their hearts tremble. Lin Ling's king body had gone from a 9th grade to a 10th grade. It released the most terrifying true meaning of fire. Boom. The lotus exploded, a forbidden world. Pa pa pa. The darkness distorted as space trembled. It could not contain the endless flames and was burned like paper. A sword could not cut through the darkness. Fire could brighten it and burn it. Boom. A huge flaming lotus soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sacred rainforest. Countless people's faces froze. What a sacred flame. In the storm of flames, the second dream waved her right hand. A pitch-black umbrella appeared in an attempt to block the terrifying flames. However, the umbrella was also burned, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was grave. Lin Ling's flames were so intense. Chapter 894. Desolate race bloodline. The lotus bloomed quickly, but it also withered quickly. All that was left behind was a gorgeous shadow in the hearts of the crowd, an unforgettable scene. Countless people looked towards the center. There Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked forwards. As for the second dream, her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been severely injured by the impact of the flames. At this moment, she no longer had the noble air of a goddess, but seemed like an ordinary woman that had fallen into the mortal world. In the past, the second dream was conferred the title of elder. In front of Lin Ling, the second dream fell from the divine altar. In today's strongest battle, the second dream has fallen once again. Lin Ling, you are fierce. Some of the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven were shocked. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Moreover, the second dream had been injured. Had she lost? Before, you said that you wanted me to shake hands and make peace because you didn't want me to die. But now, it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Lin Ling stepped forwards step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was indescribably valiant. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. After experiencing the Bodhi ancient tree, her strength had greatly increased. She was confident that in front of Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. But now, did she still have the qualifications to say those words? A 10th grade king body talent. This should be the power of fire that you took from Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling, the more you fight, the more valiant you become. In this situation you can still grow. It seems that you will never have a limit. Soon the second dream softly said, shocking the crowd. Yes, they also felt that Lin Ling had no limit. Every time they thought that he was strong, Lin Ling would once again reveal his brilliance, making it impossible for them to see through him. If that's the case, then let's wait until the battle is over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he softly said. As these words fell, those from the Fire Ancient clan began to cheer. They could already see that Lin Ling had won, and had become the #1 proud son of heaven. Haha, you think I'm only so? At this moment, the aura of the second dream began to change. From the darkness of the night, it became brighter and brighter. Above the sky, a ray of moonlight shone down. Lin Ling, do you know why you are an ant to me? Because you will never know where I came from or what I represent. Today you have seen the bloodline of the Night Clan. Even though you have lost, it is still an honor. Moon Spirit Body. Boundless light bloomed. At this moment, Second Dream was like a fairy of the moon. Unexpectedly, she had been hiding an even more powerful innate gift, the King Body. What? The entire square and even the main city was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had already won after using his trump card. However, no one knew that the Second Dream had an even stronger trump card. Were there no limits to these top talents? Moreover, the Night Clan? Some ancient powerhouses narrowed their eyes. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were ancient clans with bloodlines that were even more ancient than the 7 profound martial house. These ancient clans were called the Desolate Clan, and were the royal family of the Rainforest Holy Land. One of the 4 great Desolate clans was the Night Clan. The Night Clan was mysterious and noble. According to legends, this clan had the bloodline of the Heavenly Palace's bright moon. The Second Dream actually had the bloodline of the Night Clan. The proud daughter of heaven, at this moment she truly lived up to her name. Not only did she have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan, but she was also the disciple of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Night Clan. In the crowd, Auntie Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Only she knew how powerful the Night Clan was. She had never thought that the semi-finals would have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan. If so, then who could be the Second Dream's opponent? The Moon Spirit Body should no longer be called a royal body. It should be called an emperor body. The talent above all kings is the emperor. Lin Ling, it's too early for you to be happy. The second dream's cold voice floated out from her mouth. At this moment she was even more noble and holy. In order to let an ant like you see what an emperor is, I will make the first move. Moonlight rain. Moonlight rain. The second dream held an umbrella in her right hand and gently waved her left hand in the air. An incomparably beautiful scene appeared. The clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by something. The clouds gradually dispersed and a bright moon appeared. Endless moonlight poured down. Moonlight sprinkles down? The crowd's eyes flashed. What kind of attack was this? Chi. However, in the next moment, some of the martial artists that were illuminated by the moonlight began to corrode. This light was terrifying. It wasn't light, but moonlight that had turned into rainwater. Retreat. Retreat. A large number of martial artists anxiously shouted. The second dream's emperor body was too terrifying. Even a peak-proud son of heaven couldn't block the moonlight. No wonder the second dream was so confident that she could fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He waved the great sword in his hand, trying to block the moonlight that sprinkled down from the sky. Ding ding ding. The moonlight's power was extremely sharp. Every beam contained 100% of the moon spirit's true intent. As it dripped onto the tyrannical song sword, it made the sword extremely heavy. Woohoo! Lin Ling brandished his great sword in a watertight manner. However, with the passage of time he still found it difficult to withstand. His body was penetrated by large amounts of rainwater, causing him to bleed profusely. And from afar the area had become a forbidden land. Only the moonlight sprinkled down, making it extremely dazzling. Many people looked at Lin Ling, who was resolutely brandishing his sword. They were astounded. Against a godlike desolate race bloodline, Lin Ling was still undefeated. His willpower was very tenacious. The desolate race, the top ancient race bloodline in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, this is the reason why you will never be able to defeat me. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind. With the holy moonlight in the sky, it made her look even more beautiful and holy. It made many people's eyes twinkle. At this moment the second dream was very beautiful. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like the most ordinary mortal in the world. Let's see how long you can last. Light of the bright moon. The second dream gently waved the umbrella in her hand. The bright moon in the sky turned into a beam of light that landed on the umbrella. It reflected a huge beam of moonlight that slashed at Lin Ling like a sickle. Without any martial intent, he could rely on his powerful king body and borrow the power of the world to kill everything. Rumble. The dazzling moonlight sickle destroyed everything. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were swept by the moonlight. They were instantly reduced to dust. This attack could kill an expert at the beginning stages of the Saint Spirit Realm. It was terrifying. Lin Ling is a perfect evildoer. Unfortunately, he can't compare to a goddess from the heavens. Many people in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was too terrifying. Was the second dream still human? She was simply a god. She was the son of God. Under countless gazes, only that young man was battling with the son of God. At this moment the young man's mouth was bleeding. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was still as determined as before, like an undefeatable god of war. Fiery extermination. Rumble. Lin Ling's left arm burst into flames, burning fiercely. The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire combined with the 20,000 small worlds in his body, causing the earth to shake. Lin Ling then looked at the bright moon's scythe and ruthlessly punched out. Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Many people were excited. Lin Ling was the only person in the entire rainforest sacred land who dared to battle with the Son of God. Lin Ling's flames were boiling. The symbol of the Fire Ancient clan was blooming in the rainforest sacred land at this moment. Chapter 895. Fight to the death for a single sword. Rumble. A huge flaming fist appeared as if it was the fist of a flame god. It crazily collided with the bright moon's scythe. In that instant, a destructive, silent, and murderous aura erupted. A huge spiritual energy bomb appeared, shaking the heavens. How terrifying. The crowd retreated. Today's battle between the geniuses was beyond their imagination. Bang, bang. The spiritual energy bomb quickly exploded, and countless flames rained down like fireworks. On the ground, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. His blue and white robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Below the sky, Second Dream's beautiful face turned even uglier. Lin Ling had blocked her attack once again. Is that all you've got for the bloodline of God? His voice was filled with mockery, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. She had already used her strongest trump card, but Lin Ling still hadn't been defeated. That's not all. The Second Dream said softly. She seemed to be hesitating, but eventually, her eyes were filled with determination. Maybe she could not bear to kill Lin Ling, but today was a battle of life and death. No matter what, she had to win. For so many years she had been as noble as a goddess. She had never been moved by that man. No matter how powerful the geniuses were, they would pale in comparison to her. However, the heavens had arranged for a nemesis to restrain her. For the first time in her life, she had been slapped in the face and pulled down from her pedestal. Such a person had left a deep impression in her heart. Therefore, whether it was for the humiliation or for the martial heart, she had to defeat Lin Ling. Facing my second talent, you can only resist with all your might. If I were a little stronger, you would not be able to fight back. Moonlight. The moonlight in the sky became even more dazzling, and the light became warm and holy. It enveloped Second Dream's body, causing her hair to turn silvery white, making her look even more holy. At the same time, her aura crazily increased, and it actually reached the aura of the Holy Spirit realm, which was incomparably powerful. It's impossible to win. Many people looked at the goddess like the Second Dream and felt their mouths go dry. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful Emperor Spirit Realm genius. In today's battle, the Second Dream had unleashed everything she had. She had become the #1 genius of the 7 major halls. And her hidden techniques seemed to be limitless. No one was unconvinced. The top geniuses of the various halls of martial arts had all quietly placed the Second Dream above their heads. Holy Spirit Realm? The geniuses of the Yi clan are really powerful. Far away, the experts from the Desolate race had solemn looks in their eyes. A Sacred Spirit Realm expert who was not even 20 years old was extremely rare even in the Desolate race. I've used my final trump card and doubled my strength. Lin Ling, you have even less of a chance. Second Dream's confident voice floated out. At this moment, she had turned into the Moon Goddess. She stretched out her white little finger and lightly tapped the air. Moon Goddess power. A ray of light shot out. It was fast, unbelievably fast. In the distance, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse's body was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't sensed it, nor had he been able to resist it. This person was a student of the 7 profound martial house, and his strength was also incomparably formidable. But he couldn't even block one of the Second Dream's moves. The Second Dream's Holy Spirit Realm power was too terrifying. Each new generation excels the previous. Many people's hearts trembled. The Second Dream was displaying her formidable strength, and this strength was even more terrifying than before. This is the strength that I have raised by borrowing the essence of the moon. There is a time limit, but it has greatly increased my strength. Even the moonlight rain from before is incomparably sharp. Lin Ling, you are very pitiful. In the end you will still lose. The Second Dream said to Lin Ling as she retracted her finger. Moonlight rain. The crowd was shocked once again. The moonlight rain from before was already incomparably crazy. Now that the Second Dream had increased her strength, a casual beam of light could injure a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. But what if it was a moonlight rain? Even an ordinary early Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse would perish. Was she still a genius? She was already a top king of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling took a step forward. His handsome face was filled with determination. You have shown me this to let me know how powerful you are. Very well, I already know. But I will not back down from this battle. Boom. Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Then you can die now. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes were pure white. She opened her arms and her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her exquisite figure. In the sky, an even more terrifying moonlight rain sprinkled down. Retreat. The crowd retreated frantically. Was the Second Dream trying to kill them as well? Impressive. She is not even 20 years old, but she has the strength of a student in the martial arts hall. In the future she will definitely follow the Holy King. The top powerhouses mumbled to themselves. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling withstand the Second Dream's final trump card? To be honest, Lin Ling was also very terrifying today. He revealed his trump card step by step, and it felt as if there was no limit. If not for the Second Dream, he would definitely be the most dazzling genius in the Rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he met the goddess the Second Dream. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, he will die. Then everyone looked at the young man under the moonlight rain. At this moment, they realized that the young man's willpower surpassed everyone else. Even when death was near, he did not back down. He fought for his beliefs. So fast. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up at the dazzling sky. Countless moonlight rains sprinkled down. It looked beautiful, but it was fatal. I can't lose. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had fought to the end. He could not back down. Otherwise he would be ashamed to face Di Wuji and Sakura. Today's battle was Lin Ling's battle to rise in the rainforest holy land. He wanted to use this battle to find his mother. He wanted to use this battle to protect his loved ones. Fight. Fight. Billowing battle intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised the sword in his hand. The peak sword intent appeared. It was domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling wants to fight with his sword? Fight. Many people stared at Lin Ling and gasped. Flame. Fight. However, at this moment the cold voice sounded again. Flames rose from the sword as if it wanted to burn the world. The peak sword intent of fire appeared. What? Fight. The top powerhouses narrowed their eyes. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. The fusion of two peak sword intents of martial arts. Was this Lin Ling's final trump card? Was he going to fight to the death just for that one sword? It's too late. The moonlight rain speed is too fast. He can't slash it out. Many people became nervous. At this moment, a breath of time seemed to be as long as a century. The battle at the peak, the most dazzling rain, the most resplendent sword, seemed to be about to start the final collision. Lin Ling must die. Manor Lord Tianlin's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had a trump card. How hateful. Chapter 896. Sword unsheathed fleeting beauty, I will win boundless demon eye. Exclamation point. At this moment, a determined roar shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to appear looking down at the world. The entire sky stopped. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped moving, and the rain stopped falling. It was as if time had stopped. Shio. A figure shot forward like a shooting star under countless gazes. Sword unsheathed fleeting beauty. Profound meaning of flame. Exclamation point. The rain in the sky was split apart. A sword came from the void, spewing flames. What? The rain has stopped. The second dream's beautiful eyes widened. However, a sword appeared in front of her eyes. It was the most powerful sword she had ever seen in her life. She muttered to herself, he actually merged the true meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword. This is a genius. Exclamation point. The sword passed with the will to conquer the heavens. It split the heavens and the earth, killing everything. It was unbelievably fast. A sword stabbed into Second Dream's chest, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. His face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. I'm an ant and you're a goddess. But you've lost the second battle of vengeance. Exclamation point. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. An endless stream of spiritual energy and energy was absorbed by the sword. The Second Dream's face turned pale. The power of the moon god disappeared quietly. She looked at Lin Ling, speechless. Lin Ling had crippled her with a single sword. Why? Exclamation point. The Second Dream fell on Lin Ling's body. Her body was still pierced by the sword. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. That's all. Exclamation point. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he replied indifferently. Then he pulled out his sword. The Second Dream's delicate body fell from the sky. Everything was just like in the past. The Second Dream fell from the altar. In the sky, a man and a sword floated quietly, looking down on the heroes. On the ground below, countless gazes were fixed on that proud figure. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. They even felt like they were in a dream. That handsome figure, that delicate young man with blood at the corner of his mouth, had he won? Many people shook their heads, but when they saw the Second Dream being crippled, they finally awoke from their reverie. Lin Ling had won. He had defeated the Second Dream, which possessed the desolate race's bloodline. The champion of the Rainforest Holy Land semifinals, Lin Ling. What kind of strength did he display just now? Why do I feel as if time has been frozen? Among the four desolate races, the ancient experts were shocked. The most frightening thing is that he actually fused the two great true intents of martial together to form the most frightening sword. The true intents of martial are originally very difficult to comprehend, but he actually fused them together. This is a true genius. The various palace lords of the various martial hall exclaimed. Lin Ling did not have the terrifying talent of the Second Dream, but he had a perception that exceeded the Second Dream. Such a genius was even more monstrous. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven had met the perfect monstrous genius of heaven, but Lin Ling was even more monstrous. It was no wonder that Lin Ling could defeat the second dream. After all, the fusion of two great true intents of martial at their peak state was something that even they could not do. It's the talent that sister left for him. Animo looked at the slender figure floating in the sky. She was extremely excited. Everyone here thought that the second dream had the bloodline of God, but who knew that this youth was even more noble and divine than the second dream? Following that, she laughed. She was happy for Lin Ling. She was extremely happy. At this moment, the ultimate glory belonged to her family. Lin Ling has won. After a short moment of silence, the Fire Ancient clan erupted into cheers. Everyone was excited, proud, and even felt honored. Their banner had won once again. Especially Elder Jian. His old eyes were filled with tears. The first battle of the D family's counterattack had been won. Di Wuji had taken in a good disciple. This guy sure is terrifying. It seems like he is constantly growing in the semi-finals. Yang Gan looked at the figure in the sky in shock. His heart was pounding. Not long ago when they met at the Dragon Tower, Lin Ling was still very weak to him. He was only ranked in the top 100 on the Proud Children of Heaven. However, in this short period of time Lin Ling had grown. Furthermore, he had soared to the heavens and defeated the second dream, who even he feared. His strength was probably above his. To him, this was a true genius. Yeah, I knew he would win. Beside him, Heavenly Concubine was waving her tiny fists. Her face revealed a smile that could topple kingdoms. She knew that Lin Ling would win. The former Heaven Mystic's kingdom was now the sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling would definitely not lose. And now, Lin Ling had finally stood at the #1 elite through his own hard work. He was the center of attention. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. He won. Far away, the pure and holy lotus-like girl also laughed. Her beautiful eyes were moist and filled with excitement. This made the desolate race youth beside her frown. Lin Ling had won. This result had exceeded his expectations. Princess Yu seemed to have known that Lin Ling would win. Of course, it was not only him. Everyone felt that it had exceeded their expectations. Ever since the semi-finals began, they had guessed the second dream, young Master Tang, and even Yu Fanzi. However, they had never guessed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stages of the royal spirit realm. He did not have the qualifications to compete for first place. However, no one knew that the final glory belonged to Lin Ling. Even the desolate race's bloodline, the second dream, who was at the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm, could not withstand Lin Ling's peak strike. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Cheers soared into the sky. All of Lin Ling's acquaintances were happy for Lin Ling. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Manor Lord Skylin. His face was ashen. Lin Ling had won. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Lin Ling had won today. Soon he would represent Di Wuji to challenge him. He was getting closer and closer, and the disciple he was most proud of had been utterly defeated in the battle with Di Wuji's disciple. This was a great humiliation for him. I won. Win. Floating in the air, Lin Ling enjoyed the cool breeze that did not come easily. He looked into the distance, looking at the mountains and rivers. A sense of heroism rose in his heart, causing him to reveal a brilliant smile. It was so clean, so pure, and so confident. He had finally risen in the rainforest's sacred land. As for the second dream, she had succeeded in the second step of her revenge. Not only had the second dream lost everything, but her spiritual energy and essence had also been absorbed by the tyrannical singing sword. At this moment she had become a cripple. Indeed, on the ground, the second dream stared at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had said that he would not kill her. Now he had indeed not killed her. However, he had crippled her just like how she had crippled Di Shirtian. She had fallen from the spiritual pedestal. She was no longer a genius and was even more useless. This situation was indeed worse than killing her. She was used to the feeling of being the center of attention, but now that she had become a cripple, the second dream's days would be like years. My goal is getting farther and farther away. The second dream muttered to herself. She had a huge ambition and a lofty goal, but now it had been stopped. All of this was because of Lin Ling. At this moment she was filled with regret. She regretted that she had provoked this seemingly ordinary young man because the price she had to pay was terrifying. Even if she was the goddess of the 9 heavens, that young man would still come for revenge and kill her. Chapter 897. The 4 great desolate races. The cheers continued to rise and fall, but there was no longer any meaning to the rest of the competition. That was because the second dream had been defeated, and the first place of the semi-finals had been confirmed. Was Lin Ling. This competition had lasted for a long time and the Bodhi Saint Palace had taken notice of him, causing the semi-finals to become the finals. This also meant that Lin Ling had become the #1 genius of the 7 halls. Lin Ling has obtained a chance to cultivate in the Bodhi Saint Palace. In the sky, Old Mother Deer rode on a huge deer and slowly floated down. She looked at the arrogant youth and smiled. "Congratulations, Lin Ling."
"Thank you, Senior."
Lin Ling bowed, causing Old Mother Earth Deer to be stunned for a moment. She even laughed. This young man had obtained first place and in her imagination, he should be proud and arrogant. However, this young man still maintained a low profile and was only happy in his heart. He didn't reveal an arrogant attitude. This attitude was very good, very good. Moreover, she saw a trace of determination in the youth's eyes. It was very pure and clean, causing her to have a good impression of him. The #1 genius before the age of 20, this youth was not bad. "I'm so envious." Lin Ling had the chance to go to the Bodhi Saint Palace again. The last time he went there, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next time he went there, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Now, it would be even more difficult for those top geniuses to surpass Lin Ling. The top 3 geniuses will obtain the Bodhi Elixir. Old Mother Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. The semi-finals have ended. Finally, Old Mother Deer smiled. The semi-finals? Is that still the semi-finals? It's the strongest battle below the Saint Spirit realm. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This was not the semi-finals but the strongest battle in the Emperor's Spirit realm. However, no matter what, Lin Ling had left a deep impression in their hearts. They were looking forward to hearing Lin Ling's voice in the rainforest sacred land in the future. Moreover, many people noticed that the current Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. The competition is over. I wonder if the geniuses from the competition are interested in joining us? At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled and a large number of people wearing strange clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That powerful aura caused many people's eyes to narrow. Who were these people? "We have the bloodline of the Wind Clan." As if he had sensed the doubts in everyone's hearts, the old man in the lead spoke indifferently. His expression was indescribably proud. Wind Clan? Many people were puzzled as they had never heard of it before. However, some of the top experts felt their hearts tremble. One of the 4 great desolate races, the Wind Race. What? The 4 desolate races. Many people suddenly understood and their hearts were shaken. The 4 desolate races seemed to want to recruit the elites today. These elites sure were lucky. After all, the desolate race was the royal family of the rainforest sacred land. If they were to become one of them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the rainforest sacred land. Even the 5 great ancient countries and the various large factions would not dare to provoke them. They did not know that the 4 desolate races were actually watching the competition. After all, today's competition was different from the past. It was even more powerful. Lin Ling, your attainments in the Sword Dao are not bad. If you join my Wind Clan, you can gain insights into the Sword Dao. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said proudly. Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He never expected that the Wind Clan would be interested in him first. As for the crowd, they were extremely envious. Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, so he was indeed the center of attention. The Wind Clan is just a clan that hides deep in the mountains. They are shameful. Lin Ling, join my Sparrow Clan. Boom. Right at this moment, a domineering voice resounded as a young man around the age of 20 slowly walked out with a large group of people behind him. This young man possessed the aura of a king, and his strength was actually at the Saint Spirit realm. Such strength had simply surpassed all the geniuses of the 7 great martial techniques. As for the Sparrow Clan, another one of the 4 desolate races had come to recruit Lin Ling. The crowd was stirred. 2 members of the desolate race, which was rarely seen in the past, had appeared today. Following that, they looked around and realized that it was not just 2. On the other side, a woman had come with a large number of people. She was dressed in a black gauze dress, and she had the same aura as the second dream. Clearly she was from the Yi clan. They did not recruit Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had previously defeated their bloodline, the second dream. It even made them feel humiliated. Lin Ling, how about it? Give me an answer. Answer. The people from the Wind Clan and the Sparrow Clan looked at Lin Ling. Although they were recruiting him, their attitude was extremely arrogant. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, they had the bloodline of the desolate race, so how could they recruit Lin Ling in such a humble manner? Lin Ling frowned and did not answer immediately. Lin Ling is one of mine. He will never be recruited by you. Clear. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It made the two desolate race members look over. They knew this person. She was the Rain clan's Emon Yinue. They never expected her to fancy Lin Ling. Emon Yinue, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ling hasn't even said a word, and you want to act so domineeringly? Lin Ling, you are a fire elemental warrior. The Sparrow clan has large amounts of fire elemental martial arts and profundities. If you were to join the Sparrow clan, I can guarantee that your strength will be twice as strong as it is now. And if you were to reject us, it would be equivalent to rejecting our powerful Sparrow clan. The youth from the Sparrow clan said coldly. He was using both hard and soft tactics. The other elder frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Although he did not say a word, his expression said it all. And Emo? Lin Ling looked at Emon Yinue in surprise. He never expected the owner of Dragon Manor, Auntie Emo, to be from one of the four desolate races. However, he was indebted to Auntie Emo, so he did not hesitate to nod at her. Auntie Emo, I'll join you? Yes. That's good. Auntie Emo, Emon Yinue felt relieved. If Lin Ling were to join another desolate race, it would be ironic. Hence, she had to help Lin Ling become one of them no matter what. The two from the Sparrow clan and Wind clan snorted coldly, as though they were blaming Lin Ling for not appreciating their kindness. They looked at the other elites. The second dream had the bloodline of the Yi clan, so it was naturally impossible to recruit her. As for Tang Tianshu, he was from the Great Tang ancient country and had the backing of the Sparrow clan, so there was no need to recruit him. Yufanzi, join my Wind clan. Your Door of Seals is not bad. My clan has martial arts that are suitable for you to cultivate. Today, Lin Ling is stronger than you, but I can guarantee that in less than half a year, you will surpass him. The elder immediately said. And because Lin Ling had rejected them, the elder had made a promise. I'm so envious. Auntie Emo, many elites felt their hearts skip a beat. They were indeed from the desolate race. They were domineering enough to surpass Lin Ling in half a year. With such a huge improvement, which elite wouldn't want to join? I'll join. Yes. Indeed, Yufanzi immediately nodded. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Ling. Would he be able to surpass Lin Ling in half a year? Duan Wuji, you have the bloodline of the Justice Duan family. You are weaker, but I can guarantee that in a year you will surpass Lin Ling. The youth from the Sparrow clan also said. I'll join. Yes. One elite after another were recruited, and all of them had the goal of surpassing Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll let you be smug for half a year. In half a year I will defeat you. A few elites said as they looked at Lin Ling. However, they did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, Lin Ling was currently ranked first. They were no match for him. You're just trash. I'll wait for you for half a year. Yes. Chapter 898. Profound meaning. Small world. These proud sons of heaven had joined the desolate race and were trained. They thought that they could surpass him, but they had forgotten that he was about to enter the Bodhi Saint Palace to cultivate again. Did they have the chance to surpass him? However, Lin Ling had to admit that the desolate race was truly terrifying. Anyone that came to the seven profound martial house would be a saint spirit realm existence. This was extremely rare in the rainforest Holy Land. With the strength of the desolate race, if they sent out 10 people, they would be able to destroy one of the 5 great ancient countries. And the Saint Palace above the desolate race was even more enormous. It had to be said that although he was the strongest proud son of heaven in the martial hall, he still had a long road ahead of him. Proud sons of heaven were recruited one by one. Even Ruby had been recruited by Emon Yinue to become a member of the Rain clan. Perhaps the 4 desolate races knew that these proud sons of heaven had received guidance from the Bodhi Saint Palace and had extraordinary potential, so they did not miss out on these proud sons of heaven. At present, Lin Ling has become the strongest semi-finalist. I propose that he become a student of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Elder Sword's voice sounded out, causing martial house Master Skyland's pupils to constrict. All the proud sons of heaven's faces stiffened. Lin Ling would become a student? The youngest student of the 7 profound martial house, and even the youngest student of the rainforest Holy Land. No, the position of a student is highly respected. It is of great importance. Lin Ling still lacks a background. Martial House Master Skylin angrily shouted. Lin Ling had become a student today, and tomorrow he might become Elder Xian. The next step would be to challenge the Martial House Master. This was not something he wanted to see. Then what background does Lin Ling lack? Sword Elder looked at Mansion Master Tianlin and said, making Mansion Master Tianlin speechless. Lin Ling lacked a background? He was the strongest semi-finalist, invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and even had the strength to cut down a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. What background did he lack? Skylin, the truth is that you are afraid that Lin Ling will surpass you, so you are suppressing him. The Sword Elder coldly said his sentence. You. Martial House Master Skylin's complexion turned ugly. The entire square was filled with discussion. Through the previous competition, many people knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Martial House Master. If the Martial House Master didn't allow Lin Ling to become an apprentice, then perhaps he really was suppressing Lin Ling, fearing that Lin Ling would surpass him. You're the Palace Lord, and you have the #1 genius in the Rainforest's Holy Land in the Martial Arts Hall. Yet, instead of focusing on nurturing him, you're even suppressing him. Tianlin, are you doing a good job as the Palace Lord? The Sword Elder shouted again. Lin Ling has become a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. Mansion Master Skylin's complexion constantly changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and announced Lin Ling's identity. He had no choice but to announce that Lin Ling had blossomed with dazzling brilliance today and his name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. If he were to say that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to become an apprentice, then he would only be mocked by others. Therefore he could only admit it. However, he was even more upset. Lin Ling was only missing Elder Xian's status as the prefecture master. Lin Ling has become a scholar. Wow! Many people looked at the delicate youth, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was the youngest scholar in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling had seized endless glory today. As for Lin Ling, he faintly smiled, his heart filled with pride. Soon after, the crowd began to disperse. Today's semi-finals had finally come to an end. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, and he had become the #1 genius. At night, in the mountain valley, everyone had gathered. The heavenly concubine had come, Yu Yu had also come, and all of his relatives were present. They all congratulated Lin Ling, causing everyone in the Fire Ancient clan to be overjoyed. As they looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless people, their hearts were filled with pride. Lin Ling, a youth that came from the tiny cloud domain, had grown up step by step. In the heart of the 100 domains, the Rainforest Holy Land, he had made a name for himself. In the Rainforest Holy Land where powerhouses were as common as clouds, he had also established himself. This was not something that anyone could do. Only their Fire Ancient clan's pride Lin Ling had managed to do it. Other than the Fire Ancient clan members, there were also many figures from the Rainforest Holy Land's major factions that had come. As for Lin Ling, he was feeling helpless. It was rare for him to meet Yu Yu and he wanted to have a long chat with Yu Yu. However, he was unable to leave, and Yu Yu had left shortly after arriving. This made Lin Ling extremely depressed. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. Auntie Amo was also in the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. With her speaking, the others naturally did not dare to occupy Lin Ling. They smiled and gave up space. After all, although they did not know Auntie Amo, they knew that this woman was from the desolate race, and they could not afford to offend her. Auntie Amo, thank you. Lin Ling followed Auntie Amo. He was extremely grateful towards her. You child. Auntie Amo had drunk some wine, and her feminine face was flushed red. She exuded a faint allure, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning swirling in them. The two of them looked at each other in silence, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. Do you want to know where your mother is? Yes. Finally, Auntie Amo said softly. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously nodded. All right, when you return from your cultivation in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, I'll bring you to see her. Auntie Amo said with a smile, making Lin Ling's expression change. Auntie Amo knew where his mother was? For now, it's best you don't ask anything. When you return from the Bodhi Sacred Palace, come to the Dragon Tower to find me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Auntie Amo said once again. Lin Ling could only nod. He had searched for so many years, so a short period of time wouldn't make a difference. He still had the soil from his father's grave in his azure ring, and he wanted to personally hand it to his mother. Lin Ling, you're currently at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but you're already unrivaled in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Your potential is terrifying, but it's time to start preparing for the Saint Spirit Realm. After all, only Saint Spirit Realm cultivators have the qualifications to step into the upper world of the rainforest. Auntie Amo looked at Lin Ling carefully and said with a smile. Lin Ling's talent was not bad. In the future, he would definitely have the opportunity to become one of the top cultivators in the rainforest. Is it difficult to enter the Saint Spirit Realm? Lin Ling asked curiously. When you enter the Saint Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the other side and borrow the power of heaven and earth. When you fought the second dream, you saw her strength. She borrowed the power of the moon to change the world and become a saint. Emo explained. When you enter the saint spirit realm, you can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and form your own small world of profound. Every one of you is a king above tens of thousands. Entering the saint spirit realm is indeed difficult. If you have a king body or king body, then you have a 70% chance. But if you have a king body, then you only have a 40% chance. Yes. 40%. Yes. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As expected, talent was the key to a cultivator's strength. With great talent, one could achieve twice the results with half the effort. But without it, one would have to put in twice the effort compared to others. Look at these and you'll understand. Yes. Auntie Emo stood up and tapped Lin Ling's forehead with her right hand. A ray of light enveloped Lin Ling, and many things appeared in his mind. It was profound. If a king body cultivator wanted to enter the saint spirit realm, other than using pills to squeeze out their potential, it depended on their comprehension of profound. Chapter 899. Inside the mountain valley profound. In a small world, for example, if the sword intent became a profound, then Lin Ling would be able to kill all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Similarly, if the fire intent became a profound, then the opponent would enter Lin Ling's world of fire. Profound, how mysterious. Profound. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, he had a 10th grade king physique and it would be difficult for him to improve it. However, the sword intent and fire intent could be improved and become profound. Thus, he would have the qualifications to step into the saint spirit realm. According to Aunt Emo, once Lin Ling had the qualifications to step into the saint spirit realm, she would bring Lin Ling to find his mother. Time quietly passed. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm did not increase, but it became more stable. His 2 martial intents had reached the peak state and his overall strength had increased by a small step. His body leaned against the spiritual root in the mountain valley. Streams of spiritual energy circled around Lin Ling like dragons and disappeared into his limbs and bones. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. There, white clouds floated leisurely and a gentle breeze blew. I wonder if the weather in my hometown is as beautiful as this. Lin Ling said with a smile. It had been a few years since he came to this world. Sometimes, he felt that he was a person of this world and that the previous world was just a dream. When he woke up, he would be back here. However, regardless of whether the original world was a dream or this world was a dream, Lin Ling was already standing in the holy land of the rain and he could not be underestimated. This was enough. Holding the world's power when awake, lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. Why should a person pursue origin? Only by living a free and easy life would one not have wasted their time. Standing up, Lin Ling waved his right hand and 2 sparkling jade bottles appeared. Inside the bottles were 2 drops of emerald green liquid. It was the Bodhi liquid that old Mother Lu rewarded him. Lin Ling planned on using the Bodhi liquid to increase the strength of the Fire Ancient clan. After all, there were too many experts in the rainforest sacred land. In front of him were the 5 great ancient countries, and behind him were the 4 great desolate races. His strength alone was limited, so he might as well let his family and friends become stronger. The Bodhi liquid contained boundless vitality. It was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling gently dripped a drop of the Bodhi liquid onto the spiritual root. The spirit root was the root of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, the Bodhi ancient tree was gigantic and had countless roots. If one allowed the vitality to fall on the root would naturally grow. If one had to make an example, it would be the Bodhi ancient tree using the vitality to nourish the root. Something mysterious happened. That ancient tree root seemed to have come to life like a dragon, and a small green bud grew out. It slowly grew and an even richer life force filled the air. Success. Lin Ling's handsome face lit up with a smile. Using the Bodhi liquid to cultivate the root was the same as cultivating a new Bodhi ancient tree. It had to be known that the Bodhi sacred palace was located within the ancient tree, and the powerhouses there were all exceedingly strong. If the mountain valley had a new Bodhi ancient tree, then the cultivation effect would be 100 times more effective. A rich spiritual energy gradually spread out. In the mountain valley, everyone was aware of it. Even many people from the 7 profound martial house were aware of it. Shio. A massive number of people flew towards the mountain valley. Spiritual root, this place actually has the spiritual root of the Bodhi ancient tree. This is an excellent place for cultivation. In the skies above the mountain valley, the top proud children of heaven on the proud son of heaven list had excited looks in their eyes. They wished they could take the mountain valley for themselves. This place, I want it. One of the proud children of heaven, Sumu, who was ranked 9th on the proud son of heaven list, confidently shouted and then rushed down the mountain valley. The other proud children of heaven's eyes flashed, but they weren't so impulsive. This was because some of them knew that the mountain valley was Lin Ling's territory. But Sumu was a top proud child of heaven. How could he know about such trivial matters? If he went to steal Lin Ling's territory, then something was bound to happen. Of course, they weren't sure, so they were waiting for the situation to change. People of this valley, get out. A loud shout spread through the mountain valley, shaking the earth. Long Xiaoqian, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others' complexions changed. What a powerful aura. Could it be a peak emperor spirit powerhouse? A figure loftily appeared in the mountain valley, looking down at everyone. Moreover, in order to let everyone know his strength, his massive aura billowed out like the waves of the sea. People of this valley, get out. Sumu shouted again, his heart filled with excitement. He had been at the 7 profound martial house for so many years, and yet he hadn't discovered such a treasure. This was simply a waste of heaven's gifts, but it wasn't too late to discover it now. Someone come, get out. However, at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out in the mountain valley, causing Sumu to be stunned. Someone wanted him to get out? The person who spoke, do you want to die? Sumu's pupils turned icy cold. He was the 9th-ranked proud child of heaven on the 7 profound proud list. There were very few people in the 7 profound martial house that he feared. Shwa. At this moment, sword energy gushed out, splitting the heavens and earth, cutting straight towards Sumu. So fast. Sumu's pupils shrank. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. His right arm was cut off by the sword, causing his face to turn incomparably pale. Just who was hiding in the mountain valley? Who are you? Sumu looked down with dread, his complexion ugly. Lin Ling. A slender figure slowly appeared in his line of sight, causing Sumu's heart to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling, the number 1 proud son of heaven of the 7 major martial halls? The mountain valley is your territory? Sumu said with difficulty. He simply didn't know this. After all, the 7 profound martial house was so large, it was impossible for him to know who each place belonged to. Not to mention, with his status, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Who knew that this place belonged to Lin Ling? No wonder all those proud sons of heaven were silent before. They all knew. You know this is my territory, yet you still dare to behave atrociously. Do you want to die? On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at Sumu, his icy cold voice sounding out. Sorry, I didn't know this was your territory. However, you didn't even say anything and cut off my right arm. You are too savage. Sumu clenched his teeth and said. Although he dreaded Lin Ling had seriously injured him without saying anything. How could he be reconciled? If you say another word, I will make sure you never leave the mountain valley. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. The other party had come uninvited and tyrannically wanted to seize the mountain valley. Now that he had been injured, he actually had the nerve to say that he was savage. If his strength was inferior to his opponent's, then he would be the one injured. At that time, would Sumu think he was savage? You. Sumu's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was too arrogant. To make sure he never left the mountain valley, did he want to kill him? Outside, many people were also watching. They were similarly shocked by Lin Ling's frivolity. I am currently a scholar. You tell me, do I dare or not? Chapter 900. Endless Glory. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sumu quickly flew down and knelt down on one knee, his expression sincere. At this moment he was afraid. Because if he continued to be arrogant, Lin Ling would really kill him. Get out. An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Sumu quickly nodded. Where was his frivolous appearance from before? He fled in panic. Lin Ling has risen. Even the 9th-ranked genius on the proud son of heaven list doesn't dare to provoke him. Outside, many people shook their heads as they saw this scene. Just from this matter alone, Lin Ling had become an existence that could not be provoked in the 7 profound martial house. Not only was his strength incomparably terrifying, but his status was also incomparably terrifying. Sumu wanted to dominate the mountain valley. This was simply asking for humiliation. The mountain valley is my Lin Ling's territory. If there are any trespassers, I will kill them without mercy. Lin Ling's overbearing voice floated out from the mountain valley, causing many people to hold their breaths. They no longer dared to approach the mountain valley. Lin Ling. In the mountain valley, everyone looked at that imposing figure, their hearts filled with excitement. This was the Fire Ancient Clan's heavens, forever shielding them from the wind and rain, giving them a stable home. Everyone follow me. Lin Ling looked at the people of the Fire Ancient clan. His indifferent face revealed a warm smile. Only in front of his loved ones would he transform from a god of death into an ordinary person. Currently, the mountain valley has been nourished by the Bodhi liquid and is full of vitality. Everyone's strength can increase. Moreover, I will take out a massive number of emperor-level martial arts. As long as your strength reaches the standard, you can practice them. You only have one goal, and that is to reach the Emperor's spirit realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling smiled again, causing everyone's hearts to stir. As for those outside the mountain valley that hadn't left, they were incomparably envious. The Bodhi liquid was a reward given to Lin Ling by the Saint Palace. Lin Ling was actually using it to cultivate his friends and family. This was just too enviable. The next day, Lin Ling left the mountain river valley and handed over all matters to Qin Xiaolan. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Fire Ancient clan's strength greatly increased, and they would become an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Rainforest Holy Land. At this moment, the Seven Profound Martial House was still bustling with noise and excitement. All of the disciples were talking about the recent tournament. Lin Ling has only been a Heaven's Chosen for a year, but he's already the #1 Heaven's Chosen. Moreover, he's the #1 Heaven's Chosen of the 7 major martial arts halls. How powerful. Yeah, I was watching that battle too. Lin Ling defeated the second dream. At that time, I was extremely excited. That figure in the blue and white robe was really handsome. Xiaoyun, you're being love-struck again. In the vast square, many young girls were chatting non-stop. It seemed that Lin Ling had become their idol. The second dream has the bloodline of the desolate race, but it has lost to Lin Ling. The second dream is no longer noble. The second dream has already left the 7 Profound Martial House. It seems that she has returned to the Ancient Knight clan. But she doesn't have the face to appear in the 7 Profound Martial House. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the cobblestone path. As he heard these words, his eyes flashed. The second dream had left? In the peak battle, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had absorbed everything from the second dream. That massive amount of spiritual energy had nearly allowed him to break through to the next realm, but the second dream had also become a cripple. No wonder she didn't have the face to appear in the 7 Profound Martial House. However, the second dream had succeeded in taking revenge. The second dream's ending would be left to Big Brother. Nonsense. In the final battle, Lin Ling's sword was caught off guard. The second dream wasn't able to react in time. If it weren't for that, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. Lin Ling is just a lucky piece of trash. In the midst of these worshipful voices, a young man was leading a large number of people through the square. Then he stopped and coldly shouted. Now, the entire 7 Profound Martial House had taken Lin Ling as their idol. This situation made the young man extremely unhappy. Lin Ling, how could he obtain such honor? A win is a win and a loss is a loss. Why are there so many excuses? Just as the young man's words fell, many people voiced their dissatisfaction. In that peak battle, that handsome figure in blue and white robes had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. No matter where it was in this world, strength reigned supreme. As long as one was strong and also young and handsome, they would naturally be the idol of the younger generation. Many people spoke up for Lin Ling. You're talking to me? The young man's face was ice cold. He coldly looked at the person who spoke. That person was a 19-year-old girl. Her strength was only at the early Emperor's spirit realm, and yet she dared to refute him. Little Yun, be careful. Someone beside the girl whispered. Many people here knew that this young man was a top genius ranked in the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Long Aoxiang from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'm telling the truth. However, the young girl stubbornly said, causing Long Aoxiang's face to become even colder. That's right. This great competition has shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. This is a matter that everyone has witnessed. Lin Ling has won. How can it be changed just because of your words? If you're so fierce, why don't you challenge Lin Ling? As the others saw the young girl's stubborn words, they began to support her. The dazzling battle was obvious to all. This was an indelible fact. Long Aoxiang must have said this because he was jealous. Long Aoxiang's complexion became even uglier. It was fine if one person opposed him, but everyone opposed him. Lin Ling had obtained endless glory, and even the disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House worshipped him. But this glory had not fallen on Long Aoxiang's body. This made him jealous. Lin Ling, he was just lucky. If I had also participated in the semi-finals, then I would have absolutely let everyone know that Lin Ling is nothing but trash. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth as he spoke. A massive aura erupted from him, as if he wanted to know who would dare to refute him. The crowd fell silent. Long Aoxiang was overbearing. Because he was jealous, he didn't allow everyone to worship Lin Ling. If anyone opposed him, then Long Aoxiang would use his strength to crush them all. Good, then I'll give you a chance. At this moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to turn. They saw a 20-year-old youth slowly walk over from a small path in the distance. He wore a blue and white robe and had a great sword. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he had a handsome face and deep eyes. He was like a divine jade, free and uninhibited. This youth was too familiar. It was Lin Ling. Many people's pupils shrank, especially the young girls. At this moment, their hearts were beating wildly. Many of them had been admirers of Lin Ling, but after Lin Ling's meteoric rise, their admiration had quietly shifted. Looking at him up close, he's even more handsome. Xiao Yun's beautiful face flushed red, her heart thumping wildly. As for Long Aoxiang, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling had come. You said that I relied on luck. Then I'll give you a chance to show yourself. Defeat me and you will obtain everything, becoming the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 martial halls. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did he have the time to care. He only faintly looked at Long Aoxiang. Chapter 901. Bodhi Palace. Previously, he only said that because he was unhappy in his heart. Now that Lin Ling had given him a chance, he didn't dare to challenge him at all. Let's fight. Looking at the silent Long Aoxiang, Lin Ling took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. As for Long Aoxiang, he took a step back. His mind was filled with memories of that peak battle, and the splendor of that sword strike. He began to hesitate. He had a feeling that if he dared to fight, Lin Ling would dare to kill him. Therefore he didn't dare to do it. Clang. At this moment, a cold gleaming sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Sword finger, soaring dragon. Let's fight. It was still the same sentence, still frivolous and unrestrained. You can't accept me, but I'll give you a chance to fight me. Plop. The moment the sword struck out, a majestic sword intent burst forth. It was even more domineering than the sword strike during the pinnacle battle. Long Aoxiang's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased from the peak battle. That sword strike faintly contained the aura of sword profound. Is this the luck you speak of? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. He slowly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. At the same time, his soft voice floated out, You only know how to talk big. You're just a piece of trash. The crowd looked at the free and unrestrained figure, and their hearts beat violently. This was Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang's body was trembling. He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, while Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling was only the champion of the semifinals, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost all his face. He struggled to get up several times to fight Lin Ling, but in the end, reason prevailed over his anger. Shameful. The crowd glanced at Long Aoxiang. Previously, Long Aoxiang had bragged about how powerful he was and how Lin Ling had gotten first place by luck. However, the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, Long Aoxiang did not dare to fight. He was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Was this a top genius on the prodigy list? He was like a stray dog. As expected of the #1 genius of the 7 major martial arts palaces. So cool. As Xiao Yun looked at the departing figure, her heart jumped even more. The disciple beside her had an envious look on his face as he said, When will I have his strength? At that time, no matter how big the world is, I will be able to do whatever I want. Dream on. However, the other geniuses struck a blow at him. Lin Ling was the #1 monstrous genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. Could others possibly surpass him? At this moment, Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house and was heading towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Although he was the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 major martial halls, he did not have any arrogance. This was because he knew that there was always someone better than him, and there was always a sky beyond a sky. Not to mention anything else but just the 4 desolate races, there were bound to be many powerful bloodlines. And there were definitely many top geniuses in the Bodhi sacred palace. In addition, the heavenly fall era was about to arrive. Old Mother Benlu had said that that would be the era of geniuses. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to not be mercilessly eliminated by the era. The 7 great martial arts halls are places where geniuses are trained. Currently, I am already standing at the peak of geniuses, but there is an even greater world waiting for me. As he walked forwards, it wasn't long before the ancient tree appeared in front of him. The area around the giant tree seemed to be a forbidden zone, without a single person in sight. It was clear that the Bodhi sacred palace was a mysterious place that not just anyone could approach. Is that Lin Ling? Beneath the ancient tree an old man was sitting cross-legged. After seeing Lin Ling, his eyes opened and a sharp light flowed out. So strong. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body had been seen through. This old man should be someone from the Bodhi Sacred Palace, but his strength had reached a level that transcended the heavens. I've been waiting for you here for several days. Come with me. The old man said indifferently. His eyes were calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't watched the semi-finals not long ago. In fact, with his strength, he wouldn't have watched the Heaven's Pride competition of the 7 great martial arts halls. However, he later found out that the winner of the semi-finals was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old yet had the strength to shake the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Now that he saw him today, that young man was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! A leaf floated down from the ancient tree. The old man stepped on it and said indifferently, "Come up, follow me to the Bodhi Sacred Palace." Lin Ling also stepped on the leaf. The leaf slowly flew into the sky. Geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls, even if they have cultivated successfully and left the martial arts hall, very few have been able to enter the Bodhi Sacred Palace. You are the 3rd person in history. The old man said, looking into the distance. The 3rd person? Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. After so many years, only 3 people from the 7 great martial arts halls had been to the Bodhi Sacred Palace? There were so many geniuses in the 7 great martial arts halls, but none of them met the requirements? The Bodhi Sacred Palace nurtures perfect geniuses, and they must be under 20 years old. Therefore, although some geniuses are very strong, their age has already exceeded the requirement, so there isn't much value in nurturing them. The old man said indifferently. Of course, that was in the past. Now that the Heavenly Fall era has arrived, the Bodhi Sacred Palace will lower its requirements. What is the Heavenly Fall era? Lin Ling asked curiously. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash, and foreign gods and demons will arrive. The old man pondered for a moment, then said deeply. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash? He couldn't wait to see. We're here. At this time the old man walked out from the ancient leaf, and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Only then did he realize that they had almost reached the top of the Bodhi ancient tree. Looking from here, there was a misty mist and a sea of clouds as if it was a world of clouds. And in the middle of the sea of clouds, an ancient palace sat there, so sacred and inviolable. The Bodhi Sacred Palace. The sacred palace was entwined with a large number of vines. It was ancient and mysterious, and there were many spirit beasts flying around the sacred palace, as if it was an immortal palace from a mythical world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What a majestic sacred palace. The old man led Lin Ling forward, entering the sacred palace and arriving on a giant platform. This place was like the peak of the clouds, and one could touch the sky with one's hand. This was the core of the rainforest sacred ground. At this time, there were a large number of youths on this ancient stone platform, and they were looking at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if they were surprised that Lin Ling was not a chosen of the sacred palace, but he was able to appear here. Lin Ling, congratulations. A woman in a red robe smiled at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to smile awkwardly. He didn't know this woman, but he still nodded. I underestimated you. Another cold woman, like a fairy in the moonlight, also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen this woman before. She was the martial arts fanatic who had asked him about the martial path. He didn't expect that she would also appear here. Lin Ling, you're really late. Everyone is waiting for you. Another voice sounded, and it was a familiar voice. Lin Ling looked over and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person was actually Yangon. Why was he here? Chapter 902. Holy Son, I'm a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Yangon knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. If Yangon was a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace, could he also be a powerful Holy Son? Silence. At this moment, a solemn voice rang out from the stone platform. Everyone quieted down. Then the old man who brought Lin Ling up walked out and sat down cross-legged. You are all geniuses with the most potential in the rainforest, so the Bodhi Saint Palace will focus on nurturing you. You are all holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace. The old man said indifferently. His eyes swept across the crowd, but most of them landed on Lin Ling. Some of the others were already holy sons, but Lin Ling was not, so the old man's words were actually directed at Lin Ling. Holy Son. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. Were all the youths around him holy sons? However, they were all very strong and their origins were mysterious. They didn't seem to be from the martial arts hall, but they also seemed to be from the rainforest. They indeed had the qualifications to become holy sons. In short, those who could appear here were all people with extraordinary potential. What is the path of martial arts? The old man was incomparably solemn as he spoke again. Many people's eyes flickered, but no one spoke. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. In the most sacred and dignified Bodhi Saint Palace, they didn't dare to act recklessly or speak carelessly. The path of martial arts. First, borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen your body and be reborn. Second, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, comprehend the concept and momentum, and borrow the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Third, control the power of heaven and earth. The old man's voice seemed to have a magical power that made many geniuses understand. The first step was the beginning of martial arts, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to be reborn. This was already a concept that everyone knew. The second step should be the concept, momentum, and true intent. For example, the true intent of the sword was to borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body, increasing one's terrifying attack power. The third step was no longer borrowing power but controlling the power of heaven and earth. This was a realm that everyone was exploring. This was also the requirement to reach the Holy Spirit realm. Some of you are very talented. You can control the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. This is the talent of a king body. The more pure the power you can control, the more it is called a king body. This kind of talent will allow a martial artist to smoothly step into a new domain. The old man said again. This world seemed fair, but in reality, it wasn't fair at all. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Coupled with the enormous amount of cultivation resources, their cultivation speed was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than normal people. With good talent, there was no doubt that they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was also the reason why people with the talent of emperor physique could easily step into the Holy Spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Auntie Amo had said before that he only had the king body. If he wanted to step into the Holy Spirit realm, he would have to master the ultimacy. Heaven and earth are merciless. They treat all living things like dogs. There is no such thing as fairness in heaven and earth. However, not everything is absolute. Even if you don't have a strong innate talent, if you have a strong perception and can control the power of heaven and earth, you can still be very strong, said the old man again. His meaning was the same as Aunt Mo's, to control the profound. In general, some of you have powerful innate talents and some of you have ordinary innate talents. However, since you are able to appear here, you naturally have your own powerful trump cards, said the old man meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other. Between them there was a powerful domain. Therefore their eyes were shining with pride. Being a king body is not absolute. For example, if you can cultivate two true essences to the pinnacle level and even fuse them together, you can also become a holy son, said the old man again. Everyone's pupils constricted. Cultivating two true essences to the pinnacle level and fusing them together. What a terrifying perception. Who could it be? Only the old man looked deeply at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still as calm as before. He was not moved at all. It's him. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the semi-finals, they obviously didn't know that. After all, these people were not the Heaven's Pride disciples of the martial arts palace. They were holy sons. They didn't care about the martial arts palace's affairs. But now Lin Ling had unexpectedly received a special reward from the old man. This made them feel somewhat unhappy. I have said what needs to be said. Fellow holy sons, follow me, said the old man. He stood up and led Lin Ling and the rest to a higher place in the palace. The other holy sons' hearts surged. Were they going to that place? Yangon, where are we going now? It was Lin Ling's first time here. Therefore he asked curiously. Last time, you were lucky enough to experience the tempering of the moon essence. This time, it is the tempering of the sun essence. Lin Ling, you are very lucky. Both times you came to the Bodhi ancient tree, you encountered great opportunities. Lin Ling didn't speak. Instead, the fairy-like woman beside him coldly said. From their previous conversation, he knew that this woman was called Shijueyue. She grew up in the Bodhi ancient palace and was also one of the holy sons. This is the reward for the champion of the semi-finals? Lin Ling's eyes flickered with anticipation. The absorption of the essence of the sun and moon was something that could only be encountered by chance. He had indeed come at the right time. The essence of the sun is the life force and spiritual energy of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, it is overbearing and hot, not as gentle as the essence of the moon. You all must act according to your capabilities. After a while, the old man brought everyone to a stop in front of a huge stone door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that all the holy sons had come here. They all nodded, but their expressions were somewhat solemn. The essence of the sun was the essence of the sun. It was usually absorbed by the Bodhi ancient tree, allowing it to have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Now, they had to borrow the essence of the sun to cultivate and comprehend their own martial arts. The process was naturally not easy. In this world, there are some people who can reach the Emperor Spirit realm from birth. That is because they have the talent of a god. Coupled with the tempering of the essence of heaven and earth, they have surpassed ordinary people from a young age. They are the children of the heavens. Although the Bodhi ancient palace cannot be compared to those demon god families, it still has some foundation. At the very least, it can allow you to refine the essence of the sun. The old man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Born in the Emperor Spirit realm, what terrifying talent. The world you see is not as small as you think. The old man seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart and explained indifferently, outside the rainforest sacred ground, there are all kinds of demon god bodies. They are the true geniuses and you all are merely Hotian geniuses. The other holy sons nodded, not surprised. Only Lin Ling was still shocked. His expression was seen by the other holy sons, and they all laughed disdainfully in their hearts. This unfamiliar youth's vision was so narrow. If you have the chance, leave the rainforest sacred ground and walk around. You will know how powerful the outside world is. One of the holy sons looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. This caused Lin Ling to frown, but he did not say anything. The other party seemed to be proud in front of him. However, the other party's background was mysterious. He was a holy son, so Lin Ling did not compare with him. Chapter 903. Essence of the Sun. Then try starting from the lowest starting point and see if you can reach the Bodhi Saint Palace. Lin Ling was silent. Beside him, Moonchaser indifferently said, causing the chosen to narrow his eyes. Moonchaser was speaking to this unfamiliar youth? Don't talk like it's easy. You might not be able to catch up to him even if you start at the same level. Yang Gan also indifferently said. That chosen frowned, feeling displeased. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. The Bodhi Saint Palace is a sacred place. All of you shut up. All the chosen's faces changed, not daring to say anything. The chosen who was dissatisfied with Lin Ling glared at Lin Ling with resentment, but in the end, he also fell silent. Lin Ling lightly smiled, not minding at all. These chosen were very noble. They had grown up in the Bodhi Saint Palace since they were young, then left the rainforest sacred land to see the outside world. Therefore they looked down on the geniuses of the martial arts hall. But now he had just stepped into a higher realm. If given some time, Lin Ling was confident that he could surpass these chosen. Rumble. The giant stone door opened, revealing a world of clouds. It was a vast expanse of white, as if they had arrived at a heavenly paradise. In the sky the sun slowly rose. Purple chi came from the east, full of vitality. As the light shone down, it seemed to have been changed by the array in the Bodhi Saint Palace. Not only was the light more condensed, it also brought with it an endless stream of spiritual energy. If the sunlight outside is 1, then the sunlight here is 10,000. So, cultivate according to your ability. If you feel that you can't hold on, leave by yourself. The old man exhorted and then left the giant stone door. The saints entered the giant door one after another and arrived above the sea of clouds. 10,000. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that if the sunlight outside represented 1, then the sunlight here represented 10,000. Its power was greater and its vitality was richer. The sun shone on all things. It was the mother of all things. Without the sun there was no vitality in this world. It was very difficult for ordinary people to absorb the essence of the sun. Even if they could, the effect would be weak. But if the sunlight was collected, that power could be reborn and become a saint in a single step. Brat, take a good look at yourself. Not everyone can absorb the sunlight. The crowd entered one after another. The saint from before looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, his words filled with mockery. Before this, he had also heard that this strange youth Lin Ling only had a king body talent, while they were all existences with emperor bodies. In terms of talent, Lin Ling simply couldn't compare with them. But now that he was about to absorb the essence of the sun, talent would decide everything. You're crazy. Lin Ling replied softly, causing the holy sun to stop in his tracks. His face was filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to say that he was sick. If this wasn't the holy palace, he would have taught this lowly young man a lesson. Ignore him. That person is called Wang Zijia. He is used to being arrogant. When you surpass him in the future, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Yang Gan whispered to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod. Lin Ling didn't care to begin with. His goal this time was to grasp this opportunity in the Bodhi Saint Palace and increase his strength once again. Then Lin Ling and the others also entered. Above the sea of white clouds, they sat down cross-legged. The sky was filled with endless light. At first they didn't feel anything, but gradually, it became a little hot. What a rich energy. Lin Ling was shocked. At the same time, little Flame, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, also opened its eyes. A human-like smile appeared on its face. It seemed to know that the sunlight in the sky had changed. You've finally woken up. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. During the semi-finals, this little fellow had been sleeping the entire time. It was simply a puppet. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and then jumped off Lin Ling's shoulder. Its body also grew larger. It opened its mouth and like a black hole, it began to crazily absorb the light in the sky. This fellow? Lin Ling's mouth twitched. One must know that that was the essence of the sun, and Little Flame had actually absorbed it all. This beast is a little mysterious. In the distance, several figures were watching the saints cultivate. Among them, the old man from before said faintly, "Don't worry. Should we stop it?" Mother Benlu asked. Currently, that monkey had used some kind of mystique to absorb the essence of the sun. In this way, the other geniuses would find it difficult to absorb the essence of the sun. No need. That's a Zhuyan. Its bloodline is very orthodox and its future is limitless. Let it absorb it. The old man smiled and said. Then he looked at Lin Ling. This little fellow is really lucky. Zhuyan has always been violent and crazy. It won't submit to anyone. He actually managed to subdue it. In the future he will have a good helper. Zhuyan? Mother Benlu's eyes narrowed. Obviously she had heard of this beast before. Chi-chi. At this moment, above the clouds, the light had dimmed quite a bit. A large amount of the essence of the sun was being absorbed by Little Flame, causing its body to constantly transform. This is too much. The other saints also noticed the abnormality and their eyes narrowed. Absorbing the essence of the sun wasn't something that could be encountered often. It had to be at the right time, place, and people. Now that they had encountered it, how could they not be angry that the essence of the sun was being absorbed by a monkey? Didn't you say that not everyone can absorb the light of the sun? Now my brother is absorbing it, but you don't seem to be happy. Lin Ling looked into the distance and shrugged at the saints. The saints' faces darkened. Lin Ling was being smug in front of them? Be careful not to overestimate yourself and be burned to death by the sun. One of the saints said coldly. Although he was unhappy with Lin Ling, this was the Bodhi Sacred Palace. He didn't dare to act recklessly. You don't have to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked at Little Flame and said, Little Flame, absorb it with all your might. Refining the essence of the sun was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Little Flame let out a low roar in response to Lin Ling. Moreover, it sensed that Lin Ling was also cultivating. It instantly absorbed half of the light in the sky, and then let the light shine on Lin Ling's body. It seemed to have the ability to swallow the sun and moon so it could control the essence of the sun. In this way, Lin Ling obtained a large amount of the essence of the sun to cultivate. The saints' faces darkened. This newcomer was too overbearing. That demonic beast has some background. In addition, demonic beasts are born with superior physiques. It can withstand the essence of the sun, but that young man can't. He's only a king physique, so he'll definitely be injured by the essence of the sun. One of the saints said coldly, and the other saints nodded coldly. If he wanted to seize their cultivation resources, then it would depend on whether he had the strength to swallow those cultivation resources. Chapter 904. Awakened talent. Endless rays of light enveloped Lin Ling, bathing him in the sun. The dense spiritual energy seemed like it could allow Lin Ling to break through at any moment. Awakening a small world. Lin Ling was ecstatic. He circulated his innate qi and crazily absorbed the essence of the sun, gradually awakening 30,000 small worlds in his body. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling would not miss it. Courting death, he is not even in the saint spirit realm, yet he dares to absorb the essence of the sun without restraint. He will return to his original form sooner or later. The other saints stared coldly at Lin Ling. The sun was the spirit of all living things. Under the sun's rays, any evil spirit would return to their original form. Hence, there was a saying in ancient times that if one hung a mirror in one's home, they could borrow the sun's rays to deter evil spirits from approaching. Although Lin Ling was not an evil spirit, if he was exposed to the sun for too long, he would return to his original form. Unless Lin Ling's innate talent was very strong. Boom. However, at this moment, an explosion sounded in front of them. They saw Lin Ling's body emitting a golden light, bathing in the sunlight, filled with a holy aura. He is still fine. The other saints' faces turned ugly. This child has a fire innate body and is a martial artist who cultivates his body. He is using the essence of the sun to temper himself. Far away, old Mother Deer exclaimed in shock. The other ancient expert's eyes also flickered. This Lin Ling's potential was not bad as expected of a saint. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Although the essence of the sun can be tempered, it exceeds Lin Ling's limit. He will not be able to withstand the heat. The old man from before said indifferently. Absorbing the essence of the sun was good, but there must be a limit. Otherwise things will move in the opposite direction. Wait, he is actually looking at the sun. At this moment, old Mother Deer exclaimed, causing the others' faces to stiffen. Blazing sun. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was one with the heavens. Amidst the endless light, he looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He could faintly see the formation and fall of the sun. It was as if he could see the trajectory of the world. Looking directly at the sun, especially under the essence of the sun, an ordinary person would have been blinded long ago. However, Lin Ling wasn't. At this moment, his pupils were completely black, like the eyes of a demon god. The sun is fire, fire is also fire, the sun is the source of all fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames on the surface of his body became even hotter, faintly carrying a noble golden color. Rumble. The cloud world surged and all the saints' sons felt their hearts tremble. They could feel a terrifying flame aura erupting. Small world. It was as if Lin Ling was surrounded by a small world of flames. If they rashly approached, even they would be injured. After all, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm while most of them were at the Saint Spirit Realm. Profound, this kid has comprehended the profound of fire with the help of the sun. All the ancient experts of the Saint Palace felt their hearts tremble. Comprehending profound in the Emperor Spirit Realm was too terrifying. Once the profound was revealed, a small world would be formed, and enemies of the same cultivation level would be easily killed. This was because it was the power of heaven and earth, not borrowing it. This also meant that Lin Ling's true intent of fire had transformed and entered the first level of the profound of fire. It could be said that if Lin Ling went all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an ordinary Saint Spirit Realm expert. His invincible status in the Emperor Spirit Realm had also become more stable. This kid's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is terrifying. He seems to be able to see the trajectory of the sun through his eyes. An ancient elder said. Amazing. The elder who had brought Lin Ling up was also gaping at this moment. In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. But now he finally understood why this kid could become a saint's son. The clouds have also melted. Mother Deer looked ahead and saw that the area around Lin Ling was melting. It wasn't burned but turned into nothingness. The profound of fire was even more destructive. However, more of the sun's essence is rushing towards Lin Ling Jijian. Should we stop Lin Ling? Mother Deer said worriedly. Everyone's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was a good seedling, and they couldn't bear to see Lin Ling fall here. These people were the most ancient cultivators of the rainforest Holy Land, and they were called Saint Palace Heavenly Kings. The elder who had brought Lin Ling here was called Jijian. He was hesitant, but in the end he nodded. He also knew that some geniuses would be unable to suppress the greed in their hearts after being tempered by the sun for the first time. They would crazily absorb the sun's essence, and in the end they would be turned into trash. Then Jijian took a step forward, but when he was about to take a second step, he stopped abruptly. A shocked voice came from his mouth. What kind of talent is that? Everyone's faces froze. Rumble. The light of the sun shrouded Lin Ling, but behind Lin Ling, a pair of ancient eyes appeared, staring at the sun in the sky indifferently. They were actually on par with the sun. That pair of eyes was emotionless and cold, as if they could see through the river of time. This? All the saints stood up. Lin Ling was going against the sun? One had to know that in order to absorb more sun's essence, one had to have a powerful talent. Lin Ling didn't have that, so everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But who knew that after Lin Ling was forced into a desperate situation, he seemed to have awakened some kind of talent. Eyes, what kind of talent is that? Is it an emperor physique? What a terrifying aura. It's not afraid of the sun. I'm afraid it's an existence that surpasses the emperor physique. Who is this kid? All the heavenly king's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, not only was his perception terrifying, but his talent was also terrifying. They had all missed it before. This talent is very mysterious. He can't control it now, so it hasn't been awakened. But today, under the sun's pressure, a part of its power has been reflected. This kid must be protected. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in all the heavenly king's ears, causing them to tremble. The holy king was speaking. Let him go to the ancient tomb with us. Then the majestic voice sounded again. The ancient tomb. Old Mother Benlu and the others nodded, but they were even more shocked. Today, Lin Ling had actually attracted the attention of the holy king. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was bathing in the sun, and at first he felt his whole body was burning, and it was difficult to resist. But when he looked at the sun in the sky, the pressure disappeared, and he felt that his eyes seemed to have changed. It was as if he could see through something. Yes, it was the soul. He could see through the soul, and it was as if he could easily make others listen to him. The eyes my mother left for me. Lin Ling was shocked. He finally felt that his eyes were beginning to transform, displaying a terrifying power. Were the eyes a king physique? Chapter 905. Time passed quietly, and the purple clouds gradually disappeared. The sun returned to normal, and the essence of the sun also disappeared. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, and his heart was wild with joy. With the rare tempering of the sun essence, not only did he awaken part of the eye's ability, but he also awakened 30,000 small worlds in his body. At the same time, he felt that his true meaning of fire had transformed. Fire had become a small world. It felt like he could control the changes around his body, and he could produce flames at any time. This was the profound meaning. Although it was Lin Ling's first time coming into contact with profound meaning, he already knew a thing or two from Aunt Mo's explanation. The sun essence was indeed a rare phenomenon, and it actually allowed Lin Ling to awaken the profound meaning of fire. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly stood up, and all the saints looked at Lin Ling in fear. Before, they thought that Lin Ling would be beaten back to his original state and become a cripple, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to have become stronger? What talent is that? The saints were puzzled, but they didn't ask. They all had their own secrets and powerful methods, so they naturally wouldn't ask about Lin Ling's secrets. And Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying talent today, so they tacitly approved of Lin Ling's identity as a saint. Sorry, I made you guys come here for nothing. Lin Ling looked at the saints and smiled, making them feel awkward. Lin Ling alone had absorbed all the sun essence today, and they indeed came for nothing. But they couldn't blame Lin Ling. After all, the Bodhi Saint Palace was also a place where the strong were respected. Lin Ling had the ability to absorb the sun essence, and that was Lin Ling's ability. If they were unhappy, they could also crazily absorb the sun essence like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Their talents weren't as mysterious as Lin Ling's. He didn't absorb it alone, there's also that monkey. Some saints looked at Little Flame and said. Little Flame seemed to be drunk at this moment. He climbed up onto Lin Ling's shoulder and fell asleep again. Lin Ling sensed that Little Flame had become even stronger. The sun essence has ended. Everyone disperse. At this moment, the voice of the sword-wielding elder sounded, and the saints left one after another. Lin Ling, the Holy King, has made a decision. He wants you to make a trip to the Bodhi Saint Palace in 2 months and head to the ancient tomb secret realm. The sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was still shocked by the secrets hidden in Lin Ling's body, but he did not ask. This was the rule of the Bodhi Saint Palace. In fact, many of the chosen here had hidden their identities. They might be nameless passers-by in the 100 territories, or they might be kings of other countries, or they might even be from other sacred lands. In short, they were the most elite chosen nurtured by the sacred palace. In the rainforest Holy Land, not many people knew of their identities, and the Bodhi Saint Palace had never made it public. Ancient tomb? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He instantly thought of the ancient tomb. There Lin Ling had obtained a great opportunity and obtained the ancient flame devil. Could it be that the ancient tomb's secret realm led to that place? However, the sword-wielding elder remained solemn. He turned and left without saying anything, only leaving behind a sentence. You are now a chosen. You can enter the Bodhi ancient tree as you wish. Beside Lin Ling, Yanggan and Shijueyue's eyes narrowed. They knew the sword-wielding elder's temperament. He was strict and arrogant. Unless he was a true monstrous genius, he would not speak much. But today he seemed to have said a lot to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He did not know the crux of the matter. Then he left with Yang Gan and the others. Lin Ling, I admire you. You've attracted the attention of the sacred palace on your first visit. You're really lucky. On the way, Yang Gan looked helplessly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Really? In truth, he had come here today to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Even if the Bodhi sacred palace did not allow him to come again, he did not care. As for the importance of the sacred palace, he really did not feel it and did not care much. Do you know that most of the chosen's entry to the secret realm are fought for by themselves? And you were specifically chosen by the sacred palace. The only one with this right is the Holy King. This means that the Holy King is paying attention to you. Shi Zhuiyue said coldly. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling was her junior not long ago, but now Lin Ling seemed to be on equal footing with her. Then it seems that I'm quite lucky. Lin Ling shrugged. He did not seem to care. They chatted as they left the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now that his strength had increased greatly and he had comprehended the mystery of fire, he could go find Aunt Mo. After leaving the Bodhi ancient tree, Lin Ling walked towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. It was as if it did not fit in with the Bodhi sacred palace. Perhaps in the main city, all the warriors were talking about the 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate races. They would not talk about the Bodhi sacred palace because it was too mysterious. It was a world that they could never come into contact with. Only Lin Ling knew that in the ancient palace, there were top saints that surpassed the various desolate races, as well as ancient warriors. Although the sacred palace is good, it lacks people. It's still more lively in the main city. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Ling said with a smile. Following that, he relaxed and casually bought things on the streets. He looked like an ordinary mortal now. However, just as he walked past the street, Lin Ling's sharp senses sensed that someone was spying on him. After experiencing the sun essence, Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased. His eyes seemed to have awakened a new ability so he could sense it. Don't you feel tired after following me for so long? Coming to a stop, Lin Ling said softly. However, the streets remained the same. Not long later, a figure dressed in a black cloak appeared. It was very mysterious, as if that person had been waiting for Lin Ling on the streets for a long time. Lin Ling, first place of the strongest semifinals, you are very sharp. A heavenly voice came out from the cloaked person. It was a woman's voice, but it was filled with killing intent. As for the passers-by on the streets, they began to disperse. They seemed to know that something big was about to happen. Lin Ling frowned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Before the strongest semifinals, he had also been assassinated on the streets. For him to encounter it again today, it seemed like there were quite a number of people who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, the other party had appeared so openly. Clearly they were very confident in their own strength. Can you tell me what faction it is? Lin Ling said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you know because you are already a dead man. The cloaked person gently removed her cloak, revealing a face as cold as ice. This face was very beautiful, but it was filled with the expression of a killing machine. Her little mouth was purple and so were her eyes. She was cold and emotionless. Someone asked me to kill you. The other party is from the Great Serpent Mansion and I am Yin Sha. The woman waved her right hand and a dagger appeared. A powerful aura was also displayed. This aura was very cold, so cold that it penetrated into the heart. It was the coldness of killing intent, which made the ground of the street crackle and crack. The murderous aura caused the street to change. This murderous aura was even stronger than Lin Ling's. It's her Yin Sha. Chapter 906. What is genius? Yin Sha was a ghost-like assassin in the holy land of the rainforest. She had killed hundreds of people. As long as you had the money, there was no one that Yin Sha didn't dare to kill. Even if it was the Holy King, Yin Sha dared to kill. As for those that she couldn't kill, it wasn't a problem for Yin Sha to consider. What she considered was whether to kill or not to kill. What surprised everyone was that the legendary most ruthless killer was actually a woman. Moreover, Yin Sha seemed to have absolute confidence in killing the young man, so he didn't choose to assassinate him this time. Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had thought about the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan clan, and even the Mansion Lord Tianlin, but he never thought that the Great Serpent Mansion would send someone to kill him. In the Great Serpent Manor, Lin Ling had only offended one person, and that was Hui Yuan. I know what I need to know. You can die now. The cloaked woman said coldly. There was no emotion in her eyes, only killing. As long as someone was willing to pay, she would dare to kill anyone. That young man is going to die. Many people in the distance shook their heads and said, being targeted by Yin Sha would only result in death. Who is that young man? He's so unlucky. I heard from Yin Sha that he is Lin Ling, the champion of the semi-finals. Someone softly spoke, causing the eyes of the crowd to widen. Lin Ling, who was ranked first in the semi-finals, was actually targeted by an assassin. How pitiful. Lin Ling had just risen to fame. Could it be that he was going to fall here? At this moment, in a restaurant far away from this street, a young man was calmly drinking wine with two beautiful women in his arms. His hands were constantly caressing them, causing them to let out moans. Lin Ling, first place in the semi-finals of the strongest. He is very impressive, but unfortunately he doesn't know that no matter how strong a genius is, he is always the weakest before he rises. And a fallen genius is no longer a genius. How sad. The young man took a sip of wine and spoke in an extremely heroic manner. It was as if killing a top genius gave him a great sense of accomplishment. This person was none other than Hui Yuan from the Great Serpent Mansion. The Great Serpent Mansion was a family with 1,000-year-old heritage in the Rainforest Holy Land. If Lin Ling dared to offend him, he could easily erase Lin Ling. To him, Lin Ling was like a lowly commoner while he was a noble of the Rainforest Holy Land. Just like now, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. The entire street was blocked by him and no one could save Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling walk step by step into the abyss of hell. You don't have to resist because resistance is useless. At this moment, the street was indeed like the abyss of hell. The billowing killing intent caused the sky to lose its color. Then, a shadow disappeared from the street. Insha made his move. His speed was like lightning and his killing intent was monstrous. He was extremely powerful. She was a martial artist, but she was also an assassin. What she excelled in was not a martial artist's battle, but a life and death battle. There was no sound or light. A dagger seemed to have come from the void as if it could stab everything. It was the profound of killing. Within the range of the dagger, everything was under Yin Sha's control. And Yin Sha was a genuine early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. How terrifying. Many people in the distance were shocked. Even they could feel the billowing killing intent. The scariest thing was that they could feel it but they couldn't avoid it. This was the most terrifying part. Flame destruction. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was still standing in the middle of the street, but his left fist was covered in flames. The profound of fire appeared and he punched out fiercely. It seemed like a calm punch, but it carried the profound of fire. 100-meter radius around him was covered in a small world of fire. Boom. The dagger and the fiery fist collided. The sound of the void shattering was heard, and the ground trembled. However, the dagger was blocked. A surprised voice sounded at the same time. You're only at the late-stage Saint Spirit Realm, but you've already comprehended the profound of fire? And your punch is so powerful that it has reached 30 million strength. The voice was filled with shock and confusion. It was as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. A late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Jr. had actually managed to block her dagger of slaughter. This was simply too unbelievable. What? He's fine. Many people in the distance were shocked. Lin Ling was facing the most terrifying assassin in the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was fine? 10 Directions World Lotus. At this moment, Lin Ling's handsome face was cold and indifferent. A soft voice drifted out from his mouth. In his right hand, a lotus flower with 10 petals appeared. It spun continuously, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Pa pa pa. The sacred lotus had a golden glow, like the light of the sun in the sky. The sputtering flames turned Lin Ling's surroundings into a volcano. First stage profound of fire. Yin Sha's eyes were filled with shock again. She was a Saint Spirit Realm elite and she also had profound of fire. That was why she came to kill Lin Ling openly. According to her guess, it should be easy for her to kill Lin Ling. However, reality was the opposite. The first place of the semi-finals, Lin Ling, had increased his strength again in such a short time. This was beyond Yin Sha's expectations. What was a genius? The young man in front of her was a genius. Just when you thought you had him under control, he had already surpassed your imagination, and you could never estimate his strength. Boom. The sacred lotus of fire floated out like a forbidden fire. When the lotus landed on the street, everyone's heart trembled. Then they saw a lotus of fire that seemed to have come from ancient times blooming. It was incomparably dazzling, and its flames reached the sky. Whoosh! Yin Sha took a step back and frantically retreated. Fire had always been destructive and overbearing, so she had to avoid it. Lin Ling's face was a little pale. He knew that his opponent was powerful, so he used his strongest attack. However, he still underestimated the power of a Saint Spirit Realm elite. His strongest attack didn't hurt his opponent. This meant that Insha was no ordinary Saint Spirit Realm elite. Trash, a Saint Spirit Realm assassin attacked a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, and you still can't kill him. Insha, your assassin career is going to be broken. At this moment, an angry voice came from the sky. It was Hui Yuan. He asked Insha to kill Lin Ling, and he thought that it would be easy to kill Lin Ling. However, the reality was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger, and even he was a little afraid. Lin Ling, you must die today. You offended me, Hui Yuan. I will kill you even if I have to. Hovering in the air, Hui Yuan's cold voice boomed out like thunder. It was filled with murderous intent and dominance. He would kill Lin Ling in front of everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist. He had such power because he was a member of the Great Serpent Palace. The Great Serpent Palace is really overbearing. They blocked off several streets to kill Lin Ling. Many people in the distance were shocked. They knew that the battle here had attracted the attention of many forces, but the Great Serpent Palace still dared to kill. This showed that the Great Serpent Palace was fearless and domineering. Indeed, at this moment, many forces in the Rainforest Sacred Land had noticed this scene. There were people from the various martial arts halls and people from various ancient countries. Chapter 907. Covering the sky with one hand, Lin Ling was now famous in the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was too dazzling. In fact, many of the older generation were dissatisfied with him. Of course, this was normal. No matter where, the rise of a powerhouse would inevitably attract the jealousy and dissatisfaction of the older generation. Hui Yuan, are you courting death? Lin Ling stared at the sky in the distance. Hui Yuan was very bold. At this sensitive time, all the major forces chose to stay on the sidelines, but Hui Yuan dared to kill him. Haha, courting death? Or are you courting death? You're just a lowly commoner in the 100 territories, while I have the noble bloodline of the Rainforest Holy Land. Do you think you can still live after offending me? Lin Ling, wake up. In the sky, Hui Yuan laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling was about to die, but he dared to say that he was courting death. You're stupid. Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly, I don't care about the dead. Kill him, Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapon. Hui Yuan laughed disdainfully and waved his hand. He didn't dare to fight Lin Ling one-on-one because Lin Ling was really terrifying. However, he had the Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of figures appeared beside Hui Yuan, each of them displaying their king physiques. A large number of ancient soaring snakes appeared in the sky. These snakes were surging with killing intent. Their aura even covered the sky. Then the snakes emitted a dazzling light. They opened their mouths and spat out a round green light ball. A destructive aura burst out. Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. The crowd looked at the light ball in the sky. Some of the ancient powerhouses' faces changed drastically. The Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet was a relatively famous joint attack martial art of the Great Serpent Palace. 36 people with the bloodline of the Great Serpent Palace had swallowed poisonous substances since young. They cultivated together and grew together. Only then could they use the Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. Every time they used it, their lifespan would be reduced by 10 years. It was one of the Great Serpent Palace's trump cards. Today, in order to kill Lin Ling, Hui Yuan was going all out. Once the Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet was used, even Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses could die. Retreat. Not only is that green ball terrifying, it's also poisonous. Many people stayed far away, their hearts trembling with fear. To kill Lin Ling, using the lives of 36 people in exchange for Lin Ling, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to escape this calamity today. Rumble. In the sky, the green sphere of light was like a strange green sun. The 36 green soaring serpents constantly spat out light, as if they were silkworms spitting out cocoons. The destructive aura of the green sphere of light was becoming stronger and stronger. On the ground, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. What a powerful technique. Lin Ling, your death is near. Hui Yuan, on the other hand, began to laugh maniacally, feeling indescribably pleased. This was the boldness of the House of the Great Serpent. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling, no one could save him. This is the sacred land of the rainforest. Isn't the Great Serpent Palace a little too arrogant to attack the champion of the semifinals in broad daylight? At this moment, a desolate voice reverberated in the sky, shocking everyone to the point that their eardrums hurt. The 36 Great Serpent Demon Divine Soldiers even spat out mouthfuls of blood. The king physique behind them also dimmed a lot. Then, the clouds in the sky came down majestically, as if the god of thunder had descended. Who is it? Hui Yuan's pupils constricted. The strength of this person was so terrifying that it made his heart tremble. You don't have the right to know. The ancient voice reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the faces of the people from the sacred land of the rainforest to change drastically. They didn't know who this person was, but he seemed to be incomparably powerful. A figure finally appeared in the sky. This person was like an indomitable giant, looking down at the earth with disdain. He was about 60 years old and his hair was white. However, his spine was like a sword and his eyes were like lightning. His long hair danced in the wind, and there was an indescribable domineering aura about him. This was an old man that no one recognized. It's him. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. He naturally knew this old man. It was the old man with the sword that he had met not long ago. Was he here to save him? Lin Ling couldn't figure it out. In his impression, that old man was the most majestic and domineering. He didn't even speak more than 3 sentences, as if he didn't care about the saints at all. But now, this old man with the sword had come to save him? This was too inconceivable. The old man with the sword nodded at Lin Ling, then stretched out his right hand and gently pressed in front of him. A destructive aura was displayed, and a giant hand appeared in the sky. It was like the palm of a giant. Then it clenched the green great serpent demon divine bullet. Under countless horrified gazes, the poisonous and destructive green sun was forcibly squeezed and exploded. It felt as if someone was holding a bomb in his hand and then squeezing it to explode. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard and countless people's hearts trembled. Who was this person? Why was his strength so terrifying? No one knew the old man with the sword. After all, the old man never appeared in the sacred land of the rainforest, nor did he communicate with the people from the major forces. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless wisps of smoke floated in the sky. The old man with the sword waved his hand gently, and a wisp of green smoke appeared in his palm. It was as if it was as simple as blowing dust to hold the great serpent demon divine bullet. What powerful strength! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Was this the strength of an ancient warrior from the sacred palace? He didn't know when he had such strength. With this strength, he could laugh at the sacred land of the rainforest. No matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't block that move. Of course, he wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling. This was a martial emperor powerhouse. Your killing intent is too strong. The old man with the sword looked coldly at Insha, who was on the ground, and then gently pointed his finger. Rumble. An incomparably terrifying martial aura erupted, as if it was the finger of a god. Insha spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with horror. With her strength, she couldn't block that finger at all. She couldn't even dodge it. Everything was locked on her. Moreover, she knew that the mysterious ancient warrior didn't want to kill her. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a single finger. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you, the old man with the sword said to Lin Ling. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. His appearance seemed to be to help Lin Ling deal with the difficult enemy. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly at the disappearing figure. He now had a clearer understanding of the saint. Then he looked at Hui Yuan in the sky. Hui Yuan, the genius of the Great Serpent Mansion, didn't dare to fight me one-on-one. Instead, he used his family's power to kill me. However, you seem to have missed something. I'm not without the support of a powerhouse. In the sky, Hui Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ling isn't without help. He has someone behind him. The crowd was solemn. Originally, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely die if the Great Serpent Mansion attacked. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have the support of a mysterious powerhouse. Hui Yuan wanted to use his family to bully Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Was he trying to bully Lin Ling because there was no one behind him? Kill him. Chapter 908. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Swoosh. With a single slash, 3 demon serpent soldiers beside him were beheaded. Their deaths were extremely tragic. These demon serpent soldiers were all heavily injured after the appearance of the old man. How could they block Lin Ling's slash? You dare to kill my people. Hui Yuan's eyes widened. Every demon serpent soldier of the Great Serpent Palace was nurtured with endless resources. But today 3 of them had fallen in an instant. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling shouted coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out again. The true intent of sword and fire fused, forming an invincible slash. Swoosh. Another 3 demon serpent soldiers fell. Blood rained down like rain. It was ironic. They came with great momentum today, wanting to kill the #1 genius in front of everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land. But in the end, their people were killed by Lin Ling. Who is that old man? His strength has reached the level of invincibility. But why is he helping Lin Ling? The crowd was shocked. This result was beyond their imagination. Retreat. Looking at the demon serpent soldiers being killed one after another, Huiyuan finally shouted angrily and fled madly into the distance. The demon serpent soldiers were injured and were no match for Lin Ling. In a one-on-one battle, he was even less of a match for Lin Ling. How could he not escape? Huiyuan escaped. Many people looked at Huiyuan, who was running madly, and felt like they were dreaming. Today Huiyuan had attacked secretly and used the demon serpent soldiers. But in the end he still failed. He had lost face for the Great Serpent Palace. On the ground, Lin Ling's long robe fluttered in the wind. His cold eyes looked into the distance, flashing mercilessly. He and Huiyuan became enemies because of a small grudge in the holy market. After that incident, Huiyuan sent people to kill him. At that time, the semi-finals of the prodigy ranking were about to begin, so Lin Ling did not attack Huiyuan for the time being. But who knew that after the semi-finals, Huiyuan seemed to think that he had risen and wanted to kill him even more. This Huiyuan must be killed. The current Lin Ling was no greenhorn. Anyone who dared to harbor murderous intent towards him would be killed no matter how far away they were. Soul devourer, soul, look into my eyes. Lin Ling looked at the demon serpent soldier and stared coldly at him. Insha had already been injured by the sword-wielding old man. According to the sword-wielding old man's thoughts, Insha should not be a threat to Lin Ling now, which was why Lin Ling dared to attack her. You are you. Although Insha was severely injured, she sensed that Lin Ling was about to attack her. She was instantly enraged. However, when her eyes met Lin Ling's, her soul trembled. She saw a pair of terrifying eyes. They were like the eyes of a demon god from hell. They allowed her to see the most terrifying thing in the world and dug out the secrets hidden in her heart one by one. She soldier soul she? Her she her she her she her she. Was she her she her she? Her she was she her. She was she. This was her secret. But now that pair of eyes had seen through her secret. It was as if they had grasped the weakness of her life, causing a part of her soul to be separated and then devoured by those eyes. Devour souls, devour souls. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul was also surging. This was the first time he used the newly awakened ability of his eyes. It was soul devouring. He could devour the souls of others and use them to control them. From today onwards, I will be the master, and you will be the slave. Lin Ling's cold voice was filled with boundless majesty, causing Insha's heart to tremble. He subconsciously shouted angrily, "In your dreams." However, after this voice, a pressure that came from the soul assaulted her. It actually made her feel like prostrating herself in worship. It was as if the young man in front of her was the demon-eyed demonic god. She had to worship and support him. Plop. The pressure that came from her soul made her kneel on one knee. Other than the feeling of reverence in her heart, she also had a feeling that if the handsome young man in front of her wanted to kill her, he only needed a thought. Soul devouring. A part of her soul had been devoured and fused with Lin Ling's soul. She was now controlled by Lin Ling. Master. A voice filled with reverence floated out from Insha's mouth, causing the people in the distance to widen their eyes. What was going on? The most ruthless and indifferent assassin actually acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. How was this possible? Get up. Lin Ling gently waved his hand, filled with an indescribable domineering aura, causing Insha to stand up and stand respectfully to the side. Now, follow me to kill Huiyuan. Lin Ling's cold eyes looked into the distance. A wave of murderous intent accompanied his voice. Master, Huiyuan is the third son of the mansion master of the Great Serpent Mansion. If we kill him like this, our chances of winning are very small. Insha's eyes flickered, but he still said respectfully, "Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are." Lin Ling took a big step and walked in the direction of the Great Serpent Mansion. Since Huiyuan dared to come and kill him, how could Lin Ling not dare to retaliate? Moreover, when Huiyuan came to kill him, there were many great influences that were watching from the sidelines, waiting to see a good show. Thus, Lin Ling had to tell these great influences that he, Lin Ling, had dared to rise in the rainforest holy land. That was because he had never feared anyone. Papa. Two figures, one in front and one behind, slowly walked down the street. Lin Ling is going to kill his way into the Great Serpent Mansion? As for the people in the distance, their eyes widened. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Just two people dared to kill their way into the rainforest holy land, an ancient clan with a 1,000-year inheritance. Who gave him such courage? Although the Great Serpent Mansion's background was not as deep as the 5 great ancient countries, they were still a terrifying god of influence. For them to be able to stand in the rainforest Holy Land for so many years proved everything. Not only that, but the current mansion master of the Great Serpent Mansion was also a peak powerhouse. Compared to the 7 profound martial houses mansion master, Skylin, he was a slightly weaker existence. Although Lin Ling was the #1 proud son of heaven, he was too impulsive. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. It was better to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge, not now. This boy has the title of Mad God. Seeing him today, it really is true. Those who offend me will be destroyed no matter how far they are. Is this Lin Ling's heart of martial arts? Many people muttered to themselves. Then they stepped forwards and walked towards the direction of the Great Serpent Mansion. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could kill Hui Yuan with just 2 people. At this moment, Hui Yuan didn't know that Lin Ling had already chased after him. He was madly rushing towards the Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling was becoming increasingly strong, causing him to be incomparably fearful. The next time he went to kill Lin Ling, he would have to bring even more powerhouses. After returning to the Great Serpent Mansion, he didn't go to see anyone. Instead, he went to his own mansion. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yin Sha along and walked towards the Great Serpent Mansion like a god of death. The place where the Great Serpent Mansion was located was like a palace. It was located in the southeast corner of the sacred city, and it was like a local tyrant. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire bloodline, and there were many powerhouses among them. When Lin Ling gradually reached the area around the Great Serpent Mansion, a dignified shout came from under the bronze gate that was almost 50 meters tall in the distance. Who are you? This is the territory of the Great Serpent Mansion. No one is allowed to come near without an invitation. Kill. I'm looking for Hui Yuan. I'm here to kill him for revenge. Lin Ling still didn't stop walking. He gripped the tyrant song sword tightly in his hand. His firm footsteps caused Yin Sha's beautiful eyes to narrow. She believed that she was fearless and dared to kill anyone who dared to give her money. However, she didn't dare to come to the Great Serpent Mansion to kill Hui Yuan like Lin Ling did. Chapter 909. 2 people you're courting death. Go. At the gate, the guards immediately shouted angrily. Was this person stupid? He dared to say that he dared to kill the 3rd young master in front of the gate of the Great Serpent Mansion. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Those who stop me will die. Lin Ling shouted coldly, giving them a chance. However, the guards were so angry that they laughed. 1, 2. Lin Ling counted. One of the guards shook his head in disdain and counted for Lin Ling. 3. Shoo. However, in the next moment they couldn't laugh anymore. The sword was like a sword from hell. It was incomparably dazzling and decisive. Plop. 2 of them were cut in half. That sword told them that Lin Ling wasn't joking. If they didn't seize the opportunity, then don't blame Lin Ling. You're crazy. Go to hell. The remaining 3 guards narrowed their eyes and then used the powerful martial arts of the Great Serpent Mansion. Snake encircling 3 barbaric fists. Bang. Bang. Lin Ling didn't dodge or retreat. He took the punch head-on. The guard's eyes widened. This young man was fine? That's not how you use fist techniques. Bang. Lin Ling's face was calm. He said softly and punched out. Bang. After awakening 30,000 small worlds, Lin Ling had a strength of 30 million. It could be said that Lin Ling was invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm with his physical body. Pop, pop, pop. 2 of the guards exploded. The remaining guard fled into the mansion in fear. This young man was too powerful. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't give chase. Instead, he waved his right hand and a medicinal pill fell into Yin Sha's hand. This is the Yang Spirit 100-flower pill. It can restore your spiritual energy. You were injured before, so you can use this pill to recover. Bang. Yin Sha's delicate body trembled and her ice-cold eyes flashed with shock. She had heard of the Sun Spirit 100-flower pill before and knew that it was an extremely rare and precious pill. She never thought that her new owner would be so generous as to reward her with this pill. However, she wasn't pretentious. After swallowing it, she slowly recovered. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Ling. Master, are we going to kill our way in just like that? She was still shocked. It seemed unrealistic for her and her master to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion. Do you think if I didn't kill Hui Yuan today, he would let's not offend each other? Lin Ling looked at the Great Serpent Mansion's bronze gate and said mansions. That won't happen. Hui Yuan has a noble bloodline. Even if I didn't manage to kill you today, I'll send more experts to kill you in the future. Yin Sha shook her head. She was too familiar with this kind of rich young master. Since he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, it had always been others who obeyed him. No one dared to go against him because those who went against him were all dead. So, instead of waiting for him to kill me, why don't I make the first move? Lin Ling waved the tyrannical song sword in his hand. With a wicked smile, he strode toward the huge bronze gate. Insha's heart trembled violently. He was really going to kill his way in. Her master was so bold. She followed after him. In the distance, a large number of people had gathered there. They wanted to see if Lin Ling really dared to kill his way into the Great Serpent Mansion. However, now that they had seen it, how could Lin Ling not dare to? Boom. The Great Serpent Mansion's huge bronze gate was blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. At the same time, a large number of powerful cultivators rushed out. They were the Great Serpent Mansion's guards. These guards were very powerful. All of them were at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. In the 100 territories, they were powerful existences. How dare you? The leader of the guards shouted coldly. This handsome young man was so arrogant. He dared to kill the Great Serpent Mansion's people with just the two of them. He even threatened to kill the third young master. Kill? The guards pounced on Lin Ling. Little Flame, you haven't moved for a long time. It's time to get up. However, Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Instead, he smiled at Little Flame on his shoulder. This made Insha's expression change. Her master seemed to be so calm from the beginning. And Little Flame? That little monkey hanging on his shoulder like a puppet? Could fight too. GG. As if it had heard Lin Ling's words, Little Flame rubbed its eyes as if it had just woken up. Then it looked ahead and a smile appeared on its face. It jumped down. A huge red-furred ape that was almost 10 meters tall appeared. It was crazy and violent like an ancient ferocious beast. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder to be so terrifying. Bang. Little Flame took a step forward. It was like a demon king had descended. Its huge arms waved wildly. Everywhere it passed, it was like a battering ram. All the Great Serpent Mansion's guards were swept away. What a powerful demonic beast. Insha was also shocked. She thought that she would have to fight, but now it seemed that there was no need. Let's go, Lin Ling said to Insha. They finally stepped into the Great Serpent Mansion. 2 people and a demonic beast killed their way into the Great Serpent Mansion. There are many Holy Spirit stage cultivators in the Great Serpent Mansion. The crowd in the distance exclaimed. Lin Ling, are you going to stir up a storm in the Rainforest Holy Land today? Boom. At this moment, Little Flame was like a tornado in the Great Serpent Mansion. The guards couldn't stop it at all. In the largest mansion in the Great Serpent Mansion, the current master of the Great Serpent Mansion, Huo Wenian, was drinking tea with guests. These people were the pillars of the Rainforest Holy Land. They could shake the Rainforest Holy Land with a single move. There were people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family of justice, the Lion Orchid Kingdom, and the Great Qin Empire. There was also a respected senior who was said to be an elder from the Sparrow tribe. The important people were gathered here to discuss the business alliances of the various powers. However, at this moment, an intense rumbling sound came from outside, causing these ancient experts to frown. Huo Wentian even stood up, his face filled with anger. Today there are distinguished guests here. Who is causing trouble in the residence? Don't embarrass the guests. For such an important meeting, the Great Serpent Mansion couldn't even guarantee peace. This made people question the authority of the Great Serpent Mansion. Master, there is someone? A guard looked at the hall and stopped talking. But Huo Wentian's face turned even uglier. He was from the Great Serpent Mansion, an ancient clan with 1,000 years of history. In front of the distinguished guests, it was impossible for him to not see anyone. Someone is causing trouble in the mansion and wants to kill the third young master. The guard finally said anxiously. Huo Wentian's pupils constricted. Did he hear wrongly? Someone is killing their way into the Great Serpent Mansion and wants to kill his third son, Huo Yuan? In the Rainforest Holy Land, other than the 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate tribes, the Great Serpent Mansion was not afraid of anyone. However, people from the various great ancient countries were here, and even the desolate tribes' elders were here. Yet, someone dared to cause trouble in the Great Serpent Mansion. And with this mess, the Great Serpent Mansion would leave a bad impression on others. How many people are there? Huo Wentian's voice was filled with anger. 2 people. The guard looked at Huo Wentian but still answered honestly. Silence. The entire hall was silent. 2 people dared to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion? What kind of place did they think the Great Serpent Mansion was? Chapter 9-10. To teach you a lesson. Let the great serpent demon divine weapon kill him. I want to see which arrogant bastard is so bold. Huo Wentian said word by word, revealing his killing intent. If you want to see, then I'll show you. However, at this moment, two figures slowly walked in from the magnificent door. The one in the lead was about 20 years old. He was handsome and had a tall figure. His sky-blue robe made him look like a javelin. He was indescribably clean and steady. Behind the young man was a woman with purple eyes. Although she was very beautiful, she was a little gloomy. After entering the hall, they found a chair and sat down. They even picked up the teacups on the table and started drinking. How arrogant. He treated the Great Serpent Mansion as his own home. Who are you? Aren't you being too bold? Huo Wentian was so angry that he started laughing. Today all the big shots were present. It was one thing for these two people to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion, but they actually did not take them seriously. This made him want to be angry, but he could not help but laugh. Furthermore, the other party was only a junior at the Emperor's spirit realm. He couldn't understand why he would be so bold. The other ancient countries' people were also stunned, but a few of them recognized Lin Ling, and their hearts were fiercely trembling. Lin Ling, this new rising star, was truly crazy enough. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said casually. Lin Ling. Huo Wentian's brows furrowed slightly. He had naturally heard of this name before. This was the #1 prodigy of the various major martial arts halls. However, even though the #1 prodigy's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, wasn't it a little too arrogant to recklessly charge into the Great Serpent Palace? The reason I'm here is very simple. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Huo Yuan killed me and I killed him. That's all. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out like a gust of wind, allowing everyone in the Great Serpent Mansion to hear it. Even many outside the Great Serpent Mansion heard it. They noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be facing the strongest cultivator in the Great Serpent Mansion, but he was still fearless and still wanted to force the Great Serpent Mansion to hand over Huo Yuan. Lin Ling had made up his mind today. The hall remained silent, and the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family laughed. They could also see that the young master of the Great Serpent Mansion wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he seemed to have failed. But Lin Ling was unwilling to be humiliated, and today he came to the Great Serpent Mansion too. What? Just because he was the strongest in the semifinals? My son Huo Yuan wanted to kill you, so you wanted me to hand him over. My men from the Great Serpent Manor stopped you, so you killed your way in? Huo Wentian narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Huo Wentian asked again, and his voice became lower and lower, gradually spreading out. Many people heard it, and they could faintly feel that the strongest bloodline of the Great Serpent Mansion seemed to be angered. How could Huo Wentian hand over Huo Yuan? He might even kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a fool. He didn't know this, and he was still replying. When your son Huo Yuan casually kills others, others can kill your son Huo Yuan. This is the principle of heaven and earth. In the hall, Lin Ling was still drinking tea, and he calmly replied. Even the people from the various ancient countries shook their heads. Could it be that Lin Ling still couldn't see the situation clearly? My son wants to kill you, so you kill him. But you seem to have forgotten your identity. This is the sacred land of the rainforest. My son wants to kill you, so you should obediently send yourself to death, and not come to the Great Serpent Mansion to ask for your son. Huo Wentian finally stood up. His eyes were cold, like the eyes of the Serpent King, filled with a sacred and inviolable dignity. He felt that Lin Ling was very foolish. He should feel lucky that he wasn't killed by his son, and not come to the Great Serpent Mansion to ask for his son. As for the justice that Lin Ling wanted, it was simply a joke. In this world, strength was respected. The Great Serpent Mansion had been in the sacred land of the rainforest for thousands of years, and it naturally had its unshakable capital. According to what you said, your son, that trash, can do whatever he wants and kill whoever he wants? Lin Ling also stood up and looked at Huo Wentian. Ah. Huo Wentian laughed proudly. The first place of the strongest semi-final moved the sacred land of the rainforest, causing him to be unable to see through himself. That's right. He can kill whoever he wants. Even today I can kill whoever I want, including you. After Huo Wentian laughed, his killing intent finally revealed itself. Today many great figures were present, and he guessed that many people in the rainforest's sacred land were also paying attention to this matter. How could his Great Serpent Mansion lose face? But since Lin Ling dared to come to the Great Serpent Mansion and be so arrogant, then he dared to kill him. If he killed Lin Ling, who would dare to object? The 7 profound martial house master? As far as he knew, the 7 profound martial house master was eager to see Lin Ling die. Boy, you are too tender. Today I will teach you a lesson. The number 1 proud son of heaven does not mean that he is the strongest. Those who come to the great serpent mansion and act so arrogantly will never leave alive. Huo Wentian stretched out his right hand. Infernal energy billowed out, and it turned into an ancient serpent. It opened its giant mouth and threw itself at Lin Ling. Great slaughter god snake. The number 1 powerhouse of the great serpent mansion had attacked. Lin Ling is digging his own grave. Many people were aware of the billowing infernal energy in the sky, and began to whisper amongst themselves. In the hall, besides the great Qin Empire's patriarch, everyone else was quietly watching the show. You are courting death. Insha took a step forward. Although her strength was inferior to Huo Wentian's, Lin Ling was her master. The pressure that came from his soul force made her know that no one could violate her master's dignity. Therefore she had to risk her life to block this attack for Lin Ling. No need. However, just as she stepped out, Lin Ling had already sat back down, gently sipping his tea. This caused Insha's pupils to narrow. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Chi. At this time rain began to fall from the sky. It was inconceivably fast. As the raindrops fell on the great serpent mansion, the glazed tiles began to corrode and melt away. A powerful aura enveloped Huo Wentian, making him feel as if he were in a vast rainstorm. Who is it? Huo Wentian stopped his attack, his expression dignified. Someone is helping Lin Ling again? Many people outside also narrowed their eyes. Previously someone had helped Lin Ling once, but now there was another. Furthermore, this time it was not Hui Yuan, but the number 1 expert in the Great Serpent Mansion's bloodline, Huo Wentian, who was known as the Great Serpent King. The expert who helped Lin Ling seemed to be willing to offend the entire world for Lin Ling. Is the Great Serpent Mansion so overbearing? In the sky, a clear voice that sounded like a bell resounded. Following that, under countless gazes, the raindrops formed a beautiful figure that floated down from the sky. It's you. Right, that's someone from the Rain Clan, one of the 4 desolate race. Many people suddenly realized that someone from the Rain Clan was helping Lin Ling. Chapter 9:11. Shocking news, Emon Yenyue. As the patriarch of a 1,000-year-old ancient race, Huo Wentian naturally knew of Emon Yenyue, and all the experts in the hall had flickering eyes. Among them, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire secretly frowned. Lin Ling was really lucky. He had nearly died in front of them, but he had been saved by someone. As for Lin Ling, he was also somewhat surprised. This was because the reason why he dared to come to the Great Serpent Manor was not because of Auntie Emo, but because of the experts from the Sacred Palace. This was because he knew that as a sacred son, and he was about to represent the Sacred Palace in the mystic realm, the Sacred Palace would definitely not let anything happen to him. However, it was good that Auntie Emo was here. If she could not resolve it, the sword-wielding elder would most likely appear. Following that, Lin Ling said lightly to Huo Wentian, "You said that I'm too inexperienced, and that people who come to the Great Serpent Manor will never leave alive. But sorry, I'm still alive. So, I'm very grateful to you for teaching me a lesson." With that said, he picked up a teacup by the side and drank lightly. As for Huo Wentian, his face instantly turned livid. He was the patriarch of a noble race and Lin Ling was just a junior. Yet he had failed to kill Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the Great Serpent Manor. The most despicable thing was that Lin Ling had been drinking tea from the beginning to the end. His nonchalance made him admire Lin Ling's calmness even though they were on different sides. And beside Lin Ling, Insha's heart was pounding. Previously, she thought that she and her master were about to die, but who knew that an expert would come to save them? From the looks of it, her master was no ordinary person. Emon Yenyue, you may be a senior of the desolate race, but Lin Ling came to my Great Serpent Manor to cause trouble. He is so arrogant, yet you saved him. That's not right. Huo Wentian knew that the key person was Emon Yenyue, so he looked at her and said, "Come to your Great Serpent Mansion to cause trouble? As far as I know, your Great Serpent Mansion's bloodline wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling broke the trap. That was why Lin Ling came to the Great Serpent Mansion to demand Lin Ling. However, the Great Serpent Mansion's people stopped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling naturally rushed in. He wasn't as arrogant as you said." Emon Yenyue glanced at Lin Ling and said coldly, "This is a matter for the younger generation. If Lin Ling has the ability, he should settle the score with Huo Yuan himself. However, he came to the Great Serpent residence and acted so arrogantly. This is his fault. Lin Ling should be killed." "That's right. Moreover, if Lin Ling has the ability, he should take on Huo Yuan one-on-one. What's the point of relying on others?" The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family spoke up, as if they were saying that Lin Ling was relying on Emon to be so arrogant. You two pieces of trash talk too much. If I were to settle the score with Hui Yuan, would he dare to take me on one-on-one? Also, you said that I relied on others' strength, but aren't the both of you relying on your seniority? Trash scram. Lin Ling continued drinking his tea, but he said it coldly. The people from the two ancient empires had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all. He had directly called them trash. Damn it. Emon, I know that Lin Ling is a member of your desolate race, but the Great Serpent Mansion is a 1,000-year-old ancient clan. Offending the Great Serpent Mansion for a junior like Lin Ling will affect the Rain clan's reputation. In my opinion, it's best to let them settle this matter themselves. The elder from the Sparrow race added. Today they were guests of the Great Serpent Mansion, so they would speak up for Huo Wentian. And now Lin Ling was only first in the semifinals. Although he had been recruited by the Rain clan, and Lin Ling could offend anyone, he could not afford to offend the Great Serpent Mansion. For Lin Ling, the Rain clan would be at a disadvantage if they went against the Great Serpent Mansion. Although the Rain clan was not afraid of the Great Serpent Mansion, between the Great Serpent Mansion and Lin Ling, the Great Serpent Mansion would be of greater help to the Rain clan. Instantly the hall fell silent. Even the people outside were extremely quiet. Everyone knew what was going on. Lin Ling was not as noble as the Great Serpent Mansion, so the Rain clan should not step in for Lin Ling. Now it was up to Aunt Emo to resolve the matter. Perhaps Aunt Emo would give up on Lin Ling for the Rain clan's reputation. Humph, do you think you can do whatever you want with the Rain clan backing you? Compared to my Great Serpent Mansion, you Lin Ling are still a piece of trash. Huo Wentian seemed to be able to sense Emon Yenue's final choice. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. But in the next moment his complexion turned ugly. In such a situation with so many great characters gathered, any one of them could easily kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking tea. His calm appearance made it seem as if Lin Ling was the true master of the Great Serpent Mansion. He was not worried about his own outcome at all. Without a doubt, this calm and collected scene made Huo Wentian even more furious. Moreover, he secretly compared Lin Ling to his own son, and only then did he realize that there was indeed a reason why his son was inferior to Lin Ling. Just based on the calm and collected appearance of his son was a few streets behind. Sparrow clan, so it's Elder Chang Kong. Under countless gazes, Emon Yinue finally spoke. She looked at the Sparrow clan elder and said, "If there comes a day when your Sparrow clan bloodline is threatened, will the Sparrow clan settle the matter peacefully?" That's impossible. The Sparrow clan is one of the 4 great desolate clans. Their bloodline is like the Son of Heaven. How can others casually offend them? That would be an insult to the Sparrow clan. The Sparrow clan elder immediately replied. The 4 great desolate clans were the most ancient clans. How could they allow others to casually offend their dignity? That's right. The Great Serpent Mansion killed Lin Ling, which is equivalent to humiliating my Rain clan. How can the Rain clan let this slide? However, in the next moment Auntie Mo's cold voice sounded. Following that, as if she knew of everyone's surprise, she said lightly, "Lin Ling has the bloodline of my Rain clan. His mother is the Rain clan's Emon Yenshin." What? Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling had the bloodline of one of the 4 great desolate clans? Emon Yenshin's son? As her voice sounded, the hearts of the people outside also trembled violently. They thought that Lin Ling was only a warrior from the 100 territories and was not as noble as a warrior from the Rainforest Holy Land. However, Emon Yinue said that Lin Ling had the bloodline of the Rain clan and was nobler than all of them. All of this was very ironic. When Hui Yuan killed Lin Ling, he said that Lin Ling was a lowly commoner. However, compared to Lin Ling, he was more like a lowly commoner. Lin Ling has the bloodline of the Rain clan. In the hall, the eyes of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan clan widened. Their enemy actually had such a powerful background. This was the worst nightmare for their ancient country. On the other hand, the people from the Great Qin Empire could not help but be overjoyed. Lin Ling was also the family head of the Great Qin Empire. However, now that he was related to the Rain clan, this meant that they had gained the support of the Rain clan. This news was really surprising. Of course, it was not just them. Even Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. The hand holding the teacup was also trembling. It was not because of his identity, but because he finally knew the whereabouts of his mother. His mother, Emon Yenshin, had the bloodline of the Rain clan. Damn it, surnamed Emo, I should have known. Lin Ling was agitated and excited. No wonder he could not find his mother even though he was already famous in the rainforest Holy Land. It turned out that the world his mother lived in was even bigger than his. Chapter 9:12. Serpent Mother, Lin Ling, I know you want to see my sister. After this matter is over, I'll bring you to see her. Emo Ninyue noticed Lin Ling's excitement and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was her sister's most doted son and also a noble bloodline of the Rain clan. Unfortunately, the heavens were unfair to Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't valued by the Rain clan since he was young. Instead, he was abandoned and grew up in the outside world. Every time she thought of this, Emo Ninyue's heart would ache. She felt that she had let Lin Ling down. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't disappoint and grew up step by step by relying on himself. This made Emo Ninyue feel gratified. Huo Wentian sat powerlessly on the chair. His face was pale. He was extremely confident because Lin Ling wasn't comparable to the Serpent Palace. But now Lin Ling was a member of the Rain clan. This meant that the Serpent Palace had offended the Rain clan. He never thought that this junior would have such a huge identity. Little bastard. Huo Wentian cursed in his heart. No wonder Lin Ling was so calm. It turned out that he had something to rely on. What was laughable was that he thought Lin Ling was very naive and stupid. My Rain clan isn't unreasonable. But killing to pay for a life is a principle that will never change. Since Hui Yuan of the Serpent Palace dared to kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling can kill Hui Yuan. You guys bullied Lin Ling because he didn't have any status. But now you guys should know that Lin Ling is a noble bloodline of my Rain clan. You guys aren't qualified to bully him. Huo Wentian, hand over Hui Yuan. Emo Ninyue's voice was incomparably cold. She felt that the Rain clan had let Lin Ling down. Therefore, she announced Lin Ling's identity today so that Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied anymore. The hall was still silent. Everyone was shocked, but they also felt that this was a dream. Lin Ling was still in a life-and-death situation a moment ago. But now he had become the main character, controlling the lives of others. If Huo Wentian didn't hand over Hui Yuan, the Serpent Palace would offend the Rain clan. Today Huo Wentian had no choice but to hand over Hui Yuan. Lin Ling was forcing him to step down. Master so powerful. At this moment Yin Sha's heart, as expected of her master. She was. Although her soul had been devoured by Lin Ling and she treated Lin Ling as her master, deep in her heart she was still a little unsatisfied. She thought that Lin Ling was not worthy of being her master. But now she was convinced. Her master had more power than she had imagined. At this moment, the sound of a walking stick gently tapping the ground was heard. An old woman, supported by two people, walked step by step into the hall. Behind her was a panic-stricken young man. It was Hui Yuan. At this moment, not only was Hui Yuan panicking, but he was also terrified. He never thought that he would have to pay such a terrible price for pursuing Lin Ling. Lin Ling had directly killed his way into the Great Serpent's residence and forced his father to hand over the hostage. There was nowhere he could hide. He regretted it now. If he knew that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he wouldn't have killed Lin Ling. Hui Yuan. After Hui Yuan walked out, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His words made Hui Yuan tremble. When he saw Lin Ling again he was even more frightened. Lin Ling had really come. The old woman walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Lin Ling felt like he was being stared at by an ancient snake king. Then he heard the old woman's hoarse voice. Emo Ninyue, can you let this matter go for my sake? Sigh. Snake Mother. Emo Ninyue frowned. For the Great Serpent Mansion to be able to stand for 1,000 years, other than a terrifying expert like Huo Wentian, there was another extremely terrifying person. She was none other than Snake Mother. Legend had it that she was one of the oldest warriors in the rainforest's sacred land. She was of the same generation as many ancient experts of the four desolate races. She was highly respected, and even the Rain clan's current patriarch knew of Snake Mother. He had even said that Snake Mother was transformed from a white snake, and had the bloodline of both Fae and human. However, Snake Mother had vanished 100 years ago. Many people thought she was dead, but they never expected a 1,000-year-old monster like Snake Mother to still be alive. When warriors cultivated, they fought against the heavens. The higher their cultivation level, the longer their lifespan would be. If you do not have the right to speak, then I'll speak to your Rain clan's patriarch. The old woman said lightly. Although she looked old, she had an indescribable dignity. She had stepped forward. No matter what, she had to protect Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan was one of her most beloved grandsons. How could she let a trash like Lin Ling kill him? Senior Snake Mother, this is a matter between the younger generation. You should leave it to them to resolve. Ammonianua said with a frown. She had to give Snake Mother face. There's no need. Let's forget about this matter. They only had some misunderstandings before. However, there's no need to make such a big deal out of a child's quarrel. I've said it before. If you do not have the right to speak, then I'll speak to your Rain clan's patriarch. The old woman said again, not giving Ammonianua any face. Ammonianua could make Huowentian feel apprehensive, but she could not make her feel apprehensive. How tyrannical. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Huoyuan had killed him in such a manner, but it was still said to be a child's quarrel. This old woman could not tell right from wrong. She was twisting the truth. All right, everyone disperse. Seeing Ammonianua remain silent, the old woman waved her hand gently. With a single sentence she calmed everything down. Her voice was filled with incomparable dignity. No one dared to speak. They all nodded. Quarrel? Fine. Seniors don't make a move. I'll quarrel with Huoyuan again. However, just as everyone was about to leave, a cold voice rang out, causing their hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was not willing to let the matter rest. Snake Mother's aged eyes also looked at Lin Ling. A trace of coldness flowed out, but she did not say anything. She continued to lead Huoyuan forward. She was a person of virtue and prestige. She was an ancient character. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to speak to her? Is the Great Snake Clan a bunch of trash? Are the young trash and the old trash as well? Just as she was about to take a step forward, an even colder voice rang out, causing her to finally stop in her tracks. Her old face turned even colder. This lowly junior who couldn't see through himself actually dared to call the House of Serpent trash, and even seemed to be scolding her as well. What guts! When she, Snake Mother, had made a name for herself in the Rainforest Holy Land, this junior had not even been born yet. Young man, I've told you not to go too far. I want to see you again in the future. Must you continue to pester me? Snake Mother slowly turned around and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Behind her, Huoyuan smiled complacently. Lin Ling was courting death. Grandmother had spoken out, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to let the matter rest. Did he think that he could protect him just because he had the Rain clan's bloodline? Little girl from the Mo clan, take your people away. I've already cultivated my body and mind. My character is very good, but don't challenge my bottom line. Chapter 9:13. You will have to pay for it sooner or later. To be so protective and unable to differentiate between right and wrong, and to distort the truth, is this self-cultivation? You should feel lucky that the heavens did not take your life. However, before Ammonianua could say a word, Lin Ling spoke coldly. His voice was like thunder shocking the world. In the hall, everyone's faces turned stiff. Even the outsiders had stunned expressions. Lin Ling dared to insult the Serpent Estate's most ancient bloodline, and an ancient warrior of the Rainforest's sacred land. One had to know that the Serpent Matriarch's seniority was high, comparable to the patriarchs of the four desolate races. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like a fledgling calf. Ignorance was not a crime. Young people were indeed full of vigor, but because of this, he had angered an ancient warrior. Ammonianua's pupils constricted. She never expected that Lin Ling would dare to rebut the Serpent Matriarch for justice. Justice is in the hearts of people. Your grandson has tried to kill me twice, but in your words, it was just a quarrel. Is your grandson's life worth more than the lives of others? Lin Ling ignored the thoughts of the crowd as he fearlessly stared into the Serpent Matriarch's eyes. Is this what you mean by cultivating one's moral character? His voice was loud and clear, causing the wrinkles on the Serpent Matriarch's face to deepen. Her benevolent aura quietly turned into a baleful aura. What? Are you speechless from what I said? What Serpent Matriarch? What noble and virtuous? To put it bluntly, you are just a self-righteous person. Lin Ling gave a frivolous laugh. That's enough. The Serpent Matriarch finally spoke. She was like an ancient snake king that had awoken from its slumber. Even Ammonianua did not dare speak, but Lin Ling dared to insult her. How could she not be angry? I've had enough? Not yet. However, Lin Ling shouted again, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. The reason Huoyuan is so overbearing and arrogant is because you seniors have spoiled him. Although no one in the Rainforest sacred land dares to provoke him, if this continues, he will eventually walk towards death. After all, this world is so big and there are always people better than him. Sooner or later, he will have to pay for what he has done. As for his death, you, as his grandmother, are the most responsible. You are overbearing and sinister, and so are your descendants. You put on an act to make others think that you are kind and amiable, but that is only on the surface. Lin Ling reprimands Orochi. Hearing that arrogant voice, everyone's faces stiffened. Lin Ling didn't give up. It was as if he didn't know how terrifying the Orochi was. The more he scolded, the more arrogant he became. She narrowed her eyes. How many years had it been since someone had dared to scold her? Moreover, the person who had scolded her was an overbearing and sinister old woman. Little bastard, your tongue is like a lotus flower and your tongue is extremely poisonous. Today, even if that old ghost from the Rain clan is here, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf. The Orochi's voice turned cold. Everyone could feel that she was angry. In the hall, everyone was trembling with fear. Although Lin Ling was the one scolding the Orochi, they were also afraid that they would be implicated. Emon Yinue was incomparably worried. With the Orochi's seniority, only her father could face her. Even she didn't have the qualifications to do so.
That's right.
Why are you pretending to be kind and amiable? The current you is the real you. You're an old and dim-sighted shrew who flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, Lin Ling was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He shouted again. Everyone went crazy. Lin Ling was still scolding the Orochi and moreover, he was calling her a shrew. Ah, what a good saying. You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later. At this moment, a tyrannical laughter suddenly rang out from the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Unknowingly, an old man had appeared in the sky. At this moment he was smiling as he looked down at the scene below. No one had noticed his appearance. He was extremely mysterious and no one knew who he was. Who are you? The Orochi's heart trembled. She didn't notice that old man either. Don't flaunt your seniority. When the rainforest was formed, you were only a small snake. If you didn't steal a large amount of Bodhi liquid from the Bodhi ancient tree, you wouldn't have been able to transform at all. Moreover, you might think that your actions are unknown to the heavens and earth, but in reality there are people watching. It's just that they didn't interrupt you because they didn't want to. Remember, whatever you do, the heavens are watching. The old man in the sky said indifferently, causing the Orochi's body to tremble. This was her secret. For so many years no one had known about it, but this mysterious old man knew. Who exactly was he? Also, this is a matter between the young people. Let them settle it themselves. Why are you interfering? No wonder you were scolded by others for being dim-sighted. The old man said again. After that he waved his hand. This matter you can watch from the side. Impossible. The Orochi shook her head and said. How could she watch as Huiyuan was killed by Lin Ling? Nothing is impossible. The mysterious old man said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, a token shot towards the Orochi. After the Orochi caught it, her old body trembled. In the end, she returned the token to the mysterious old man and slowly turned around to leave. Let the young people solve their own problems. After leaving this sentence, the Orochi disappeared without a trace. The mysterious old man in the sky looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling, you are very good at taking advantage of others. After that, the mysterious old man also disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling smiled and bowed. Thank you, sword-wielding old man. He wasn't surprised. After all, the sword-wielding old man had told him that if he, Lin Ling, couldn't deal with the enemy, the Saint Palace would do it for him. That was why Lin Ling had the confidence to come to the Orochi mansion. Moreover, he guessed that before the secret realm opened, the Bodhi Saint Palace would protect him. Perhaps, every saint who could enter the secret realm would be heavily protected by the Bodhi Saint Palace. The Orochi mansion is ignoring this matter. The crowd looked at the dramatic scene and felt that everything was unreal. There were too many variables in today's matter. Lin Ling dared to come to the Orochi mansion with only one person. Many people thought that Lin Ling was stupid and would die without a doubt. In the end, the Rain clan's Emon Yinue appeared and announced Lin Ling's identity, leaving Huo Wenyan helpless. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to a perfect conclusion, the ancient Orochi mansion appeared. She took advantage of her seniority and changed everything. However, this wasn't the final result. Another unknown old man appeared, causing the Orochi mansion to give up on Huiyuan. Who was that old man? He actually caused the Orochi mansion to be so fearful that she even gave up on her own grandson. Why was Lin Ling able to obtain the help of that old man? No one had the answer to this question. It could only be said that today's Lin Ling was still the main character, controlling everything. Huiyuan, there's no one to stop the matter between us. It's time to put an end to it. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at Huiyuan. At this moment, Huiyuan's emotions were the most complicated. One moment he was in hell, the next moment he was back in heaven, and finally he was back in hell. This feeling of being up and down made him want to die. In the end, he still couldn't escape from Lin Ling's pursuit. Just like what his father had said, Lin Ling, no one in the world could save Lin Ling. And now, those words were actually left for him. Father, save me. Huo Yuan looked at Huo Wenyan, looking for the last straw to clutch at. However, Huo Wenyan's face was pale. Could he save him? No, even his grandmother couldn't do anything about it. How could he reverse the tide? Unless he wanted the entire bloodline of the Orochi mansion to be buried with him. Although he didn't know who that mysterious old man was, he believed in the Orochi mansion. That mysterious old man should be an ancient martial artist of the same generation as the Orochi mansion. Chapter 9:14. Rain Clan Yuan, you should face the consequences of your own actions. Sigh. Huo Yuan sighed softly and turned to leave. He couldn't bear to see the scene in front of him, but before he left, he took a deep look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to come to the Great Serpent Manor alone and was determined to kill his son, Huo Yuan. He thought it was a fool's dream, but in the end Lin Ling did it. Moreover, he guessed that the mysterious old man who could make his grandmother feel apprehensive might have come from that most sacred place. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. We were just messing around. I hope you can be magnanimous and let me go. Sigh. Seeing that no one could save him, Huo Yuan knelt before Lin Ling and kept kowtowing. However, Lin Ling sat back down and drank his tea. He was at ease and did not say a word. Lin Ling, how about we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Huo Yuan was flustered. In his heart, this short period of time felt like a century. I said you were stupid before. Now you finally understand what I mean. Lin Ling finally said, causing Huo Yuan to tremble. Previously, when he ordered people to kill Lin Ling had indeed said this to him. At that time he didn't care at all, but now he understood what it meant. Lin Ling wasn't someone he could provoke. I will never let go of anyone who wants to kill me. If you want to blame someone, blame the environment you grew up in. This place made you arrogant, and in the end you developed this kind of character. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Sigh. Lin Ling put down the teacup in his hand and lightly waved the tyrannical song in his hand. When the sword was unsheathed, a head fell. With his current strength, apart from Huo Yuan's family background, nothing else was worth mentioning. He's dead. In the hall, everyone's mood was complicated. Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest holy land not long ago. At that time, everyone thought that a genius who was too dazzling would fall easily. But today Lin Ling told them that if they wanted to kill him they could, but only if they killed him in a single blow. Otherwise, if he didn't die, no one would be able to save him. Huo Yuan was a good example. No matter how many experts appeared, Huo Yuan would still die. Mo, let's go. Lin Ling said to Mo Ninyue, who was still in shock. Then he strode out of the manor. He couldn't wait to see his mother again. Little fellow, Aunt Mo discovered that you're even more mysterious than I imagined. Mo Ninyue faintly smiled and quickly followed after Lin Ling. As for Yin Sha, she didn't say a single word. She coldly followed behind Lin Ling. She was currently Lin Ling's bodyguard and assassin, and Lin Ling was her master. But through the previous events, she discovered that her master, Lin Ling, was far more terrifying than she had imagined. She had found a good master by chance. At this moment, outside the Great Serpent Manor, many people were still gathered there. As they saw Lin Ling and Mo Ninyue walk out, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling had succeeded. The two of them had broken into the Great Serpent Manor and killed Huo Yuan in front of countless powerhouses. What a troublesome junior. In the 7 Profound Martial House, he is called Mad God Lin Ling. Now, his madness has even spread to the Rainforest Holy Land. Many peak powerhouses had dignified expressions. Through this matter, they knew that Lin Ling was not some soft persimmon. If anyone wanted to kill Lin Ling by chance, they would have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling was expressionless as he continued forward. He realized that he had achieved the effect of today's intimidation. At least in the Rainforest Holy Land, the covetous eyes of others should be restrained. In this world, the strong were revered. If a newcomer rose, they would naturally be suppressed. In addition, Lin Ling had many enemies. Thus, in this situation, the only solution was to use violence to curb violence. And Lin Ling had done it. Who was that person from before? Mo Ninyue asked as she led Lin Ling forward. A senior. His background is a bit mysterious. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't mention the matter of the Bodhi Saint Palace because it seemed that this was a taboo topic of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Haha, as long as he doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Mo Ninyue didn't ask. She knew that everyone had their own secrets. She was only worried that this mysterious powerhouse would harm Lin Ling. She smiled and said, "Your mother is my big sister, so I am your little aunt." Little aunt. Lin Ling stopped, his heart beating with excitement. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw Auntie Emo. It turned out that Auntie Emo was his family. His little aunt was very beautiful. Was his mother as beautiful as her? Lin Ling couldn't help but clench the soil in his arms. This was the soil from his father's grave. He could finally give it to his mother. In his last life he had been an orphan. He had no parents. After coming here he had his own family, so he cherished them. To him the word mother held great significance. Emo Nyinue faintly looked at Lin Ling. She wanted to find the outline of her big sister from Lin Ling's face. But the more she looked, the more she nodded. Similar, very similar. Lin Ling's eyes were beautiful, as deep as the sea. His nose was tall and sharp and carried with it a killing intent. This should have been inherited from his father. Besides his nose, everything else was similar to Emo Nyinue's. He was an ordinary youth, but upon closer inspection, he was very handsome. Xiao Xiao. The two of them strolled through the skies, turning into a rainbow as they flew towards the other side of the rainforest Holy Land. As for Yin Sha, Lin Ling had her go to the 7 profound martial houses Mountain Valley to find Qin Xiaolan. The Rain clan was one of the 4 great desolate clans of the rainforest Holy Land. They were the most ancient clan and also the proudest clan. And this mysterious clan was like an otherworldly master. They lived under a giant spirit root of the Bodhi ancient tree. Compared to the spirit root in the Mountain Valley, this spirit root had a much longer history. As they approached the Rain clan's residence, they could see that it was raining. This area has rain all year round. It is of great help to the Rain clan. Emo Nyinue smiled as she explained. Rain all year round? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. They were both in the rainforest Holy Land, but the climate was completely different. In front of them was a misty rain, and a vast expanse of green mountains and clear waters appeared. It was like a paradise on earth, but there were no signs of people living here. At this time, Emo Nyinue took out a token and gently tossed it out. The jade token bloomed with a gentle light, and a path appeared in the misty rain. A massive mountain valley appeared. From the outside, this valley was vast and boundless, even larger than the entirety of Cloud Sea City. "Follow me," Emo Nyinue said. Lin Ling nodded. Now he knew why the 4 great desolate clans were so mysterious. So they were hidden in the rainforest Holy Land, and outsiders simply couldn't approach them. They were truly worthy of being the royal family. After entering the mountain valley, the buildings in the valley were tall and majestic, and the air was filled with a wild and ancient smell. A massive spirit root sat on the ground, exuding a boundless spiritual energy. All of the plants in the mountain valley were uprooted as if they were ancient trees. 14th Ant has returned. After the two of them landed on the ground, voices sounded out from the streets and alleys. Many people walked out. 14th Ant represented her status. Emo Nyinue was the daughter of the Rain clan's powerhouse, Rain Master Emo Ping. Her status in the Rain clan wasn't low, and Rain Master Emo Ping had a total of 15 direct bloodlines. Chapter 9:15. Deep Waters. Nyinue, you're back. A man in his 40s looked at Emo Nyinue and asked her to bow respectfully. These people were her brothers, but they were all looking at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a stranger. 14th sister, who is this? A dignified man asked indifferently. This is my elder sister's son. Emo Nyinue looked at the crowd and said. Everyone's eyes flickered with surprise. 13th Ant's son? I heard that 13th Ant represented the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan in a marriage alliance. However, 13th Ant was dissatisfied with the marriage and secretly ran to the 100 territories. Later on, she married a savage child. This is her son with the savage child. His talent isn't the Rain clan's water talent. It seems like he didn't obtain the inheritance. He only came to the Rain clan now. Is he trying to climb the Rain clan's thick thigh? Many people began to discuss. They were the oldest and proudest clan. Not to mention Lin Ling, they didn't even put the top experts of the various martial arts halls in their eyes. But now Lin Ling, an outsider, was their relative. Why would they care? They thought that Lin Ling must have come from a higher place. Since that's the case, bring him to see father. The older man didn't seem to care. Emo Nyinue nodded and followed the crowd with Lin Ling, late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Ah, he's very weak. 13th Ant has embarrassed herself again. Emo Qianfan, remember, the Rain clan is the proudest clan. Don't embarrass yourselves like 13th Ant's son. 13th Ant is really pitiful. She married a trash as her husband, but her son is also disappointing. Along the way there were people pointing at them from time to time. Although they weren't loud, their words were filled with disdain. Some elders even used Lin Ling to lecture the juniors. The Rain clan was a proud clan, but also a very united one. Therefore when Lin Ling came, no one dared to do anything out of line. After all, Lin Ling was Yenshin's son. However, many people compared Lin Ling to their own sons. This was especially true for some of the younger generations who were relatively weak and lazy in cultivation. They had always been disliked in the Rain clan, and even their parents had lost face. But now, they seemed to have found an existence that was even worse than their own son. Lin Ling frowned. He naturally heard the surrounding people. Although they had the same bloodline, Lin Ling, he couldn't sense any familial affection. Only snobbery. Big clans, the waters were deeper, and the situation was more complicated. In this aspect, the Fire Ancient clan was much better than the Rain clan. Lin Ling Yingyue's eyes. Yingyue was Yenshin. Yingyue didn't like the noise around her either, but she still comforted Lin Ling, who nodded. The group passed through the streets and arrived at an extremely simple mansion. This mansion looked extremely ordinary without the slightest bit of splendor. This was the Rain clan's pursuit, returning to simplicity. Lin Ling sensed that this seemingly simple mansion had an aura that made people bow down and worship. This should be the most sacred place of the Rain clan. The group entered the mansion one after another. In a large hall, everyone sat down. Yingyue gave some instructions and went with her brother to invite her father out. "It's you." The people in the surroundings looked indifferent, but there was one person who whispered to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to look over. That person was somewhat familiar. It was the young lady who bought his son's Spirit 100 flower pill in the Saint Market back then. He didn't expect her to be from the Rain clan. "I finally found you." Xiaoyan was surprised. That day she had broken through with the help of Lin Ling's pill. After that she had been looking for Lin Ling. She didn't expect that Lin Ling was actually her relative. "You've broken through. It seems like the effects of the pill have taken effect." Lin Ling looked at Xiaoyan with a smile. "Your pill is still the best." Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat excited. Her strength was considered average among the younger generation of the Rain clan. She had never won glory for her parents. However, after taking Lin Ling's pill, she had broken through to the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm. Her status among the younger generation of the Rain clan had risen greatly. Her parents were also incomparably proud of her. Therefore when she saw Lin Ling she was incomparably grateful. "Cousin Xiaoyan, don't talk to others so casually. It's an insult to the pride of the Rain clan." At this moment, a faint voice came from not far away. A young man about 20 years old looked over. "Cousin Ziffin." Xiaoyan frowned. The latter was the son of her 8th uncle. His status among the younger generation was not low. His cultivation level was the same as hers, but his strength was stronger than hers. "He's not a stranger. He's Aunt Yenshin's son and also my cousin." Soon Xiaoyan said stubbornly. "He's just a bastard. His bloodline is not orthodox. He's not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as us." The young man said again. Many of the younger generation in the hall also laughed disdainfully. To them, Lin Ling was indeed not of the orthodox bloodline. His mother was noble, but his father was from the 100 territories. He could be called a bastard. Meanwhile, some of the elders were drinking tea and chatting with each other. They didn't care about the younger generation at all. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That person called him a bastard? Pure bloodline, but he's only at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit realm. I wonder who gave him the courage to bark like a dog. Doesn't he find it embarrassing? Lin Ling muttered to himself. The other party was too proud, so he didn't hold back. He was here to see his mother, not to listen to the snobbish faces and disdainful words of his relatives. He couldn't tolerate this kind of anger. "Are you talking about me?" The young man named Ziffin's eyes narrowed. He wasn't the strongest member of the younger generation in the Rain clan, but compared to the top elites of the martial hall, he was confident that he could surpass them. This meant that in the younger generation of the Rainforest Sacred Land, other than the desolate race's geniuses, no other geniuses could enter his eyes. But now, the country bumpkin from the 13th ant called him a dog? Whoever replies to me, that's who I'm talking about. Lin Ling continued muttering to himself. His calm look made Xiaoyan chuckle. She also didn't like Ziffin. He was often smug in front of her. But now, seeing Ziffin's eyes red with anger, she felt extremely relieved. "Dog, don't think that you can speak nonsense just because you're 13th Ant's son." Ziffin's expression turned ugly. 13th Ant's son is so ill-mannered. On the other side, a beautiful woman in her 30s said coldly. She seemed to be Mo Ziffin's mother. The other elders also looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. They believed that Lin Ling was ill-mannered. He actually dared to casually scold others in such a serious place. Like juniors, like elders. They all have the same face. Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He didn't even look at the elders as he said this. Little bastard, you're young and weak, but you have a sharp tongue. The elders said in a low voice. However, Lin Ling smiled and didn't care. These people were used to being noble. They believed that they stood at the top of countless people and had the right to criticize others. But in fact, they were just humans. By the side, Mo Xiaoyan wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to. She had long found these elders displeasing to the eye. Whatever they did, they only cared about their own face. Their excuse was that everything was for the benefit of the Rain clan. If you retaliated, they would take advantage of their seniority to criticize you. This caused Mo Xiaoyan to remain silent all these years. She didn't dare to resist. Chapter 9:16. The rules of a large family clan. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps was heard. A short but spirited old man slowly walked out from the deep corridor. The moment he walked out, it was as if the air was filled with an oppressive wind, as if a storm was coming. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. The Rain clan placed great importance on etiquette, and the current patriarch, Rain Master Mo Ping, was extremely solemn. This made all the bloodlines revere him. After the old man, there were more direct bloodlines including Mo Nianyue. At this moment she didn't dare to speak casually. Sit. Rain Master Mo Ping sat down on the highest seat and said lightly, causing the solemn atmosphere in the hall to become even more intense. Lin Ling stared at the old man, but his heart was thunderous. Was that person his grandfather? Following that, he sensed the old man's gaze. It was like the rain from the sky enveloping his entire body. It was extremely mysterious. Nianqin's son? He came from afar, so he must have worked hard. From today onwards he will be a member of the Rain clan. Give him all the cultivation resources he should have. A dignified voice came from the old man's mouth. Following that, the old man looked at everyone. The end of the year is approaching. Our Rain clan is one of the 4 great desolate clans of the Rainforest Sacred Land, so we must not embarrass ourselves. The younger generation has to work harder in their cultivation. The end of the year examination will test your strength. Patriarch, don't worry. The younger generation has worked hard and their strength has greatly increased. Father, your granddaughter Feng will definitely not disappoint you. The atmosphere in the hall was no longer as solemn as before. Everyone laughed and said, Feng is almost 18. Good. The old man became kind, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become more harmonious. As for Mo Nianyue, she looked at Lin Ling with tears in her eyes. Her father had only said one sentence when he saw Lin Ling. He didn't even ask for his name. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't his grandson. He couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Thinking of this and thinking of Lin Ling's childhood, where he grew up like an abandoned child, Mo Nianyue felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling. In the end, it was because of Lin Ling's father. Lin Ling's father was too ordinary. At this moment, Lin Ling's hands were tightly clenched into fists. In front of the future Rain clan, he was extremely excited and nervous. He knew that he would be able to meet his mother's relatives, so much so that he had already prepared a gift in his green ring. Although his gift wasn't much to the Rain clan's seniors, it was still a token of his sincerity. However, the things he imagined didn't happen. His grandfather was very cold when he saw him. He only said a few words and even glanced at him. Soon after, he began to talk about other things. Meanwhile, the others were also incompatible with him. It was as if he was an outsider who wanted to climb up the thick thighs of the Rain clan. No. He had never had such thoughts before. He was already famous in the Rainforest Holy Land and had even become the holy son of Bodhi Palace. He didn't need to climb up the social ladder. He just wanted to see his mother and make her family happy. Crack. Lin Ling clenched his right fist so hard that the sound of his knuckles cracking could be heard. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. It didn't matter if others ignored him and treated him as a passerby. However, these people were his mother's relatives. The hall was still bustling with noise. No one paid any attention to Lin Ling. Only Mo Nianyue's eyes were red. She felt even more indignant for Lin Ling. She felt as if Lin Ling was an abandoned child. Finally, Rain Master Mo Ping's hearty laughter announced the end of the family gathering. The juniors had clearly made him very happy and made him look forward to the next year's examination. Senior, I want to see my mother. However, just as the crowd was about to disperse, a stubborn voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Mo Nianshin's son. Rainmaster Mo Ping was just about to stand up, but he sat back down. Nianshin has violated the family rules. She is now facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes. No one is allowed to see her. Senior. He was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that this unfamiliar grandson of his didn't understand etiquette. How dare he speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, he didn't call him grandfather but senior. However, how could he have thought that even he didn't treat Lin Ling as his grandson? Why would Lin Ling treat him as his grandfather? Why? Why? Lin Ling sat quietly on the chair and said softly, "How dare you speak to your father like that?" A man who seemed to be Lin Ling's uncle shouted angrily, "Lin Ling, you are too impudent. Father has already said that Nianshin is facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes. No one is allowed to see her. Who would have thought that this bastard would still ask?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed with determination. He raised his head and looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping. What? He had been searching for his mother for many years. In order to let his mother know about him as soon as possible, he had worked hard in the rainforest's holy land. However, when he finally found out about his mother's whereabouts, his so-called grandfather didn't allow him to see her. He was unwilling to accept this. Today he had to see his mother. Rainmaster Mo Ping frowned and looked at Lin Ling's clear eyes. However, he found that this unfamiliar grandson of his was incomparably stubborn. In the past, your mother should have married someone from the Sparrow clan. Only then would our Rain clan become even more powerful. She would have had a bright future ahead of her. However, your mother ran away and gave birth to you with someone else. She has failed to live up to the expectations of the Rain clan. She is a sinner of the Rain clan. Tell me, does she have the qualifications to be your mother? Child. Rainmaster Mo Ping was still solemn. However, he was no longer expressionless. Perhaps Lin Ling's stubbornness had moved him. Lin Ling's body trembled. No wonder his mother was punished to face the wall. So it was like this. However, an indescribable anger rose in his heart. Because she didn't act according to the wishes of the clan, because she didn't follow the path that Senior paved for my mother, she violated the rules of the clan? Why isn't she qualified to be my mother? She is a human, not an animal. She is not a puppet that the Rain clan can manipulate. The Rain clan's interests are the most important, but not everyone is required to sacrifice themselves. My mother did not do anything wrong. You all are too selfish. A cold voice rang out in the hall, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. The son of Mo Nianshin was really bold. He actually dared to reprimand the entire clan. Little bastard, you don't have a father's upbringing. How dare you speak to the clan leader like this? Lin Ling's uncle roared angrily. Everyone looked at Lin Ling angrily. They had already acknowledged Lin Ling's identity, but Lin Ling did not know how to be grateful. Instead, he became impudent. Shut up. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and his tiger-like eyes widened. My father is not someone you can talk to. Furthermore, who do you think you are to be qualified to speak to me? You. Veins appeared on Lin Ling's uncle's forehead. According to seniority, he was Lin Ling's uncle. Lin Ling told him to shut up? He is not old and his wings are not strong enough. However, his temperament is very wild. Father, in my opinion, this child should not be qualified to be part of the Rain clan's bloodline. Such an ungrateful person, our Rain clan does not welcome him. Another crafty and harsh voice rang out. He doesn't know the rules. This child's temperament is as rebellious as Nianshin's. The others also reprimanded one after another.